This is a story about me, a beautiful girl Li Xing. I didn't expect my life to change like this. The sun's last light hit an old, twisted building covered in rust and vines, and suddenly, a bright spot appeared in the sky. It grew bigger, and with a loud explosion, a small figure appeared in the air and crashed to the ground. That figure was me. I opened my eyes to a sky full of burning clouds, gasping for air. Somehow, I had crossed worlds. I remembered the series of mistakes that got me here, trying to gather a rare herb, falling off a cliff, getting sucked into a space rift, and almost dying. My protective ring saved me, but it burned away, and now my body was reduced to that of a child. I felt my small, bony hands and couldn't help but compare them to the spicy chicken feet snack I had last night. Every movement hurt, but I forced myself to sit and start healing. As I tried to gather energy, I realized in horror that my core, my dantian, was shattered. Cracks covered it, and my precious energy was slipping away fast. I couldn't dwell on my lost cultivation. With what little energy I had left, I barely managed to heal myself enough to stop the pain. Looking around, I saw strange plants and creatures. A soft-looking feather grass plant suddenly grabbed and killed a lizard, like creature with deadly force, its leaves hardening into spikes. Terrified, I backed away, grateful I hadn't touched it. This world was full of bizarre, dangerous things. Winged lizards, glowing insects, even birds with sharp teeth. Worst of all, I could feel a chaotic energy mixed with the air, an ancient force I'd only read about, called chaos energy. Unlike the gentle spiritual energy I knew, this energy was wild and slowly damaging my body. If I couldn't find a way to fix my core, I wouldn't survive more than 3 months. I had always been proud of my cultivation, working hard to achieve what I wanted. But now, my body was a child's, my spiritual path shattered, and my life slipping away. Just as I felt lost, I heard footsteps. A man called Li appeared, looking confused and trying to figure out what had happened. I didn't know what to expect, but at least I wasn't alone anymore. I looked at Li silently, trying not to laugh. At least things weren't so bad. This world had people, and I could understand their language. The man seemed well equipped, with advanced gear on his wrist, which meant technology here was good. If the world had advanced tech, maybe the society would be better and more humane. They probably wouldn't treat a kid like me too harshly. Li asked me gently who I was and why I was out alone after dark. I couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. Maybe I could survive here. I forced a small smile, trying to look innocent and strong despite everything I'd been through. But inside, I was relieved. They seemed like decent people. Li and his team started guessing about me. One young man even suggested I might be connected to a smuggling ship. They thought maybe I was a victim of human trafficking. Li seemed to think so too, and it made him angry. He was already upset at the idea of anyone harming a child. When he asked me how I got here, I pointed up and said quietly from the sky. Everyone was confused, so I explained I fell from the sky. That made them furious. They believed I had been thrown off a smuggler's ship because I was sick or useless to them. It made sense, and they thought I'd barely survived the fall. Li tried to comfort me, saying I was safe now and asking for my ID to help find my family. I felt bitter. I couldn't go back home, and there was no way anyone here could understand that I'd crossed worlds. I told them my name, Li Xing, but admitted I had no ID. One of the team members, Xiao Lu, guessed that I must be a second-generation slave, someone born into slavery with no freedom or hope. Li agreed, and they all looked sad and sympathetic. Their assumptions were wrong but believable, so I didn't argue. I just let them think I was a poor, lost child. Before I could ask where I was, my body gave out. The blood sacrifice I'd performed earlier still left me weak, and I coughed up more blood before collapsing again. When I woke up after being unconscious for 3 whole days, I found myself in a hospital bed. A tall, slim blonde woman sat beside me and gasped with relief when she saw my eyes open. "You're awake," she said, looking genuinely happy. Her kindness made me feel warm inside, and I managed to give her a weak smile. The woman introduced herself as Anna, the wife of Lee Yi, the man who found me. She explained that when they brought me here, the hospital required someone to stay and care for me, and since Lee Yi and his team weren't equipped to look after a child, she stepped in. I could barely speak, my voice thin and weak. It made sense that no one wanted to take care of me, probably afraid I'd die in their care. But Anna reassured me that I was lucky to have survived such a fall, with only scratches. My main problem now was severe malnutrition, and she was optimistic I'd recover with food and rest. When Anna asked if she could call me Xiao Xing, I nodded, grateful for her gentleness. Then she hesitantly asked if I really was a second-generation slave, as Lee Yi suspected. I couldn't tell her the truth about being from another world, so I just nodded. My real story was too strange to share. Anna looked sad and asked if I remember my parents or where I came from. Thinking of my real parents still in our family's cultivation grounds, I knew they'd never expect me to have crossed worlds. Holding back tears, I shook my head and pretended I'd lost my memories. Anna seemed guilty for pressing me, so I reassured her I remembered nothing. She explained that second-generation slaves, like the one they assumed I was, often had tragic lives. But she wanted me to focus on being happy from now on. Before I could respond, she handed me a small pendant, the only thing they found on me. It was a rough, cheap-looking jade piece, but it was actually the treasured heirloom of my family, the world's best spiritual pendant. In my old life, my family's rules forced me to wear it, though I later realized it wasn't special at all. Remembering how I once proudly showed off the pendant, thinking it was precious, made me cringe. But now, this little piece of jade was my only connection to my old life. When I woke up, I found out I'd been unconscious for 3 days. I was in a hospital bed, and a blonde woman named Anna was sitting next to me. As soon as she saw me open my eyes, she was so happy. Her kindness warmed my heart, and I couldn't help but smile a bit. I realized my ugly jade pendant, which I'd always thought was useless, had somehow stayed with me even through the fierce cosmic winds. It was the only thing from my old world that made it here with me, and I felt strangely comforted by it now. Anna asked if I was hungry, and my stomach growled right on cue. I hadn't eaten for days, and now, without spiritual energy to sustain me, I needed real food. She brought out some rice porridge and simple side dishes, which smelled amazing. I took a sip of the porridge and was shocked. It was made with spiritual rice. The energy from the rice soothed my aching body, making me feel better almost instantly. Excited, I asked if the porridge was expensive. Anna explained that it was made from something called green rice, which was affordable and easy to grow. Hearing that, I was thrilled at the thought of having this nourishing food every day. Anna then brought out some side dishes, a salad made from a leafy vegetable and golden sweet potato cubes coated in sugar. The salad tasted incredibly fresh, but when I looked closer, I realized it wasn't just any vegetable. It was a precious spiritual plant I knew from my old world. And the sweet potatoes were actually an extremely rare spiritual herb. I was blown away. In my world, these plants were treasures worth fighting over, but here they were just everyday food. Anna explained how this world, called Qianyuan, had 2 types of energy, elemental and chaotic. Elemental energy was beneficial, but chaotic energy was harmful, so people purified their food before eating it. When she offered to take me to her garden someday, I couldn't wait. It was probably full of more amazing spiritual plants, and I couldn't believe my luck. For now, I enjoyed the warm feeling from the food, my heart full of hope and excitement for what I might discover in this new world. After finishing my meal and drinking a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution, I felt warm and full of energy. I couldn't believe I was still alive in this dangerous world where even plants could kill. Not only had I survived, but I'd also eaten top-grade spiritual herbs. It felt like an unexpected victory. Later, Lee came to visit and informed me that they hadn't found any information about my jade pendant in the Star Network database. It would take time to search for my family. I wasn't surprised but sincerely thanked Lee and Anna for their help. Since I was still officially a child without a guardian, Li Yi arranged for me to be registered as a resident of Datun City. He also set me up to receive government aid, including monthly support, until I turned 16 or found a family. After they left, I locked the door and used my spiritual sense to check the room. Once I confirmed it was safe, I went to the window and took in the view. The city lights, the massive screens, and flying vehicles reminded me of Earth. It felt strangely familiar and comforted my homesickness. Back on my bed, I held the ugly jade pendant, the world's best spiritual pendant. My family had spent generations trying to figure out its secret. It was said to be created by a powerful ancestor thousands of years ago, and while they tried countless ways to activate it, no one had ever succeeded. They even spent a fortune on it, but the pendant remained just a sturdy, ugly piece of jade. To my surprise, when Anna handed it back to me earlier, my spiritual sense detected something. The pendant wasn't just some useless heirloom, it was actually a storage space. My spiritual sense explored the pendant and found a large, mostly empty space inside, with a few dimensional boxes and a jade slip explaining everything. It turned out that the pendant was made using chaos energy, which was common knowledge in the ancient world. To unlock it, you needed both spiritual sense and chaos energy. Because chaos energy had vanished from the world long ago, my family could never figure it out. But now, in this new world where chaos energy was everywhere, the pendant's secret was finally revealed to me. I marveled at the pendant's history and the irony that, after all my family's efforts, I was the one who managed to unlock it, just by accident. It is a pity that until ancestor Li Zhan ascended to the immortal world, there was no descendant of the Li family who was good at cultivating immortals. There were only a few members of the Zalian tribe who even had weak spiritual consciousness. While the ancestor was disappointed, he was also worried that after he left, the younger generations would be incompetent. Once the spiritual stone magic weapon in the jade pendant was revealed, they would not be able to maintain resources based on their strength, but would instead cause the disaster of annihilation. So, he deliberately made the jade pendant ugly, leaving behind the ancestral motto of pass it on from generation to generation, and those who are destined to get it. I hope that when future generations grow up to be powerful, they can discover the secret of the world's best spiritual pendant. However, human calculations are always inferior to heaven's calculations. Shortly after the ancestor ascended, the chaotic spirit transformation process that should have lasted for thousands of years suddenly accelerated. Within 100 years, the energy of chaos was completely replaced by spiritual energy. Without the energy of chaos to guide them, even if the Li family had already made a name for themselves in the world of immortality, they would not be able to open the inner space. After reading his ancestors' notes, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a strong admiration for this amazingly talented ancestor. Starting with nothing, he single-handedly cultivated the two major money-burning professions in the world of immortality to the extreme. In the world of immortality where the jungle prevailed, he protected a useless family whose highest combat power was only the 5th level of Qi training. Even after he ascended, his remaining power and good fortune continued to support the family's steady development until the loser grew into a powerful force in cultivating immortals. What a magnificent person this is! Putting down the jade slips, Li Xing opened the first box with a respectful expression. He heard a crash sound, and a slight chill came from the instep. When he lowered his head, he saw a white, round spiritual stone, as big as a child's fist, pouring out like a tide. All over the floor. This is the best spirit stone? Li Xing was dumbfounded. In the age of Dharma the spirit stone veins shrank, spirit stones became increasingly rare, and the best spirit stones were rare things that only existed in legends. Li Xing never imagined that one day he would be submerged in a sea of top-quality spiritual stones.
Cool.
Li Xing excitedly opened 20 boxes in a row and found that they were all filled with spiritual stones. Among them, 3/5 are of the highest quality, and the rest are top grade, roughly estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. I don't know how many spiritual vein mines I have to dig out to get this. When these spiritual stones are brought to the outside world, let alone the Dharma-ending age, even in the age of ancestors' cultivation, they are still huge wealth that can overturn the structure of the world of immortality. Li Xing secretly lamented that the ancestors of the Li family were unlucky and failed to open the jade pendant earlier. Otherwise, even the useless 5 spiritual roots could use the spirit stone to transform into gods and overcome tribulations. Li Xing felt pained and happy as he continued to open the blind box. The next box was filled with jade slips and talismans. The contents of the jade slips cover various types of exercises, elixir recipes, talisman books, array diagrams, weapon refining, travel notes, biographies, etc. There are various types, and everything. It seems that this is a database prepared by the ancestors for future generations. The next box contained only 2 items, a domineering and powerful sword, and a medicine cauldron not much larger than an incense burner. Li Xing first probed the broadsword with his spiritual consciousness. The blade was wide and black, with golden curling cloud patterns all over the body. Blood grooves penetrated the blade body. The mouth of the knife is made of red copper stamped, with auspicious cloud patterns. The handle of the knife is wrapped in red dragon skin, and the head of the knife is carved with a green-faced and fanged Kuemu wolf head. Looking at the medicinal cauldron again, Li Xing found it difficult to describe its color. It would be gray, too light, or black, but it was not black everywhere. In short, it looked like the clear color formed after years of smoke and fire. The medicinal cauldron is completely smooth without any pattern decoration. There is a circle of slurry formed by burning something unknown at the bottom, which adheres tightly to the bottom of the cauldron, just like the ash at the bottom of a large pot in rural areas. It is this thick circle of ash at the bottom of the pot that replaces the 3 legs of the ordinary medicine cauldron, making it stand firmly on the ground. It is said that the ancestor has 2 magic weapons, the Sirius sword and the Shinnon cauldron. I am afraid they are the 2 in front of me. Li Xing was overjoyed. She didn't understand the Sirius sword, but as an alchemy cultivator, Shinnon Ding's reputation was well known. This cauldron is made from meteorites from outside the territory. It can be as big or small as you like, big enough to swallow the sun and the moon, or as small as a mustard seed whisker. Use it to make elixirs, and the elixir forming rate is at least 30% higher than that of ordinary medicinal cauldrons. Since the ancestor obtained the Shinnon cauldron, his alchemy skills have advanced to several levels, and he can be called a master of alchemy. The competition in the world of cultivating immortals is cruel. Monks fight against humans and heaven. Who doesn't have some elixir to restore health and mana? Everyone wants to buy elixirs with high quality and reasonable prices. Conscientious sellers like Laozu soon have a large number of loyal users. The Leaf family's cultivation resources were refined one by the ancestor. The ancestor must have left behind the Heavenly Wolf sword and the Shinnon cauldron in the hope that future generations could inherit his mantle and not waste the foundation of the Li family. Li Xing carefully put back the Sirius sword and the Shinnon cauldron and secretly swore in his heart that he would live up to his ancestors' expectations. The next box is the strangest of all the boxes because the outside of the box is densely packed with restrictions, and there seems to be something terrible sealed inside, but the restrictions are not difficult to break. Just tear off the seal. Since the ancestor left behind such an easy-to-break restriction, the contents of the box must not pose much threat to the descendants of the Li family. After thinking for a moment, Li Xing reached out and lifted the seal. The lid of the box was opened, and a wave of heat hit his face. In the heat wave, a bright flame burst out from the box, flying high and low in circles around Li Xing's consciousness, as if it was very intimate. Strange fire. Strange fire. Only the ancestors of the Li family with a cultivation level of nascent soul or above can take one from the clan treasury and put it in their dantian to cultivate it. Li Xing was not a cultivation level, so he could only envy it in the past. She had seen the strange fires in the clan. The ones as big as oil lamps were considered high quality, and the one in front of her was the size of a basketball and shaped like a lotus flower. Feeling that Li Xing's consciousness was observing it, the strange fire became more and more excited. The flame petals unfolded layer by layer, and the colors kept changing between red, orange, purple, green, and white. Li Xing's eyes suddenly widened. Wow. After Ihua showed himself in all directions, seeing that Li Xing didn't respond, he couldn't help but become anxious. A little spark shot towards Li Xing, but Li Xing didn't dodge in a hurry, just I felt a pain in my spiritual consciousness, and then there were more connections. He actually recognized his master? Li Xing was surprised. Everyone said that the alien fire was violent and untamable, but why did this one take the initiative to recognize its master? It even seemed impatient. Li Xing looked into the box and saw that the box was full of egg-like containers. He didn't know whether the contents had hatched or were broken by external forces. There was not a single complete egg, but only broken shells. Li Xing murmured to himself, "Is it possible that this strange fire hatched from the egg? But with so many eggshells, how could only one be hatched?" The strange fire in the purse shook its head and danced in front of Li Xing, and at the same time, she was confused. A childish voice came from within her consciousness. Not one plant, but 3,000. You, are you talking to me? God, why did she never know that strange fires can talk? You are so stupid. It's just the two of us here. If I don't talk to you, should I talk to that fierce monk? The fierce monk? I'm talking about the ancestor. You said there are 3,000 strange fires. What's going on? The strange fires flew around the box and said proudly, "There are a total of 3,000 strange fires in this box, and they are all that fierce one. Baba's monks captured them, but now I'm the only one left, hee. What about the other 2,999? They were eaten by me." Li Xing. Nima, you. Leave this aside to raise goo. It has absorbed the energy of more than 2,000 strange fires. No wonder it is so large and has spiritual intelligence. Why did you take the initiative to make a contract with me? Because I can't defeat that fierce monk, and I don't want to be contracted by him. You are the first person I saw after being locked in the box, and you seem to be quite pleasing to the eye, so I choose you. What do you think? Li Xing. The ancestor captured 3,000 strange fires, which must be prepared for the alchemy cultivators in the clan. How can you make a contract by yourself? You are really overthinking it. Just because he was afraid of his ancestor, he just found someone to make a contract with, and this Ihua still had the nerve to call her stupid. Seeing the strange fire flying towards the spirit stone box, Li Xing quickly shouted, "Stop. You are not allowed to eat anything here." The strange fire stopped, "But I'm hungry." Li Xing stepped forward. "Not allowed. More than 2,000 exotic fires have entered your stomach. You will not be hungry for 10,000 years. You are just greedy. No matter what I'm going to eat. You've become so fat and you're still eating? Since you followed me, I won't treat you badly. I will find other energy for you to eat in the future. You can't touch the things here." Li Xing thought for a while and added, "In the future, I will not give you my permission. You are not allowed to swallow anything. Otherwise, I will terminate the contract with you and hand you over to the vicious monk." Shan Chao's strange fire suddenly became dim in color, and he said pitifully, "Oh." Li Xing let the strange fire sway in the space and looked at the last box. This box is the smallest and most exquisite. After opening it, there are only dozens of jade slips inside. Li Xing used his spiritual sense to check and found that the jade slips were full of his ancestors' cultivation insights, alchemy notes, and body training techniques that his ancestor had practiced. This body refining technique is not an ordinary thing, but an ancient technique that can be practiced using the energy of chaos before it transforms into a spirit. Li Xing was extremely excited as she held these jade slips. Not to mention these insights and notes, the physical training techniques alone solved her urgent need. Her dantian was broken, and she couldn't do physical exercises, so she just did physical exercises. She just used the energy of chaos to strengthen her body. Li Xing also felt heroic at this moment. So, what if his dantian was broken? What if you live in another world? She has the resources left by her ancestors, the techniques to cultivate using the energy of chaos, magic weapons, and spiritual herbs all over the world. Compared with her ancestors who were poor and useless back then, she is much better. She wants to be like her ancestor, cultivate both elixir and body, and is also of the blood of the Li family. If her ancestor can do it, so can she. Li Xing carefully put away the ancestor's notes, withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the spirit pendant, stood up, and performed a grand ceremony of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times toward the void. My ancestor Li Xing, the 367th generation great-great-grandson of the Li family, is destined to open the spirit pendant. Li Xing kowtows to thank the ancestor for the gift. The ancestor has a deep love for his lad and has far-reaching plans for the Li family. The descendants of the future generation will cherish the love of the ancestor. Ancestor is very grateful. My grandson unexpectedly broke into this world, and his dantian was broken. I thought that there was no hope of cultivating immortality, and I was angry and wanted to survive. Fortunately, my grandson was awakened by the letter from my ancestor. Since God failed to fulfill my wish, he went against the will of heaven, and like his ancestor, he cultivated both the alchemy body and the 3,000 avenues, and his grandson always had a place. If the grandson can return to the Li family one day, he will hand over the immortal cultivation resources left by his ancestor to the family. He bows his head again and wishes his ancestor a prosperous life. Among the buildings and jade buildings, there is a dense atmosphere of immortality. A unicorn holds medicine, colorful phoenixes sing in harmony, and groups of cranes dance among the immortal mountains. In an octagonal pavilion made of fairy jade, 2 men were playing chess. The man in Tsing was about to place a piece. When the white chess piece was about to hit the chessboard, the man in Tsing's fingers as thin as bamboo suddenly stopped, and the man on the other side suddenly stopped. The handsome man in white clothes was not happy when he saw this. He closed his folding fan and shouted, "Li Zhan, don't regret your chess." The man in green clothes raised his eyes and snorted, "What's wrong with me?" There was a sound, the white pieces fell, and a large number of the black pieces died. "Smelly chess basket, you lost again." Li Zhan was in a good mood and showed a rare smile, which stunned the man in white opposite him. "Are you so happy if you beat me? If so, I will let you win every day from now on." Li Zhan was really speechless. This stinky chess player has been defeated and defeated again and again. What's so happy about winning him? It was as if he deliberately let himself win. Shameless. Just now, a junior in my family wished me immortality and longevity. Oh. Bai Fengming's eyes lit up. Generally, people who can directly reach the immortal world with this kind of wish have good qualifications and luck. If they don't die midway, they will definitely, he can ascend. This junior is pretty good. Your Li family has finally found someone who can do it. It's not a waste of your efforts to promote him. How long will it take for him to get up? Right? Bai Fengming frowned. Even if there was a boundary barrier, with immortal Li Zhan's ability, it would be too easy to sense the cultivation level of a blood descendant. How could he return it? Her dantian is broken. I can't sense her cultivation. Her consciousness is in the early stage of the golden dan. Bai Fengming, a winky face. The Li family is really poisonous. The fate of hundreds of generations of the whole family has fallen on Li Zhan. Since he ascended, no one from the Li family has entered the immortal world. At this moment, there is finally a descendant with good qualifications, so good that the power of wish can be sensed by people in the immortal world, and it actually breaks the pill. This Li Zhan has such a big heart. Even the younger generation is like this. He laughs like crazy. I have an immortal fate recreation pill, how about? Li Zhan waved his hand and said, I understand. The spiritual energy in the place where she is now is mixed, and it is a good thing that the dantian is broken. Is this the case? Where is it? A fragment of a big world? A fragment of a big world? There are 3,000 big worlds, 3,000 medium worlds, and countless small worlds. Among them, the small world is most susceptible to the influence of the cosmic wind and is cut into world fragments. There are fewer fragments formed in the middle thousand world, while the boundaries of the great thousand world are stable and almost no world fragments are formed. Bai Fengming said, "As far as I know, among the 3,000 worlds, only the Qianyuan world was destroyed by monsters from outside the world who caused chaos 10,000 years ago." Yuanjie? The environment and climate of Qianyuanji are particularly suitable for the growth of spiritual plants and immortal grass. Before its collapse, it was responsible for providing medicinal materials for the immortal world. Thousands of years have passed, and if the Qianyuan fragments are still there, the ferocious beasts responsible for guarding the spiritual grass will have multiplied many times. Can this junior survive without his cultivation? Li Zhan, the Qianyuan world is quite dangerous. Aren't you going to save her? Li Zhan smiled slightly and said, "Why save her? She has obtained my world-class spiritual pendant. If the resources inside can be used well, it will be enough. She has overcome the calamity and ascended. If she can choose to cultivate both elixir and body like me, the Qianyuan realm is her chance. Saving her will actually harm her." Li Zhan flicked his fingers, and a spiritual light flew into the void. "I will show up when she reaches her cultivation level." After Li Xing knelt down and bowed, he returned to the bed and sat cross-legged, taking out the strange fire from Ling Peri first. Yihua suddenly changed his environment, and everything he saw was strange. He flew around the room for a long time before returning to Li Xing. Li Xing asked, "Do you have a name?" "What is a name?" "It means when others see you," the name he yelled out. Yihua was excited. "I have it." I shouted, "Ah, Yihua is coming, run away." Li Xing, "How many people did you eat to get such a nickname?" "This doesn't count. Why don't I pick one up for you?" Okay. Li Xing cupped his chin and said, "You look like a budding lotus, so why don't I just call you Little Fatty?" Yihua, "That name doesn't sound very powerful. I don't want it. Let's change it. Let's call him Fatty." "Meathead." Yihua rolled and refused, and a heat wave suddenly surged in the room. Li Xing was afraid that it would kill him. The ward was buzzing, and he quickly reassured, "Then tell yourself, what's your name?" I don't know." "Look, you don't like calling you chubby, but you can't name yourself, blame me." "What? Let's do this. Xiaobang is my nickname for you. Let's change it when you decide what name to choose." "Okay?" This time, Yihua happily agreed. Xing'an laughed. It was so deceptive, and put it into his dantian, but soon he heard Xiaopang scream in his consciousness. "Ah!" Li Xing was a little embarrassed. This Xiaohe must have regretted the contract with her. "Well, Fatty, the conditions are a bit difficult, but they will be fixed in the future. You can make do with it first." "Oh. Okay." Fatty shrunk down to the size of a pea and settled quietly in dantian. Li Xing settled Xiaopang, and with a slight movement of consciousness, he took out his ancestors' bodybuilding technique, the everlasting green technique. Among the 5 elements of power, wood is the weakest. Xian metal can cut it down, Bing fire can burn it, and Ren water, and earth can destroy it. But in the weakness of Imu, there is also an innate tenacity. Just like grass buds breaking through the soil, they can lift up huge rocks, spark fire in the prairie, and sprout again when the spring breeze blows. As long as there is still a section of vine in Imu, it will be able to send out roots, giving birth to 2, and 2 to 3, spreading thousands of miles endlessly. The creator of the eternal evergreen technique was precisely because he felt the life breath of Imu. After the cultivation, the body contains the vitality of the wood, which is endless and evergreen. The eternal evergreen Ju has 4 levels. The first level is the bone forging level, which trains the muscles, veins, and bones of monks. After completing this level, the bones all over the body will be jade-colored and as strong as fine gold, and the meridians will be more than doubled in size. The second level of meat forging realm is to refine the skin and muscles. After this realm is completed, the skin will be like condensed fat, and the flesh will be like jade. The physical body will be so strong that weapons below the level of magic weapon cannot damage it even half a cent. The third level of internal organs training is to refine the internal organs. After this level is completed, The internal organs will be free from dust and dirt. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a trace of flesh and blood, they can be restored and regenerated. If you can cultivate to this level, your dantian can be restored. The last level is the soul forging realm, which trains the strength of the spiritual consciousness and soul. If you can reach the mastery of this realm, your spiritual consciousness will be comparable to that of an immortal. Even if you fail to overcome the tribulation, you will still have a lifespan of 10,000 years. The eternal evergreen art has strict restrictions on bone age. Complete the soul forging realm. If the cultivator cannot reach the desired state within the prescribed bone age, then the cultivator will suffer backlash from the practice, ranging from stagnation in cultivation and no further progress throughout his life, to the destruction of meridians and death at the end of his life. In ancient times, the eternal green technique was a god-level technique that all body training cultivators flocked to. It had almost no bottlenecks. As long as there was an endless supply of chaotic energy, one could advance smoothly. However, as the energy of chaos diminishes, cultivation becomes more and more difficult, and Li Zhan may be the last monk to achieve great success. Although the conditions for the eternal green technique are harsh, the ancestor only left behind this body training technique. If she practices, she can survive in this world temporarily. If she doesn't practice, the energy of chaos will corrode her to death. Li Xing has no choice. She gritted her teeth and encouraged herself. Her ancestor's blood was flowing in her body. If the ancestor could succeed, she would be able to do it too. Li Xing put down the jade slip, put his 5 hearts in the sky, and calmed down to feel the origin of this world. Countless firefly-like light spots appeared in Li Xing's consciousness. This was spiritual energy. Different from her previous world, the aura here has different attributes. White belongs to gold, cyan belongs to wood, red belongs to fire, black belongs to water, and yellow belongs to earth. Li Xing introduced all the 5 attributes of spiritual energy into her body and felt it. Among them, there were 4 kinds of gold, water, fire, and earth. They were no different from ordinary spiritual energy. After a quick circle in her body, they dispersed from the dantian. Only the wood attribute spiritual energy, wandering in the meridians for the longest time, making her feel the most comfortable. Li Xing speculated that auras of all attributes could be used, but if auras with the same attributes as the spiritual roots were used, it would have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. The outer layer of the 5-color light spot is a bright golden halo. This is the energy of chaos, and it is also the only thing Li Xing needs for his current cultivation. Li Xing circulated the technique, and the cyan light spot closest to her was immediately attracted and quickly sank into her body. Li Xing used his spiritual consciousness to peel off the chaotic energy from the outer circle of the light spot and guided this trace of chaotic energy to move around the sky according to the technique. It's a pity that there is too little chaos chi, and no effect is experienced at all, and the spiritual consciousness required to separate the chaos chi is too much. If this continues, the speed of cultivation will be worrying. Is there any way to quickly separate spiritual energy and chaotic energy? Suddenly, Li Xing had a bold idea. The next moment, she deliberately let another cyan light point into her dantian. A magical thing happened. As soon as the light spot entered the dantian, it automatically divided into 2 parts. After the cyan wood attribute spirit ball circled in the dantian, it escaped from the body along the cracks in the spider web, while the outer layer of chaotic energy remained. Come down, follow the guidance of the exercise method, and continue to move around the sky. This discovery made Li Xing overjoyed. Her broken dantian was actually an automatic separator. With this plug-in, she doesn't have to work hard to extract the energy of chaos and can practice speed. Li Xing quickly pulled more light points into his body, regardless of their attributes, and let go of the 8 extra meridians and the 12 meridians, and ran the technique with all his strength. The chaotic energy followed the tendons and acted according to the guidance of a technique. At each joint, click, 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 the joints crackled. As the technique ran, All the spiritual energy within 3 feet of her body spontaneously gathered into her body. Because the spiritual energy disappeared too quickly, the outer spiritual energy was replenished rapidly, causing a whirlwind to roll up in the room out of thin air, and a large amount of fresh spiritual energy poured in from the open window, making the curtains rustle. A lot of spiritual energy appeared in the dantian out of thin air. Xiaopeng was so happy that he swallowed them up before they escaped. The energy of chaos was changing Li Xing's physique. Her muscles and veins were aching, and the bones all over her body seemed to be pricked by countless needles. Even the secret technique of sacrificing flesh and blood and reshaping the body did not feel this painful. Big drops of sweat appeared on Li Xing's forehead. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew she couldn't stop. Since she chose to exercise, she had to be willing to endure pain. The bones and tendons were being forged and polished. The ancestor left behind the handwriting said that the bone-forging realm is the foundation of the eternal youth art. The more pain one endures, the stronger the foundation, and the better the effect of body training. Wave after wave of acupuncture pain traveled through the muscles and joints of the body as the eternal evergreen secret art continued. The sweat on Li Xing's body became wet and dry, and by the end, it was faintly bloody, exuding a layer of gray-black impurities. The crackling of his joints finally stopped, and Li Xing, who had been tortured by pain all night, finally completed his first physical exercise before the sun rose. Opening his eyes, Li Xing felt that the world was different. The sky was bluer, the grass was greener, and he could see farther and clearer than before without using his spiritual consciousness. But yesterday, the energy of chaos that still made her feel like a light on her back, today she didn't even feel the pressure at all. After practicing the eternal green art, she no longer has to be afraid of the corrosive power of the chaos energy, but Li Xing still did not relax. After all, the reminder in the ancestor's handbook was still vivid in her mind. If the cultivation speed did not meet the requirements, she would still die young in the end. Life. The curtains moved slightly, and the morning breeze blew on his face. Li Xing put aside his worries and took a deep breath.
Ouch.
After washing off the dirt on his body, Li Xing found that he was much whiter. Looking inwards with his spiritual consciousness, there is a faint jade-colored light coming out of the bones, and the feeling of stagnation in the meridians has also disappeared. The first practice brought her such a big surprise, and Li Xing became more confident about her future. In this way, she slept during the day and practiced at night, drank nutritional supplements, and ate patient meals. Li Xing's speed of recovery surprised the doctors. Within a week, she was discharged from the hospital alive and kicking. Through this period of contact, Anna and Li Yi both liked Li Xing. After discussing it, they decided to adopt him. So, after being discharged from the hospital, Li Xing went home with his adoptive parents. "Xiao Xing, this is your room. Do you like it?" Since deciding to adopt Li Xing, Anna has rearranged the best-located room on the second floor in an effort to give Li Xing a comfortable and warm living environment. Looking at the pink furniture and lace bedding, Li Xing was amused and moved at the same time. This couple was strangers to her. They came from an ordinary family, but were willing to do their best to give her a safe haven. How could she be willing to let down such people? Li Xing hugged the pink doll on the bed, showed 2 dimples to Anna, and said, "I like it very much." After receiving a positive reply, Anna breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Li Yi, who was standing at the door with a proud look on her face, "Look, I'm telling you, there's no girl who doesn't like pink." Li Yi gave his beloved wife a thumbs up with a licking smile on his face, but he couldn't agree with her in his heart. Don't think he didn't see it. Li Xing's expression collapsed for a moment. Like, huh, at such a young age, you know how to pretend to be happy to make people happy. I'm afraid I will be a little fox in the future. Anna still remembered the promise she made, and without Li Xing opening her mouth, he took the initiative to lead her to the backyard and show her the vegetable garden that she had carefully tended. The garden is very large, with crops, vegetables, and fruits planted in different categories. Various fruits that have never been seen before are hanging on the branches, plump and round, stained with water drops, fresh and cute. Li Xing followed Anna in a daze, walking through the vegetable patches, feeling like he was dreaming. She doesn't know how other alchemy families grow spiritual grass. Anyway, in the leaf family, every spiritual grass has its own name. In 100 square meters of black soil, you can only plant one precious tree. If you plant too many, it will not germinate. The spring breeze transforming rain formation is responsible for watering, the gentle wind and warming yang formation is responsible for lighting, the spirit gathering formation is responsible for gathering spiritual energy, and animal blood must be poured regularly to increase nutrients. The medicine boy has to say hello 3 times a day and has to kneel down to call daddy. Even with such careful care, the spirit grass grows thin and small. It will take 3 or 5 years to recover after picking the leaves once. If you pick the leaves too often, it will die in front of you. But look here again, the land is the porous loess, hard and cracked, and has nothing to do with fertility. There is no spring breeze turning into rain, gentle breeze, or warm sun. There is only an automatic sprinkler device, which is connected to treated domestic water. The best spiritual grass that Li Xing had never seen in his life was like vegetables in a greenhouse, planted side by side in a pile. Not good at growing up? What a joke. These artificially optimized plants are useless in the wild and can only survive in human vegetable gardens. The growing area is so big, whoever grows faster can climb up the shelf and enjoy more sunshine, rain, and dew. The ones that grow slowly can only crawl on the ground, struggling to absorb the light and nutrients from the gaps. In a word, as long as you live, you have to roll. There is no ultimate roll, only more rolls. You can roll until you can no longer roll. Li Xing lamented that the vitality of the spiritual herbs here was staggeringly tenacious. She could name 2/3 of the plants in the garden. Judging from the faintly atomized aura around them, they were definitely of high quality. Li Xing turned into a curious baby and asked questions if she didn't understand. Anna explained everything to her. Just like this, she spent the entire afternoon in the vegetable garden. For flower growers, anything grown in the soil, whether it is spiritual grass or crops, can make them happy physically and mentally as long as they grow well. Li Xing walked and watched and ate all the way, which was very relaxing. The sun was setting in the west, and Anna was surprised to realize that dinner hadn't been cooked yet. Little he touched Li Xing's hair and said with a smile, "That's really great. Xiao Xing, just help me dig a few sweet potatoes, and then pick some purple berries and mulberry incense. Do you still remember what they look like?" Li Xing nodded. Yunlin stem, ghost lantern, and 9-leaf chonglu are all top-grade spiritual plants. How could she not recognize them? "I'll have another treat tonight." Handing Li Xing a small shovel that looked like a children's toy, Anna told him, "Dig as much as you can, don't hurt yourself." "Okay." Looking at the little boy, the girl jumped into the vegetable garden, and Anna went to the kitchen with a smile. Li Xing quickly completed the picking task, took out a few high-grade spiritual stones, buried them in a spiritual gathering array around the vegetable garden. The spirit grass here is not so delicate. You can do without the spring breeze, rain, and zephyr warm yang formation, but it is best to get the spirit gathering formation. With a large amount of spiritual energy, that is, the nourishment of elemental power, these spiritual plants will grow stronger. The main thing is that the taste will be better, hee. Anna washed her hands and just took the turkey comb out of the refrigerator and put it on the purification table when Li Xing came in. In fact, Anna didn't really want Li Xing to work, but she felt that she was busy cooking and the child would be lonely without anyone to accompany her, so why not just let her play in the garden? As for children, when they say they are digging for vegetables, they will start playing with the soil as they dig. As for the flower skin potato, it doesn't matter whether Li Xing digs it or not. It doesn't matter if it's damaged. She'll dig it herself after she's done with the chicken. But what she never expected was that Li Xing came back so quickly carrying a basket of vegetables. Seeing the appearance of those flower-skinned sweet potatoes with no damage at all, Anna was really shocked. She knew that even if she dug them, she wouldn't be able to dig them out so completely. "Xiao Xing, you are so great." It was hard to believe that she just explained it once. Li Xing could do so well. He is such a smart child. Li Xing stood in the kitchen and looked around. The household appliances in the kitchen were similar to those of Blue Star. There were all modern things like refrigerators, hoods, stoves, ovens, etc. There was only one thing, she didn't know what it was for. This thing looks like a solid stone table. The material is between marble and jade. It is as high as an adult's waist. The tabletop is hexagonal. One of the sides is close to the wall. Li Xing put his hands on the table, and he could feel the subtle engraved lines on his fingertips, as well as the warm touch flowing along the lines, which proved that there was a formation on the table. Li Xing tried his best to stand up on his tiptoes and saw what was placed on it: a plucked and skinned bird creature with its head, feet, and internal organs removed. It was twice as big as a turkey. "What is this?" Anna answered while washing the vegetables. "This is the chick of the fire-crested chicken. The meat is delicious and is very good when grilled." Li Xing was speechless. The chicks are so big. Does the adult bird have to be as tall as a calf? Stretching out his little hand and patting the hexagonal countertop, Li Xing raised his head and asked, "Aunt Anna, why did you put the turkey comb on this stone pillar?" "This thing is called a purification table. It is a must-have for every household. It is used to further purify the remaining power of chaos in food. That's it." Next, Li Xing quietly watched Anna make dinner. She cut the potato into pieces and stuffed them into the belly of the turkey comb that had been purified. She also filled in a lot of seasonings and spread a layer on the surface. Saphora nectar, put into the oven. After a while, a strong aroma of meat wafted out. Li Xing shrugged his nose, and there were suspicious water stains on the corners of his mouth. A family of 3 sat around the dinner table. As the head of the family, Li Yi took a drink first.
Come.
To celebrate Xiaoxing being discharged from the hospital and starting a new life, let's have a drink. Li Xing picked up his cup of a soft pink drink that was almost the same as strawberry milk, and the 3 of them clinked their cups together. "Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you, Aunt Anna. Thank you for nothing." Li Yi drank down the wine in his glass and said with a smile, "I'm a rough man. Anyway, just remember it. This is your home from now on. As long as you don't make Nana sad, you can do whatever you want. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will deal with him." Li Xing looked at Li Yi and said seriously, "I won't mess with her. Sad, I will protect Aunt Anna. I am still young and cannot contribute to this family, but I can help with housework. When I grow up and can make money, I will repay you."
Li Xing listanat.
If so, both Li Yi and Anna were silent. Happy people use their childhood to heal their lives, but unfortunate people spend their whole lives healing their childhood. I really don't know what happened to this child in the past. He is so precocious and sensible that it makes people feel sad. Anna's tears were welling up in her eyes, and she was trying not to fall. Li Yi also felt his nose was sore. "Little, you don't need to make an equal exchange. Just accept it with peace of mind. Let's wait until you graduate from college." Anna also agreed. "Xiaoxing, I'm really happy that you can come to our house. You know, these few days of knowing you are the happiest days of my life. Thank you. Thank you for letting us be your parents." Anna's voice was choked with sobs. Li Yi held his wife's hand to comfort her, waiting for her after calming down. She said resentfully, "Nana, I always thought that the happiest day in your life was the day you married me. How can you say it will change?" Anna burst into laughter and put her hand on Li Yi's side. He twisted it hard, causing him to grin in an exaggerated way. Li Yi and Anna have been married for 10 years and have never had children. The doctor said that Anna was weak and would not be able to conceive easily. Li Yi felt that children were the fate of his parents. Maybe he and Anna were not destined to have children. They were still young and had plenty of opportunities. It didn't matter even if they didn't have children in their lives, as long as they could stay together with Anna for a long time. But Anna didn't think so. As a Qianyuan woman with traditional ideas, she couldn't give Li Yi a complete family, and she felt guilty and self-blame every day. Seeing his wife becoming increasingly silent and passive, and even thinking of divorcing himself and marrying another, Li Yi was really angry and hurt. Heart ailments still require heart medicine. If the 2 of them could have a child, Anna's ridiculous ideas would naturally disappear. Fortunately, God allowed him to meet Li Xing, a poor but smart child. Since she was with her, Anna's eyes had light again. On the surface, he adopted Li Xing as a favor to her. In fact, Li Yi was grateful to Li Xing. If not for her appearance and Anna's awkward and introverted character, the two of them would not have divorced. Sooner or later, they will become a pair of resentful couples, and Li Xing is the noble man who saves the rest of their lives. Look at me. I want to shed tears when I'm happy. What if I scare Xiaoxing? Let's not talk anymore. Let's start dinner. Plate in front of Star. Li Yi. Xiaoxing. Eat quickly. Your Aunt Anna's skill in roasting tamagoys is superb. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again. After saying that, he waited for his wife to serve him food. I saw that Anna did not continue to cut the chicken. She picked up the spoon and scooped out the potato from the belly of the chicken, which was full of roasted chicken juice. Under Li Yi's longing eyes, she calmly put it into Li Xing's. Then, he took another spoonful for himself and started eating, without looking at him the whole time. He had fallen out of favor, and his family status had plummeted. He should look after himself. Li Xing had been hungry for a long time and started eating. This piece of chicken has translucent white meat, brown skin, and a salty and sweet flavor. It's so delicious. Not only does it taste good, the meat is also rich in spiritual energy. Although it cannot be stored in the dantian, the spiritual energy travels along the meridians and can also nourish the muscles and bones and wash away the bones. The crusted chicken is really delicious. Did your aunt raise it? Li Yi cut a chicken wing for his wife first, then put the meat on his plate and replied, "The crusted chicken is a star beast and cannot be raised. Caught in the star beast forest." Is this the star beast that Li Yi and Anna have been talking about these past few days? To practice the eternal youth art, you need to eat a lot of monster meat to strengthen your physique and improve the effectiveness of your practice. The amount of spiritual energy contained in this fire-crowned chicken is no weaker than the flesh and blood of monsters. So, she can use star beast meat instead of demon beast meat? Can't you raise cubs? Li shook his head, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, "Different types of star beasts may be able to coexist, but as soon as they see humans, the star beasts will be inexplicably ferocious and manic. It's like meeting a mortal enemy. And it's not like no one has tried to tame the star beast before, catching many cubs and raising them, but they have never succeeded. Instead, many died because the cubs called the mother beast and attracted the herd. Human. It turns out that's the case. It's a pity. If it can be tamed, the star beast will definitely become a powerful force like the spiritual beast after it recognizes its master. If you like to eat, Xiaoxing, eat more. Although our family's conditions are average, Uncle Li can definitely ensure that you have meat for every meal." Yes. Li Xing nodded heavily. There are too many star beasts on the Qianyuan continent. Every once in a while, the government will send troops to kill them. Otherwise, a tide of beasts will form and threaten the safety of the town. The government also encourages capable civilians to hunt and kill star beasts. The meat of star beasts is the main source of protein for the Qianyuan people. Their fur and bones are the raw materials for making various living and production tools, and crystal stones are important energy sources and currency. Therefore, the Qianyuan continent is full of martial virtues, and almost every household can hunt. As the captain of the Dayton City Guards, Li Yi is an expert at hunting star beasts. Since practicing the eternal green art, Li Xing has found that her appetite has increased. She didn't eat as much as she does now before going without food. After dinner, Li Xing planned to help clean up, but Anna rushed him upstairs to rest. Li Yi and Anna were washing the dishes in the kitchen. Looking at the roasted chicken with only a skeleton left, Li Yi chewed on the teeth and looked as ugly as constipation. "Nana, do you think this child is too good to eat? Is it bad if he can eat?" Anna rolled her eyes at him. "Xiaoxing is so thin. She should eat more. Chubby ones are cute."
Why?
"Are you feeling distressed now?" "I'm not distressed. I'm afraid she's holding on. Didn't you see that her belly was as swollen as a ball?" After hearing what Li Yi said, Anna's face gradually became serious. It was so big as usual. The roast chicken was enough for them to eat for 2 meals, and they had finished it in 1 meal today. In other words, Li Xing could feed 2 adults by himself. This is not right. You should go upstairs and take a look. If not, give her some digestive medicine. She has just been discharged from the hospital. Don't go in again.
Hey.
I'm going now. The next day, Li invited on a day off. A family of 3 went out early to the Diyuan Hall in the center of the city. Today is Dayton City's monthly Yuan Ling testing day. All children over 6 years old must come to test their Yuan Ling to determine their talent level. Li Xing's current bone age is exactly 6 years old, which is also within the test range. The family packed into Li Yi's small aircraft and flew to the city center early. Li Yi said that the Qianyuan continent has 12 upper cities, 48 middle cities, 124 lower cities, and countless satellite towns and villages near the city. The comprehensive strength of Dayton City also belongs to the middle city among the lower cities. Downstream level. Despite this, Li Xing felt that this place looked more developed than the big city of Blue Star, and it occupied a larger area. Because every household must have a vegetable garden, the urban residential area is very large. When viewed from the air, the adjacent vegetable gardens are connected into a patchwork. The roads are white ribbons, and the single-family buildings are like colorful shells scattered in the green ocean. Fantasy colors. Different from the pastoral style of the residential area, the city center has tall buildings and a strong commercial atmosphere, and various holographic advertisements are dazzling. Today is the Yuan test day. There are so many people on the street that there is no parking space at all. Li can only park far away, and the family walks there. Along the way, Li Xing felt more and more the arrogance of this world. Weeds growing in patches on the roadside, trampled and crushed by passers-by, were rare ingredients for refining the Dahuandan, a first-grade purple-flowered lichen. Binhua is the best spiritual plant that has long been extinct in Blue Star. White foxtail, the marshmallow vendor. The bundle of sticks used for sticky candy in the car are called fairy bamboo branches, the best. Tiles, brick gaps, wall corners. As far as the eye can see, the stubbornly growing weeds and wild flowers are all spiritual grasses and spiritual plants. The strange thing is that these spiritual plants have become more or less alienated. In addition to becoming larger in size, their colors are also different. Li Xing murmured to herself, wondering how effective these mutant spiritual herbs were. Even if they were half as effective as normal spiritual herbs, she would be satisfied. Thinking back to the Li family land, which one of these young alchemy cultivators had not been extorted excessively by the elders in charge of the spiritual grass. Who hasn't been told not to open the stove if you're not completely sure? Li Xing could understand the family's difficulties. After all, in the age of ending Dharma, spiritual energy was scarce in the world and spiritual plants were becoming increasingly rare. Considering the interests of the family, the elders naturally hoped that the rate of elixir formation would be as high as possible. However, the rate of alchemy cultivators' success is improved by accumulating experience. Li Xing still remembers that whenever rookies like them refine useless elixirs, the elders in charge of the elixir room would frown and make a tisk sound. There were disappointments, complaints, and the strange feeling of a century-old daughter-in-law becoming a mother-in-law. This tk sound was like a thorn, piercing Li Xing's heart so hard that she almost had a demon inside her. The path of spiritual practice cannot be stopped. If she doesn't want to hear TSK, she will save the country. She will use all the medicinal materials she can find instead of spiritual plants to practice, improve the elixir recipe, and use ordinary medicinal materials instead of spiritual plants to make elixirs. She accumulates experience little by little and gradually makes this tisk stop. Nowadays, the world is full of spiritual grasses. Even if you pick up a handful of weeds on the roadside, you can bring out a few top-quality ones. With such good conditions, if she couldn't achieve the freedom of refining alchemy and get top-grade pills when she opened the furnace, she would really have to give herself a TSK. Gone are the days when making an elixir depends on people's looks. The grand wish she made when she was young can finally come true. She wants to refine the best spiritual herbs in the world and become the most awesome elixir practitioner in history. Not only that, She also uses the top spiritual herbs to refine the most common elixirs, dandy, prodigal, just to take revenge for the hard days before. Li Xing was queuing up while observing the spiritual herbs around her. She didn't feel bored at all. 2 hours later, it was finally her turn. According to regulations, only one family member could accompany him. So Li Yi did his part, took Li Xing's hand, and walked into the Qiyuan Hall. The Diyuan Hall is very large, with a dome height of 50 meters inside the building and rows of huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome to provide lighting. Both sides of the long and wide corridor are decorated with arches. Inside the arches are various stone carvings and murals, depicting the Qianyuan people gathering spiritual herbs, hunting star beasts, and fighting star beasts, which seem to tell the history of the Qianyuan people. There is a brazier every 10 meters, with incense burning in it. Smoke rises and curls. Sunlight shines in from the windows on both sides of the dome and hits the smoke, forming a Tyndall phenomenon, which adds a sacred color to the hall. At the end of the corridor, there is an extremely spacious high platform with a group of huge white jade statues standing in the middle. 36 handsome people in ancient costumes, either standing in the air with flying swords on their feet or slashing at the approaching people with their swords. Star beasts, holding spiritual grass and flowers and smiling, vary. 36 people have different expressions and movements, lifelike. Li Xing was attracted by the statue and stopped involuntarily. Li Yi explained in a low voice, "These are the 36 sages, the gods of the Qianyuan continent." Li Xing was surprised. These people seemed to be monks. Could it be that there is some cause and effect from the world of immortality here? When she was about to ask a question, an impatient voice urged, "What are you waiting for? Come here quickly." Li Xing then noticed that there were 2 people wearing the same style of gray robes on the high platform who were responsible for testing Yuanling. Testing officer. The one who urged him just now is young and pale, as if he has not seen the sun all year round. The other one is slightly older and does not feel as arrogant as the first one. There is a tin room like a telephone booth behind the test officer, which should be a machine for testing talent levels. Li Yi pushed Li Xing gently and whispered, "Go up. Don't be nervous and follow the instructions of the instrument's tone."
Li Xing nodded.
No matter what the result is, don't be stressed. After all, ordinary people make up the majority in this world.
Yeah.
Li Xing showed a big smile to Li Yi, trotted up the steps, and walked quickly towards the man in gray robe. After the pale-faced test officer checked Li Xing's ID, he pointed to the tin pavilion and said, "Go in." Li Xing opened the door and walked in. The machine looked quite big, but it was actually small inside and could only accommodate one person. In front of him is a console with no buttons, only a palm-shaped depression. Li Xing followed the beep instructions and put his hand in. As the machine buzzed, there was an electric numbing sensation in his palms. At the same time, the little fat man in his dantian seemed to be sensing something, and the flame the size of an oil lamp expanded slightly. After a while, he fell asleep again. At this moment, the display screen outside the machine suddenly lit up with a red light, and the color became thicker and brighter. The expressions of the 2 men in gray robes also changed from solemn to surprised. The young one's throat moved, and he looked at Li Yi. His eyes are no longer condescending. Finally, the red color stopped changing, and a large, shining golden character slowly appeared in the center of the screen A. The slightly older test officer nodded slightly towards Li Yi. Unfortunately, Li Yi was too excited and was so attracted to the word A that he didn't notice it at all. "Fire Yuanling, grade A." A gentle female robotic voice sounded, and Li Xing knew that his Yuanling test was over. However, she was surprised when the fire Yuanling was detected. According to her speculation, measuring the Yuanling is the same as measuring the spiritual root. She is a monk with a single wood spiritual root at full value. Why did she detect the fire Yuanling? The only person on her body who had contact with fire was Xiaobang. Xiaobang did light up the flame just now. Did it affect the test results? I can't figure it out. Anyway, detecting Yuanling is a good thing for Li Xing. No matter which world she is in, Li Xing's sense of security comes from her own strength and she must become stronger as soon as possible. She has just begun to learn the skills left by her ancestors. Before she fully grows up, Ling Peri's things must not be exposed to others, otherwise it will bring disaster to herself. If she wants to fully integrate into this world, she must first use the resources here to develop in a low-key manner. The government gives preferential treatment to people with Yuanling, including free schooling, free medical care, and priority in employment. Although Li Yi and Anna were sincerely nice to her, Li Xing had the self-esteem of a monk, and she wanted to support herself as soon as possible. Just when Li Xing thought the test was over and was about to go out, a helmet lowered from the machine and covered her head directly. At the same time, the prompt sounded again. The next item is a mental test. Please concentrate and meditate. The appearance of common animals and plants. Psychic test? Is it divine consciousness? Because the attributes of the Yuanling she measured did not match the spiritual roots, Li Xing was not sure whether the spiritual power of this world was divine consciousness. Just as she was hesitating, the beep started urging her. She quickly followed the instructions and pictured the delicious roast chicken last night in her mind, deliberately blurring the image. After all, she is only 6 years old now. If her spiritual power is divine consciousness, if she really gets a monster value, it may be a disaster rather than a blessing for her and Li Yi's family. The mental power pointer outside the machine suddenly jumped from 0 to the highest value, but before the test officer could exclaim, the pointer quickly returned to 0 and stopped motionless, as if it was pulled back by a big photon. How does this count? The young test officer was confused. Is this true or not? This situation had never happened before, and the older test officer couldn't make up his mind, so he had to turn on the intercom and talk directly to Li Xing, asking her to do it again. This time the test officer assigned her to meditate on a plant. Fortunately, this plant was planted in the Li family garden. Li Xing remembered what it looked like, so she processed it in her mind and finally passed the test. This time, the mental power pointer seemed to have exerted too much force just now and no longer had the strength to move. It kept trembling between the 0 and 1 scales. After a few seconds, it finally calmed down, and the pointer stopped at the 0 scale. The test officer shook his head regretfully and asked Li Xing to come out and announce the test results. Huiyuan A level, no mental power. Regarding this result, Li Xing had no emotions in her heart and even felt that it had nothing to do with her strength, but Li Yi was very excited. After leaving the Yuan testing hall and walking on the bustling street, Li Yi told Anna the scene over and over again. Passers-by cast envious looks when they heard that their child had tested out a first-class Yuanling. Li Yi became even more excited when others looked at him like this, as if he was the one who detected the first-class Yuanling, which was doubly honorable. Li Xing felt that Li Yi's behavior of showing off his baby was quite childish, while Anna kept listening with a smile on her face, her heart filled with happiness and joy. Uncle Li, are Class A Yuanlings very powerful? Of course. Only a few people in Qianyuan continent have Yuanlings. Based on the comprehensive judgment of Yuanling's purity and elemental affinity, they are divided into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and V. Among them, Class A Yuanling has the highest purity and affinity and is very rare. Among 1,000 Yuanlings, even 1 grade A is considered too much, not to mention our lower city of Dayton, which is Halsa City and Hanyan Castle. Those who go to the city and have Class A Yuanling are also social elites. Is there anyone who is more powerful than Class A? The excitement in Li Yi's eyes subsided a lot, and he nodded. Yes. Level 5. This rule was set by the 36 sages and cannot be changed. However, as time goes by, many geniuses appear in Qianyuan continent, and their combat effectiveness is higher than that of level A. In order to do so without violating the rules of the sages, by assigning reasonable grades to these outstanding warriors, a special grade A was born Tian A grade. Strictly speaking, Tian A grade is the most outstanding qualification in Qianyuan continent, the real talent of Qianyuan continent. Li Yi went to the Reserve Military Academy and is very knowledgeable. He will never forget how dazzling those geniuses are. They are not on the same level as ordinary people like them. Li Xing was slightly surprised. This world was full of existences that subverted her knowledge. If her test results are really affected by Xiaobang, then the energy level of the strange fire is A. There is someone here whose Yuanling energy is stronger than the strange fire. How terrifying! Li Xing. What is mental power? Li Yi. Spiritual power is an invisible energy released by brain tissue. This energy can improve the sensitivity of the five senses and concentration. Some people with strong mental power can even directly attack other people's consciousness. This sounds a lot like divine consciousness. Is mental power also divided into levels? Li nodded. Like Yuanling, it is graded according to A, B, C, D, and W, occasionally. There are also people with Tian, a level mental power. This world will never lack geniuses. Li Xing. Then if a person's Yuanling is a heavenly armor and his spiritual power is also a heavenly armor, wouldn't he be invincible? Li shook his head. There are very few people who have both Yuanling and spiritual power. Think about it. It is simply too difficult to have both at the same time, both of whom are heavenly A level. However, with so many people in the world, there are always one or two heavenly Dao darlings. Maybe we ordinary people will never come into contact with such people. Li Baozhe. He added, even the pride of Shuangtian grade A can only be called a master among humans. Star beasts and spiritual plants are the real masters of this continent. Humanity unites as one and uses various means to annihilate the intruders. They can barely maintain a pure land. No one knows what level the most powerful star beast is. The star beast forest is too vast, and there are too many places that humans have not explored. There must be powerful characters that we cannot imagine. Strange to say, this world seems to have great malice towards human beings. Whenever a genius appears in the world, a more powerful star beast will always appear, either killing the genius or hurting both sides. How many geniuses and arrogant men fell on the battlefield of star beasts? Generation after generation, they risked their lives to fight with star beasts, building walls with flesh and blood to protect their homes and compatriots who did not have souls behind them. It seems that there are people outside the world, and there is a God outside the world. Being able to understand this truth proves that you are a smart child. Caressing Li Xing's furry head, Li Yi suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He patronized happy Li Xing the Yuanling was detected, but he forgot that the Yuanling also meant responsibility. The more outstanding a person is, the less he can escape the fate of fighting the star beast. This child will inevitably take on the mission and responsibility of the Yuanlingjia in the future. I wonder if she will be as lucky as herself and have a chance to land smoothly. Uncle Li, I have a Yuanling. Can I enroll in school free of charge? Okay, not only is the tuition free, but your social welfare subsidy can be increased by 1,000 star coins every month. If you do well, you can also get a scholarship. Really? Of course. In order to celebrate Xiaoxing's detection of Yuanling, let's go shopping. Li took Anna and Li Xing to a familiar place and took a shortcut to a commercial area. It was even more lively than in front of the Chai Yuan Hall. The business district is similar to the shopping street on Blue Star, with various buildings on both sides of the road. There are sci-fi style flying saucers, ancient style buildings with brackets and railings, dark castle style buildings with spires, and rough Western styles. In short, the shop can be built in whatever style the shop owner likes. So many strange buildings are blended together, unexpectedly harmonious, and become a unique scenery in Dayton City. Among the people who come here to shop, in addition to ordinary people like them, there are also many people who have traveled a lot and are dressed in a way that makes it obvious that they are not locals. Along the way, Li Xing met several teams that had just returned from hunting in the Star Beast Forest. They were all covered in evil spirits and bloodstains, and they felt very difficult to deal with. If Li Xing guessed correctly, they came to the commercial district to sell their prey. Anna bought 3 huge, colorful marshmallows, and the family of 3 ate them while shopping. Li Xing found that many shops had the same badge on their doors, so he asked Li Yi in a low voice. Li Yi explained, "This is the logo of the Merchants' Union. The owners of merchants with this logo are all senior merchants who have obtained registration qualifications, regulated by the Chamber of Commerce. When shopping in this kind of store, the quality and after-sales service are more guaranteed, and the price will not be inflated. The most important thing is that this kind of store will never sell fake and shoddy goods. Otherwise, not only will you lose your money and pay compensation, consumers will also be boycotted by merchant unions in all cities in the Federation, and their reputation will be ruined. Li Xing pointed to a store without a Chamber of Commerce logo and asked, "Uncle Li, look, that store has no logo, but there are so many people inside. Don't they know it's safer to go to a store certified by the Merchants Union?" That's a merchant store. The merchants don't have a fixed business address. Every time they go to a city, they pay a small license fee to the local merchants union. Just rent a shop and start business. There are often rare things for sale in the shops of traveling merchants, and occasionally people can find high-end goods at very low prices, so they're no less popular than the shops of the Chamber of Commerce, but everyone wants to pick them up. There are only a few people who are discerning. Once you look at a travel merchant shop and you come back later, either the travel merchant has packed up and moved to the next city, or the seller will not be responsible for the sale, so Xiaoxing can only consider himself unlucky. In the future, when buying things, you must go to a store certified by the Chamber of Commerce. Don't be greedy for small gains and suffer big losses. Li Xing nodded, but he felt that Yoshang's store was really good. If you have the opportunity, you must go there and don't miss out on Taobao. Just to find a reason for the Heavenly Wolf sword and the Shinnon cauldron to show off. Li Yi took his wife and children into a Chamber of Commerce store. From the outside, the store looked like an old red brick two-story building, but inside it was modern and minimalist. The ceiling, walls, and floors were all white, making the place extremely spacious.
Tidy.
The display screen, which is as tall as a person, is scrolling to introduce the best-selling products in the store. There are no shelves in sight. There is a set of sofas in the corner of the store, and the boss is sitting there bored and refreshing his brain. Li Yi greeted the boss enthusiastically as soon as he entered the door. It seemed that the two of them were old acquaintances.
Lao Guan.
Business is good. How many tens of thousands have you made this month? The shop owner Lao Guan is an uncle in his 50s, with a slim and strong build, short white hair, and he looks energetic and capable. Pitt's business is good, but it hasn't opened yet. Tens of thousands? I never dreamed it would be so big. Hey, my brothers and sisters are here too. Anna greeted Boss Guan with a smile, and Li Yi pointed at Li Xing and said, "This is my daughter, Li Xing Xiaoxing. My name is Uncle Guan." "Hello, Uncle Guan." Li Xing extended his voice and shouted softly, with 4+ signs for sugar content. "Is this the one you told me you wanted to adopt?" Lao Guan nodded and continued, "The child is good, and he looks smart." "That's right." Li Yi raised his chest high and said, "First class Hui Yuanling. I just finished the test." Lao Guan said sadly, "Are there any more like this? I want to adopt one too." "You are not qualified to be a bachelor. You should find a wife first." Lao Guan rolled his eyes. Li Yi turned around and said to Li Xing with a smile, "Xiaoxing, you can choose whatever you want from Uncle's shop. It will be considered as a meeting gift from Uncle." Li Xing was about to refuse, but Li Yi agreed for her. "That's okay. This kid is still here. If you don't have an optical computer, please introduce me to the latest machine you have here." Lao Guan reached out and called for the display screen and asked the three of them to choose. On the display screen, the price, parameters, advantages, and disadvantages of the product will be listed in detail. The three people chose 3 models to make the final decision. Anna chose the Barbie pink model, Li Yi chose the most expensive one, and Li Xing chose the one with the most cost-effectiveness. The price of this optical computer is moderate. It will not cost Mr. Guan too much because it is expensive, nor will it dissuade others from giving it as gifts because it is cheap. Xiaoxing, Uncle Guan, and your father are close friends. You don't have to be polite to me. Lao Guan saw Li Xing's intentions and couldn't help but sigh again about Li Yi's bad luck to adopt such a sensible child. "Uncle Guan, I like this. I'm still young and don't need something so expensive. It's too high profile."
Lao Guan, Shen Xinbei.
I wonder if she is willing to recognize another godfather? Li Yi and Anna felt that what Li Xing said made sense, So they decided on the model Li Xing chose. Boss Guan pulled out a long and wide drawer from the wall that was as flat as a mirror, which was filled with merchandise. Li Yi and Anna were not surprised, but Li Xing's eyes lit up. No wonder there are no shelves in the store. It turns out there is a mystery in the walls. This kind of space folding technology is similar to a storage bag, and it can easily hold several containers of goods. Boss Guan took out the optical computer Li Xing chose and helped her bind data and enter personal information. Name, Li Xing. Age, 6 years old. Federal ID number, 810-112-19890-1160079001. After strapping the optical brain to Li Xing's wrist, Boss Guan pointed to an item and said, "You can set a personalized nickname and ringtone here." Li Xing thought for a while. Enter 7 characters for the nickname. Beep. A soft electronic voice sounded. User nickname, Frail Little White Flower. Binding successful. Lao Guan looked at Li Xing's small body and thought that this name is really appropriate. Li took out a space button. Lao Caring understood it, and with a swipe of his hand, a flat and huge white table rose from the ground and floated between the two of them. Li opened the space button and threw it on the table. Dozens of animal skins, a pile of animal teeth and bones, and a bulging small bag suddenly appeared on the originally empty table. Lao Guan first checked the quality of the animal hides, then put on a professional loupe to sort the animal bones and teeth according to type and grade. Finally, he opened the small bag and poured out a pile of shiny round stones. Li Xing was shocked. Was this a demon crystal? So much. While Boss Guan was inspecting the demon crystal, Li Xing tugged on Li Yi's sleeve and asked, "Uncle Li, what are these stones? They are so beautiful." "These are crystal stones, formed in the monster's head." Something. Li Xing didn't say anything, and Bieling's eyes were full of desire. Li Yi couldn't stand this kind of look, so he took back a low-level crystal stone and gave it to her to play with. The crystal is cold to the touch, and its texture is similar to that of crystal. There are 2 forces in the stone, a large amount of chaotic energy and a little spiritual energy. Li Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. The chaotic energy in these crystal stones was much richer than the pure energy in the air. Isn't this the training resource she needs? Does every monster have crystals? That's right. The person who answered this time was Lao Guan. Li Xing was secretly speechless. In the world of immortal cultivation, monster beasts must be cultivated to the level of demon general or above, which is equivalent to the golden elixir stage of human monks, before they can condense demon crystals. The crystal in her hand is the crystal of a low-level star beast. In other words, the demon general's cultivation is the starting point of the star beast's combat power. So how strong must a high-level star beast be? Lao Guan moved very quickly and quickly divided the crystal stones into equal stages. The crystals of high-level star beasts have poor purification ability and contain a lot of chaos power, so they are cheap to recycle. The crystals of mid-level star beasts are 300 star coins each. The crystals of high-level star beasts are chaotic. The power is less, and the price is the highest 9,000 star coins. Uncle Guan, what will you do with the crystal after recycling? Of course it is to extract the elemental power inside and make an energy stone. What is an energy stone? Lao Guan laughed. Why does this child have so many problems? Energy stones are things that are responsible for providing energy to various utensils and appliances in life. From home appliance remote controls to large purification tables and aircraft, energy stones are inseparable. Li Xing. Wutsao, isn't this a battery? Lao Guan. I'm just about to buy some energy stones. You can show them to her. These are common sense in life, but Li Xing is a little captive who was born in a captive factory after all, so it's understandable that he doesn't know. Okay, how many do you want?
20.
Lao Guan counted out 20 primary energy stones from the safe in another space cabinet, put them on the table, and then thoughtfully lowered the table to a suitable position for Li Xing to watch.
Height.
The white stone is the size of an oiled chestnut, smooth and translucent, with a faint spiritual light on its surface. Li Xing rubbed his eyes and looked hard. Okay. Aren't these 20 low-grade spiritual stones? Li Xing, how much does an energy stone cost? Boss Guan, 1,000 star coins for the junior level, 50,000 star coins for the intermediate level, and 1,000,000 star coins for the advanced level. Before Li Xing, a smart little head, asked, Boss Guan had already learned to answer quickly. 100 low-level crystals can extract one primary energy stone, so the exchange rate between low-level crystals and primary energy stones is 100 to 1. But for each level, the energy index stored in the energy stone increases for level growth. The more raw material crystals are needed, the more complicated the conversion of the rune pattern disk will be, and the greater the energy loss will be. Therefore, energy stones above the intermediate level cannot be calculated according to the exchange rate of 100 to 1. However, the energy stones used in ordinary people's lives, most of them are elementary. Intermediate is rare, and high-level energy stones may not be seen by ordinary people once in their lives. Li Xing's heart stirred up, and the things that the world discarded as garbage and burdens were exactly what she needed, such as chaos, qi, and various spiritual plants. And the spiritual stones she currently possesses are wealth that the Qianyuan people cannot imagine. She is still very weak now, so she uses the energy of chaos to practice, and carries the secret of a large number of top-quality spiritual stones. She must not be discovered, otherwise it will be a disaster, and she may be caught in the laboratory and studied like a guinea pig. Ancestor, your vision is too high. Why don't you leave some low-grade spiritual stones for your grandson? Even if they are medium-grade, your grandson really doesn't dare to reveal the best and top-grade stones. The rich pretending to be poor is just as sad as the poor pretending to be rich. Seeing Li Xing thinking with a stern face and not asking any more questions, Li Yi settled the payment for the animal skins and bone crystals with Boss Guan. After deducting the 20,000 star coins to buy the energy stone, I still got 1,500. At this time, new customers came to the store, so Li Yi left with his family without disturbing Boss Guan. After having lunch in the commercial street and buying a lot of Li Xing's favorite snacks, the family went back. Li Yi had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he made an appointment with some friends to go hunting in the Star Beast Forest. He had children to raise and had to work hard to make money. Li Xing returned to the room and studied the optical brain. The optical brain is so useful that Qianyuan people cannot do without it for daily communication, money payment, work, and study. The operation of the optical brain is very intelligent, and Li Xing will soon be able to use it skillfully. She quickly entered the star network and inquired about the basic information of the world. The Qianyuan continent experienced a catastrophe thousands of years ago. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, the sun and the moon lost light, the seawater flowed backwards, and all life was devastated. 100 years later, the world was stabilized again. The animals and plants that survived the disaster were all tenacious and powerful. The Qianyuan people, who were still in primitive society, faced these ferocious beasts and evil weeds and could only be eaten. It almost became extinct. At the critical moment, 36 flying immortals appeared, drove away the star beasts, opened up a pure land for the Qianyuan people, and taught them survival skills so that the Qianyuan people could thrive. The Qianyuan people remembered the benevolence of the immortals from generation to generation and respectfully called them the 36 sages. According to the cultivation methods left by the 36 sages, Yuanling practitioners in Qianyuan continent have divided into 3 major professions: martial artist, rune master, and healer. Martial arts masters are the most numerous among the 3 major professions. They specialize in martial arts and physical skills. They can use the power of elements to launch energy attacks such as gold, water, wood, fire, and earth. They are characterized by thick blood and strong individual combat capabilities. Martial arts masters do not have high requirements for mental power. Of course, it is better if they have it. You can become an excellent martial artist without it. However, if rune masters and healers want to make achievements, they must have the blessing of mental power. The reason why Qianyuan continent is able to coexist with technology and metaphysics is because the rune masters are indispensable. All modern equipment, weapons, Armor and protective equipment that require energy to operate must be carved by rune masters. According to Li Xing's understanding, the ability of the Talisman Master combines the characteristics of Talisman Cultivator, Weapon Cultivator, and Formation Cultivator. It is both logistics and output. The level of Rune Masters is severely polarized. The weak ones are almost at the level of craftsmen, while the strong ones are extremely strong. The group-killing rune attack of high-level Rune Masters is quite abnormal. The healer is a nanny who practices healing, purification, and refining medicine. The elemental power of the wood attribute is inherently capable of hair growth and repair, so all professional healers are Yuanling practitioners of the wood Yuanling. Because medicine is often used in the treatment process, refining medicine is also an essential skill for healers. As for the art of purification, it refers to the removal of excessive chaos power from the body of the Yuanling. This is a skill that can only be mastered by high-level healers. The moment Yuanling was detected, the only offline school in Dayton City sent an admission notice to Li Xing. Now she was faced with the problem of choosing a major. As an alchemy cultivator, Li Xing's alchemy refining skills are unparalleled, and she can extract the power of chaos to practice. If she becomes a healer, she will definitely be the best. But Li Xing didn't want to do this. First, she couldn't detect the Mu Yuanling, so she couldn't explain the source of her purification ability without exposing the eternal green art. Second, the number of healers was scarce compared to the number of martial arts masters and runes. Teacher, the healer's body is even weaker. The school does not encourage healers to be diligent in martial arts to avoid accidents. If Li Xing chooses the profession of healer, she will not get the best resources for practicing martial arts, which will greatly limit her growth. When he was at Blue Star, Li Xing's martial arts skills could only be said to be average, but now he has joined the body refining lineage. Although he has the skills and experience notes left by his ancestors, they are ultimately shallow on paper, and his combat awareness relies on actual combat, cultivated bit by bit. The practical teaching of the martial arts major is very practical for Li Xing, and allows her to accumulate a lot of practical experience, so she plans to major in the martial arts major and use the school's resources to hone her physical skills. As for the Healer S course, she can take it or learn it online. With a foundation in alchemy, Li Xing believes that she can be completely self-taught. Li Xing spent the entire afternoon soaking in the Star Network. In the evening, Li Yi brought back an aardvark. The whole family had a feast, and the whole house was filled with laughter and joy. When it was late at night, and everyone in the family was asleep, Li Xing sat up from the bed, took out a few spiritual stones to create a shielding array, and continued to practice the eternal green art. Now Li Xing has tolerated the pain of physical exercise, and her body no longer oozes black and unpleasant stains, but the noise in her bones and joints is not small at all. Through this period of practice, Li Xing clearly felt that the strength of her bones and muscles had increased, and her strength had increased. As long as she absorbed more chaotic energy, she would be able to reach the bottleneck of the bone forging realm. Low-level crystals contain a large amount of chaotic energy. If you can use the crystals, your cultivation speed will be faster. But the crystal stone is the trophy that Li Yi risked his life to hunt the star beast, and it is the source of income for the family. Even for the most worthless low-level crystals, Li Xing would not ask for them. She had to rely on her own strength to obtain them. When practicing, time always flies by. The white belly of the fish appears in the east, and Li Xing reluctantly finishes his work. After picking up the spirit stone and walking to the window, Li Xing stretched. The vegetable garden medicine field, full of energy downstairs, was really joyful to look at. Anna heated up the berry milk and prepared to pick some vegetables to accompany the meal. When she opened the door, she saw Li Xing squatting on the ground, building a shelf for the newly broken purple beans. Little with the power of many elements, it becomes green and tender visibly to the naked eye.
Yes.
Anna felt that the fruits and vegetables in the garden looked bigger than yesterday, and even the mist floating around was much thicker. Anna rubbed her eyes to make sure it was not an illusion, and waved Li Xing into the room. 10 people wearing white hoods sat cross-legged around a circular altar, which was engraved with complex and complicated patterns. The pattern of the entire altar has 10 starting points, which are exactly where the 10 people in white are meditating. A stream of blue-purple light emanates from the people in white, winds along the pattern, and converges on the crystal ball in the center of the altar. Inside, as the blue-purple light gathered more and more, the crystal ball became brighter and brighter, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster. It suddenly stopped without warning. All the purple light accumulated in the ball was thrown out, and the altar was instantly dazzled. Shrouded in blue and purple, purple light poured out towards the 10 men in white. The men in white seemed to have been hit hard, and they all collapsed to the ground. There was deathly silence on the altar. After a long time, the people in white stood up one by one, meditating and adjusting their breath. A heavy sigh sounded, and one of the men in white said, "How?" The other 8 bowed their heads in silence, and only one shook his head and replied, "Dead end, no solution." Hearing this answer, all the men in white were sad. A slightly younger voice said, "The masters have worked hard to plan a way out for us and teach us how to survive. We thought that our clan could survive in this evil world, but we still can't escape the fate of annihilation. Could it be that is heaven really so ruthless?" What the young voice said made everyone sigh with emotion once again. The heaven and the earth are ruthless, treating all things as stupid dogs. The first voice to ask the question sounded again. "Don't despair, everyone." I saw a glimmer of hope in the purple magic bead.
Oh,
What did the Great Elder see? Please speak frankly, Great Elder. The Great Elder stroked his beard and said slowly, "In the first half of the purple magic bead illusion, I saw the same thing as what Elder Xiong saw. Monsters were raging, all living beings were devastated, and the Qianyuan continent was covered in blood. The difference was that at the end of the illusion, I saw a figure falling from the sky, but it was a pity that I didn't have time to take a closer look at his appearance." The illusion disappeared. Everyone was stunned. What kind of hope is this? Great Elder, are you mistaken? If the prophecy of the purple magic pearl comes true, all the Yuanlings in Qianyuan continent will not sit still and wait for death. That figure is just one of thousands of warriors, nothing special. The elder was silent for a while, and then he said firmly, "Although I didn't see the man's face clearly from the moment he appeared, I felt a feeling of being saved for no reason. This feeling is so mysterious that it cannot be expressed in words. The purple magic bead is left by the owner, and we cannot understand its secret. Since that person appears in the illusion, there must be a reason for it. That is the destiny and cannot be changed. If there is a chance, we just have to follow the trend and speculate." The people in white nodded in agreement. There are still a few months before school starts, and Li Xing is confident that he can restore his body to its best condition while also preparing for school. During the day, she used her optical brain to connect to the star network, frantically absorbing the knowledge of this world, integrating what she had learned before with the common sense and technology here, and learning from each other's strengths. In the evening, she practiced the eternal art. With her unremitting efforts, the muscles and bones were forged. The bones and joints no longer made abnormal noises, and the skills were successfully advanced, entering the realm of meat forging. After a large amount of stains were discharged and settled again, Li Xing's skin faintly revealed a pearly glow. Although he was still very thin, he was no longer sick, and his whole person was full of vitality. After entering the flesh-forging realm, the body's demand for chaotic energy increases. The chaotic energy in the air is no longer enough for cultivation, and the cultivation speed is slow. Li Xing especially wants to go to the Star Beast forest to catch the Star Beast and dig out crystal stones, but her current martial arts skills are too poor. She only goes to the forest to deliver food to the Star Beast, and can only squeeze out the chaotic energy in the air little by little. Her current bone age is 6 years old, and she has completed the bone forging realm 4 years ahead of schedule and entered the flesh forging realm. As long as you break through the flesh forging realm before the age of 18, you won't suffer the backlash of your skills. There are still 12 years left, so she must seize the time to grow up and get enough crystal stones for cultivation. Li Xing lived a fulfilling life every day, surfing the internet and practicing. When he was tired, he would go for a walk in the vegetable garden, water and fertilize, and secretly turn on the spiritual energy stove for the vegetables that had lost the volume. With the care of the spirit-gathering array and Li Xing, vegetables and fruits grow quickly, taste good, and have abundant spiritual energy. Ordinary people like Anna, who do not have Yuanling, feel the most obvious, and even take less purification drugs. But the only thing that makes Li Xing regret now is that she can't make elixirs despite guarding the spiritual plants all over the ground. To be precise, she doesn't dare. Because even the best alchemist can't avoid the explosion of the furnace, which is not much less powerful than the explosion of a cannonball. Her own best record is 4 out of 10 furnaces, so there is at least a 60% chance of the furnace exploding. Moreover, the spiritual plants here are all high-end goods. The spiritual energy is more abundant and difficult to control. The chance of the furnace exploding is only increasing. She could use the spirit stone array to block the sound, but she couldn't block the power of the explosion. If she really tried to make elixirs in the room, one mistake would cause the room to collapse. So before she found a safe place, Li Xing could only look at Lingji and sigh. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the first day of school. Li Xing, wearing a brand new school uniform and carrying a pink school bag sewn by Anna, walked into the campus in the envious eyes of passers-by. Not everyone has the opportunity to go to campus to receive education. Ordinary people in Qianyuan continent who do not have Yuanling attend online schools. Teaching, examinations, degree conferring, professional title examinations, etc. from primary school to university can all be done online. Finished. Only Yuanling people can enter the campus and communicate face-to-face with teachers and classmates. Looking at the little kids around her who were dressed similarly to her, Li Xing couldn't help but sigh. Because of her excellent qualifications, she studied clan studies when she was in Blue Star, and she was taught individually by the most knowledgeable uncles in the clan. She listened to the sermons of her elders alone and learned a lot, but she had never experienced campus life. She never thought that this life would fulfill her campus dream. There is only one school in Dayton City, called Dayton College. Today is the opening ceremony, and all the first-year students are in the auditorium. Li Xing looked around the auditorium and estimated that there were almost 5,000 people, so there were a total of 50,000 people in the 10 grades of the school. Based on the ratio of ordinary people to Yuanling people of 80-1, the population of Dayton City is at least 4 million. Such a big city is actually a lower city. Li Xing is really curious about how noisy and prosperous the upper city and middle city are. The spacious and bright auditorium has many huge spherical screens suspended in it. No matter where you sit in the auditorium, you can see the images on the screen from the best viewing angle. After a short video introducing the school's history, the gray-haired principal delivered a speech. The principal spoke very slowly and had a hypnotic effect, but he never finished talking. Over and over again, he encouraged everyone to study hard, serve the Federation in the future, and bring glory to his alma mater. The auditorium soon began to be filled with continuous snoring. Li Xing, a well-educated person, gradually became irritated during the speech given by the principal Tang Sung as if he was possessed. People who speak slowly and verbosely are really not welcome anywhere. After finally getting through to the end, the classes were divided, and the morning time passed. Li Xing followed De Luer to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is very large, with double-seat tables and chairs arranged in several rows, as far as the eye can see. Li Xing didn't see the window where the meal was served. She picked a seat and sat down. She followed the example of others and pulled up her electronic student card from the optical brain. She scanned the QR code in the lower right corner of the table, and a message immediately appeared in front of her. Light curtain. Various package pictures appear on the light curtain. Li Xing selected a meal she liked and clicked the OK button in the lower right corner of the screen. A white light flashed on the desktop, and the meal she selected appeared steaming hot. It didn't take even a second from ordering to meal delivery. Magical. Li Xing reached out and touched the tabletop. It was made of white marble and was smooth and flat. There was absolutely no mezzanine mechanism. He checked with his spiritual sense and found that the teleportation formation was engraved on it. No wonder there is no window for preparing meals. After students order their meals, the kitchen will serve them directly through the teleportation array, saving time and effort. Li Xing marveled that this world was full of traces of the world of immortality, with spiritual plants, star beasts, crystal stones, and formations all available. Although this place was not her hometown, it was familiar everywhere, which made her, a foreigner, settle down in her wandering heart. Eating the hot meal, Li Xing was once again glad that he was sent here instead of a place completely insulated from cultivating immortals. After finishing one set meal, Li Xing checked the balance in Guangnao's account and found that there was quite a lot of star coins. Then he happily ordered another dish with other flavors and ate to his heart's content. Students of Dayton College eat for free in the cafeteria. This is a waste of time. Although the meals provided by the school are not as delicious as Anna's, they are better because they are large in quantity, given in abundance, and the ingredients are very fresh. Li Xing is very satisfied. Li Xing was completely immersed in the joy of eating and drinking for free. Not far from her, two people were whispering, and the focus of the conversation was Li Xing's brother Tang. Look, the freshman named Li Xing has already eaten 3 Big Mac sets. This is too delicious. A boy with a little freckles on his face was facing Li Xing's direction and saw she finished 3 portions of the meal, without slowing down at all. Still unsatisfied, she ordered a 4th portion. She was really frightened. He had never seen a girl who could eat like this. The little fat man opposite the little freckle turned his head, glanced at Li Xing with disgust, and snorted. He eats such an unpleasant meal as a delicacy. He is indeed a low-class person who has never seen the world. Brother Tang, I heard from my grandfather that the supreme blood comes from Shuanggai. Do you think she is a descendant of the supreme blood? The little fat man glared and said, When did you become blind? She is worthy of being the supreme blood. A descendant of blood? She is a pseudo-double black specially bred by human traffickers. She has a double black appearance, but is actually an embroidered pillow. Any low-level star beast can eat her. Little Freckles was completely absorbed. Li Xing's attitude of cooking was attractive, and he didn't realize the little fat man's dissatisfaction. He was still talking for Li Xing. No, I heard that her Yuanling level is also the same as you. Wait and see, I will let you know soon. There is a difference between A and A. After saying that, the little fat man walked away angrily. Little Freckles also realized that he had said the wrong thing and followed him sternly. Li Xing glanced at it calmly and continued eating. This year, 3,500 freshmen chose the martial arts major. In the afternoon, there was the first professional class. 3,500 future young martial arts masters lined up with heads held high and followed the teacher to the school playground. There were also others on the podium. 7 teachers were waiting. When all the students stood up, a tall male teacher with long legs and a straight waist stood up and spoke to the students. Welcome to the martial arts major. From today on, you are about to start the painful road of promotion. You guys are doing it. The rising stars of the Yuan continent. The best of you will go to the Star Beast battlefield to defend your homeland. The efforts you put in now are all in preparation for the future. The more you sweat during training, the less you will bleed on the battlefield. Please cherish every opportunity to improve yourself. Many years later, you will be grateful for your efforts. The teacher paused and continued. Some people will say that this is a basic school, and you can just be a gangster. After you graduate, you will be promoted to the Reserve Military Academy. No matter how hard you work, it's not too late. If you have this idea, you are totally wrong. The teacher looked at the audience with sharp eyes, and the students who were glanced by his eyes felt a chill on their backs, as if they were being fiercely beaten. The Star Beast stared at it. The Reserve Military Academy does not accept waste. I don't care what the basic schools in other places are like. At Dayton Academy, the assessment of the martial arts department is very strict. There is a small test once a week and a major test once a month. The assessment results will be recorded in the final total score. If you are not up to standard, if you don't, you'll be expelled from school. While the audience exploded, I have never heard of someone being expelled from a basic school. Who is this teacher? He is too forceful. A boy standing in the front row of Li Xing whispered to the classmate next to him, "Oh, my uncle has warned me a long time ago that Dayton College is going to change." I still don't believe it. It seems to be true. We are the unluckiest. One term. Expelled if he says so? Yang Zhou, the new director of the martial arts department this semester, is said to be a noble from the upper city and has a strong background. He won't by anyone's fault. Even the principal will give him 3 points. The boy's uncle is the director of the academic affairs office and has first-hand inside information. This is really the living king of Hades. If I had known this, I should have listened to my uncle and chosen the talisman department. Although I have no spiritual power and will only be able to reach the spiritual level in my life, it is easy to get credits and find a job after graduation. The income is high and the pressure is low. After working for a few years, you can open your own rune shop. Come on, look at the brothers in the rune department. They're bald at just a few years old. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to either, so let's forget it. Li Xing. So it turns out that learning runes will make people bald? How terrible. Seeing the bitter gourd expressions on his classmates, Yang Zhou put away the stick and took out the carrot. There are punishments, and of course there are rewards. Those of you who perform well will be given scholarships by the school. The first place in the total score every semester will be given 100,000 stars. The second place will receive 50,000 star coins, the third place will receive 20,000 star coins, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 5,000 star coins each. While there was another commotion in the audience. In Dayton City, where the average monthly income per capita is several thousand star coins. 100,000 star coins is a huge amount of money, enough for an ordinary family to spend for a year. Dayton College has never had such a large amount of scholarships, and I don't know how this teacher got the always stingy principal to come up with such a large amount of money. Okay, without further ado, let's start training now. Everyone will run 50 laps around the playground. 5 points will be added to the first place and 5 points will be deducted for the last place. Yang Zhou gave the order, and everyone started running. The playground area is not small. It is difficult to run even 1 lap, let alone 50 laps. Li Xing was originally in the middle of the team, but by the 20th lap, he was at the back of the team. He was dizzy and his lungs were about to explode. "Grandma, I never ran like this when I was running for my life in my last life." Looking at the little beans running in front of her, although they were sweating profusely and had ferocious expressions, their speed was never slow. Li Xing was feeling suffocated in her heart. She thought that she had accomplished some physical training, and although her martial arts skills were average, she still had a basic foundation. She must be a top student among these newbies, and she even had to restrain her strength in order to keep a low profile. Who would have thought that in the first lesson, I would end up as a loser, and my endurance would be much worse than others. The people here have such crazy physiques. They're so strong. Cheer up and run faster. Yang Zhou held the whip in his hand and struck it on the ground behind Li Xing, just a hair's breadth away from her heel. She was so frightened that she quickly used all her strength. Try your best to catch up with the team. Li Xing gritted her teeth and persisted in circles. She really wanted to stick out her tongue like a dog so that she could breathe easier. However, she noticed the teacher's frequent glances, and her shame finally prevailed. There are only 3 rounds left. Yang Zhou's whip fell next to her again. Li Xing was already numb. Whatever, she had reached her limit anyway. On the battlefield, whoever runs faster and longer has a chance to survive. If you run 1 more lap now, you'll have a greater chance of living in the future. Speed up and keep running for me. Li Xing felt that everything in front of him was heavy. Shadow. The only sounds in her ears were the sound of the wind, and her own gasping sound like a broken bellows. She felt vague, and her legs moved forward mechanically, relying entirely on muscle memory. Finally, before losing consciousness, she fell across the finish line in embarrassment. Tang Dou is first, plus 5 points. Li Xing is last, 5 points deducted. People in the cafeteria said that Li Xing was a fat man with fake double black. His face was covered with sweat. He put his hands on his knees and picked out his little freckles. Raise your eyebrows. He is Tang Do, a kid from a wealthy family in Dayton City. His qualifications and strength are among the best among this class of students. Little Freckles was too tired to speak. He stuck out his tongue and gave Tang Do a trembling thumb gesture. Li Xing fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Points will be deducted. She admitted that she really couldn't win over these brats. Everyone get up and walk around the playground 3 times. If anyone dares to stop without my permission, 10 points will be deducted. Yang Yanwang's voice sounded like an order again, and the whip fell beside them, and everyone could only struggle to stand. Get up and walk slowly around the playground. Li Xing had no strength left at all. She really wanted to lie down and not move, but in that case, she would openly disobey the teacher, and Yang Zhou could directly make her drop out of school. Thinking of the large and delicious free meals in the cafeteria, Li Xing gritted his teeth and got up and followed the team. A female teacher with flaxen hair walked up to Yang Zhou and took the initiative to chat. They say there is a double black among the freshmen this year. I thought he was so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. Yang Zhou clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes limping. Li Xing turned around and looked at the other students, showing no intention of talking to them. The female teacher's expression was slightly stunned, but she felt determined to not give up and continued. Generally speaking, Yuanling's qualifications are directly proportional to physical fitness. This is the first time I have seen someone with such a big deviation between the two, and he is still a double black. Brother Yang, I'm well informed, so I don't know what advice I have for her situation. Yang Zhou still didn't want to speak, but it would be disrespectful to say nothing, so he said lightly, double black is a folk joke, strictly speaking. Double blacks are not a specific race. No one stipulates that double blacks must be physically strong. Individual differences are normal. Haha, Brother Yang is a double black himself. Isn't it against his will to say so? Yang Zhou pursed his lips and said nothing. The indifferent attitude made the female teacher intimidated, but the handsome profile made her yearn for him, and she continued to look for opportunities to talk to him. But then again, Shuanggai is really the darling of heaven and the source of the supreme blood. With such a poor physique, she can still have a first-class soul. If her body were stronger, wouldn't she be able to reach the heavenly level? It's a pity that she is weak and has a strong spirit. Her talent is wasted after all. Frowning slightly, he finally looked away from the playground, looked at the female teacher coldly, and said, I have seen geniuses with double A qualifications being instantly killed by low-level star beasts, and I have also seen martial arts masters with B-level qualifications singled out a group of high-level star beasts. A person's talent determines how high his starting point is, and his perseverance and will determine how far he goes, regardless of whether he is double black or not. If she is weak, she can become stronger through training. As long as she doesn't give up, there will always be a time when her physical strength matches Yuanling. But if she is weak in will and afraid of being tired and hurting, she won't be able to go far in the future, even if she has the qualifications of double heavenly armor. The teacher was choked back by Yang Zhou, neither soft nor hard. He found that other teachers also pricked up their ears and paid attention to the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed. It is true that there are very few people in Qianyuan continent with double black characteristics, and double black students will inevitably be noticed by others, but I don't want other students to judge others by their appearance, casually define and label others. Even if it is positive discrimination, it is also considered campus bullying. I will never allow this to happen in Dayton College. As teachers, you must have a correct attitude and not take the lead in instilling wrong ideas in students. Teacher Tang should not say it again in the future. My mother only gave birth to one child, and I have no sister. Please call me Teacher Yang Zhou, or Director Yang from now on. Tang Li dug out of Dayton City with her feet in embarrassment. Everyone else is listening too. Realizing that other teachers were also paying attention to their conversation, Yang Zhou simply raised his voice. Teachers in the martial arts department are also assessed every year. Anyone who fails to meet the assessment standards, I don't care where background is or who introduced you, just pack up and get out. The martial arts department does not support idle people. This time it was not just Tang Li. The faces of several other teachers also looked ugly. Who doesn't know that the position of a school teacher is a golden job? Once you enter the system, even if you have mediocre qualifications and have no achievements, you can still earn a high salary and live happily until retirement. Dayton College has never had teacher assessments. These practical training teachers have been lax for half a lifetime, and their business has long been neglected. Test? But the first level of the official university is overwhelming. The department head is the direct superior of the training teachers, and no one dares to disobey. Besides, Yang Zhou was not an ordinary department head. He was so powerful that even the principal had to smile apologetically in front of him. They had no choice but to follow the rules he set, no matter how unwilling they were. Yang Zhou couldn't afford to offend him, so the teachers naturally took their anger out on Tang Li. This stupid nymphomaniac is so good. Why are you talking about double black? Didn't she know that because Yang Zhou was a double black man, he was attracted by the noble daughter of the aristocratic family and asked him to become his wife, but Yang Zhou refused, so he was sent to Dayton by the family? Not everyone can covet a handsome guy, but it's a pity that Tang Li is both good at flirting and flirting, but she still can't flirt with him and instead pokes someone's weak spot. Otherwise, Yang Zhou wouldn't think of testing them. In the distance, Li Xing covered the gap under his ribs and quietly withdrew his consciousness, but his expression was solemn. This was the second time today that he heard someone mention double black. What exactly is double black? In the second half of the course, Li Xing still came in last in the events such as frog jump and high leg run. When the physical training finally ended in a whimper, she was deducted a total of 35 points. At this rate of deducting points, she will drop out of school with 0 points in less than 3 days. Li Xing, who was completely exhausted, lay on the ground with his limbs spread wide open. He didn't even bother to pose with his 5 hearts in the sky and just activated the eternal green secret. At this moment, her body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the energy of chaos. Li Xing was surprised to find that the eternal evergreen secret was operating at an unprecedented speed. In just 1 week, the energy of chaos she absorbed was equivalent to the amount accumulated in a day's practice. The technique that I had not improved for a long time actually showed a slight improvement. Li Xing was shocked. Could it be that when the body reaches its limit, the effect of cultivation will be better? She didn't want to waste this opportunity and speed up her training. As the exercise continued, Li Xing's strained muscles were repaired, and the pain all over his body gradually disappeared. His whole body felt as if he was soaking in warm spring water, feeling extremely comfortable. The little fat man in his dantian was going crazy with joy. Li Xing, who was immersed in her cultivation, didn't notice the breeze blowing around her at all. It was a tiny vortex of air formed by the pure spiritual energy overflowing from her body. There were students who had rested one after another, walking out of the playground in 2s and 3s. Tang Do passed by Li Xing and saw her lying on the ground with her eyes closed. She seemed to have passed out. Her black hair was wet with sweat and stuck to her cheeks, full of brokenness. So weak. Tang Do rolled his eyes disdainfully and walked away quickly, but the little freckle behind him suddenly stopped. Hey, it's so cool here. A fresh and cool breeze blew on his face, and little Freckles felt that his overall fatigue was relieved a lot. There aren't even trees on the playground. It's so cool. You're not active after school, and you have a problem with your thinking. Why are you hanging around here? Tang Do scolded, and little Freckles nodded in agreement and followed him. Behind my ace, I walked towards the outside of the school. As soon as he took a step outside, the fatigue and heat wave hit him again. Little Freckles curled his lips, thinking that it was indeed an illusion. This class had really exhausted his brain. When the physical fatigue disappeared and the speed of absorbing the energy of chaos returned to normal, Li Xing stopped his power and slowly opened his eyes. There are still classmates who have not finished walking on the playground. It seems that she has not been practicing for a long time. After practicing for a while, her eternal green technique improved a bit. This discovery really surprised Li Xing. It turns out that the power of Imu is more effective in more desperate situations. This is the true meaning of practicing the eternal everlasting art and the immortality of the body. She must attend the physical fitness class well. Even if she gets deducted points for doing the crane lift, as long as she can improve her training speed, she won't lose. Li Xing looked at Guang now and saw that the school bus was leaving in 3 minutes. Free meals in the cafeteria were not allowed to be packed, so she could only choose between catching the bus or eating. Do you still have to choose? Of course, eating is important. After sending Anna a message to go back later, Li Xing patted the dirt on his body, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the cafeteria with ease. Dayton College allows you to live on campus, so there are many students dining in the cafeteria at night, and there are almost no empty seats. Li Xing was lucky and found a seat without sharing a table. Before ordering, the seat opposite her was occupied.
Teacher Yang.
Li Xing was surprised. You actually eat too? Yang Zhou raised his eyebrows. Is this human language? What will he eat if he doesn't eat? You also come to the cafeteria to eat? Teachers are a respectable profession in Dayton City, with high wages and good benefits. They live a very bourgeois life and generally look down on the big pot of food in the cafeteria. Besides, he is a noble from the upper city, so he doesn't need to be so simple. It's free. If you don't eat, you won't get it. Ganqing is a fellow-minded person. Li Xing felt that Yang Zhou was very enlightened and she could forget about the whipping in class. After ordering a set meal, Li Xing peeked at Yang Zhou while eating. She found that the ordering system for faculty and students was different. Because Yang Zhou flipped through more than 10 pages of the menu, Shiran ordered a few times. A steak, a bowl of salad, and a glass of wine immediately appeared on the table. However, her menu only had 2 pages, all of which were set meals. Teacher Yang, this steak of yours looks really good. What kind of star beast meat is it? Yang Zhou curled his lips and said, intermediate beef. Where's the star beast meat? Is it delicious? The little girl looked at him with big eyes. Yang Zhou suddenly felt that he was a little rude, but he couldn't figure out where this feeling of guilt came from. Isn't it wrong that I have never shared a table with students and each had his own food? What happened today?
Next time.
I can treat you to a meal. Li Xing's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, not next time, just this time. Looking at the Big Mac set in front of Li Xing, and then at her thin with a small body, Yang Zhou said seriously, it's shameful to waste food. You should finish what you ordered first. Okay. Li Xing ate up a Big Mac set meal like a storm, and then picked it up naturally. Yang Zhou devoured the untouched steak in front of him. The operation was as fierce as a tiger's, leaving Yang Zhou dumbfounded. Before he could finish being surprised, Li Xing had already finished the battle and was staring at his salad again. Yang Zhou pushed the salad bowl forward, thought for a moment, and simply turned the ordering screen over and let Li Xing order by himself.
Yahoo!
Teacher Yang is such a kind person. Li Xing quickly ordered 6 employee meals and ate them all under Yang Zhou's increasingly horrified gaze. After burping, Li Xing finally felt satisfied and slumped on the chair while touching his belly.
Yang Yosu Fochatet.
This gadget couldn't be more than a trash can. It's so packed. Weren't you adopted? Why, that family didn't let you have enough to eat. Li Xing's situation was detailed in the admission application, and Yang Zhou also knew about it. How could it be? Although Li Xing found Yang Zhou extremely pleasing to his eye, he couldn't let him misunderstand Li Yi and Anna, so he quickly explained. I usually eat a normal amount of food. It's all because Teacher Yang's training today was too harsh. I used up a lot of physical energy, so I ate more. Ganqing ate too much. Do you blame him? Yang Zhou took a sip of wine gracefully and said, to tell you the truth, today is the first class of school. The training intensity is the smallest in the entire semester. It will only get harder and harder in the future. You must be mentally prepared. If you get 100% if you take all the deductions, you'll be expelled from school. Even if you are a first-class Yuanling, you can't make an exception. Yeah, I got it. I thought Li Xing would show a bitter look and even act coquettishly and beg him to be special. Zhou was a little surprised by her reaction. Did you use all your strength today? Looking at Li Xing's rosy face, Yang Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. He is not one of those teachers who just make a living. He has been on the battlefield and has been baptized with iron and blood for many years. He knows that when a person's physical strength reaches its limit and there is no external help to relieve it, the muscles will become stiff and inoperable, causing dizziness, nausea, loss of appetite. This state will last for at least several hours before relieving. Not long after class, Li Xing was relaxed and gorging on food, which was definitely not in line with common sense. Either she didn't try her best at all, or she had a special physique and amazing recovery power. He was always paying attention to Li Xing's performance in class. He definitely didn't seem to have any reservations, so it was the latter. Although Yang Zhou hates the remarks about the supremacy of double blacks, it is undeniable that unexplainable miraculous phenomena will occur in some double blacks. Yang Zhou's eyes gradually deepened, and he suddenly wanted to know how much potential this child had. Li Xing, if you can get first place in the final exam, in addition to the scholarship, I can also apply to the school to upgrade your student ordering system to the staff version. Really? Really? How about it? Do you have the guts to take on the challenge? Of course. Thanks to Teacher Yang's high hopes, I will try my best. I originally thought that I would be happy to have free meals in the canteen, but after experiencing the deliciousness of the teacher's meal, Li Xing felt that people's desires are endless. After eating fine grains, you can no longer tolerate coarse grains. She really wants to eat staff meals every time. I'm very confident in myself. Teacher Yang, just wait for my good news. Li Xing ordered another staff nutrient drink for himself without going out and said, Teacher Yang, can I ask you a question? Say double black. What is it? Yang Zhou was stunned. He did mention double black on the playground today. Could it be that she heard it? She was already on the other side of the playground at that time, far away. Unless she had mental power, it would be impossible to do it, but he remembered that in Li Xing's aptitude test, mental power was absent. Yang Zhou's eyes were slightly surprised, and a huge amount of mental power came out, spinning like an arrow towards Li Xing, but suddenly stopped a few millimeters away from her temple. Li Xing's expression did not change at all. Yang Zhou was slightly disappointed. This child had no instinctive reaction to mental attacks, so there should be no detection errors. Li Xing's mind moved slightly. Yang Zhou used mental power on her just now. It felt very similar to divine consciousness, but it was not as powerful as divine consciousness. Mental power seemed to be a streamlined version of divine consciousness. The reason why Li Xing had no instinctive defense was because she didn't feel any murderous intent in Yang Zhou, and using mental power against her was just a test. Yang Zhou's combat power may be very strong, but his mental power is really nothing compared to Li Xing's golden elixir stage spiritual consciousness. Even if he does attack him, he will probably be counterattacked. Yang Zhou, who did you listen to? Li Xing. At noon in the cafeteria, some classmates talked about me like this, and I heard it. So, Yang Zhou felt that he was worrying too much, and the element measuring instrument could not make mistakes. How could he doubt that Li Xing had spiritual power? Although he is both a double black, he has always felt deeply helpless towards this mysterious belief that has lasted from ancient times to modern times. Yang Zhou, double black refers to people like us with black hair and black eyes. After taking a sip of wine, Yang Zhou continued, Do you know the 36 sages of Qianyuan?
Li Xing nudda.
The 36 sages are the gods of Qianyuan continent. Legend has it that they came from other worlds and were tasked with saving the Qianyuan continent. They all had black hair and black eyes, handsome appearance, open-minded wisdom, and boundless magic power. At that time, Qianyuan the people were eaten by the star beasts until only one tribe was left. The 36 sages, like saviors, built a shelter for the weak Qianyuan people and taught them the magic of using the power of the elements to resist the attacks of the star beasts. Several of them. After getting along with the Qianyuan people, they developed feelings combined with the Qianyuan people and left their descendants. 500 years later, the Qianyuan people have learned a lot of useful knowledge and spells from the 36 sages, and can to survive independently. The 36 sages left the Qianyuan continent and disappeared. In the thousands of years since the 36 sages left, almost all the most dazzling geniuses in history have the same black hair and eyes as them. So the bloodline theory that the blood of the Supreme comes from the double black has spread among the people. Li Xing was silent. He heard that there are countless worlds in the universe, and immortal cultivators with powerful magic can break the world barrier and travel through various worlds at will. The 16 sages are probably immortal cultivators. There are traces of the world of immortality everywhere here, and it is really because there are immortal cultivators who have intervened in the historical process here. Yang Zhou continued. Actually, this is a prejudice. Not every double black is excellent. Many of the double blacks I have known in my life are ordinary people and do not even have yuanling. Throughout history, non-double black talents there are as many as stars, but because they are not blessed by the double black halo, their deeds are often distorted or even misappropriated and are not known to the world. Understood. Li Xing drank the hot drink, crossed his fingers on his lap, and said, "He looks as mature and sophisticated as a deputy adult." Since the gods left their bloodline thousands of years ago, strictly speaking, everyone in the world now has the genes of gods to some extent. Double black is just an atavism, nothing worthy of special attention. Yang Zhou was slightly startled, and then showed a relieved smile. That's right. This child is very smart, and she knows everything. It's hard to imagine that half a year ago she was a captive who was kept in captivity and didn't even understand common sense of life. It's a pity that the world doesn't see it as clearly as you. They hope that the Qianyuan continent will have the same supreme force as the 36 sages to protect them and give them an absolute sense of security, so they pay too much attention and expectations to Shuanggai. Children with double blacks tend to be under more pressure than their peers, and even have obsessions. I have seen too many double black geniuses who, before they grow up, are ruined by eagerness for quick success, praise, and success. Self-doubt. If you use the discarded double black as the denominator, the probability of a master from the double black is astonishingly low. Therefore, it is simply the best wish of the world that the supreme blood comes from the double black. It is nonsense. I hope you can calm down and don't care what others say, let alone regard the double black as a shackle. As long as you are better than yesterday, you are good. Li Xing nodded. She knew Yang Zhou had good intentions. I don't want her to be blindly superior or have psychological baggage just because she is double black. In fact, there is no need, because in Li Xing's concept, only monsters and pets value bloodline. She never thinks that the color of hair and eyes is of any help to a person's cultivation. She had been tired of looking at black hair and eyes all her life. Instead, she felt that the pink, blue, purple, and other colored hair and eyes found in the second dimension were very beautiful. Yang Zhou stared at the red wine in his hand with deep eyes. Sometimes, the human heart is more sinister than the star beasts. The number of people who die in intrigues is no less than those who die on the battlefield. Double black is a ridiculous praise, and even more so, curse. Even the descendants of top aristocratic families cannot escape the shackles. How many talented people should have a great future, but because their families want more talented offspring, they are forced to marry and become a poor man. Fertility tool, living like a walking zombie. As a girl with no background, you will encounter more dangers, even coercion and unfair treatment than male double blacks in the future. If you want to avoid these bad things, the only way out is to become stronger. If you are good enough, even if the Council of Elders wants to manipulate you, you have to weigh it carefully. Li Xing agreed very much with this statement. No matter which world you are in, if you want to avoid being manipulated, you must have strong strength. Being looked at by Li Xing with pure starry eyes, Yang Zhou felt that what he said today was a bit dense. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Take the time to go back and rest. I don't want to talk again tomorrow. I saw you being the tail end of the crane." Li Xing stood up and bowed respectfully to Yang Zhou. "The teacher just said that as long as I am better today than yesterday, it is good. I can't guarantee that I won't fail tomorrow, but I will definitely be better than today. Thank you for inviting me to dinner."
Goodbye, Teacher Yang.
Said after that, Li Xing ran away with a pink school bag on his back. This little thing actually blocked my mouth with my words. How weird. Yang Zhou turned around the light screen, remembering the happy look of Li Xing eating a big meal, and ordered the same thing for himself by mistake. Isn't it just mid-level star beast meat? He wants to see how delicious it is. There is a bus stop in front of the school. Li Xing had already arrived, but an idea suddenly came to her mind. Why didn't she run back? It can not only exercise endurance and speed, but also consume physical strength to prepare for evening practice. It achieves multiple goals with one stone. 2.5 hours later, when it was already dark, Li Xing appeared on the path in front of his home. An aircraft buzzed overhead, then turned back a few seconds later. Before he could stop, Li jumped down, ran over and grabbed Li Xing's arm nervously, and shouted, "Why are you running? Is there a pervert chasing you?" After that, he glared fiercely behind Li Xing, frightened. Passers-by lowered their heads like plucked quails, fearing that they would be accused of following the little girl and get beaten up. Li Xing's clothes were soaked with sweat. He was panting heavily, and he looked miserable. It was not Li's fault for making blind assumptions.
No.
Li Xing felt that his heart was beating too fast and did not dare to stop. He pulled Li and walked slowly towards home. "Uncle Li, where are you going? Where else can I go? I'm looking for you. It's already dark and I haven't come back. I haven't answered the phone. Your Aunt Anna is crying. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have they all called the police." Li Xing then realized that he had forgotten to unmute and made them worried. He couldn't help but said guiltily, "Uncle Li, I ran all the way back from school and didn't notice Guang now." Li was stunned. He paused. "You don't have money to take the bus?" He gave Li Xing pocket money, and the fare was only a few star coins. Even if you really don't have money for a ride, you can still call him or Anna, and they'll pick you up. The school is so far away from home. Why do we have to run back? Is this kid stupid? Isn't this just for exercise? Li Xing briefly told Li about his poor performance in class today. After listening, Li looked at Li Xing with obvious admiration. Failure is not terrible, but failure to make progress after failure is terrible. Good girl. You are ambitious. He slapped Li Xing on the shoulder and almost knocked her to the ground. You can exercise, but don't forget to call home in advance next time. I called Anna and told her that Anna was not in good health. I couldn't help but be frightened. Li Xing only told Anna that she wouldn't go back for dinner. As for the night run, it was entirely a whim. It's not surprising that Li blamed her. After returning home, he comforted the tearful Anna and swore not to lose contact again. Then Li Xing returned to the room, took a hurried bath, and devoted himself to physical training. Li Xing got up early the next day, packed a set of clean clothes, and ran to school. The training effect last night was so good that she found the bug in the eternal art, so now she must seize every opportunity to consume her physical strength. He ran to school, changed out of his sweaty clothes, and found an empty classroom to practice for an hour, just in time for the cafeteria to open for dinner. Li Xing arranged his schedule clearly. A week after the school started, Li Xing finally got rid of his status as the last one. The early accumulation of physical training slowly began to take effect, and the points that were deducted were gradually added back. Her progress was rapid, and after 1 month, she was able to compete with Tang Do, the strongest in her grade. Just when Li Xing was able to leave Tang Do far behind and add points again and again, a new subject came: martial arts battle. Li Xing learned the moves taught in class very quickly. After all, he had a basic foundation. But in the first actual battle, Li Xing made a fool of himself. She is now a top student and is assigned to a group with Tang Do for 1v1 actual combat. The students gathered in a circle to watch the battle, and Li Xing took advantage of the few seconds before the battle started to demonstrate the routine in her mind. When Tang Do came to attack, she would first use the Qinglong water release move to deflect the attack, and then turn around and punch attack his waist, and then use the phoenix to spread its wings to attack the lower plate. With 3 moves at most, Tang Do should be defeated. Just when Li Xing secretly told himself to use his strength carefully and not to bully children, the whistle started to sound. Tang Do didn't follow the routine at all. He lowered his head and slammed towards Li Xing like a cannonball. The speed and force were beyond Li Xing's expectations. The distance between the two was not far, and Li Xing had no time to dodge. She had no chance to use the blue dragon emerging from the water or the phoenix spreading its wings, and was knocked away by the huge momentum coming from her belly. Before completely losing consciousness, Li Xing remembered a sentence. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. When she woke up again, she was lying in the school doctor's office. The principal, Yang Zhou, Tang Li, and Tang Dou were lined up beside the bed, with as solemn faces as if they were keeping vigil. Classmate Li Xing, how are you feeling? Seeing that she was awake, the principal's old face was as crowded as a chrysanthemum, and his tone was concerned and nervous. Li Xing sat up and didn't feel any discomfort except for a slight chest tightness. Even though her body was weak, after practicing the eternal green art for so long, ordinary injuries could be recovered quickly. Besides, Tang Dou's headbutt just now was more powerful than the sudden attack, which blocked her breath circulation, which made her faint. It passed, and the actual harm was not great.
Principal, imukay.
Student Lee, please feel it again. Are you really okay? She was just stunned, and her oily skin wasn't even scratched. Why was the principal so nervous? Li Xing's eyes drifted to Yang Zhou, and when he saw him nodding slightly, he said, I'm really fine, principal, don't worry. It's fine. Although the school doctor had done a detailed examination and proved everything was fine with Li Xing, but the principal was still worried. He had to admit it in person before he breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Dou, why don't you apologize to Li Xing? Tang Li pushed her nephew, and Tang Dou staggered to the bed. In front of him, he had a stinky face and didn't even look at Li Xing. No matter how the principal urged him, he lowered his head and refused to speak. Fortunately, Li Xing came to his rescue in time. Principal, you don't have to be like this. It's normal to get injured in a battle. Tang Dou doesn't need to apologize to me. Oh, it's great that Li Xing can think so. Now that I've suffered it, I'm sorry. You don't have to go to class today. I'll give you half a day off. Go home and rest early. Thank you, Principal. After the four of them left, Li Xing sighed and lay back, staring at the ceiling. What happened today was all down to her. She relied on her small achievements in physical training and some martial arts skills to underestimate the enemy. How could she not have thought that a child who grew up eating spiritual plants and star beast meat would be born with a strong physical body, no less than a great demon in the transformation stage? With her current level of physical training, she might not be able to defeat him, even with all her strength. How could she still want to be merciful? Isn't this a joke? Thinking of the laughter of her classmates before she passed out, Li Xing suddenly covered her head with a quilt, wailing in her heart, It's so embarrassing. It feels so uncomfortable to be slapped in the face in public. In this world, if you want to be a top player who is not controlled by others, you still have a long way to go, and you still need to work hard. Li Xing was depressed, and Tang Dou was even more depressed than she was. He obviously won, so why did he have to apologize to the loser? Sixth aunt, I don't accept it. The martial arts profession has an elimination rate. Let alone injury, death is normal. Why should I apologize? Tang Li was so arrogant after getting into trouble. Tang Li wished she could give her nephew a big showdown. However, the principal and department head were watching. They were not allowed to punish students corporally as teachers, so they had to suppress their anger and coax. You hurt someone, shouldn't you show something? She's not as good as others and she blames me? See you in the capable battle class. Xinjiang, if she had the skills, she could knock me out, and I don't need her to apologize. So many people have been injured in the martial arts department since the beginning of the school year, and none of them are more seriously injured than Li Xing. I haven't seen any of the perpetrators being escorted by the principal to apologize. Why is she special? You brat, are you sensible? Do you hit girls in the stomach casually? Tang Li was so angry that she pinched Tang Dou hard. This kid was so straightforward that he didn't think about the consequences at all. Double black is an excellent genetic species, and double black women are even more popular in the eyes of nobles and celebrities. Even double black women without yuanling, even if they are from a humble background, have the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family and give birth to a double black woman for the upper class. A descendant of black genes, not to mention a person like Li Xing with excellent yuanling qualifications and good looks. Tang Do hit Li Xing in the stomach with a headbutt. If there were any hidden dangers left, affecting Li Xing's fertility, and she was angered by any wealthy family who took a fancy to her, it would be a disaster for the entire Tang family. If Li Xing insisted that she was not feeling well today, even with the school doctor's diagnosis, their family would have to pay a large sum of money to settle the matter. Fortunately, the child was born as a captive and had little knowledge and did not know the inner world. This gave the Tang family an advantage. Isn't Tang Do satisfied? The principal said sincerely. Classmate Tang Do, classmate Li Xing is a girl after all, and she is also a double black. The school has to treat it with caution. Although students in the martial arts major are accidentally disabled every year, double blacks are not included. The deaths and injuries of black students are serious teaching errors. The Department of Education is going to investigate. If something unrelated is found, it will definitely affect the career of the school leaders. He will retire in 2 years. It is late in autumn. Of course, it is better to do less than to do more. She carries excellent genes. If there are hidden dangers because of you that affect future marriage and children, then your family and Dayton College will be responsible. Yang Zhou didn't like hearing it anymore and said coldly, Principal, Li Xing is not the kind of double black who will get married early. You should worry less. Besides, if you deal with it this way, it will make all the students who compete with her feel intimidated. It is equivalent to depriving Li Xing of his right to study in disguise. I have opinion. The principal panicked. Why did he forget that Yang Zhou, the god of plague, was still there? Director Yang, I am also thinking about the personal safety of the students. Since you don't agree, what do you think we should do? In front of Yang Zhou, the principal was able to bend and stretch. Yang Zhou glanced at the humble principal arrogantly, turned to Tang Do and said, Tang Do, you performed very well today. I will give you the extra points for winning the battle. I hope you will continue to work hard. If I find you, I can't forgive you for letting Li Xing go because of what happened today. I won't. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Tang Do was happy.
Teacher Yang Yo acted fiercely.
Go back to class. Yes. After Tang Do walked away, Yang Zhou said seriously to the principal and Tang Li, Li Xing is neither a child of a martyr nor has she made any special contribution to the Federation. She is just an ordinary student of the martial arts department. The qualifications are special. In the future battle class, Li Xing's opponent will still be Tang Do. They are both first-class Yuanlings, and they are the most matched in talent. If I find that you're putting pressure on Tang Do or any other student, let them be merciful, so as not to hurt Li Xing. I will report to the Department of Education that Dayton College has buried the talents of students and made serious teaching mistakes. After that, he walked away, leaving the principal and Tang Li looking at each other. You said Yang Zhou is right? Li Xing is not good. He lets Li Xing form a team with the best students, but if he is good to Li Xing, he lets Li Xing compete with the best students every day. I really don't understand what Yang Zhou wants to do what to do. In the days that followed, Li Xing calmed down, put aside all his pride and arrogance, and truly regarded himself as a primary school student, starting from the basics and studying and training seriously. From battles to elemental control to actual weapon combat, her opponent was always Tang Do. This boy is indeed very powerful in combat, but he is also arrogant. He originally disliked Li Xing. After getting Yang Zhou's approval, he became more and more competitive with Li Xing. In this way, he became the best whetstone. As the days passed, the situation was quietly reversing. Li Xing, who had always been at a disadvantage, was gradually able to fight to a tie with Tang Do, and later he was able to overpower Tang Do. Fighting with Tang Do every day in practical classes, seeing Tang Do furious with her and helpless, became a spice to Li Xing's boring life. The 1-year course is over, and it's the end of the term in a blink of an eye. According to the usual grades and assessment scores, the first place in the grade will be chosen between Li Xing and Tang Do. It depends on who can win in the final actual combat competition. Parents can observe the final exam of the martial arts major. Because there are many students, the exam will last for a week. Today is the first day of exams. Fan-shaped terraces have been erected on the playground. Parents have taken their seats early, waiting to see the performance of their children. The order of the examination is based on the usual results. The competition process must show the level of fists, weapons, and yuanling. If one party leaves the circle, admits defeat, or loses the ability to move, it is deemed to be the end of the competition. If the two sides are tied, 10 judges will give scores. The one with the highest score wins. Li Xing and Tang Dou ranked first in terms of overall scores and were the first group of students to play. Seeing the girl in black combat uniform entering the competition venue in high spirits, Li Yi shouted excitedly, "Come on, Xiaoxing, I'm optimistic about you." Li Xing heard this and smiled at Li Yi, showing a neat row of little white teeth. Hee, this girl is getting more and more beautiful. The child is his own, and Li Yi feels that there is no other girl as beautiful as Li Xing in the entire Dayton Academy. There were elemental power fluctuations at the examination site, and Anna was too weak to come. Li Yi touched his head, feeling a little regretful. "Can I sit here?" Li Yi looked up and saw the person coming. He was stunned for a moment and stammered, Yes, please sit down." The man sat next to Li Yi and looked at the two people in the field who were about to make a move. He is a senior disciple and his tone is as relaxed as chatting. "Senior Li Yi, long time no see."
Senior Yang.
After being stunned for a short time, Li Yi became excited. He didn't expect Yang Zhou to remember such a transparent little person like him. Yang Zhou smiled and said, "So you still remember me?" Li Yi blushed and murmured, "How could I forget? Since I haven't forgotten, why don't you come to me to reminisce about the past?" "Has Li Xing never did I tell you that her teacher's name is Yang Zhou?" "I did." Li Yi's eyes flashed with inferiority. "I thought the senior wouldn't remember a little person like me, and visiting him rashly would cause trouble to you." When Li Yi entered the reserve school, Yang Zhou was about to graduate, and the two had never spoken. In the school, Yang Zhou was one of the best and most dazzling students, while Li Yi was just a poor boy from the city with mediocre qualifications and was ignored by others. Apart from looking up to, worshipping, and envying him, he never dared to "I wish I could make friends with someone like Yang Zhou." "Nobody?" Yang Zhou smiled heartily. "Those who fight against high-level star beasts with second-class qualifications are never nobody." "Hey, senior, you still remember that?" It's not worth mentioning." Li Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling that the senior's character seemed to be different from what he remembered. He was not as withdrawn and arrogant as he was when he was a teenager. "It may be a small matter to you, but it is a matter of life to us." At that time, our Yuanling was exhausted. If it weren't for the junior students who sacrificed their lives to hold down the group of giant clawed centipedes, giving us time to retreat, all of the team would have no one can survive. We owe you our lives. Thank you. After Yang Zhou led the team to break out, he found out through many inquiries that the man who saved them was named Li Yi, a junior who graduated from the same reserve military academy. When Yang Zhou finished his post-war report and visited the field hospital, he found out that Li Yi had consumed too much yuanling and failed to replenish energy in time, resulting in a drop in level and retirement due to injury. After that, Yang Zhou went to Li Yi's hometown many times to inquire, but was told that Li Yi did not return to his hometown after retiring and his whereabouts were unknown. "I thought I would never meet again in this life, but I didn't want to see Li Yi's name in Li Xing's parent information." Yang Zhou was not sure that Li Yi was the one who saved him. It was not until they met today that he had the opportunity to say thank you to him in person. This belated thank you made Li Yi's eyes red. He had thousands of words in his heart, but his throat rolled up and he couldn't say anything. On the field, Li Xing smiled and said to Tang Dou, "Tang Douer, although I am stronger than you, I will use my full strength to fight a lion against a rabbit. I won't let you go. You have to take care of yourself. If you can't stand it anymore, just surrender quickly. The second grader doesn't care. Shame on you." Tang Do was so angry that he yelled, Li Xing. Let me remind you one last time. My name is Tang Do, a fighting man, not a dustpan doer. Please tell me other people's names. His domineering and mighty name comes to Li Xing's mouth like the silly son of a landlord. The village spirit is really infuriating. Polyphonetic words, no matter how you pronounce them, don't worry about the details, doer. Shut up. A whistle sounded, and the game officially started. Li Xing and Tang Do jumped up at the same time and rushed toward each other. The sound of fists and feet colliding with each other, and the sound of wind caused by their strength, made them powerful. Within a few seconds, the two had exchanged 4 or 5 rounds. After briefly separating, they pounced on each other at the same time and continued to exchange punches and kicks. These two people have the highest fighting ability in the first grade. Their punches and kicks are very powerful. They are definitely not showy. There were bursts of applause in the stands. After fighting for a few more rounds, Li Xing's left hand changed from a fist to a palm and struck Tang Do's neck. Tang Do was shocked and ducked to avoid it. Who knew it was a false move? Li Xing's 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed Tang Do's shoulder. Grabbing his belt, using a little force, he threw Tang Do beautifully over the shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Li Yi was so excited that he slapped his thigh. This girl really made him proud. Li Xing has good talent, a calm attitude, neither arrogant nor impetuous, and the most rare thing is that he works very hard.
Yang Yosmilen.
Who would have thought that a person who was at the tail end of a crane could become a frontrunner in 1 semester? Senior, you are right. I have never seen anyone who works harder than her. In order to train her physical strength, Xiaoxing runs to and from school every day, and she has to do extra exercises when she comes back at night. However, her grades in cultural classes have not fallen behind. You said, why is this child so ambitious? I think her moves are mature and practical with a hint of the military.
Hehe, Li acquiesced.
The child is motivated. How could he as a parent stand by and watch? It was necessary for girls to learn more self-defense techniques, and he wished he could teach Li Xing all he had learned throughout his life. Tang Do was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, but fortunately, he was not injured due to his rough skin and thick flesh. He rolled on the spot and stood up. With a buzz sound, there were 2 more pumpkin hammers in his hand. Li Xing was not weak either. With a slight movement of consciousness, the serious sword ran from the jade pendant into her hand. Every student has a space button issued by the school for storing weapons. In the eyes of others, Li Xing's behavior is normal.
Oh.
What a big sword, you can't tell. This girl is thin and small, but the weapon she uses is so domineering. That's right, you really can't tell a person's face. Li Yi rolled his eyes at the 2 people who were speaking and cursed. Even his appearance is better than that fat boy. Junior, I remember you used the Ghost 2 Dao, right? Yang Zhou had seen Li Xing's weapons, which were rough, heroic, and full of evil spirit. It was in huge contrast with her appearance, but he thought that Li Xing might have been influenced by someone. Yang Zhou thinks the influence is reasonable. According to Li Xing, the knife was purchased from Yushang's shop. Yang Zhou felt that both the quality and workmanship were of top quality. Unfortunately, Li Xing said that the Yushang had left Dayton City, otherwise Yang Zhou would have I want to go to that shop to pick up something missing. This kid just admires me. He even chooses the same weapons as me, haha. Li's proud look was really disappointing. Yang Zhou felt that it was unnecessary for him to ask. Alas, he was so worried that he might as well watch the game. Tang Do roared, jumped up and hit Li Xing with his hammers. Li Xing blocked it with his knife. Tang Do was so strong. The hammers plus his weight numbed Li Xing's mouth. Before exhaustion, Tang Do crossed his hammers and used brute force to push Li Xing out of the field. Li Xing's center of gravity dropped, and his heels plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. He finally stopped when he barely touched the edge of the arena. It's my turn. Li Xing kicked away the stacked pumpkin hammers, raised the serious saber, and slashed at Tang Do like a gust of wind and rain. The speed and frequency made people dizzy. At first, Tang Do could actively block a few blows with his hammer, but soon he could no longer keep up with the speed of Li Xing's sword. All he could see were the shadows of the sword, and Tang Do could only use his hammer to protect him. Li Xing pressed forward step by step, while Tang Do gradually retreated, and the two returned to the center of the arena. Tang Do had been suppressed and beaten by Li Xing, and he was holding back his anger. At this moment, Yuan Ling finally burst out, roared, and raised both hammers upward at the same time, knocking Li Xing's sword away. At the same time, Hammer crosses one hand and summons elemental power with the other. Earth City, rise. In an instant, 4 earth walls rose up around Li Xing. The earth walls quickly closed to imprison her inside. Li Xing held the serious sword in both hands and struck hard, before the earth walls were about to surround her. Before break through the wall. Yang Zhou nodded in the stands and said, Tang Do is a first-class earth elemental spirit. He has excellent control over the earth element. In time, he will also be a dazzling new star. Unfortunately, he met the equally outstanding Li Xing early. In an era when heroes emerge in large numbers, fate is willing to make this kind of joke about kings meeting kings. Seeing that Li Xing was not trapped, Tang Do struck again. Stone Cone Thorn Go. Under Tang Do's control, the broken earth wall quickly dispersed and reorganized, changing shapes, forming hundreds of the finger-long stone all pointed toward Li Xing and shot away. The stands let out bursts of exclamations. This Tang Do is really powerful, and his ability to control soil is no weaker than that of senior students. But can Li Xing dodge such a close group attack? The teacher on the sidelines was ready for rescue. As soon as Li Xing was in danger, he would take action to collect the stone cone. Come on fire. Hearing Li Xing's call, the little fat man who had been eager to try rushed out of his dantian. The flames spread out like phoenix wings, protecting his master behind him. A large wall of fire exuding a scorching aura appeared in front of Li Xing. Hundreds of stone cones shot into the wall of fire, like mud cattle entering the sea. Tang Do was horrified to find that the stone cones were disconnected from his elemental induction. This flame is dangerous. Before he could pull away a safe distance, the wall of fire rolled over like a living blanket, wrapping Tang Do in the middle.
Well.
The pain in his flesh was unbearable under the baking flames. Tang Do gritted his teeth and tried not to make a sound. He knew that Li Xing still showed mercy to him because he could feel that this flame contained huge energy that burned the sky and destroyed the earth. It was like the blazing king of flame hidden in the abyss of the earth. As long as he was slightly disobedient, if you mean it, it will immediately turn into flying ash. Not even a tiny ember will be left. Is this the power of a first-class fire spirit? How terrible! I admit defeat. As soon as the word admit defeat came out of his mouth, Tang Do felt a chill all over his body, and the hot flames disappeared instantly. The feeling of near death just now seemed to be just an illusion. After accepting the little fat boy, Li Xing looked at Tang Do's darkened face and chuckled. I give in, doer.
Tang Du.
The silence around me is suffocating. After a long time, the audience in the stands recovered from the shock and burst into cheers. I can't believe that such a wonderful fight happened between 2 first-year freshmen. The future of Dayton College is promising. Budding of work. I don't know if Anna will feel dizzy after seeing the severely deformed picture. Li Xing waved his arms at Li Yi generously, pointed to the self-service dessert area outside the venue, and grinned. In the envious eyes of other parents, Li nodded majestically to express his agreement. This kid has a big mouth and never forgets to eat wherever he goes. Junior, has Li Xing always been so good at eating? Yang Zhou thought of his promise to upgrade his meal card and felt a little overwhelmed. You must know that the ingredients used in employee meals are high-end and the cost is not small. Calculated based on Li Xing's appetite, Dayton College's budget is likely to be tight over the next 9 years.
Don't mention it.
The first time I came home for dinner, I was scared. I thought she could hold on until she died. Who knew this was normal for people? Fortunately, her appetite returned to normal after she went to school, and she only had 1 or 2 bowls for dinner. Wait, Wait a minute, you mean she had another meal after she came home from school? As far as Yang Zhou knew, Li Xing had never missed 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. Is it possible that there was still room for such a meal?
Ah.
It's not every day. If you come back late, you won't eat. If you come back early, you'll eat more with us. Yang Zhou's head was buzzing. It's not about a tight budget now. I'm afraid there will be an overage. He shouldn't have to pay for Li Xing's meals, right? So sloppy. Oh, Ollie. When I first brought her home, she didn't even weigh as much as a turkey comb. I was always worried that she wouldn't be able to feed her. As a result, she was jumping up and down, looking worse than me. She's still strong, full of energy and not picky about food. I don't think I can survive her.
Ha ha ha.
Yang Zhou patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said, You have to raise such a bottomless pit. Make good money. Senior, are you interested in becoming a teacher at Dayton College? Senior, are you kidding me? Teachers are a good profession in Dayton City, with high income and low risk. But it's not just about academic qualifications but ability, it's also about personal connections. If you don't have a background, don't even think about it.
I'm serious.
Yang Zhou said seriously, I have been at Dayton Academy for a year and found that most of the teachers are not qualified. The martial arts department is even more outrageous. The passing rate of the teacher assessment is only 40%. This is 100%. In recent years, the time between waves of star beasts has become shorter and shorter. The younger generation may not have time to grow up and will be sent to the battlefield when they are still students. Therefore, we cannot place all our hopes on reserve schools. The sooner we carry out military training, the better. The chance of survival will be greater. It would be murder to continue to hand over the children to those connected people who are waiting to die. He is stronger than the average person and has rich practical experience. He is the talent that the martial arts department needs most. I hope you will consider my proposal and help me put the teaching of Dayton Academy on the right track. Your wife's health is not good. The money to buy purification medicine is not a small amount, and with Li Xing as a big eater, your monthly salary may not be enough, so you have to work part-time as a hunter to supplement your family income. Come to Dayton Academy and join the martial arts department.
I'm willing.
Li Yi is not stupid. How could he refuse such a good thing?
Okay.
There will be a job fair in the college in a week.
Come to me then.
Yang Zhou stood up and walked towards the judge's table. Li Yi sat there with a face of ecstasy. Thinking of his wife's words, he felt that it was absolutely correct. Li Xing is their family's lucky star. After she came, life was really getting better day by day. The week-long final exam is over and the students have the long-awaited vacation. Contrary to the joy of others, Li Xing was as dejected as a gloomy mushroom. The canteen was closed during the holidays, and she had no free meals. The only thing that made her happy was that the scholarship of 100,000 star coins had arrived. Plus the pension she had saved, it was almost enough to buy a second-hand aircraft. With the aircraft, she can go to the Star Beast Forest. The long-awaited spar was finally coming to fruition, and Li Xing was filled with excitement. As for alchemy, it can also be put on the agenda. The ruins she fell into when she first arrived were inaccessible and close to the Star Beast Forest. It was very convenient to collect spiritual plants and was an excellent location for alchemy. After holding it in for so long, he could finally turn on the stove, and Li Xing's heart began to feel restless. The next day, Li was going for an interview and took a ride from him. Li Xing came to the commercial street alone and went straight to the area specializing in aircraft. Li Xing originally thought that she had more than 100,000 yuan, which was more than enough to buy a second-hand aircraft. Unexpectedly, she walked down the street and found that she couldn't even buy the cheapest one. No wonder Li Yi cherishes his aircraft like an eyeball. It's a big asset. Just when Li Xing was about to give up, a familiar voice with anger came from the shop in front of him. Li Xing raised his eyebrows and walked in. You are maliciously lowering the price. I want to complain.
Ha!
Isn't this Master Tang Doa? Slowly walking behind Tang Do, Li Xing silently turned on the fun-watching mode. Guest, please calm down. This product of yours has been on the market for more than 3 years. The depreciation rate is already high. Moreover, the runes on the power system have been damaged. I can only recycle it based on the material price. The price of 80,000 star coins is already very reasonable. Tang Dou's face turned red, and he shouted without giving up. This was a limited edition back then. I bought it for 600,000 star coins. Tang Dou's chubby hands trembled slightly, and Li Xing looked in the direction of his finger. I couldn't help but be stunned. A children's version of the aircraft costs 600,000? The pattern is still limited by poverty. This shop is certified by the Merchants Union and is a good example, so when faced with Tang Dou's accusation, the boss did not panic at all and explained in a calm and humble manner. Because it is a limited edition, the market retention rate is low, so it is easier to depreciate. If it is a limited edition military version, collectors may be interested, but this is a civilian version. The implication is that this aircraft is meant to deceive amateurs who have a lot of money and want to use a second-hand one to defraud a pickup man. What a dream. Tang Dou's face was full of anger, but he knew in his heart that the boss was right. He had already asked many stores, and this one had the highest bid. Besides, this thing is broken and cannot be used. If you keep it, it will only become less and less valuable. Just when he was about to nod, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Douer, what a coincidence. Tang Dou was shocked. Li Xing? Why are you here? The embarrassment he just made could not be seen by this plagued person, right? What bad luck. Douer, please take a moment to speak. Li Xing signaled to the boss to call him again, if necessary. There happened to be other customers in the store to entertain, so the boss left. Li Xing put his arms around Tang Dou's shoulders and said coquettishly, Why are you selling idle goods? Your family is bankrupt? I want you to take care of it. Tang Dou wanted to shake off Li Xing, but she was too strong and he struggled. After a few attempts, he couldn't escape Li Xing's control at all, and he cursed in his heart. This guy is a crab. He looks thin, but in fact the meat is in the bones. He is so powerful. Don't be angry. It's just a joke. I'll offer you 85,000. Sell it to me.
No.
90,000. No. 95,000, no more. I only have a scholarship of 100,000 yuan, and I still have to save some money to buy daily necessities. If you don't sell it, you can't understand people, right? Li Xing sighed and advised earnestly. Douer, I know you don't like me, but you can't help but like money. The boss bids you 80,000 yuan, and I'll give you an extra 15,000 yuan. You can't figure out which one is suitable? You think about it again. Tang Dou thought about it calmly and felt that it was right. It would be a good thing to make more money, so why should he struggle with money? 100,000. Li Xing shook his head. Douer, I paid 95,000 yuan because of the friendship between our classmates. You don't really think I'm stupid, do you? The uncle just said that there is a problem with the power system. I don't know if it will work if I buy it back. If it can't be repaired, I might as well just buy one that can fly for 100,000. Since you don't want to sell it, forget it. After saying that, Li Xing turned around and left. Tang Dou was anxious and didn't care about getting into trouble with her, so he quickly grabbed her arm. Hey, don't go, I'm selling it. Can't you sell it? Okay. Inspect the goods first. Li Xing walked over and carefully inspected the aircraft. For the safety of children in driving and to ensure maximum stability, the aircraft's jet nozzle adopts the most advanced stable triangular distribution, one in front and two in back. When it switches to land mode, the wheel hub is lowered and it becomes a tricycle. Li Xing sat on it and felt it. The seat was quite spacious. Considering her size, it would not be a problem to use it until graduation. There is no need to choose the painting of the panels and other details. After all, the pricing back then was equivalent to luxury goods. As far as you can see at a glance, there is absolutely no shoddy workmanship. I haven't ridden it a few times, and it has been kept in the warehouse most of the time. I don't know why it can't fly.
Tang Dou lit.
The aircraft failure was actually related to his improper operation. One time, Tang Dou got into fun and didn't notice that he had run out of energy stones. When the aircraft issued an emergency landing warning, he was flying over the city. If he landed on the spot, he would definitely be attacked by the star beasts. In desperation, Tang Dou replaced the energy stone with a high-level crystal stone and reluctantly flew home. Because crystals also contain the power of elements, they can be used instead of energy stones in emergencies. However, the energy in crystals is not pure. The lower the energy stone, the greater the damage to the instrument. Generally speaking, the runes on the aircraft have fault tolerance, and high-level crystals can be used as energy sources in a short period of time. As long as you don't use it for a long time or frequently, and don't use low-level crystals with high chaos power content, it will basically not have a serious impact on the aircraft, but these will never be written in the manual. Tang Do's aircraft failed after using the crystal once, and the quality of the aircraft was still not up to standard. But in the final analysis, it was Tang Do's improper operation in the first place, and he would not compensate after the sale. He knew that he was at a loss and had no better remedy, so he could only sell it. Tang Do was afraid that Li Xing would change his mind after knowing the truth, but Li Xing had already discovered the key point with his spiritual consciousness. The entire body of the aircraft is engraved with runes, and the lines of the runes are blurred in many places, resulting in poor integrity of the runes and easy interruption of energy delivery. Even if Tang Do keeps using the energy stone as required, there may still be a problem that it cannot be activated. Either the quality inspection of this aircraft was neglected when it left the factory, or there is a problem with the design of this version. Li Xing thinks the latter is more likely. This thing is really meant to trick the rich. Add a limited edition title, and junk can be sold at a sky-high price. Okay, deal. Li Xing happily transferred the money to Tang Do, and Li Xing took the tricycle into the world's first-grade Lingpei. Space technology is very advanced here, and space buttons and rings are common daily necessities, so Li Xing doesn't need to hide her space magic weapon at all. Doer, is there anything else? Li Xing, are you a girl? Li Xing's eyes widened. Are her features so obscure? I mean, you should know what gifts girls like, right? Li Xing was amused. I can't tell. Doer, you are so precocious that you already have a girlfriend when you are only a few years old.
Bah.
Who gets a girlfriend? Oh, I'm buying a gift for 6th aunt. Tang Li, haha, she is older than Li Yi. What kind of girl is she? Oh, why are you buying a gift? A birthday? A gift? A commemoration? Let's consider it a commemoration. Tang Do was a little sad. The family has entrusted a relationship and asked the 6th aunt to work in Orly City. We won't be able to see each other every day in the future. I hope she will always be happy, and don't forget about me. TSK, I didn't expect this little fat guy to be quite emotional. What's the budget? Including the money from selling the car just now, it's about 540,000 to 50,000. If it's a little less, I don't know if I can buy something she likes. Let's go. She wished for 1-star coin. If you break it in half, more than 500,000 yuan is considered a small amount of money that you can't get rid of. It's really a drought and a flood. With Li Xing's help, Tang Do bought a necklace engraved with beauty charms. Li Xing promised Tang Do that Tang Li would always wear it. After all, no woman could refuse the buff of beauty, and Tang Do was satisfied. The ground is gone. After separating from Tang Do, Li Xing exchanged a few elementary energy stones and hurried home. It took me an entire afternoon to finally fill in all the blurry runic lines on the tricycle. He took out the energy stone and put it into the card slot, turned the engine slightly, and the tricycle rose into the air. After flying for a few times, Li Xing tried the land function again, and then nodded with satisfaction. This was a good deal. The only fly in the ointment is that after chopping her hands today, her pocket is cleaner than her face. Tomorrow she will go to the Star Beast Forest to make money. After dinner, Li Xing returned to his room, turned on his optical computer, and browsed the website as usual. Recently, she found a talisman master forum, where there were various posts explaining talisman patterns in detail, from line drawing to pattern transformation nodes, from bagua positions to talisman eye and talisman pivots. The explanations were so clear that even when to use them mental assistance, the appropriate amount to use, such minute details are all marked in detail. Li Xing felt that this forum was tailor-made for her, so she came to learn whenever she had time. Li Xing has thoroughly understood the formations and talisman jade slips left in the Ancestors database and integrated them with the talisman knowledge on the website. She has drawn inferences from one example. During this period, her carving ability has improved by leaps and bounds, and she has been praised by everyone on the forum. Given by God. What Li Xing doesn't know is that this kind of sharing forum is everywhere. Because there is no threshold, everyone can register and browse, but there are very few people who can really learn something from it. After all, not everyone can be a rune master. And senior rune masters who can understand the rune posts are even rarer. To put it bluntly, this forum is a place for rune masters of all levels to communicate online, display their results, and attract fans to show off. People communicate openly, and laymen can just look at it, but they just can't understand it, and even if they understand it, they can't learn it. You can say it's irritating or not. Li Xing read a few posts and felt a little tired. He was about to log off when he suddenly found a paid task post. He clicked on it and found out that he was looking for someone to repair the rune plate. Li Xing read the post carefully and clicked on the private chat button. David Yang received a message that he had posted for more than half a month. Someone finally responded. David Yang was so excited that he almost fell off his chair and quickly clicked on it. / weak and frail Zaibiwa. How much is the maintenance fee? If there are consumables, who does it belong to? / Li Xing originally thought that it would take a long time to reply to the forum message, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually online and replied in seconds. / It's important to make money. Hello, master. The maintenance fee is 1,000 star coins, and I will provide the materials. / Is it important to make money? Li Xing admires this ID very much. She also needs money now, but 1,000 star coins is a little short. / The frail little white flower. 2,000, maybe. / The other party replied with a tearful face instantly and started crying online. / It's important to make money. Master, 2,000 is enough for me to buy a new one. It's not easy to make money in a small business. Please be considerate. / The weak little white flower. 1,009. / David Young stared at the light screen and couldn't laugh or cry. He had never seen a rune master bargaining for 100 star coins. / It's important to make money. $1,005. You need to take care of the materials yourself. This is my final offer. If you can't accept it, our business will end in righteousness, and we will forget about each other. / Li Xing thought for a moment and replied deal. A few seconds later, the other party sent another message. / It's important to make money. Master, can you show me your talisman master qualification certificate? / The weak little white flower. I am not a rune master. / David Yang was so angry that he almost pinched someone to save himself. Who the Hades is this person causing chaos here? / It's important to make money. Fall. If you're not a rune master, why don't you just fix it? Get out of here. / Since this ID looks like a female, he was already very polite and did not greet the other female elders. / Weak and fragile Zaibiwa. I have been studying rune patterns on my own, and my results are good. I can carve all kinds of household runes. I also repaired an aircraft today. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Li Xing continued to lobby. / Weak little white flower. I saw that your post has been up for half a month. No rune master should be interested in this kind of useless task. Anyway, no one is doing it. Why don't you let me try it? / This sentence can be regarded as poking at David Yang's pain point. From low to high, the level of rune masters is divided into 4 levels: spirit, xian, earth, and sky. Even for a spiritual level rune master, the hard work of carving a rune is still high. From 3,000 upwards, no one really appreciates the 3 melons and 2 dates he gave. / Weak little white flower. If you don't trust me, you can try it first and then pay. I'll repair the rune pattern plate and send it back to you for inspection. If you think it's qualified, you can send me money. How about it? / David Young admitted that he was a little tempted. Weak and windy little white flower. The posts in your name are all maintenance tasks. If I guess correctly, you're in the second-hand recycling business, right? Think about it. If I can do it, we can cooperate for a long time in the future. You can find a rune master to work for you at half the price. It's not very profitable. If this happened to me, I would wake up in the middle of the night. Anyway, consider me. David Young admitted that this little white flower's ability to fool people is really beyond question. It's important to make money. Okay, I'll believe you just once. But don't try to play tricks. Your IP address is in Dayton City, and there are people there. If you dare to take something and run away, I will never forgive you. After leaving the delivery address, the other party immediately went offline. David Young stared at the gray avatar, feeling uneasy. After a long time, he finally resigned and called the courier company to pick up the goods. Grandma's is just a broken rune plate. If you catch a rune master, you will make a lot of money. If you can't catch him, you will lose thousands. Take a gamble. The express delivery industry in Qianyuan continent is very mature. Two cities thousands of miles apart can be reached in a few hours because of the connection of the teleportation array. In the morning, Li Xing received a reminder that there was a courier for her. She rode a tricycle to the public courier box in the community and got the package that she needed to make money. She must repair the rune plate in short time and strive to reach a long-term cooperation with the moneymaker. After returning home, Li Xing couldn't wait to go upstairs, open the package, and revealed a metal disc with a diameter of 20 centimeters inside. There were many jagged grooves on the edge. It looked like it was cut out from some machine. There was also a picture from the internet. Download printed instructions. After reading the instruction manual at a glance, Li Xing understood that this rune plate was a refrigeration component of a refrigerator. Li Xing carefully inspected the rune plate with his spiritual sense and found that the runes engraved on it were not complicated and were entry-level medium-sized runes. The reason why it cannot be cooled normally is because there is something wrong with the elemental conversion runes that serve as the pivot. This kind of talisman is usually used on mid-range refrigerators. After repairing it, putting it back on, and reselling it, you can earn at least 6,000 or 7,000. Money is so important, but you only spent 1,500 to get rid of her? Li Xing sneered. He was really honest and dishonest. The only reason is that he has the strength of a rune master, but does not have the qualifications of a rune master, so he is practicing without a license. A penny stumps a heroic man, and he has to swallow it even though he knows he is a mute. So who calls her poor? Li Xing closed her eyes, and the runes on the rune plate were completely revealed in her mind like pasting and copying. She removed irrelevant lines like peeling silk from a cocoon, revealing the runes that needed to be repaired. Golden Elixir stage monks have powerful spiritual consciousness, and completing this level of modeling is as easy as eating and drinking. After thinking for a while, Li Xing had an idea in his mind. The light golden energy and the colorful energy are automatically separated. The power of chaos is absorbed and stored by the body. The pure elemental power, spiritual energy, is deliberately pulled by Li Xing from the tip of the index finger overflowed and turned into a spiritual energy needle several times thinner than a hair, which was carved on the rune plate. If any rune master saw Li Xing carving runes so easily, his jaw would probably be shocked. Rune masters are divided into levels according to their abilities. Levels 1 to 4 are spiritual rune masters, levels 5 to 8 are mystical runes, levels 9 to 12 are earth runes, and levels 13 and above are heaven runes. Rune masters of level 9 or above can be considered as stepping into the threshold of advanced rune masters. Ordinary rune masters need the assistance of energy stones and various tools to carve runes. A slightly more complex rune can easily take several days. Freehand carving like Li Xing's is the skill of a high-level rune master. But even for a high-level rune master, a single freehand carving often requires all the elemental power of the body to be exhausted. How could Li Xing be so relaxed? 10 minutes later, the rune plate lit up with an icy blue light, and a layer of frost as thin as a cicada's wing condensed on the surface. In an instant, it returned to normal. Li Xing knew that this meant that the rune was carved. After stretching, Li Xing saw that it was still early. He would send the talisman plate back later, and then go to the Star Beast Forest. Riding his beloved tricycle, Li Xing quickly arrived outside the city. Different from the forest on Blue Star, the trees on the periphery of the Star Beast Forest are of a single species, as neatly carved as if they were carved from the same mold, with similar heights and crown widths. This results in a lack of sunlight on the ground, and few green plants grow except for shade-tolerant mosses and lichens. Because of this, the star beasts in the outer forest are not high-level, small in size, and weak in attack power. Here, Li Xing could easily obtain the low-level crystals she needed, but she could not get actual combat experience. Therefore, after capturing a large number of red-bellied wood frogs, two-tailed squirrels, sharp-horned guinea pigs, and other small star beasts, she plunged into the depths of the forest. Li Yi and Anna originally did not allow Li Xing to go hunting in the Star Beast Forest. Later, Li Yi reluctantly agreed after Li Xing repeatedly promised that he would only engage in peripheral activities. Li Xing's optical brain has real-time positioning. Once she crosses the boundary, the optical brain will automatically send a notification to her parents, and she will inevitably be punished when she returns home. But this little thing doesn't trouble Li Xing. She can even carve talisman patterns. Isn't it easy to change the program? Leaving the outer zone of the forest, the trees began to be scattered in an orderly manner. Sunlight could shine in, and there were gradually more plant species. As soon as he entered the deep forest, Li Xing was attacked by several waves, all coming from spiritual plants. There were carnivorous vines that could entangle people, thorns that shot out sharp thorns, and mushrooms that released poisonous spores. If Li Xing hadn't attacked the spiritual plants, she had a basic understanding of her habits, coupled with the uncanny and elusive Qin Yan steps inherited from her family and her extremely fast speed, which allowed her to dodge attacks at the critical moment. She might have died before she could see the power of the mid to high-level star beasts. How ironic it would be if she, an alchemy cultivator playing with spiritual plants, was really eaten by flowers and plants. Li Xing did not dare to be careless and sneaked carefully in the forest, observing the surrounding plants as he walked. Under her consciousness, these plants were filled with aura. Although Li Xing didn't recognize any of them, she was sure that these were good ingredients for medicine. Several Li Xing looked familiar, very similar to the fairy grass recorded in the Ancestors' Handbook, but they were not exactly the same. She really couldn't figure out whether the spiritual plants in Qianyuan continent had mutated, or whether they were two different plants. You must know that the differences between spiritual plants are inherently small. If they look similar to each other, one may be a strange medicine with flesh and bones, and the other is a poison that seals the throat when it sees blood. She was an excellent alchemy cultivator, but she was hesitant to identify spiritual plants, which made Li Xing very frustrated. If these are all new species and need to be tested for medicinal properties one by one, she will be busy in the future. Just when Li Xing was squatting on the ground and observing a purple monkey flower in front of her, in the bushes behind her, a pair of green vertical pupils were staring at her greedily. Silently, a large flower snake as thick as a bucket slowly poked its head out from the shadows. The snake's body arched, and the next second it shot away towards the slender back. The snake's mouth grew to almost 180 feet. He can swallow the girl in one bite. Feeling the fishy wind behind him, Li Xing rolled to his side to avoid it. The flower snake took a mouthful of mud. Because the impact was too great, the long and heavy snake body stacked up like elastic rubber bands due to inertia and pressed down on its head, making it unable to move for a while. This gave Li Xing just the chance opportunity to fight back. Li Xing punched the joint between the upper and lower jaws of the flower snake. The flesh, tempered by the eternal evergreen art, was harder than fine steel. The flower snake was in pain, and the huge snake body it rolled and fluttered, sweeping the surrounding plants into a mess. Li Xing let out a tisk sound. She had just taken a fancy to a few spiritual plants. She originally planned to dig them up and study them, but they were destroyed by the flower snake. They should be killed. He pointed like a knife and inserted it into the head of the flower snake with a pop. He flipped his fingers and pulled out the crystal that held it. The flower snake, which was still rolling just now, suddenly became motionless and dead, as if someone had removed the battery. Shaking off the snake blood, Li Xing looked at the transparent spar in his hand. The mid-level ones were pretty good. I wonder if Uncle Guan could exchange them for low-level spar in large quantities. After collecting Huaxi's body, Li Xing continued to explore deeper. Perhaps because she was stained with the smell of blood, star beasts kept attacking her along the way. Li Xing naturally hoped that there would be as many star beasts as possible, as her training resources could all be provided by them. It wasn't until the sun turned west and the light faded that Li Xing suddenly realized that she had spent the whole day in the forest. She quickly replaced the tricycle with a high-grade spiritual stone and rushed home. When the energy is sufficient, the tricycle can truly show the quality of a luxury product. It is so fast that it makes a sonic boom. In only 15 minutes, Li Xing entered the airspace of Dayton City and entered before Li Yi got off work. Home door. There were 7 or 8 of each star beast, ranging in size from large to small, no matter how they looked. Li Yi fell into deep thought. Is this what you gained in a day? Li Xing showed 2 little tiger teeth. Hey, is it okay? It's not just okay, it's great. If Li Yi knew, there were 20 more in her space. I don't know what to think when I see the corpse of an intermediate star beast. Taking out a bag of crystals and handing them to Anna, Li Xing said, Aunt Anna, this is my income today, for your household use. Although crystals are an indispensable resource for her cultivation, this is her first time hunting stars. Beasts have different meanings. Besides, they have been taken care of by the Li family for so long, so they should express themselves. Anna looked at Li Xing's sweaty little face and felt extremely distressed. How could she ask for her crystal stone? Xiaoxing, you can keep the crystals for your own use. You don't have to hand them over to your family. Li Yi also nodded in agreement. I will go to Dayton College to work in a few days. The salary will be much higher. There is no shortage of money at home. After a pause, Li Yi said awkwardly, if you really want to make some contribution to the family, then this holiday, you can be responsible for the meat at home. This child is really good at eating, without the help of the canteen. The pressure of 3 meals was completely placed on Li Yi, who was overwhelmed. It was better to let her be self-sufficient. This child was capable anyway. The whole family ate with their mouths full, and laughter could be heard from time to time in the small house. David Yang was playing with second-hand electrical appliances in the shop when a courier arrived. The shipping address showed Dayton City. Dayton City, David Yang muttered. Could it be that the express delivery sent yesterday was returned? If you want to pay on delivery, please pay the courier fee of 250 star coins. The courier robot reminded in a soft female voice. David Yang, I really believed your evil deeds. Cursing and paying, David Yang put on his mask and carefully opened the package. There are too many perverts now. Who knows if that little white flower has tampered with it, put something disgusting in it, and when he takes it apart, it will suddenly explode and splash in his face. It turned out that he was overly worried. This was a perfectly normal package. When the package was opened, the rune plate inside was revealed.
Huh.
He thought his stuff had been swapped, but it looked like it was the refrigeration rune plate he had sent, and David Yang's anger was half gone. What the Hades? Have you repaired it or not? Could it be that he saw the runes on this rune plate were complicated and thought it couldn't be repaired, so he sent it back to him? Then don't pay on collect, really. Feeling that Xiao Baihua's character was not as bad as he thought, David Yang felt better. He put on his gloves, took out the testing instrument, and placed it on the groove on the edge of the rune plate. Suddenly, a dazzling icy blue light lit up, and the pointer on the instrument clicked to the highest point as if it had been pulled hard. David Yang's first reaction was that the detector was broken, but when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he realized it was impossible. He had been using it today, and it was fine.
What's going on?
How did a mid-range refrigeration rune plate become high-end? With an excited heart, He repeatedly tested it several times with trembling hands and finally confirmed that the rune plate was not only easy to use, but also that the level had been improved. David Yang sat slumped in the chair in a daze, muttering as if he was possessed by a demon. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Although he is only a second-level rune master, and among the rune masters at the spiritual level, he is also at the bottom of the contempt chain, but he still has common sense. It usually takes a spiritual rune master 3 days to repair such a rune plate, but how long did it take the other party to use it? Excluding express delivery time, it only took her half a day at most. Besides, to upgrade the rune plate, you need at least a 9th-level senior rune master. How can a rune enthusiast do it? David Yang suddenly jumped up, rummaged around on the table, and finally found a 10-power eyepiece, stuck it on his eye socket, and searched carefully around the edge of the rune plate. He suspected that the other party had bought a high-end rune plate of the same model instead. Although he couldn't figure out why she did the loss-making business, there was definitely a conspiracy. When he saw the exclusive mark that he had specially carved, the remaining doubt in David Yang's heart dissipated. I don't know if it was intentional or a coincidence, but next to his mark, there was a 5-pointed star pattern like a flower. The scratches were fresh and should have been left by the little white flower. David Yang carefully put away the talisman disc and turned on the optical brain. Crazy Eye was so weak that he could not help but phone Zayabaiwa. With this kind of skill, only a ghost would believe that she was not a rune master. She didn't show him the rune master qualification certificate because she was afraid of exposing her identity. David Yang had already staged a bloody drama in his mind, in which a senior rune master resisted the oppression of aristocratic forces, but was suppressed and hunted by many parties. In the end, he changed his name and lived in seclusion in the city, but had no choice but to work online to make money. It must be a special fate that allowed him to meet Master Zayabaiwa in the vast sea of people. Thinking of his attitude yesterday, David Yang wanted to jump up and give himself a big showdown. Being able to cooperate with the master for a long time, not to mention his business, just having the connections with the senior rune master will be enough for him to brag for the rest of his life. David Yang was looking around, but the little white flower master thousands of miles away was killing everyone in the Star Beast Forest. After dinner, he washed up and went to bed. Li Xing finally had time to turn on his optical computer. As soon as he went online, the interface was flooded with dozens of messages, all of which were sent by people who wanted to make money. Li Xing drank berry milk and looked at each item with a smile. // It's important to make money. Master, I received the talisman plate. You are really amazing. You dare to question your level. You don't remember the villain's faults. Please forgive the villain. // Master. Are you there, Master? Just call me online and we'll calculate the reward. MoMA // Master. Have you received my message? Comparison // Master. / Li Xing hadn't finished reading the message, so he sent another one because of money matters. This time Li Xing replied, / the frail little white flower. I am here. / Li Xing could feel the other party's excitement through the light screen. / It's important to make money. Master. You are finally online. / The fragile little white flower. Has the talisman plate been accepted? If there's no problem, just make some money and do it quickly. / Although the text has no emotion, David Yang just feels that Master Zayabaiwa is not very happy, and he doesn't want to make the master unhappy at all now. / Making money is important. Master, what I sent you is a mid-range rune plate. After your expert repairs, it became a high-end one, which is different from what we promised. / Li Xing raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? She was ready to suffer the consequences of being dumb. Could it be that this person still wanted to find fault with her? / The frail little white flower. Let's talk about the key points. / David Yang felt that the master was even more unhappy. / It's important to make money. To be honest, Master, if I put the talisman plate back and sell the refrigerator, I will make a net profit of 7,000. If I'm lucky, I can get a little more. So I mentioned the maintenance fee to you at 3,500 new Taiwan dollars. What do you think? / Li Xing really didn't expect that the person who bargained with her yesterday and refused to give up any money would not only tell her the truth today, but also take the initiative to increase the money, and increase it so much. Taking the wrong medicine? Seeing that the master didn't reply, David Yang thought that the master was too little, so he sent another message / it's important to make money, for 1,000. / Li Xing raised his eyebrows and added 500? Still no reply. David Yang forced himself to continue typing. / it's important to make money, master. My business has just started. I have to pay for rent, water, and electricity, and I have a bunch of inventory that I haven't sold. I have a small profit, and 4,000 is really the limit. David Yang, before she finished crying, the other party sent a message / deal. / he was so happy that he slapped his thigh and quickly transferred 4,000 star coins to Master Xiao Baihua's account. The clang sound of money arriving in the account is really the most stress-relieving sound in the world. Li Xing immediately smiled and texted the other party back. / the weak little white flower. Happy cooperation. Next time if you need repairs, please send me a private message directly. / looking at this, the master is willing to cooperate with him for a long time. David Yang feels that the future is bright. / it's important to make money. Master, I would like to ask, what are your chances of improving the level of the rune plate? / Senior Talisman Master. There is a chance of improving the level of the talisman disc. David Yang is really curious. If the probability of Master Xiao Baiwa is very high, it is equivalent to him purchasing low-end products and shipping high-end products. It will not take a few years to open a branch. Married by Fume, and reach the pinnacle of life. Li Xing stared at this sentence and fell into deep thought. Did she increase the level of the rune plate? Money matters. Since you ask this, it means that not all rune masters can upgrade the rune disc. No wonder he was arrogant at first and respectful at the end, with completely different attitudes. This should be the problem. Wu Xian sat on the bed with his head upturned. Li Xing held a low-level crystal in his right hand and began to run the eternal evergreen secret. The power of chaos contained in the low-level crystals was stronger than that in the air, but it was only enough for Li Xing to move around for one day. After just a quarter of an hour, the crystals in his hands had been shattered into powder. The eternal evergreen technique is very fast to get started with, but the further you advance in your practice, the more chaotic energy you need and the harder it is to advance. Innate understanding will affect the speed of cultivation, but this is not the fundamental reason why it is difficult to practice eternal youth. The most important thing is that there is not enough chaos energy. The ancestor was able to pass the level in one fell swoop because he had another chance and obtained thousands of pieces of chaotic soil. Li Xing has just reached the flesh-forging stage, and she already feels that the energy of chaos is not enough. When she reaches the stage of forging the internal organs and soul, how to obtain a large amount of chaos energy will be a big problem. Taking out dozens of crystal stones and placing them in a circle around his body, Li Xing continued to practice. No matter what, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The next day, Li Xing did not continue hunting in the Star Beast Forest, but went to the place where she had traveled through time. Returning to the abandoned military post outside the city again, the feather grass growing continuously still had an air of fairy-like air, but Li Xing would no longer be fooled by their weak and harmless appearance. This world is full of contestants who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Doesn't even she herself wear a pitiful, innocent, and weak exterior, but in fact she is calm and strong on the inside? We are all foxes for thousands of years. Don't fool anyone. Cut through the thick vines and walk into the abandoned outpost. The first floor was originally a hall, but now a lot of gravel has fallen. The ground is drilled through by weeds, The floor tiles are pitted and covered with moss and lichen. After letting Fatty out to clear the area, scare away snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and burn the unnecessary vegetation, Li Xing chose a flat open space and used spiritual stones to lay out a shielding array. Before leaving home this morning, Li Xing picked a lot of spiritual plants from the vegetable garden. Together with the several kinds picked from the forest yesterday, it was enough for more than 30 furnaces of medicine. She planned to try the medicinal power of spiritual plants. Taking out the Shinnon cauldron, Li Xing's consciousness moved slightly, and several spiritual herbs flew into the air. Under Li Xing's control, the skin and tendons were peeled off, leaving the parts that could be used as medicine. Little Fatty, light the fire. There was a bang. The strange fire burned, and the bottom of the Shinnon cauldron turned crimson visibly to the naked eye. Li Xing put the processed spiritual plants into the cauldron. The medicine was refined into liquid, and the liquid was gathered into elixir. Just as the elixir was about to take shape, the spiritual energy in the cauldron suddenly exploded uncontrollably. The abundant spiritual energy rushed open the lid of the cauldron, and there was a loud bang, and the furnace exploded. Li Xing did not believe in evil and continued to try, but failed repeatedly. He tried 20 furnaces in a row, but none of them produced an elixir. Cough, 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 ba-ba. The dregs of the medicine splashed all over Li Xing's head and face, and her face looked even more bitter than the medicine. Li Xing was puzzled. When he was in Blue Star, he could still produce 4 pills out of 10. How come he had a high-level spiritual plant, and the pill-making rate dropped instead? She didn't use those spiritual plants that she didn't know or couldn't determine. The elixir she refined was the Xiaohuan Dan, that she had the highest success rate and the easiest to refine. How could she fail to make a single batch of elixirs? What exactly is the problem? Li Xing held a piece of spiritual grass and was lost in thought. She didn't notice a strange shadow in the pile of rocks in the corner of the hall, moving furtively towards her. After thinking for a while, Li Xing still had no clue, so he simply meditated and regained his energy to try again. When Shadow saw Li Xing closing his eyes and not moving, he became bolder instantly. He quickly came to the edge of the shielding array, picked up a spirit stone, and was about to run away. At this moment, Li Xing suddenly opened her eyes, and the immortal rope flew out, tying up the thief who stole the spirit stone like a rice dumpling, and flew back to her hand quickly. "You little thief! You dare to steal my spirit stone! You are very brave. Ah, it hurts like Hades! Help, help!" A howling voice suddenly appeared in Li Xing's consciousness. There was a loud voice inside, so loud that she almost jumped up in fright.
Who?
No matter how calm she was, she couldn't hold back at this moment and almost screamed too. What is tied to the fairy rope is a very ugly flower, a huge wooden fish-shaped head, lavender in color, with white spots of different sizes on it. There is a slit in 2/3 of the head, which is covered with sharp teeth. There is a layer of shiny sepals on the upper and lower edges of the slit, which look like 2 lips. On the back of the head, there are 2 clusters of gray-green leaves the size of fingernails. Under the leaves extend a thin gooseneck-shaped flower stem that is disproportionate to the head. At the bottom are 4 web-like roots growing in a cross shape. Even if it was caught, its roots still clung to the spirit stone. Isn't this the big-mouthed girl who fights zombies? I saw the big-mouthed flower's mouth opening and closing, and someone spoke again in Li Xing's mind, with a naive voice. Help, someone is trying to destroy the flower. Perhaps because of his extremely big mouth, the big-mouthed flower has an extremely loud voice, and it directly communicates with Li Xing's spiritual consciousness, and every word they all came back with echoes, which made her brain hurt. "Shut up. If you keep making noises, I'll feed you to Fatty." As soon as little Fatty heard that there was something to eat, he immediately flew forward excitedly, flying up and down around Big Mouth, which scared Big Mouth to pale. Don't feed me to the strange fire. It hurts to be burned to death. Can't I just stop arguing?" Li Xing narrowed his eyes, raised the big-mouthed flower in front of him, and looked at it meaningfully. "You actually recognize the strange fire?"
Say. Who are you?
I am the flower of wisdom. Li Xing raised his eyebrows. Flower of wisdom? The wisdom of Qianyuan continent has the same meaning as what she used to understand, right? Why can't she see any trace of wisdom from her big-mouthed appearance? Seeing Li Xing's expression of disbelief, Big-Mouth Flower felt insulted. The only two qualities it was proud of in this life were wisdom and beauty. This little girl actually showed such an expression. It was really unbearable. I'm very smart. I know you are different from the people here. You're a monk. Li Xing was caught in one sentence, and what Zhuhua said next shocked Li Xing even more. I also know that you are an alchemy cultivator, but you don't understand the medicinal properties of the spiritual plants of the Qianyuan world, so you failed to make alchemy and frequently explode the furnace. What Big Mouth Flower said was right, and Li Xing became excited. How do you know that I am an alchemy cultivator? Have you seen other alchemy cultivators? Where have you seen them? I've seen it, but I haven't. Why should I? Stop. I was dormant for a long time, and I can't remember many things when I woke up, but I have a feeling that I must have seen other monks. We are even very familiar with them. Did you meet those monks before you went to sleep, or after? Of course it was before. Not long after I woke up. You were the first person I saw after waking up. Then do you still remember how long you slept? Zhuhua's tone became more vicissitudes of life. I don't know. After I woke up, the mountains turned into valleys, the deserts turned into forests, and the world was different. It should have been a long time.
Come on.
Could it be that thousands of years have passed? Could it be that the monk mentioned by this big-mouthed flower is the 36 sages? A click sound interrupted Li Xing's train of thought. It turned out that the high-grade spiritual stone that big-mouthed flower had been holding in its roots fell off. The originally white and crystal-clear spirit stone turned gray. If you look closely, you can see that there are many spider web-like cracks on the surface, and the spiritual energy in the spirit stone is gone. Does big-mouth flower use spiritual energy as food? Perhaps it was her imagination, but the color of the big-mouthed flower was slightly darker than before. Li Xing put the big-mouthed flower on the ground and untied the fairy rope. There was a little fat man watching it eagerly, and I don't think it could escape. Since you can see the reason why I blew up the furnace, do you know the solution? Zhuhua shook his head and said, I know the spiritual plants of the Qianyuan world very well, but I don't know how to make alchemy. Li Xing's eyes widened. Liang, what do you mean by knowing everything? For example, the medicinal properties and pharmacology of spiritual plants in the Qianyuan world, their growing environment, their habits and hobbies, their accompanying spiritual beasts, their names in the world of immortality. What? Li Xing was excited. Do you know the names of the spiritual plants in Qianyuan continent in the world of immortality? Zhuhua nodded, looking naive. Of course, because these spiritual plants are originally from the world of immortality. Well, because the Qianyuan world is broken, the spiritual energy is mixed, and the spiritual plants have also undergone changes. Most of them are very different from the ones in the Baichao illustrated book. Li Xing felt that his heart was about to jump out. Grandmaster, I'm worried that I don't have a picture book to compare with, and something alive will fall from the sky. Calm down. Don't believe one side of the story until things are clear. Since the looks are so different, how do you identify them? Zhuhua tilted his head. There was nothing on his head except his mouth, but Li Xing felt like he was being stared at, and he could clearly feel the other person's eyes. Like looking at a fool. Of course, I watched them evolve from the familiar appearance to what they are now. Li Xing was angry. Didn't you say that you have been sleeping for a long time? How could you watch the evolution of spiritual plants with your own eyes? Could it be for fun? Zhuhua shook his head, with a little confusion in his voice. I don't know how to describe this feeling. I was indeed asleep, but in my dream I could clearly feel all the spiritual plants of Qianyuan continent, and knew that they grew and where. What does it look like? When I woke up and opened my eyes, the flowers and plants around me were really what I saw in my dream. Is this what is called being separated from the soul and seeing everything? Just talk and don't practice the fake moves. Try it, and you will know the real ones. Li Xing took out the spiritual plants he had used to refine Xiao Huandan and lined them up for Dezuhua to identify. 2 roots of the big mouth flower fall to the ground to support the body. 1 root is carried behind the back, and the other root is stretched out. Like an old scholar, he pointed out one by one. Kixialian, sweet in taste and neutral in nature. The calyx can be used as medicine. The green color is the top grade. Nahong, a slightly mutated strain, likes moisture and is warm in nature. The whole plant is used as medicine, and its medicinal properties are twice as strong as the ordinary strain. While Li Xing listened, he kept nodding in his mind. This big-mouthed beauty has something on him. Jinkeo, a highly mutated strain. Wait a minute. Li Xing was shocked. Isn't this Nishenko? Big-mouthed flower stretched out its roots, pulled at it, and said firmly, Its Jinkeo Wiyugrass originally had 1 stem with 5 leaves, but this one mutated so much that it turned into 3 leaves and 2 buds, which looked very similar to the 3 leaves and 2 buds of Nishang grass. Li Xing didn't believe it and reached out to pick off a stem. Open the 2 small buds at the top of the stem and observe carefully. Sure enough, they are not flower buds, but leaf buds. Li Xing finally believed that Dezuhua knew everything about Lingji. The look in her eyes when she looked at Dezuhua was so gentle that it could make her water drop. How could she think the big mouth flower is ugly? It is simply the most beautiful flower in the world. Why did you steal the spirit stone? Is it to absorb the spiritual energy inside?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
The big mouth flower nodded, and the corners of his mouth drooped. I was very hungry after I woke up. I was so hungry that I felt better after inhaling the spiritual energy. The big-mouthed flower is not strong in combat and can only rely on hunting low-level star beasts and absorbing the weak spiritual energy in the low-level crystal stones. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious and pure spiritual energy. I really miss this taste. If you can eat this level of spiritual stone every day, it won't take long for it to regain its previous beauty, and maybe the lost memory can be recovered. I'm still hungry. Can I have another one? Pointing at the broken shielding array with his roots stretched out, he looked at Li Xing helplessly. It is a flower of wisdom. It knows that a lot of spiritual stones are needed to set up the formation, so it just ate one. Li Xing still has it. Li Xing chuckled, flipped his wrist, and pulled out a fist-sized top-quality spiritual stone like magic. This inhumane, multi-billion-dollar performance almost made the big-mouthed flower's jaw drop. But they are so big, so fragrant. The big-mouthed flower danced and danced, spraying a lot of juice from its mouth. It looked like it was so excited that it was foaming at the mouth.
Can I eat it? Can I eat it?
Please give it to me. I can do whatever you want. Li Xing had a sly smile on his face, and he tossed the top-quality spiritual stone up and down in his hand with a big mouth. The head also moved up and down, until Big Mouth Flower's saliva dripped onto the ground. Li Xing stopped trying to tease it and said, Do you want to have spiritual stones to eat every day in the future?
Yes, I want.
Big Mouth Flower Huan nodded fiercely, not wanting to live a day without enough food. You follow me and accept me as your master. How about I give you 3 spiritual stones of this size every day?
5. No, 10.
10 stones every day, and I will form a master-servant contract with you. I will do whatever you ask me to do.
Deal.
For fear of Li Xing going back on his word, Dezuhua took the initiative to form a contract with Li Xing, and immediately a very friendly purple light appeared in Li Xing's consciousness. The red light spots, representing the little fat ones, are side by side. Throwing the best spiritual stone to the big-mouthed flower, the big-mouthed flower immediately used its roots and hair, wishing that its whole body could curl up on the spiritual stone. The white and shiny spiritual stone dimmed visibly to the naked eye, and the big-mouthed flower let out a satisfied moan. As promised, Li Xing gave today's share to Dezuhua, who quickly swallowed it into his mouth. There is a space capsule in its mouth, and the spirit stone can be placed in it and taken out at any time, which is very convenient. Li Xing spared no effort to establish his own image in front of the new spiritual pet. I don't need your help to kill the enemy. Your most important task is to teach me to identify spiritual plants. In this world, spiritual stones are very expensive. I want to have to work many jobs to support you. But don't worry, since you regard me as your master, I will definitely shoulder the responsibility of being the master. No matter how hard or tired I am, I will not let you go hungry. Master, I love you so much. I will definitely help you. Xiaopeng couldn't stand listening anymore and said through the voice, Hey, you idiot, the new guy doesn't know, but I know. There are dozens of boxes of top-quality spiritual stones, let alone 10 a day. There is no pressure even if you give them 100 a day. It's like you want to sell your kidney. Li Xing, what do you know? I've been cultivating it to be grateful since childhood. If you don't have enough to eat, you won't have enough clothes to wear. If you don't plan, you will suffer from poverty. You see how fast the big-mouthed flower absorbs spiritual stones. Let it eat with open belly. How many do you need to eat in a day? Besides, the spiritual stones are not mine alone. They belong to the entire family. I only keep them temporarily and will pay them back in the future. Ihua, who has no worries about food and drink, how can he know that life is not easy? You must not tell Dazuahua about the spirit stone, otherwise I won't let you steal the spirit ball. This gluttonous Ihua is in front of her every day. Don't think she doesn't know if she is taking advantage of you while practicing. The little fat man turned his face. This human being is as full of evil as the fierce monk. How could it be confused for a moment and make a contract with her? Seeing the big-mouthed flower who looked satisfied after eating the spirit stone, Li Xing secretly felt happy that he had picked up the treasure. Hey, do you have a name? Yes, my name is Wisdom. That's not a friendly name. Can I give you a nice and easy-to-sound name? Okay, you are the master. You have the final say. You are so capable and aware of current affairs, so I'll call you Big Mouth. The leaves of the big-mouthed flower drooped. It doesn't sound very smart. Can you change it to another one? I'll give it a nickname first, and then change it later if I think of something nicer. That's okay. With the help of big-mouthed flower, Li Xing picked the spiritual plants again and finally succeeded in making 2 furnaces of Xiaohuan. At the moment when the elixir was formed, 2 thunderbolts struck the jade-like elixir, and Li Xing almost burst into tears. A heaven-level elixir that can cause thunder tribulations. She should be the second alchemy cultivator in her family to refine a heaven-level elixir after Patriarch Li Zhan. Just after noon, Li Xing collected his belongings and returned to the city, going straight to the commercial street. Big Mouth is different from Little Fatty. It can't enter the Dantian. If you want to keep it around openly, Li Xing needs to buy a flower pot. The star beasts in Qianyuan continent are mortal enemies of humans and cannot be tamed as spiritual pets. However, a small number of spiritual plants can be kept by humans because they have certain special abilities and play a supporting role in battle. However, the intelligence of spiritual plants is not high, and even the Yuanling practitioners of Mu Yuanling cannot achieve 100% communication and control. In order to play the combat role of spiritual plants more accurately, and to prevent spiritual plants from attacking at will and accidentally injuring others, battle pet spiritual plants must be planted in special flower pots. This kind of flower pot is hemispherical and suspended on the ground. The owner can use the flower pot to control the movement and attack of spiritual plants. The flower pot has a protective cover. When it is not in combat mode, the protective cover is raised to prevent the pet spirit plant from hurting people. Li Xing doesn't care about these. What she likes most is that the flower pot has a life support system, which is similar to a spirit animal bag. The plants planted in the flower pot can be collected into the space. When Li Xing went to the commercial street for the first time, he saw a mercenary swaggering through the market with his pet spiritual plant, the measuring ruler. Passing by Li Xing, Liang Tianji didn't know what kind of stimulation he received. He lifted up the branch covered with spikes and pulled it down hard. Others were shocked, but Li Xing felt so cool. She was envious for a while. She also wanted an awesome Lingji who could follow him wherever he went. He would be so handsome. Now her dream has come true, and she also has a pet spirit plant. Walking into Boss Guan's shop with familiarity, Li Xing greeted him politely. Lao Guan. Hey, my eldest niece is here.
What do you want to buy today?
Anna is not in good health. Whenever Li Xing is free, he will help her buy daily necessities. She often comes to Boss Guan's house, and they have known each other for a long time. Uncle Guan, I want to buy a flower pot. Buy a flower pot. Are you going to catch the battle pet spirit plant? Li Xing does not have Mu Yuanling, so it may be difficult to catch the battle pet spirit plant. Do you want Uncle Guan to help? Lao Guan is the Yuanling user of Mu Yuanling, but his Yuanling is only level 5. He is more suitable to be a businessman than to be a low-level healer. But there are also 3,000 nails in a rotten ship. Even the lowest level Wood Yuanling can communicate with spiritual plants more easily than Yuanlings with other attributes. When fighting against pet spirit plants, if there is a Mu Yuanling in the team, the success rate will be much higher. Lao Guan often receives such offers or invitations, but he is used to living a peaceful life and does not want to take risks anymore, so he refuses them all. But if Li Xing wanted to, he would be willing to help. After all, she is the eldest niece. Li Xing shook his head and declined Boss Guan's kindness. No, I've already caught him. Look, a huge purple head suddenly came out of Li Xing's school bag and grinned at Boss Guan. A slug-like stamen drooped at the corner of the mouth, and slime flowed down the stamen and dripped onto the floor. The big-mouthed flower originally wanted to show off its friendly 64-tooth smile to make its owner blush, but it didn't expect that its dignified appearance was not cute at all, only shocking and terrifying. Boss Guan screamed, opened the space cabinet as quickly as possible, took out a medium flower pot, and placed the big-mouthed flower inside. After the crisis was over, Boss Guan felt that his legs were weak. At that moment, he seemed to have seen the Naiha Bridge, and his wife was standing on the other side waving. Where did this thing come from? Seeing Boss Guan's hair standing up after being frightened, Li Xing also felt that he was being reckless. The powerful heart of the Jindan monk was so frightened by the big-mouthed flower that he missed the shot, let alone an ordinary person. I caught it by chance when I was hunting in the Star Beast Forest. Boss Guan choked. Others just make appointments with 3 or 5 masters, make all preparations, and then go find the battle pet spirit plant, but they may not succeed even after a few months. Fortunately for her, she went to the Star Beast Forest and brought one back, which was easy. When did the spiritual plants in the forest become so tame? That's how you put it back in your school bag? Li Xing nodded. Yes, it's very well behaved. Big-mouthed flower smiled sweeter, licking her lips with her slug-like tongue, and the curvature of the corners of her mouth became more and more weird.
Creepy.
Boss Guan Yu. And LT wink with a frown at my eldest niece. Apart from a few artificially cultivated varieties, there are almost no good spiritual plants in the Qianyuan continent. Those that move, can eat people are poisonous, and are hallucinogenic. There are many. This time you were lucky and caught an ugly and unresponsive one without hurting yourself or others, but you may not be so lucky next time. If you're not sure about something, ask your dad. If he's not free, you can come see Uncle Guan. Do you hear me? Li Xing nodded obediently, but his consciousness was shaken by big-mouthed flower's dirty words. Who are you calling ugly? You are the only one who is slow, and your whole family is slow. Li Xing had no choice but to use the master-servant contract to ban its words, and the sea of consciousness finally became quiet. Lao Guan felt that he needed to talk to Li Yi. It was understandable that his eldest niece was young and lacked common sense. Why didn't Li Yi stop him? Li Yi. That's unfair. I didn't know she was so tough. My eldest niece, I need to register the battle pet spirit plant. What kind of breed do you have? I don't know. Then I'll search for it. Lao Guan took out a tablet and took a full-body photo of the big-mouthed flower. He clicked on search, and several pages of pictures popped up. All the plants in the pictures had ridiculously big mouths, but none of them looked like the big-mouthed flower. Look exactly the same. There is no harm without comparison. Looking at the ugly monsters on the screen, Li Xing felt that the big-mouthed flower was quite pretty. After looking at it for a long time, Lao Guan pointed to a spiritual plant with a blue head and white bulges all over its body and said to Li Xing, I think your battle pet spiritual plant may be a substrain of trapper grass. The species is as follows. Trap grass. With a loud slurp, a large mouthful of mucus was blocked by the protective shield and could not be spitted on Boss Guan. It was obvious that he had strong opinions on its species classification. Eldest niece, let me ask you again, have you really decided to raise this spiritual plant as a war pet? Li Xing was about to nod, but Lao Guan raised his hand to stop him. Listen to me first before making a decision. Raising war pet spiritual plants is not a simple matter. The nutrition, insect repellent, and replacement and maintenance of flower pots are a big expense. As the spiritual plants gradually grow big, the investment in this area will increase exponentially. Don't worry, Uncle Guan also raised a whomping willow when he was young. Because it grew too big, I couldn't afford it financially, so I had to let it go. In fact, it is a trivial matter that can be solved with money. What I am most afraid of is that if the war pet Lingji hurts someone outside of the war, you, as the owner, have to take full responsibility. If it is serious, you will go to jail. If you're just curious and want to raise it, after a few days of fun, Uncle Guan can register it as for sale. When you are curious about it enough, Uncle Guan will find a buyer for it. What do you think? Dezuahua was anxious. This person was trying to alienate the owner. Her feelings were simply unbearable. Lao Guan glanced at the big-mouthed flower from the corner of his eye and found that one of its roots was pointing at him like a finger. It opened and closed its mouth, and the shape of its mouth was obscene and familiar. It was obviously a mother-in-law. How could a spiritual plant curse others? Lao Guan shook his head, feeling that he was too worried. Uncle Guan, I really like this animal trapping plant. Please help me register as a battle pet.
Lao Guan sai, okay.
Although Uncle Guan is incompetent, he has wood souls and spiritual plants. If you don't understand anything in the future, remember to ask me. Because Lao Guan's shop belongs to the Merchants Union and has great authority, it didn't take long for Li Xing to register the war pet Lingji. With a ding, the electronic card with the full-length image of Dezuahua printed on it was transmitted to Li Xing's optical brain. Now Dazue also has a Qianyuan ID card. Uncle Guan, I don't have any star coins anymore. Can I use something to pay for the flower pot? No, you can go back. I'll ask your dad for the money. No, Uncle Li's salary for this month hasn't been paid yet. I don't have any money left at home, and I don't want to cause him any trouble. Besides, selling the things I have on me is enough. Look at it, bang. A row of star beast corpses and a bag of crystals appeared on the table. These star beasts vary in size. Except for a hole in their forehead, their fur is shiny and undamaged. The skins alone are worth a lot of money. Lao Guan opened the bag containing the crystal stones again, and wow, more than 30 mid-level crystal stones. Not counting the fur, bones, and teeth of the star beast, these crystal stones alone are worth more than 10,000 star coins, enough to pay for the flower pot. Uncle Guan, I won't sell the meat of the star beasts. You can buy the other parts. The decomposition fee will be calculated separately. With so many star beasts, Li Xing was too lazy to skin and debone them one by one, so he simply asked Lao Guan to find someone to do it for him. This isn't it you, who hunted it? Lao Guan had just had a drink with Li Yi the day before yesterday and knew that he had switched jobs to the school. He was busy handing over work recently and had no time to go to the forest. Besides, Lao Guan was very familiar with Li Yi's hunting style, and the skins he brought were rarely complete. But if it was hunted by Li Xing, it would be too exaggerated. There are several basic school students who can fight against mid-level star beasts, but this kid has hunted so many. What a talent. Faced with Lao Guan's doubts, Li Xing nodded and put his index finger on his lips. Uncle Li didn't let me go into the depths of the star beast forest, so I went secretly. I only told Uncle Guan about this. You have to keep it a secret for me. Lao Guan looked at Li Xing and then at Jing Shi, feeling sour. Li Yi, this guy's ancestral grave must be on fire. He picked up such a treasure. Sensible and capable. However, this child had a secret that he did not tell Li Yi, but he was able to tell it to him. Lao Guan couldn't help but have the illusion of being loved in the child's heart. His status was much higher than Li Yi and immediately patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. Guan uncle will definitely not tell you. But don't go too far, Xiaoxing." The deeper the Star Beast forest goes, the higher the Star Beast level becomes. You are still young and your fighting power is not strong. The more Lao Guan said, the more he went against his will. He could kill so many. A mid-level Star Beast, isn't her fighting power not strong? It simply took me several blocks away and took me around a corner. Anyway, pay attention to safety. If you are in danger, send me a message. Uncle Guan will find someone to rescue you.
Yeah. Thank you, Uncle Guan.
Lao Guan quickly settled the fee and deducted the flower pot. As well as the money for dismantling the Star Beasts, Li Xing also earned 4,000 star coins. Seeing that it was still early, Li Xing went shopping in the commercial street, followed by the floating big-mouthed flowers. The master and the servant were beautiful and ugly. Walking on the street made passers-by look back frequently. After shopping 2 streets, buying tents, sleeping bags, and seasonings that were useful for outdoor life, and exchanging low-level crystal stones in different shops, Li Xing was ready to go back. Walking to a remote area on the edge of the business district, a loud voice sounded in her mind. "Master, there are 3 suspicious guys following us." Li Xing said, She had already noticed that there was a tail behind her, otherwise she wouldn't come here on purpose. Li Xing's figure flashed at the entrance of the alley and disappeared. The people following behind did not care about hiding their heads and tail and ran quickly towards the alley. Unexpectedly, they came face to face with Li Xing, who had been waiting inside. They all looked embarrassed for a moment. Li Xing smiled sweetly. "Brothers, why are you following me?" There were 3 people following Li Xing. The leader was a young man with triangular eyes. One of the other 2 had a scar on his face, and the other had a scar on his arm.
Tattoo.
The triangular-eyed man said with a fake smile, "Little sister, I misunderstood. We happened to be on the way, and didn't follow you."
On the way?
"This is a dead end. I accidentally took the wrong path." "How did you follow the road? Are you the same as me? Are you going in the wrong direction?" San Jiao was startled and looked up. There was a wall at the end of the alley. Several shops on both sides were closed and locked, with signs for rent posted. It seemed that almost no one came to this alley. "Oh, why did we come to a dead end? It's really bad." Triangle Eyes began to perform. "Little sister, to be honest, we are from out of town and are not familiar with Dayton City." Huaji continued. Yes. We stayed at the Red Mushroom Hotel. I heard that the commercial street in Dayton City was good, so we came to take a stroll. Who knew we got lost while wandering around? Can my little sister show us the way?" Li Xing tilted his head. "Red Mushroom Hotel? I've never heard of it." Scar said, "How come? The Red Mushroom Hotel is the largest in this area, and everyone here knows it. I'm not a local, I've only been here for a year, right? I'm not familiar with Dayton City." Triangle Eyes and Scarface Arms exchanged glances, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. A child of 6 or 7 years old, with double black hair, petite and thin, and not yet a local, was a perfect target. Even if I only stayed for a year, I am more familiar with the terrain than my brother, a foreigner, who just came here. Little sister, can you do me a favor and take the 3 of us out of this commercial street, and my brother can pay you? Scar. Yes, I'll give you 50 stars. Li Xing curled his lips. My pocket money is more than 50 stars. Then I'll give you 100. Li Xing was unmoved. You use your brain to call me a taxi can take you directly to the door of that red mushroom. It only takes 200 or 300 to get a taxi. We don't have much money, so if we can save it, it's better to find a way to walk back on our own, little sister. Help me. Li Xing shook his head. Uncle Li said that any adult who asks for help from a child is not a good thing. Let me stay away. Hearing what Li Xing said, Triangle Eyes knew that he was going to trick her and leave today. I was afraid that I couldn't do it anymore. He immediately showed a fierce look and snorted sinisterly. He took out his energy gun and pointed it at Li Xing and said, Little guy, don't toast me and you will be punished by drinking wine. Just follow my brothers and you will be beaten to death if you dare to disobey me. You. Because energy stones are extracted from crystals and originally originated from star beasts, weapons like energy guns are almost like tickling to star beasts. Therefore, The dignified and powerful Yuanling practitioners on Qianyuan continent disdained to use energy guns. Only ordinary people or people with low Yuanling levels like to scare people with energy guns. Li Xing smiled contemptuously and said, "Hey, you stopped pretending so quickly? Are today's human traffickers so impatient?" Triangle Eyes finally understood that Li Xing had already seen through their identities and said angrily, "Little brat, if you dare to play tricks on us, I'll kill you." After saying that, he aimed at Li Xing's leg and pulled the trigger. Li Xing moved faster than him and kicked out a stone with his toes, hitting Triangle Eye's shoulder. Triangle Eye's entire arm suddenly went numb, and the energy gun fell to the ground. Triangle Eyes gritted his teeth, took out a short 3-foot whip, and with a strange cry, whipped Li Xing's head. Li Xing ducked down and nimbly dodged the whip. He put his weight on his left foot and whipped his right leg, kicking Triangle Eye's shin. There was a crisp sound of click, and Triangle Eye let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Ah, my legs!" Triangle Eye's calf was broken at 2/3 and twisted weirdly. Li Xing only used 2 moves to subdue Triangle Eye. The change happened so fast that Scar and Hua Ji didn't even react. They stood there blankly, and Triangle Eye was so angry that he yelled, "What are you 2 idiots doing? She is a Yuanling person, please copy me." Scar and Huaji rushed toward Li Xing one after another, and without any surprise, they were both knocked to the ground. The 3 of them couldn't figure out why such a petite and cute girl was so strong. The punches and kicks on the body hurt more than being hit by a bullock. There won't be any internal injuries, right? Seeing the 3 human traffickers groaning in pain on the ground, Li Xing couldn't feel any compassion at all, so he stepped on the fingers of the Triangle Eyes with his toes and crushed them. "Ah, heroine, spare your life, spare your life. Where did you originally plan to take me?" Triangle Eyes gasped in pain and replied with a trembling voice, "No, no, we're just joking with you. There is a smuggling organization that buys people at high prices. There are no requirements for gender, age, or appearance. The only thing is that they must be double black. A double black can be sold for 20 million star coins. All the brothers on the road know about this, and everyone is very tempted, but the double black is so rare that it is difficult to encounter it. The 3 of us have just arrived in Dayton, and we didn't intend to kidnap anyone, but we happened to see a heroine. I was shopping, and I was a double black guy, so I came up with an impromptu idea. 20 million star coins is enough for a family of 3 to live a prosperous life. What organization can be so generous? What's the name of the smuggling organization? Where is its home base?"
In.
The Triangle Eye was beaten severely by Li Xing, and it bled a lot. After saying a few words, he became even more angry. At this moment, the voice gradually became weaker, and no sound came out even if he opened his mouth. Li Xing eagerly wanted to know the answer, so he leaned towards Triangle Eyes. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Triangle Eye took out a green pod-like thing and squeezed it towards Li Xing's door. A stream of white smoke spurted out from the pod. Li Xing was shocked and leaned back to avoid it, but the white smoke was like a tarsal maggot and was about to come into contact with her skin. At this critical moment, a water balloon suddenly appeared, covering the white smoke. Yang Zhou hugged his shoulders and stood not far away, looking here quietly. "Teacher Yang, why are you here? I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Don't worry, come and have a look." Ever since he knew that Li Xing had found a good weapon in Yushang's shop, Yang Zhou had come to business often. Street Taba. It was a coincidence today that when he came out of a shop, he saw Li Xing walking into an alley from a distance, followed by 3 men. Yang Zhou was worried and followed Li Xing quietly to check. Seeing that Li Xing handled it well, he didn't take any action until Triangle Eye took out the pods and attacked him secretly, and then he showed up. Glancing coldly at the 3 traffickers, Yang Zhou waved his finger, and a water ball wrapped in white smoke exploded above the 3 people's heads. After being doused with water, the 3 of them fainted. It seemed that the smoke inside was a very strong drug. "My skills are good, but my vigilance needs to be strengthened." Li Xing nodded, and the sneak attack with his triangular eyes was indeed beyond her expectation. She will have to train hard in the future to avoid not being able to react quickly enough in critical moments. After Li Xing left, Yang Zhou dialed a number. Hey, I have 3 people here. You might be interested before the sun set. Li Xing rode a tricycle, carrying De Zihua, whose identity was legal, and entered the house. The eldest daughter is back. Li Yi is practicing swordsmanship in the yard. He passed the recruitment assessment and will be a practical class teacher after the start of school. Recently, he is helping Yang Zhou compile lesson plans and study swordsmanship moves every day. At a glance, he saw the flower pot floating behind Li Xing and the ugly flower peeping out like poison inside. Li Yi trembled and almost dropped his sword. What the Hades? Big mouth flower. That's the end of the dirty talk. I'm tired. Yes, destroy it. Li Xing laughed a few times and directed the flower pot to go upstairs and into the room. He turned around and called Li Yi to move today's ingredients low-level aardvark into the kitchen. It's not that the meat of the mid-level star beast is reluctant to be eaten by them, but it's because it's afraid of being exposed. Anyway, the spirit pendant space is not rotten or bad, so it's saved first until Li Yi can accept him to go hunting in the depths. These 2 aardvarks were hunted on the way back to the city. Although they were not of a high rank, their meat was tender and fat, making them a good dinner. Hey, these 2 are quite fat. I'm the best, Xing. Hey, I'm just lucky. Humble, just like me. The 2 men sat on a small bench and skinned the aardvark. Remove the bones, keep the meat for eating, and recycle the skin. Xing, you must be careful when you go to the woods recently. I heard from the guards that a thunder beast came to the outpost.
Ah?
Why didn't she know that a thunder beast came to the abandoned outpost? Has anyone seen it? Li Yi shook his head, and his work was not slow at all. The thunder beast is very cunning and has never shown up. But Xiao Lu told me that he vouched for his personality that the thunder beast is hiding in the abandoned outpost. Inside. And it should be a thunder beast in estrus. It has a bad temper and often marks its territory with explosive thunder and fire. There are more than 20 explosions a day. What a coincidence. She was making alchemy and blasting the furnace today, which was basically the same frequency. Li Yi. Xiao Lu put the flight monitor in and took a look. The wall inside was blown black, and undigested grass stalks and rotten leaves were sprayed everywhere. It's just a medicine that has no elixir. How can Li Yi say it's so disgusting? Li Yi. Xing, you are more powerful now than before, but compared with high-level star beasts, you are still very young. Don't do reckless things. Just hang around outside the forest. Stay away from the abandoned outpost. If you are in danger, run away. No matter what star beast or crystal stone is, your life is not important. Do you hear me? De Zue stole the spirit stone, and the shielding formation was broken. No more setup. Who would have thought that there would be escorts nearby? It seems that we have to be more careful in the future and not act recklessly or reveal our traces in the wild.
Brother Yi, come quickly. Li Yi, hey.
Here we come. Anna called out hurriedly, and Li Yi quickly dropped the aardvark, without even bothering to wipe his hands, and rushed towards the backyard. Li Xing followed closely behind. What's wrong? Li Yi and Li Xing were relieved when they saw Anna standing well in the garden. Hey, Xiaoxing is back. Just in time, please help me see if this purple jade fruit has set seeds. Li Xing was stunned, quickly washed his hands, and walked into the vegetable patch to take a closer look at the purple jade fruit. The purple spiritual plant produces clusters of fist-sized white fruits. The fruits are as round as jade. When mature, the peel is peeled off and the pulp inside is dried in the sun. It looks and tastes like flour. It stands to reason that these purified seeds bought from the store can only be planted for one season, and they will never produce seeds. This is a way for businesses to protect their own interests. But 6 bright red seeds about the size of a fingernail actually grew from the top of this purple jade fruit. Li Xing felt the vitality coming from Lingji and was sure that these seeds were all viable seeds that could germinate. It is indeed a seed. Could it be that the spirit gathering array has the effect of purifying plants and improving their levels? Aunt Anna, when the seeds mature, let's try to see if they can be planted. If they can be planted, We won't have to buy purple jade fruits in the future. Li Xing guessed that if the second-generation spiritual plant can grow, it will contain the power of chaos will be very little, and even purification will be omitted. Okay. Anna was trembling with excitement. It was simply a miracle that she could grow a purple jade fruit that could produce seeds. The miasma was steaming like fire, and time was running like a car. Time passed quickly in the busybody refining, elixir refining, and hunting. 10 years passed in a flash. Today is Li Xing's last assessment at Dayton College, the graduation exam. The graduation examination for basic schools is uniformly formulated by the Department of Education. After all, it is the basic education of Yuan Lingji, and the examination difficulty is relatively low. The exams for the 3 major departments are conducted separately. For the martial arts department, as long as you catch a star beast within the specified time, you'll pass. Although most students in the martial arts department can graduate, there are differences in test scores. The higher the level of the star beast you catch, the more complete its appearance, and the better your score. For those students who plan to enter the Reserve Military Academy to continue their studies, the final exam scores are very important, as they will determine which military academy they will be admitted to in the future. Considering the students' personal safety and overall level, Yang Zhou personally led the team to screen the assessment area the night before the exam. The middle and high-level star beasts can be driven away and driven away. According to the examination requirements, only the low-level star beasts of levels 1 to 4 are left. As the starting gun sounded, all the students from the martial arts department immediately poured into the forest like a tide and dispersed quickly. The exam stipulates that hunting must be completed independently. Everyone wants to complete the task early. Following a large group will only frighten the star beasts and run away, which will reduce efficiency. Li Xing quickly entered the forest. In the past few years, the forest outside Dayton City has almost become her private hunting ground. Hunting star beasts should not be too easy for her. She is sure to ace this test. For her, the most difficult part of the exam is how to find a star beast with the highest level within a limited time. But Li Xing knows that such a peaceful and beautiful appearance conceals a huge murderous intention. There may be a protective star beast crawling in the grass and thorns, salivating, ready to jump out when you relax your vigilance. It eats people with blood. The weak vines climbing on the towering trees are full of harmless yellow flowers. When you pass by, they will suddenly roll over like a python, dragging you into the roots and turning them into nutrients. Under the soft mulch, there are all kinds of gregarious carnivorous insects. When they crawl out of their nests in groups, bones are everywhere in their path. With her understanding of the forest crisis, Li Xing avoids all dangerous elements that would hinder her hunting. She relies on God to move. Quickly enter the deepest part of the assessment area, where powerful star beasts are most likely to appear. Compared with Li Xing, some students were not so lucky. Not long after the exam started, screams started one after another, and distress flares frequently exploded in the sky. What a pity! Using a flare means giving up the exam and losing the qualification to enter the reserve school. After passing through the dense forest, Li Xing came to a clearing in the forest. The ground was covered with lollipop-like ball grass, swaying in the wind, which was quite beautiful. Ball grass is a high-level spiritual plant that can replace Huangwu and become the main medicine of Yun Xindan. Li Xing was about to pick a few plants to make elixirs when his nose suddenly twitched, and there was a slight fishy smell in the wind. Li Xing turned his head and looked in the direction where the fishy smell came from. His eyes suddenly brightened. When the dragon travels, there is rain. When the tiger travels, there is wind. The tall feline beast hunched its shoulders and walked towards her gracefully. It stopped 20 meters away from her and stretched out on its knees. The snake-tailed tiger beast is a 4th-level star beast and the ceiling of low-level star beasts. Li Xing is overjoyed. It's you today. Li Xing raised her hands in front of her chest and made a starting position. This posture can be used offensively or defensively. No matter which angle the snake-tailed tiger beast attacks from, she can attack immediately. In the past 10 years of hunting star beasts, Li Xing rarely used weapons. One was to exercise his body, and the other was to ensure the appearance of the star beasts. This snake-tailed tiger beast is far from being able to let Li Xing copy someone. Besides, the serious sword is full of evil energy. What should I do if I scare him away? When Li Xing looked at it, it was also observing Li Xing. The snake-tailed tiger beast didn't take Li Xing's attitude of challenge into consideration at all. He stuck out his tongue, lazily licked his nose, and slowly circled around Li Xing. The snake-like tail slowly stretched out, hissed and spat out a message, and rubbed the tiger's head affectionately. The tiger and the snake seemed to be communicating, commenting on Li Xing. Seeing the obvious disgust in Tiger Beast's eyes, Li Xing smiled bitterly. Has she become so thin that Star Beast would feel worried just looking at her? The Tiger Beast looked down on Li Xing, but Snaketail felt that the human in front of him was a bit thin, but the skin and flesh were fine, and it was good to have a taste of it. After some exchanges, the tiger beast finally jumped up with a roar and rushed towards Li Xing. Just when the tiger beast thought he would be able to taste the taste of blood in the next moment, Li Xing's horse stepped slightly and hit the tiger beast's chin with a right hook. The huge tiger beast, like a kite with its string broken, swooped into the grass. The mature grass is flying like hydrogen balloons, which is really beautiful. Relying on the natural agility of the feline star beast, the tiger beast rolled nimbly after falling to the ground, jumped out of the grass, stood up and roared angrily at Li Xing. The fluff of the ball grass is slightly poisonous, which makes the tiger beast's nose very uncomfortable. The pain on the jaw and nasal congestion make the tiger beast shoot up the evil fire to the sky, and the eyes of the tiger beast become cruel and bloodthirsty when looking at Li Xing. After that punch just now, the nature of the matter changed. It must make this human being die painfully. The tiger beast adjusted its state and rushed towards Li Xing for the second time. Li Xing punched again, but the tiger beast dodged it. Li Xing's center of gravity dropped, and he kicked the tiger beast's belly, and at the same time used his strength to jump out to the side. Not for nothing, the tiger beast ducked sideways and slapped Li Xing's neck with its palm. Li Xing lowered his head and dodged, and punched the tiger beast's jaw again. Just between the lightning and flint, a big snake with a triangular head sprang out from behind the tiger beast and bit into Li Xing's fist. The four upper and lower fangs are touching Li Xing's metacarpophalangeal joints. Snaketail was overjoyed and bit harder. As long as she scratched this human's oily skin, the poison would kill her. It's a pity that Li Xing let it down. The body in the middle stage of meat-forging realm can't be hurt by magic weapons, let alone a few snake teeth. But the strength of the snake's tail was not limited. Li Xing was not afraid of being bitten, but he could not break away from its grasp for a moment. Snaketail was choked by his fist, and his eyes bulged out. While Li Xing was bitten by the snake's tail, the tiger beast turned around to join the fight, but was knocked away by Li Xing with a headbutt. With his other hand, he pinched 7 inches below the snake's head. He squeezed his fingers hard, and there was a crackling sound of broken bones. The snake's head, which had been twisting wildly in an attempt to spit out its fist from its throat, instantly collapsed. Li Xing pulled out his fist, grabbed the snake's tail with his backhand, and twisted his body to ride on the tiger beast. The snake tail and the tiger beast were 2 in 1. The snake tail was gone, and the tiger beast was in unbearable pain. It had long lost the intention to fight anymore, so it carried Li Xing and ran into the forest. Li Xing used his claw-like hands to pinch the tiger's cervical vertebra, lift it up, and then twist it laterally, turning the cervical vertebra 90 degrees. The running tiger suddenly lost all mobility and lay limply on the ground. Under the action of inertia, the huge body continued to slide forward for dozens of meters before stopping. Li Xing jumped off the snake-tailed tiger beast, patted the grass and dirt on his clothes, waved his hand to put the snake-tailed tiger beast's body into the space button, and walked slowly towards the gathering place with his hands behind his back. Welcome everyone to leave messages and interact, and strive to put it on the shelves as soon as possible. There are still 20 minutes before the end of the exam, and there are already a large number of students who have completed the assessment at the gathering place, waiting for the teacher to take them away. Tang Do sat under a big tree, leisurely eating the apples given by his younger brother, surrounded by a group of followers. Ma Lo, The little freckle who was most familiar with Tangdo finally plucked up the courage to make a request on behalf of everyone under the encouraging gazes of his classmates. Brother Tang, can you tell us what kind of star beast you are hunting this time? What level is it? Tangdo is not fat at all now. The fat has been converted into muscles. He has broad shoulders and long legs, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He has a heroic look, but he is in the stage of changing his voice, and his voice is rough. Seeing everyone around him looking at him eagerly, Tangdo threw the apple core, and Yo said coaxingly, "What, you want to touch my bottom? Brother Tang, what are you talking about? Who doesn't know who you are? We are the leader of the martial arts department. Who among you can compare with you? Everyone just wants to open their eyes before announcing the results. Brother Tang, just think of it as a lesson to us. Show us whether the star beast you hunted is successful. This flattery is in place, and it will be fake if it is held again." Tangdo took out the space button and threw it to Ma Lo. "Be careful. You can't afford to pay for it if it gets damaged."
Come on.
Ma Lo carefully unscrewed the space button and threw it towards the open space in front of him. The pinnacle of low-level star beasts, Brother Tang, is awesome. It's amazing. Listening to the exclamations and admirations one after another, Tangdo showed an arrogant and evil smile, but was actually a wretched and greasy smile. He had practiced this expression in front of the mirror for a long time, just so that one day he could show his face in front of everyone. Today he finally got what he wanted, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Tangdo kept this expression that he thought was perfect, and was about to tell everyone about his battle with the six-winged mantis. At this moment, the crowd in a circle suddenly gave way to a passage, and a slender figure slowly walked through it with his hands in his arms. Passed through the crowd, and came over. Xingjia. Hello, Xingjia. Good afternoon, Xingjia. The sound of greetings was louder than a bullfrog in the forest. Tangdo's face trembled, and he could no longer maintain his evil smile. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. They are a bunch of sycophants. Ma Lo, who had smiled flatteringly at Tangdo just now when he saw Li Xing, he immediately ran forward like a dog, took out an exquisite snack box, and offered it with both hands. "Sister Xing, are you tired? Now, specially the Wesley signature cakes prepared for you are limited to 10 per day, but they are hard to buy. I queued up early in the morning to grab one, so you need to rest your stomach first."
Dangzu.
What was given to him was an apple, and what was left to Li Xing was a limited edition cake. "Ma Lo, you are really filial to your labor."
Thank you.
Li Xing took the cake without ceremony and ate it. The sweets in Qianyuan continent are really amazing. No matter how many times you eat them, you will never get tired of them. The mantis on the ground was huge, and it was impossible for Li Xing to ignore it. Besides, Tangdo was standing next to him, and the expression on his face was really hard to describe. "Doer, are you hunting?" Tangdo finally gave up. No one saw his carefully rehearsed expression. He was very unhappy. His eyebrows were furrowed like a wrongdoer, and he ignored everyone with a stern face. However, Li Xing felt that he was the real Tangdo like this now, and his expression just now was too neutral. The scene was once awkward. Ma Lo laughed twice and smoothed things over. "That's right. Except for Brother Tang. And Sister Xing, none of us have the ability to hunt level 4 star beasts. The six-winged mantis is very aggressive, with a pair of sickles as big as the AO is extremely sharp and fast. It is a type of 4th level star beast with a very high combat power. It is not easy to hunt. With it, Tangdo has no doubts about applying to a prestigious school." After finishing the cake in 2 mouthfuls, Li Xing pointed at the ferocious beast on the ground and said, "Put it away when you're done admiring it. Don't attract other star beasts." The six-winged mantis was fatally wounded on its head. With half of its head they were all smashed to pieces, a corner of the crystal was shattered, and the brains were spilled all over the floor. The flesh and blood of star beasts is useful to humans, and it is also a great supplement to other star beasts. If a star beast follows its taste and finds it, it will be bad if it hurts the classmates. What was originally a normal sentence was interpreted as irony by Tangdo, who felt that Li Xing was laughing at him for smashing the six-winged mantis head and ruining its appearance. Hey, it seems that this six-winged mantis is an eyesore to someone. I admit, I was a bit harsh and smashed the mantis's head, but so what? Even if it doesn't have a head, it's still level 4. Adolescent children who are sensitive and paranoid are most likely to get into trouble. Doer, that's not what I meant. The location we are in, beyond the scope of the outer forest, is inherently dangerous. Although the teachers have driven away the intermediate and above star beasts, no one knows when they will come back. The exam is not over yet, and the teachers are busy rescuing the students who are trapped and have given up so they can finally take care of us. Before the teachers arrive, we can only protect our safety by ourselves, other students heard Li Xing say. They all thought it was reasonable, but Tangdo had always been overbearing and unforgiving, so no one dared to support Li Xing in front of him. Only Ma Le squirmed, but Tangdo pushed him away before he could speak. Go to the other side. Li Xing, don't bully others with your excuses. I think you are just jealous that I hunted the six-winged mantis. Do you dare to show your star beast and let everyone see whose one is better? Awesome. Li Xing sighed, feeling that Tangdo is not as cute as he was when he was a child. Are all the teenagers in the second grade so infuriating? Having been bitter rivals for so many years, Li Xing knew too well Tangdo's character of not giving up until his goal was achieved, so it would be a waste of time to continue arguing. Are you going to put it away after seeing it? Yes. Okay. Li Xing took out the space button and threw it on the ground casually, and the fluffy star beast corpse appeared at their feet.
Male was frightened.
Snake, 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 snake. Mala felt as if his mouth was hot. After thinking snake for a long time, he finally said, snake-tailed tiger beast. There was a sound of inhalation all around. Oh my god, the 5th level star beast. This is already a middle-level star beast. No, according to the latest standards promulgated this year, the snake-tailed tiger beast is now considered level 4, the same as Brother Tang's six-winged mantis.
Ah?
How is it possible? Hasn't the snake-tailed tiger beast always been at level 5? It used to be, but some experts determined that the snake-tailed tiger beast and the tiger beast are parasitic rather than symbiotic, so they downgraded. But until now, the snake-tailed tiger beast has not been leveled. The conclusion is that the parasitism faction and the symbiosis faction have their own opinions, and they're arguing on the internet every day. That means it can be at least level 4.5?
Ah.
You are right. Then Sister Xing wins. Do you need to say it? Even if the snake-tailed tiger beast is reduced to level 4, Sister Xing will win in terms of appearance. Hush. Can't you see Brother Tang's face? Hearing the comments around him, Tangdo really wished he could travel through time and space, go back to 5 minutes ago, and cover his troublesome mouth. Was Li Xing specially sent by God to defeat him? She could even hunt such a rare star beast. It was so evil. TSK, 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 Sister Xing, how did you kill it without any damage? Ma Lo was the closest and could see it most clearly. The snake-tailed tiger beast's fur was intact. If it was sold to a museum, he would definitely get it. Good price. Perhaps that exerting great force can produce miracles. Li Xing had to admit that Tangdo was her guide. Without that headbutt back then, there would be no Li Xing who admires strength and honey today. You're cruel. One Wu was first, Wu Wu was second. As soon as Li Xing's prey came out, the judgment was made. Tangdo put away the six-winged mantis with a red face. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Li Xing also put away the snake-tailed tiger beast and was about to ease the atmosphere with Tangdo with a smile. Suddenly her expression changed, and she turned her head to look in the southeast direction, and at the same time, her consciousness popped out like a rainbow. Li Xing shouted, "Everyone, first level alert." With a swish, he drew out the serious sword, and Li Xing looked nervously to the southeast, assuming a defensive posture. All the students, including Tangdo, were confused. It was quiet around them. There wasn't even a bird. Why was it on level 1 alert? All earth and water elements immediately build defenses as quickly as possible. The stronger the better. The gold element and fire element will defend against the enemy with me, and the wood element will fill in. Also, whoever has time should send a distress signal to the teachers as soon as possible. Just do it if you want to survive. Just as Li Xing knew Tang Do Yi understands her. Li Xing is really angry now. Is it possible that something big is going to happen? Earth City, rise. Without any time to think about it, Tang Do summoned the elemental power, and the thick earth wall rose. With Tang Do taking the lead, all the students began to take action. The earth element controlled the earth element to build the wall. The wood element helped remove obstructive tree roots and thorns, and integrated vines into the earth wall to strengthen it. The water element helped make cement. Earth walls rose from the ground one after another, and the defensive fortress took shape. The rear was busy with infrastructure construction, and the students standing with Li Xing on the front line finally discovered something unusual at this moment. Look, what is that in the sky? From the southeast, a huge dark cloud floated in the low sky. If you look closely, it is a cloud composed of countless flying star beasts. The densely packed blood-red eyes in the cloud make people's scalp numb. It's the wolf-headed bat. Students with good eyesight recognized that the star beast flying towards them was the star beast wolf-headed bat. There are several red vertical lines on the forehead of the wolf-headed bat, which are marks of rank on the star beast. All are level 5. Oh my god, there are even level 6. Star beasts above level 5 are classified as intermediate. For students in basic schools, intermediate star beasts are super outline questions, not to mention it's such a big group. Tang Do's expression changed drastically. While urging other earth and water elements to seize the time, he spared no effort to urge Yuanling to build the wall. There are more than 3,000 of them, and the shelter must be built large enough, which means it cannot be completed in a short time.
장도야.
How much longer? At least 20 minutes. Tang Do's eyes were red. Yuanling spared no effort to output, but the shelter was too big, and his Yuanling was quickly exhausted. Regardless of his heartache, Tang Do took out a handful of low-level energy stones and absorbed the power of the elements. The earth elemental spirit was replenished and transformed into an infrastructure maniac once again. Li Xing's eyes darkened slightly. The wolf-headed bats were too fast, and the shelter was too slow. They had to find a way to hold them back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the classmates around him were all pale with fear, and their hands holding weapons were shaking. Li Xing took the initiative to take on the responsibility of leading the team and giving orders. Don't be afraid, everyone listen to my command. Li Xing can understand the fear of these children. Level 5 is the watershed between low-level and mid-level star beasts. The attacks of mid-level star beasts are no longer limited to physical damage. They can behave like humans. Manipulate elemental forces. Students who have not received a reserve school education have no strength to fight against mid-level star beasts, let alone so many. Although wolf-headed bats are 5th-level star beasts, they cannot control elemental power and can only attack with ultrasonic waves. They are the weakest mid-level star beasts. Being timid before fighting is a taboo for military strategists. In order to boost morale, Li Xing first gave the opponent is labeled the weakest. Everyone set up the front arrow formation. I will make the arrows, and you will be on the flanks. Listen to my orders later. When I say fight, everyone directly attacks with elements. Be sure to use all your strength and not give them a chance to react. The first few level 6 ones are leave it to me. You will focus on attacking the 5th level group at the back. Those who have exhausted their Yuanling will retreat to the rear of the formation, and the flanks will take up positions as soon as possible. Li Xing's voice was clear, his tone was calm and clear, and he arranged the battle in an orderly manner, which greatly comforted him. The students' hearts were filled with fear. Everyone formed the formation as quickly as possible, and Li Xing stood in front of everyone, serving as the arrow with the greatest pressure. The students all knew that at least half of the attacks from the wolf-headed bats would fall on her. Li Xing didn't have time to pay attention to how the classmates she was protecting behind her were so moved that their eyes were red. All her attention was now on the wolf-headed bats. Getting closer, 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The scarlet eyes of the wolf-headed bat have long been locked on them, and the mouth full of sharp teeth is drooling, ugly and terrifying. The master of the serious sword kills, and he drinks blood when he is with the ancestor. There are countless souls under the sword. If Li Xing had not deliberately suppressed it, the evil spirit of the serious sword itself would have made the low-level star beasts retreat. At the critical moment, the lives of thousands of students hang on a thread. Li Xing no longer dares to hide his clumsiness. With a touch on the blade, Xiaobang transforms into a blazing aura and clings to the blade. The power of the blazing fire king plus the evil spirit of the heavenly wolf deliberately released by Li Xing reaches the sky.
Get up.
The row of 6-level wolf-headed bats flying in the front suddenly felt an inexplicable, terrifying pressure and stopped instinctively. The wolf-headed bats in the back row were still unaware of the situation and continued to move forward at the original speed. Between silence and movement, collision was inevitable, and large-scale chaos immediately occurred in the bat group. Li Xing seized the opportunity and shouted, "Hit!" Li Xing jumped up and swept the serious sword towards the wolf-headed bats. The arc-shaped red swords were carrying flames that burned the sky and destroyed the earth. Shot into the bat group. Accompanied by the sharp and high-pitched cry of the wolf-headed bats, more than 100 wolf-headed bats were split in half by the gongqi, and blood and corpses fell from the sky with crackling sounds. Most of the level 6 wolf-headed bats fell in this unexpected first wave of attacks. Li Xing's bravery and fearlessness became a role model for the students and greatly boosted morale. Countless golden, red, and blue elemental attacks were fired into the swarm of bats like cannonballs. Injured and dead wolf-headed bats fell like raindrops, and soon there was a layer of bat corpses on the ground. Unfortunately, our own attack advantage did not last long, and we have never had an advantage in ground-to-air combat. In border towns like Dayton, the quality of Yuanling practitioners is generally not high. Most students have Yuanling levels of C and D. Class B students can already be considered as a few top students. They do not have the rich reserves of Yuanlings as those of Class A students. The long-distance attack of pure elemental power soon became unsustainable. The elemental power injected into the enemy camp gradually began to decrease from being overwhelming and then became sparse, with only a few scattered ones. Soon all elemental attacks were forced to turn into hand-to-hand combat, with only Li Xing still persevering in firing flaming swords at the wolf-headed bats. "Xing, Sister Xing, my elemental spirit is exhausted and my energy stone is exhausted. I have no strength either. What should I do? I can't hold on any longer. I don't have elemental power. I will fight with you too." In less than 10 minutes, the students' attack rhythm slowed down, and the wolf-headed bat's arrogance increased again. Now they're no longer in a hurry at the beginning and have begun an organized and planned counterattack.
Bang bang.
The wolf-headed bat uses its racial talent to send out ultrasonic attacks. The sonic cannons are invisible and have no substance. When they hit the ground, they create a big hole punch deep, making them impossible to defend against. Many students who were hit had their skins torn and blood flowing freely. The smell of blood further stimulated the ferocity of the wolf-headed bat, and it rushed towards the wounded and bleeding people crazily, wanting to taste the taste of flesh and blood. Fortunately, the students were very united and formed a circle to protect the injured inside, resisting desperately to prevent the wolf-headed bat from getting close. Seeing that the pack of wolf-headed bats became more and more courageous as they fought, and tended to disperse and outflank them, Li Xing made a decisive decision and shouted, "Everyone retreat to the rear." The students now had unconditional trust in Li Xing, and they would evacuate when ordered. Picked up the injured classmate and ran away. As soon as they turned around, there was a terrible burning sensation on their backs, and a wall of fire dozens of meters high blocked all the wolf-headed bats from behind. The fortifications were about to be completed. If the wolf-headed bats were to outflank the rear and interrupt the progress of the project, the only thing waiting for them would be exhaustion of energy and death in the mouth of the bats. Li Xing ordered Xiaobang to transform into a wall of fire to stop the wolf-headed bat. The wolf-headed bat flapped its wings and screamed unwillingly at the wall of fire. However, Xiaobang is a rootless fire. No matter how they attack with sonic cannons, the firewall is not weak at all. There were some cunning wolf-headed bats that wanted to fly to both sides and bypass the firewall to catch those humans who exuded delicious food. But as they flew, the boundary of the firewall also extended and even rolled back to swallow one or two who had no time to escape. The wolf-headed bats gave up and gathered around with their scarlet eyes flashing, waiting for Li Xing's yuanhua to extinguish. Waves of heat came from the front. Tangdo took the time to look up and was almost frightened to death by the wall of fire. Is Li Xing crazy? Doesn't she know that consuming yuanling like this will damage her fundamentals and cause her level to drop? Don't you feel embarrassed that it takes so long to build a shelter? Not only Tangdo, but almost everyone noticed the wall of fire. Li Xing was burning her yuanling in order to protect them. If you don't want Li Xing to die, and if you don't want to feel guilty for the rest of your life, just speed it up. Everyone was red-eyed. Even the battle-damaged metal and fire elements that had just been withdrawn from the front were dug by hand with the help of the infrastructure team. Finger planer and mud, every little bit helped speed up the process. Everyone worked hard. The shelter, which had slowed down for a while, began to squirm and grow taller again, and was about to be topped out.
Li Xing.
Standing at the door of the shelter, Tangdo shouted to Li Xing, "Listen to me and count to 3, and you run back." 1. The dome of the shelter closed little by little.
2.
It's only half a meter away. 3, run. The moment the shelter was capped, Tangdo shouted 3. Li Xing took Xiaoping away, turned around and ran back, followed by a large group of smoky and angry wolf-headed bats.
Bang.
Li Xing tapped her right foot on the ground and shot forward to the left, dodging a sonic cannon. There was a basin-sized hole where she was just now.
Bang. Bang.
The sonic shells rained down like raindrops, so densely packed that there were almost no gaps. The 5th-level star beast is not a problem for Li Xing, but there are so many ants that kill the elephant, and she cannot withstand such a large-scale group fight. There were many sonic cannons that Li Xing couldn't dodge, so she could only fight with her back. If her body hadn't been forged by the energy of chaos to be extremely tough, she would have suffered internal injuries and vomited blood. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tangdo's voice was very close at hand. Li Xing finally had the advantage of one step ahead of the wolf-headed bat. He slid into the shelter with a flying shovel. Tangdo closed the door in time to block the wolf-headed bat that was following behind. I'm dead, Sister Xing. Your kick just slipped into my heart. Sister Xing, oh, you're here. I'm so worried. Sister Xing, from now on she is my biological sister. I will serve you tea and water, squeeze your shoulders, and beat your legs for the rest of your life. Goddess, you are the eternal god. Everyone gathered around and looked at Li Xing eagerly. They were able to survive because Li Xing warned them in advance, arranged the battle, and helped them withstand most of the attacks. He charged and cut off the enemy, almost getting himself involved. Tangdo knocked on the door and squeezed in front of Li Xing with a sullen face. He had thousands of words in his mind, but he could only hold back one sentence. Li Xing, are you crazy?
Li Xing.
Everyone glared at Tangdo. This kid was so arrogant. He dared to insult their wise and powerful Sister Xing. He had no brains. If they had known he couldn't beat him, they would have beaten him in a group. Li Xing rushed in so fast just now that he almost slid in while grazing the ground. Now he is still lying in a half-lying position, leaning against the earth wall, looking up at Tangdo, his eyes confused and innocent. Tangdo blushed for some reason. Tangdo is the strongest earth elemental spirit among this group of people. It can be said that he built most of the shelter with his own efforts. Although he has absorbed energy stones at this moment, his whole body is weak due to excessive consumption of elemental spirits. Thinking of Li Xing, who is confronting the wolf-headed bats and the overwhelming wall of fire, Tangdo's thick eyebrows furrowed, then furrowed again. Do you know that forcibly mobilizing elemental power and excessive consumption of yuanling will lower your level?
Oh.
Really? I don't know.
Tangzu.
He lost 10 times to such a guy who lacks common sense. I am really unwilling to accept it. Tang Dou misunderstood that Li Xing had no fire spirit at all, and all fire attacks originated from Senqianlian. Oh, by the way, after 10 years of unremitting struggle, Xiaopeng now has a name, called Senqianlian. Dazue helped him name it, and Dazue also has a better name, Hui Hui. Although Li Xing is more accustomed to calling them by their nicknames, the two little ones are imitating them. They don't call them by their first names on certain occasions, and they really don't cooperate. Although Li Xing looked embarrassed now, covered in dirt, and his clothes were in tatters, he felt no discomfort except for the slight itching on his back where the sonic cannon hit him. Tang Dou was unforgiving. You know how to be a hero. If Yuanling is downgraded, the key military academies will not want you. To put it bluntly, even if you can get into a key military academies, there will be no room for improvement in strength, which will affect your future. You're here to cry. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment. Li Xing's performance just now seemed to everyone to be a desperate play. What if Tang Dou's words really hurt his foundation? They are about to face the choice of school. If this really affects their future, they are all responsible. Here you go. Absorb it quickly to avoid leaving hidden dangers and relying on us again. An intermediate energy stone was thrown to Li Xing by Tang Dou, and there was a surprised and envious intake of breath around him. Li Xing smiled and did not refuse. Thank you, I'll pay you back later. It took 50,000 star coins, that is, Master Tang Dou, to get the intermediate energy stone to restore the soul. Li Xing secretly took the energy stone away and kept it for Hui's dental sacrifice. Adjust your breath quickly, make your face rosy, and look like you have absorbed all the energy. Tang Dou saw that her expression softened and her frown slowly relaxed, and he sat down holding onto the wall. He was also exhausted. The situation just now was so critical. I can't survive if I don't fight hard. What future can I expect if my life is gone? Showing a heartless smile to everyone, Li Xing said freely and honestly, gold can shine wherever it goes. I can also become a general in the military academy. Tang Dou really wanted to say to her, it's a daydream, but he always felt that this guy never acted according to common sense, as if there was nothing he couldn't do if she wanted to, and maybe she could do it.
Arrive.
After all, someone who transforms from a physical waste into a violent academic master in just one semester is definitely a pervert. Perverts have ideals, and no one can stop them. Li Xing sat up and took out the dried meat from Ling Peri and ate it as if no one else was watching. After the battle just now, he had exhausted a lot of energy and was hungry again. She has many creeds in life, the most important of which is that she cannot go hungry. Ma Lo, how many wounded are there? Back to Sister Xing, a total of 179 people have been injured. They have all been simply bandaged and used hemostatic medicine. Ma Le is a 5th-level Wood Yuanling, and he knows that he is not a healer. He had good mind and understanding, so he chose to be a martial artist. Although his grades were not good, his popularity was good. According to Li Xing's tactical allocation, logistics troops were needed to fill positions, so Ma Le took the initiative to lead a group of students with similar grades to him to take on the task of rescuing the wounded.
Well.
Have the teachers replied to the letter? When will it arrive? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and suddenly realized a particularly serious problem. Everyone was busy nervously just now, and no one thought of sending a signal to the teacher. Oh my God, what the Hades is this? Malo almost cried because he was so stupid that he could forget such an important thing. Now that we are in the shelter, we can't send out flares, so we can only use optical brain to communicate. But the strange thing is that the message sent out always shows sending, as if the network is being interfered with. Li Xing, don't try it. The ultrasonic waves of the wolf-headed bat will interfere with the signal. Now we can only wait for the teachers to discover the abnormality and come here.
Bang! Bang bang!
After such a big loss, the wolf head outside the bat's eyes were red. They surrounded the shelter and attacked with sonic cannons without giving up, showing no signs of dispersing. Under the constant attacks, cracks like spider webs appeared in the shelter, and the soil fell down. The hearts of the students gradually sank as they waited. Half an hour passed, but there was still no rescue. Even though Tang Do and his people were constantly repairing the interior, the cracks in the shelter were already densely packed, and it looked like it would collapse soon. We can't wait any longer. The teachers haven't come yet. There is only one possibility. They have also encountered similar troubles, and now they can only save themselves. Li Xing thought of a way, but he needed someone to cooperate. Taking out the Shinnon cauldron, Li Xing asked Tang Do, "Can you accurately make a hole the same size as it on the top?" Tang Do looked at the strange, dark cauldron with a round mouth and a big belly in front of him and nodded. Yes, but why do you carry a pot with you? You are uneducated. Is this a pot? This is called a tripod.
What is a tripod?
The ancients used.
A pot.
Then I ask again, why do you carry an ancient pot with you? Can I cook something? Tang Do is convinced. You are really perverted. Li Xing rolled his eyes at him and took out the snake-tailed tiger beast. After taking the corpse, he cut open the blood vessels and squeezed half a cauldron of blood into it, then told Tang Do about the plan. Now among all the people, only Tang Do still has the energy to cooperate with her. I will throw the cauldron out later. The wolf-headed bats are bloodthirsty. When they smell the blood, they will definitely rush into the cauldron. When the cauldron falls, you will definitely be able to catch a few. You quickly seal the hole and lock the ones in the cauldron. Let me deal with the wolf-headed bats, okay? Killing a few more will buy the crumbling sanctuary some more time. Okay. The state of the shelter meant that there was no time for them to delay. Tang Do opened a hole according to the size of the cauldron, and Li Xing threw the Shinnon cauldron out quickly with both arms. As expected by Li Xing, the wolf-headed bats smelled the smell of blood and rushed into the cauldron without even noticing the big hole in the shelter. The Shinnon cauldron has recognized its owner, and after leaving the shelter, it was suspended in the air under the control of Li Xing's divine consciousness. When the wolf-headed bat was almost inside, the tripod suddenly turned over and fell back to the shelter upside down. Tang Do quickly repaired the hole. No one saw the Shinnon cauldron hanging strangely in the air. They thought Li Xing had thrown it high enough, so it took him a long time to fall. Li Xing covered the lid with one hand, held the ashes at the bottom of the cauldron with the other hand, turned it over and stood it on the ground, and started refining it with 3,000 lotuses. The temperature inside the cauldron rose rapidly. At first, there was a crashing sound, but it didn't take long for it to return to silence. A few minutes later, Li Xing opened the lid of the cauldron and, using the cover of smoke, quietly put a dozen crystal stones into the Lingpei. The Shinnon cauldron has a space formation engraved inside it, and its actual capacity is much larger than it looks. Where's the wolf-headed bat?
Male was dumbfounded.
What kind of cool trick was this? Burned to ashes. To prove that she was telling the truth, Li Xing turned the Shinnon cauldron upside down and patted its belly. Sure enough, a layer of gray and white residue fell on the ground, just like ashes. Sister Xing, no, goddess, please accept my knee. Oh, long live Sister Xing. Ignoring the group of jumping and screaming boys, Li Xing released another half of the beast's blood and greeted, "Doer, keep going." Just like this, while trapping and refining, there were fewer and fewer wolf-headed bats outside the shelter, and the number of crystals Li Xingling wore had also accumulated to 86. Li Xing felt secretly happy in his heart. Oh my god, one mid-level crystal can be exchanged for 30 low-level crystals. Wealth must be gained at risk. At this moment, there were shouts from outside, and with the sound of elemental power exploding, reinforcements finally arrived. The teacher's combat skills and Yuanling reserves were far superior to those of them. Novices and the remaining wolf-headed bats were quickly wiped out. Seeing the students filing out of the shelter, no one missing, Yang Zhou almost had red eyes. Just as Li Xing speculated, the teachers were also attacked by a group of wolf-headed bats on their way to the gathering place, which was larger and higher level than the group they encountered. Seeing another group heading towards the students, Yang Zhou was anxious, but he couldn't find anyone to help. After a hard fight to get out of trouble, Yang Zhou and his men rushed to the meeting point without stopping. They originally prepared for the worst and collected the corpses of the students, but found that this group of cubs knew how to use tactical coordination to survive the initial dangerous moment. Later, they hid in the shelter and killed many wolf-headed bats. There was such a big accident in the exam, and the score evaluation process was suspended. After briefly asking what happened, Yang Zhou asked the students to go home and rest. The injured students were sent to the hospital for treatment. As for the dead wolf-headed bat carcasses, the school collects them for disposal. Earlier this morning, a large-scale star beast riot suddenly occurred in the southern forest, and the beast tide attacked the 2nd Legion fortress. The 4 legions are stationed in the east, west, north, and south to resist the impact of the star beasts and protect the 184 federal cities and countless satellite towns. The destruction of any legion would be a disaster for mankind. There was no warning about today's star beast tide. Even the Elder's house did not warn them, and the 2nd Legion was caught off guard. If it hadn't happened that there was a heaven-level rune master who built a large rune array in time to block the attack of the beast tide, I'm afraid there would be no 2nd Legion in the Federation now. Those wolf-headed bats took advantage of the flying advantage to fish in troubled waters and cross the border into the rear, while the heaven-level rune master's rune formation had not yet been completed. It happened that this group of children who were taking exams met, and today's thrilling scene happened. Li Yi has been busy today and couldn't care about himself at all. When he got home in the evening, he realized that he was also stained, but fortunately, it was not serious. Anna bandaged him with tears in her eyes. During this time, Li Yi told Li Xing all the news he got. "Uncle Li, didn't you say that star beast tides only happen once every 10 years? I remember there was a large beast tide on the northern border 6 years ago. Why does this happen again?" Li Yi sighed and said, "In history, there was a large beast tide. The longest recorded interval between star beast tides is 500 years. As time goes by, the intervals between beast tides become shorter and shorter, 400 years, 200 years, 100 years, 80 years. In my case, when I was a child, the elders predicted that the interval between beast tides would be 40 years, but before I reached 40, I had already experienced 3 beast tides." Li looked at the child he had raised for 10 years with mixed feelings. This time the beast tide is completely out of control. I really don't know what kind of future awaits Li Xing. It is an indisputable fact that the interval between beast tides has shortened. The Presbyterian Council's predictions are becoming more and more inaccurate. There may be no rules to follow in the future. No one knows how many years a beast tide will occur, or how many times a year it will occur. Do you know why Senior Yang has such strict requirements for martial arts students? Martial arts masters are human shields on the battlefield. They not only have to kill the star beasts, but they also have the responsibility of protecting the talisman masters and healers. He is just afraid of it in the future. One day, you kids who haven't grown up yet will go to the battlefield to fight for your life. He doesn't want you to be cannon fodder, so he forces you to grow up as quickly as possible. Li Xing nodded, and after the old principal retired, Yang Zhou took over. Dayton Academy has become even more strict with the martial arts department. As a result, he often received complaints from parents that his educational methods put too much pressure on their children. Yang Zhou often got into fights with the Secretary of Education because of this. However, strict masters produce good disciples, and Li Xing never thought there was anything wrong with Yang Zhou's approach. "Li Xing, you did a good job today. I'm proud of you." Li Xing smiled, revealing 2 small dimples. "Don't be arrogant. Tell the truth. I killed so many wolf-headed bats, and before I even had time to dig out the spar, I was picked by the school. Uncle Li, do you think Principal Yang can be merciful and return the spar? Give it to me?" The number of wolf-headed bats she killed with a flaming sword was much greater than the number of wolf-headed bats she captured with a Shinnon cauldron later. She didn't expect to get them all back, but at least she gave some of them some meaning. Li Yi glared. "You little money fan. You really dare to worry about it. To tell you the truth, don't even think about those crystal stones." This time the beast tide came out of nowhere, and the star beasts are more irritable and out of control than before. The military will take bring the wolf-headed bat corpses back for study.
What?
Li Xing quit. The main battlefield is at the Second Army Fortress. Don't they have enough Star Beast corpses to study?
You? Wrong.
Although the Second Legion Fortress is the center of the battle, because the talisman formations laid out by the Heavenly Talisman Masters are too overbearing, there are not many Star Beast corpses to study. What talisman formation is so powerful? In the Tian Feng killing formation, all the Star Beasts that entered the formation were shattered by the Wind Blade, including the spar. Li Xing curled his lips. Okay, he is a ruthless person. Tomorrow the military department will send someone to hand over the body of the wolf-headed bat and learn about the situation. Except for the injured students who are hospitalized, everyone will be questioned. You are the key interviewee. The principal specifically asked me to tell you that you are assisting in the investigation. Not the suspect has the right to refuse to answer any questions involving personal privacy. I understand. The next day, Li Xing followed Li Yi to Dayton College. Many parents gathered at the school gate, all of whom were sending their children for investigation. Seeing Li Xing appear, the parents all smiled gratefully. Parents have long known a lot of inside information from their children. If it weren't for Li Xing's alertness, I don't know how many families would have sent their white-haired children to their black-haired children. It can be said that Li Xing is their benefactor. Li Xing followed Li Yi to the door of the main building and found that the security here had been taken over by a small team. They all had long legs and straight waists, sharp eyes, and wore uniforms. At first glance, they were members of the military. After a brief interrogation, the team leader let Li Yi and Li Xing in. Li Xing followed Li Yi expressionlessly, but felt a little surprised in his heart. The team just now had a total of 25 people, but 18 spiritual powers were secretly sizing her up. Most of the mental strength is similar to Yang Zhou, and there are even 2 that are stronger than him. It seems that there are not a few people in the army who have both Yuanling and spiritual power. When Li Yi and Li Xing disappeared around the corner, a baby-faced soldier said solemnly to the people around him, "Brother Zhang, that kid is very strong. He is a master in the remote lower town, even in the middle city or the upper city." The baby-face pursed his lips and said nothing. When he used his mental power to explore the child, for a moment he felt that he was spying on a sleeping giant beast. If you are not careful, you will disturb the overlord and be swallowed by the giant beast. But this feeling disappeared in an instant, so that even he was not sure whether it was an illusion or something else. No one would believe him if he told him, so he should just shut up. When they arrived at the door of the largest interview room, a beautiful woman with silver hair was waiting there. Seeing them appear, the woman stepped forward with a smile and asked, "Is this classmate Li Xing?" "Yes." The woman smiled softly, said to her, "Major General Ning of the 1st Army Corps and Deputy Director Li of the Education Department are already waiting for you inside. Please follow me." The 2nd Army Corps suffered heavy casualties and is now almost at a standstill. The investigation can only be left to you. 1st Corps assists. After nodding to Li Yi and indicating that he didn't need to worry, Li Xing followed the woman into the interview room. Perhaps in order to ease the students' nervousness, the meeting room was decorated in a warm and comfortable manner, with soothing classical music playing. For those who didn't know, they thought it was a tea party. Sitting on the sofa were Yang Zhou and 2 other unfamiliar faces. One of them was young and heroic in military uniform, and the other was a greasy and fat middle-aged man. It is clear at a glance who is Major General Ning and who is Deputy Director Li. "Hello, Principal. Hello, leaders." "Hello, classmate Li Xing. Please sit down." Major General Ning pointed to the sofa opposite in an easy-going manner. After Li Xing sat down, the silver-haired woman also sat down next to her, almost touching her body. Li Xing cursed, "Why are you sitting so close? The sofa is not long enough." Li Xing, regarding the attack by the wolf-headed bats yesterday, Major General Ning has a few questions to ask you. You don't have to be nervous. Just say whatever comes to mind. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. You don't have to answer. I'm here, and there's no one else. I dare to force you. I understand, Principal. Classmate Li Xing, you were the first to discover the attack of the wolf-headed bat. How did you do it? Li Xing's black glass eyes looked at Ning Zhe brightly. He pointed at the small coffee table between the two of them and said, "This." Ningzhe was confused. "What? This?" Li Xing stared at Ningzhe with super serious eyes and asked in a low voice, "Can I eat it?" Ning Zihan, "Of course, please use it." There are fruits and pastries on the coffee table, specially prepared for students, but how can anyone eat during such a serious time of being interviewed jointly by the Military Ministry and the Department of Education? You will be so nervous that your stomach hurts. These are just for display. Li Xing dared to ask. Most of the ingredients in Qianyuan continent have chaos power, so the people here have developed the combination of sugar, eggs, cream, and purple jade fruit powder to the extreme to make pastries and sweets. It was so delicious. Li Xing quickly stuffed the piece of purple cake that he had long admired into his mouth, and then grabbed another piece in his hand. Then he remembered that Ningzhe had asked a question just now. He drummed and asked in an unclear voice, "What did you just say?" Yang Zhou's veins were popping. Is Dayton College starving her? In front of outsiders, she made such a pitiful appearance and asked for food, without even caring about asking. Isn't this a clear sign for him, the principal? Eye drops. This scoundrel. Yang Zhou, you little rascal. You can't bear to see others move your mouth. Deputy Director Li was lying innocently with the half-eaten cake in his mouth, and there was still cream on the corner of his mouth. He was embarrassed to eat it and put it away. Yang Zhou took a deep breath and suppressed the veins on his forehead. "Major General Ning, how did you discover the wolf-headed bat?" "Oh, I heard a very strange cry. It was very noisy. It was very similar to the cry of the bat beast, and more ferocious than it, so I became alert." She couldn't expose her spiritual consciousness, so she had to use other excuses. This wasn't a lie. The eternal green art did enhance her five senses. Ningzhe glanced at Xueji calmly, but she didn't react at all, and she lowered her eyebrows. Xueji sat quietly next to Li Xing, as if she was asleep. Xueji's Yuanling level was not high, but she had a special skill, which was to detect lies. With this talent, she became a star in the interrogation department at a young age. People. If this incident hadn't been too involved, Ningzhe wouldn't have been able to ask Xueji for help. Since Xueji didn't say anything, it proved that Li Xing wasn't lying, but Ningzhe wanted to confirm it himself. The cry of the wolf-headed bat has a very high frequency, exceeding the threshold of human hearing. Classmate Li Xing, are you sure you can hear it? Li Xing nodded, pointed at the optical brain on Ningzhe's wrist, and said, "Major General, you'd better turn off the sound. Just because I can hear it doesn't mean I like it. It's uncomfortable for my ears." Ningzhe touched his wrist and said with a smile, "Student Li is really talented. I admire you." He was sent by the military to investigate. How can he believe whatever the students say? Naturally, he needs to verify it. Just now he played the cry of the wolf-headed bat with his optical brain. No one here responded. Only Li Xing could hear it, and her words must be true. It seems that there are really talented people in this world, and their five senses are inherently superior to others. Classmate Li, from the beginning of the battle to the time you enter the shelter, your elements are different. The attack has never weakened, and even exploded once. Your Yuanling reserves are much more than those of the same level. What's your explanation for this? How do you know my elemental attack has not weakened? I played very hard. As if he expected that Li Xing would have this question, Ningzhe clicked on his optical brain a few times, and a video was projected in the air. Although the picture quality was terrible, as a witness to the incident, Li Xing recognized it at a glance. Come on, this is yesterday's surveillance video. Graduation exams are no joke. There are hundreds of cameras hidden in the exam area. It can be said that the movements of all candidates are under the control of the school. Otherwise, how can we ensure the rigor and fairness of the exam? The image quality was seriously damaged due to interference from the wolf-headed bat's ultrasonic waves. The military department carried out technical repairs overnight. Although it was not as detailed as possible, it was still very easy to distinguish the strength and weakness of the elemental attack. Alas, you don't know, actually. I've been holding on for dear life. Li Xing's face looked miserable, and tears seemed to be in his eyes. Major General, since you have watched the video, You must know that the situation was urgent. The students were so frightened when they saw the wolf-headed bat that they became timid even before they fought. It's definitely not enough on my own, so I have to act like I'm at ease so that everyone can be less afraid and have the confidence to follow me and hold on until reinforcements arrive. Recalling the inquiries from other students, almost everyone praised Li Xing's heroic performance. Ning Zhe believed that Li Xing was not lying. He felt that Li Xing's approach was very wise. If he were present, he would not necessarily be better than Li Xing. Xing did better, but Li Xing seemed to have answered the question incorrectly. After taking a sip of tea, Li Xing complained that the fruit she just chose was too unpalatable, which made her cry. Classmate Li Xing, what I asked was not about you. It's about your mental journey, but why you were able to keep the elemental attack from weakening from the beginning to the end. Can you please answer my question head-on? Before Li Xing could answer, Yang Zhou became unhappy and said, Major General Ning, is it possible that even excellence needs explanation? Ning Zhe was startled and said with a smile, Of course not. If Li Xing feels that this question is difficult to answer, you don't have to answer it. Nothing difficult to answer. My adoptive father joined the military, and since I was 6 years old, he has given me special military training. I have already mastered the advanced element manipulation skills that can only be learned in reserve military schools. Major General Ning may not know that my adoptive father retired at a young age because his Yuanling broke out during the battle, causing his level to drop. In order to prevent me from making the same mistakes as him, he has given me special training on my Yuanling reserves since I was a child. He even taught me how to use Yuanling to temporarily increase my combat power in desperate situations. I fight with star beasts in the forest every holiday. After training year after year, I naturally have a stronger Yuanling reserve than other Class A players. That's it. Li Xing, the scale and lethality of the wall of fire you use to block the wolf-headed bats is amazing. This shows that you have great potential. If you work hard, you will definitely be an excellent warrior in the future. But you are not yet an adult, and all indicators have not yet been finalized. Excessive burning of Yuanling will have an impact on your level. Be careful in using such self-destructive tricks in the future. Li Xing's face turned pale without warning, and he asked quietly, Actually, since yesterday, I have been feeling tired and weak, dizzy, nauseated, and unable to eat. I thought it was because I was tired, but after hearing what you said, I suspect. Ning Zhe also looked nervous and said, Are you willing to test Yuanling?
Now?
Ning Zhe took out something like a compass and placed it on the coffee table and motioned to Li Xing to put his palm on it. Li Xing did as he was told, and the red light of the compass was strong, but it began to weaken after 1/10 of a second, until the compass pointer dropped to B. The red light stopped changing. Regrettably, Ning Zhe took back the simple Yuanling instrument and said to Li Xing, Classmate Li Xing, there will be a period of weakness after excessive use of Yuanling. During the weak period, the Yuanling level will temporarily drop. In the future, it will recover. Can it really be restored? You promise? Ning Zhe really doesn't know how to answer. Isn't that what you say to comfort people? Usually no one takes it seriously. Besides, he didn't know if Li Xing's situation was temporary, so how could he guarantee it? Looking at Li Xing's expectant eyes, Ning Zhe couldn't bear it. It is undeniable that Li Xing is a rare good prospect. He is the best among his peers in terms of talent, combat effectiveness, and leadership. If he is downgraded due to this incident and has a psychological shadow, it will mean that there will be less of the 4 major legions in the future. Personal talent. Ning Zhe thought about it again and again, then took out a box and handed it to Li Xing. This is a high-grade energy stone. It contains a lot of elemental power. If you can absorb the energy inside for your own use, I guarantee that the Yuanling level is very likely to be restored. This energy stone was originally given to his nephew by Ning Zhe. The one used for promotion was given to Li Xing by mistake. This shows that some things, until the last moment, you are not sure whether they will really belong to you. After receiving this precious high-level energy stone, Li Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. The artificially made high-grade spiritual stone is said to be worth 1 million star coins. If it were replaced with a low-grade crystal stone, how much bigger would it be? It was enough for her to use it for a while. Li Xing was so happy that he was about to bar his teeth when he caught a glimpse of Yang Zhou's half-smiling look from the corner of his eye. Over the years, he has been tricked and developed more or less resistance. He didn't believe a word of what Li Xing just said. Dizziness and nausea? Can you keep eating even if you feel nauseous? Seeing that she was downgraded to level B, she didn't look the least bit panicked. Looking at her heels, she knew she hadn't taken the test seriously just now. Ningze was still young and deserved to be deceived into taking away the energy stone. Classmate Li Xing, I heard that you carry a big cauldron with you and use it to hold down many wolf-headed bats. Is it true? Due to the angle of the camera, Li Xing's feat of throwing the tripod was not recorded, but almost everyone the classmates all mentioned Li Xing's magical cauldron in their inquiries, saying that Li Xing used it to burn the wolf-headed bat to ashes, and not even the spar was left. Ningze couldn't ignore such important information even if he wanted to. Yes, it's true. Can I take a look? Objection. Yang Zhou really should have criticized Gu Hu. Those are Li Xing's personal belongings.
No one has the right to inspect them.
It's not an inspection. I'm just curious to see what kind of pot can roast a wolf-headed bat into ashes. That won't work. Senior, the pot is not a weapon, so it shouldn't be protected by the privacy law. Yang Zhou was speechless and simply shut up. Go ahead and let Li Xing figure it out. The people of Qianyuan continent have been living under the threat of star beasts for generations, so they have strong martial virtues and strong family traditions. Anyone's weapon may have a great origin. It may have been passed down by an ancestor who is a famous hero in the Federation, and it may have some great blessing glyphs engraved on it. In order to ensure the exclusivity and privacy of weapons and reduce the occurrence of murders and weapon seizures, the federal government has promulgated a law that sneers into other people's weapons without permission and will be punished as a crime of threatening the personal safety of others. The pot is indeed not included in the protection. Li Xing didn't take this seriously. She took someone else's high-grade energy stone and had to cooperate fully. She generously moved out the Shinnon cauldron and placed it in front of Ningze. The Shinnon cauldron is a spiritual treasure-level medicine cauldron every day. It was either frying the furnace or cooking all sorts of weird things. The most recent time it was actually used to cremate a wolf-headed bat. Fortunately, it has not yet given birth to a weapon spirit. There is no weapon spirit. One's own consciousness. Otherwise, it will definitely be packed up and gone. Ningze looked at the large pot in front of him. It was made of fine steel and was extremely thick. The bottom of the pot was filled with smoky black ash and was coated with pulp. It should be very resistant to burning. No wonder it could forge a wolf-headed bat into ashes. Ningze suddenly remembered what a first-class 2 Yuanling student had said about Li Xing. He was both perverted and edible. He was simply perverted and edible. Well, judging from the wear and tear on this pot, it must have been used all year round. It is really abnormal to be able to eat and still be so thin. Okay, put it away. Classmate Li Xing, I have one last question. Commander, please speak. I wonder if you are willing to join our first army in the future? The Reserve Military Academy is a 5-year system, but starting from the first at the beginning of 3 years, students will enter the army for internship. Generally speaking, the internship army is the army that will officially serve in the future. In order to expand their armaments, the 4 major legions basically began to recruit talents from the first grade of the reserve force. So Ning's problem was not too early. Li Xing turned around. Principal, which legion are you originally from? Yang Zhou glanced at Ningze, who was smiling, and said solemnly, the First Legion.
Oh.
What do you think of the First Legion? Ningze and Xueji seemed to be looking forward to Yang Zhou's answer even more than Li Xing, looking at him with burning eyes. Okay. 10 years after leaving, he still dreams about that place every day. Can it be okay? I mean, did you eat well? Yang Yo? You are a foodie who has been punished. Yang Zhou's sad mood only lasted for a few seconds before Li Xing broke his guard and glared at her fiercely. Ha ha ha, the food of our First Legion is second to none among the 4 legions. You won't regret it if you go. Seeing that the former commander, who was unsmiling and strict in style, was actually manipulated by a little girl, Ningze felt a sense of revenge. Then I'll go to the 1st Army Corps. Ningzhe was overjoyed. Classmate Li Xing, on behalf of all the soldiers of the 1st Army Corps, I welcome you to join. Yang Zhou curled his lips and said to himself that you'd better take advantage of these 2 years to quickly improve the food standards. Lower her, or else she will bring famine to your shoulders with her own strength. Okay, that's it for the military department's inquiry. I wonder if Deputy Director Li has anything else to add? Li Shan waved his hands repeatedly in flattery. No. Major General Ning asked very comprehensively. I will report this time when I go back. The results of the inquiry will be reported to the director in detail. Although it is a joint inquiry between the military department and the education department, it is actually that the military department has something to investigate, but because the investigation targets are students in basic schools, they force the education department to go together.
Cut scene.
Li Shan knew very well that he was here to serve as a background board today. Was it his turn to add something? Yang Zhou, now that Major General Ning has finished speaking, let me add a few words. Deputy Director Li, a teacher and student of Dayton College, stopped the rampaging wolf-headed bats and ensured the safety of the residents of Dayton City. How can he be considered successful? Don't you think the Department of Education will give you some explanation? Li Shan was sweating again. In recent years, the Department of Education has been dealing with this principal who is a soldier because of complaints from parents. I thought he was a rough guy who couldn't make any big sense and would give up after being suppressed by policies. As a result, people are smarter than them and all kinds of laws and regulations come out of their mouths, but they still have to ignore them. Every time we had an interview, the Secretary of Education from top to bottom was scolded by him, but he didn't dare to turn his back. Why not? Because Principal Yang Yunwen and Yunwu would get beaten if they fell out with him. Their director was a living lesson, and he had to stay in the hospital several times. After several confrontations, no one in the education department dared to touch Principal Yang. During this joint inquiry, as soon as they heard that everyone in Dayton College was trying to avoid him, Li Shan was just slow to speak and was forcibly assigned by the director, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Li Yi swallowed and said dryly, I wonder what Principal Yang said? Yang Zhou said with an arrogant expression, First, all students who participated in the encirclement and suppression, the final exam 50 points will be added to the grade. Secondly, students who have made outstanding contributions during the battle will be given the right to choose their own school on the basis of extra points. Thirdly, teachers at Dayton College who participated in the encirclement and suppression will have their salaries raised by 1 level. Looking at Li Shan like he was plucking quails, Yang Zhou forced out a smile and added, Of course, these are my personal immature suggestions. Whether they can be implemented depends on the wishes of the leaders of the Department of Education. Yang Zhou, I'm giving you face. You'd better be sensible. Dare you try to reject it? Knock off the director's head. Yes. Li Shan nodded like a peck of rice. Principal Yang's suggestion is very good. I will definitely take it back to the education department and convey it to the director so that the director can handle it as appropriate. He was just a messenger, so he let the director make up your mind. If he can appease King Yang Yen with a harmless favor, the director will definitely agree. The inquiry ended in a pleasant and peaceful atmosphere. After Li Xing and Li Shan left, Yang Zhou asked Ningzhe, How? Ningzhe shook his head and said, Hu Yuanling, no mental power has been measured. Senior, are you worrying too much? The Yuan tester in each city is managed by dedicated personnel from the Presbyterian Academy and maintained regularly. There is no reason for errors. I really don't understand why Yang Zhou always suspects that Li Xing's test results are wrong. Yang Zhou also knew that what Ningzhe took was a simple version, which was not as accurate as the element measuring instrument. He pinched his eyebrows, his expression showing no emotion or anger. If you knew Li Xing, you would also be suspicious. This child has been walking in and out of the Star Beast Forest for 10 years and has never been harmed by a spiritual plant. This cannot be explained by pure luck. No Mu Yuan spirit person can guarantee that she will be able to raise a warlike pet spirit plant, but the ugly flower she raised is strong, smart, and humane. It obeys Li Xing's words and has never attacked anyone. Could it be luck? She used her spare time to teach herself to be a healer and achieved remarkable results. I heard from Li Yi that their purification potion was provided by Li Xing a few years ago, and the effect is better than the high-end purification potion sold in stores. There are various signs that Li Xing has a natural affinity for spiritual plants, which cannot be explained by Hui Yuanling. So Yang Zhou always suspected that her Yuanling was wrong, but he had no conclusive evidence. If you are really worried, you can suggest that she go to the Reserve Military Academy to review the Yuanling. The Yuanling testers of the 4 famous schools are more advanced than those distributed by the presbytery to various cities, and they will definitely give the most accurate results. Generally speaking, a person only has one chance to test Yuanling once in his life, but if he can enter the Reserve Military Academy, he can retest Yuanling, but few people will do this. Because the Council of Elders, as an organization founded by the 36 sages, represents absolute justice and authority, this is already known throughout Qianyuan, and few people are willing to bear the consequences of challenging authority. Okay, I'll let her take the retest, thank you. After everything was explained clearly, Ningzhe and Xueji stood up to leave. Senior, it's getting late. We should go back to the Legion. Let's eat before leaving. No, the Second Legion has suffered heavy casualties. The First Legion is now helping to defend the southern fortress. The eastern base camp is missing. I'm not worried about half of the soldiers. I have to go back, quickly. Yang yo no det, business matters. I'll treat you to a drink when you come to Tancheng on vacation. Definitely. Qi saluted Yang Zhou, but Yang Zhou did not return the salute. He was no longer qualified to salute, so he could only nod towards them. Ahem, senior, when I came, the commander specifically asked me to say hello to you on her behalf. Yang Zhou was choked, and after a while he asked, is she okay? Senior, don't worry, commander, these years I've always been single.
Ningxia left heart. Who asked you this?
Yang Zhou's face turned dark. The commander said that she missed you very much and asked you when you would release her from the blacklist. She also said that the maximum number of words in a friend application is 50, which is not enough for her to express how much she misses you. Xueji, his eyes were bright, filled with the light of the 8 diagrams. Yang Zhou's face was slightly embarrassed. He covered Ningzhe's mouth that was about to scream, pushed it out, and quickly closed the door.
Get out.
Okay, goodbye, senior. Dayton City is in a remote and backward location, with only one directional teleportation port to Ali City. Ningzhe and the others want to return to the Eastern Fortress, so they must first go to Ali City and then transfer to Ali City.
Port.
On the way back, Ningzhe asked Xueji, what do you think of Li Xing? Someone who can't see through? She has a strong psychological quality. She didn't feel nervous at all during the whole questioning process, and she didn't even have any mood swings. Isn't that great? It proves that she has a clear conscience and didn't lie. Xueji frowned, really not knowing how to describe her intuition in words. Maybe, but I think she is too calm and does not meet the psychological quality level that a person of this age should have. Maybe we cannot use common sense to measure the authenticity of her words. Xueji senses other people's heart rates, breathing, and micro-expressions to judge whether he is lying, but for a person with a particularly good mental quality, even if he lies a lot, his heart rate, breathing, etc. will not change, and it is difficult to feel it. Although Li Xing looks innocent, with no scheming appearance, I think these are just appearances. She is cautious, thoughtful, and very resistant to others' prying eyes. The moment I sat down next to her, I felt clearly she was displeased because I broke through the normal social range and invaded her private domain, making her feel unsafe. But she didn't show any displeasure at that time. Instead, she smiled at me naturally. There is nothing wrong with her self-confidence perception, and she will definitely be fooled into thinking that she does not hate my approach at all. From this, it is not difficult to see that she is good at concealing her true emotions, which is what scares me the most. Li Xing is definitely not a thing in the pool. If you train it well, you will be a great hero. If you go astray, it will definitely bring disaster to the country and the people. Sir, you can win her favor with a high-level energy stone and draw Li Xing into the First Legion early. The Federation has done a good thing, and I admire it. I didn't expect Xueji to have such a sharp comment on that little girl. Ningzhe touched his chin and fell into thought. Is he not a hero or a national thief? Etc. Since she is so cautious at heart, will she take the initiative to expose the downgrade of her yuanling? Aren't you afraid of affecting her choice of school? Ningzhe thought about it over and over again and finally burst into tears. What should I do, Xueji? I seem to have been fooled. Energy stones worth 1 million. Yang Zhou, even though he knew about Li Xingqing, he didn't warn him. Look at him, the commander didn't give him some shoes. Yang Zhou's immature suggestion was quickly approved by the Department of Education. Students received extra points, teachers received salary increases, and a group of main combat students such as Li Xing and Tang Do were free to choose reserve military schools. After all, these are what they deserve, and they don't need to be cut off by the Secretary of Education, so why not? 10 years of basic education finally came to a successful end in the laughter and tears of the students. Thanks to the attack of the wolf-headed bats and the extra points from the Ministry of Education, the admission rate of this batch of martial arts majors to the Reserve Military Academy has reached the highest record since the founding of Dayton College. In a small place like Dayton City, it is a great event for a child to go to a Reserve Military Academy. If you tell the truth, you will not only gain face, but also receive bonuses and welfare policies from the government. Reserve Military Academy students, together with their immediate family members, are free to settle down without restrictions on household registration. Therefore, every graduation season, some lucky families leave Dayton and move to Midtown or Uptown with better conditions thanks to their children. There are especially many lucky families this year. At the beginning of the holiday, many students want to leave Dayton with their families and go to other cities. There is no banquet in the world that lasts forever, but monks take parting very lightly. As long as we are destined, we will eventually see each other again. But people's hearts grow from flesh after all. Facing those classmates who held her hand and cried with snot and tears, Li Xing also felt uncomfortable. She didn't like this sad atmosphere, and she especially didn't want to attend the farewell party, but no one could not go, except her. Because since the wolf-headed bat incident, she has become the undisputed eldest sister of Dayton Academy and a star-level figure. If someone's farewell party doesn't invite Sister Xing, it means it's not classy and faceless, and the crying will be miserable. So for several days, Li Xing went to various farewell parties, depressed and helpless, watching her classmates show off and cry around her. Today is the day Tang Do leaves, and everyone sends him to the teleportation port. Seeing the housekeeper in a black tuxedo elegantly and efficiently checking away Master Tang's countless brand-name suitcases, Li Xing admitted that she felt sore again. Brother Tang, I heard it's getting cold in Hanyan Castle. Have you brought enough clothes? Ma Lo has shallow eye sockets. He would cry when sending anyone off. Today is the turn of his most beloved brother Tang to leave, and he has to start all over again.
I was in tears by the end.
Tang Do lowered his head, not daring to look into Ma Li's eyes, and hummed angrily. Ma Lo, don't you like the latest game console? I used my VIP status to order one at Wantong Department Store. It will arrive in 2 days. Remember to collect it. Brother Tang. The new game console is for sale. It was so popular that orders were placed half a year later. Ma Lo had just casually complained that it was too difficult to buy, but Tang Do didn't expect that Tang Do would remember it. Just level up well if you have nothing to do. Don't ask me to play with you until you reach platinum. I don't want to team up with a 6th child and cheat my father. Ma Lo nodded with tears in his eyes. I'll transfer the money to you. Go away, I'm sorry, you 3 melons and 2 dates. Don't forget that my friend is better than anything else. Brother Tang, I won't do it. As long as you still treat me as a friend, I will always be there. Ma Lo couldn't bear it any longer, jumped up and hugged Tang Do's neck and started crying, not caring about the strange looks from the people around him. Ma Lo knew that with his qualifications and abilities, he could only be an ordinary person in this life. Tang Do's future is bright and ambitious. It is his luck to get to know him. What is rare is that Tang Do does not dislike him. Pulling Ma Lo away, Tang Do looked up at Li Xing with a twisted expression. Li Xing, I'm leaving. Have you really decided to go to Hanyan Pavilion?
Yeah.
There are many Federal Reserve military academies, 4 of which are recognized as the best and strongest, and Hanyan Pavilion is one of them. Cold Smoke Castle, located in the northern part of the Federation, is cold all year round. The harsh climate is also a factor in training people. Hanyan Pavilion has a set of training methods that take advantage of the severe cold weather, which is especially effective for the 2 Yuanling warriors who are famous for their strength. Tang Do also took a fancy to this and chose to study in Hanyan Pavilion. The Tang family's original family is in Hanyan Castle. Our branch separated many years ago and arrived in Dayton City. Now I have returned home in glory. Li Xing nodded. Tang Do, you are a respectable opponent. I know you. You are my honor. I wish you a bright future. Although Tang Do was abused by Li Xing thousands of times, he never caused any trouble to Li Xing in private, and he didn't even care about playing tricks. From this point of view, although Tang Do has some minor flaws, he has an upright nature, which is rare. Li Xing took the lead and stretched out his hand towards Tang Do. Tang Do took it without hesitation and shook it up and down. Li Xing, we are friends. You must be good. When you get to the new school, trample under your feet all those who dare to challenge you, and let them know that people who come out of Dayton College are not soft persimmons. We all work hard. If we fight again when we meet, I will not show mercy. For the first time in 10 years, she felt that Tang Do's words were so pleasant. Okay, it's a deal. When I reach the top and become famous, I will tell the world that you are the only one who can knock me out with one move. As for my opponent, I will only obey you. Tang Do's lips curled up. Yang thinks this proposal sounds good. Let's go. Tang Do turned around calmly and entered the teleportation port without looking back. After being separated from Ma Le and the others, Li Xing finally felt relaxed. She had given away everything she needed to give away. From tomorrow on, she could happily make elixirs and fight monsters to make money.
Guang now sent a video communication request.
Li Xing took a look and connected. Hello? Hello, are you okay? A green-haired young man with a sea urchin had appeared on the optical brain screen. Okay, let's talk. Master, why can't I see you? David Yang was very disappointed when his first video chat with Xiao Baihua failed. The front camera is broken. Although Li Xing has always emphasized that he is not a rune master, David Yang has a clear mind and still does not believe it. Therefore, Li Xing's image of an expert has been maintained in his heart for several years. But paper cannot contain the fire, and what is fake will be fake after all. As time goes by, David Yang gradually discovers that Master Zayabaiwa is more knowledgeable about many common-sense issues among rune masters than he is. This forced him to re-examine the identity of Master Zayabaiwa. Could it be that she was really a rune pattern enthusiast, as she said? After a frank conversation, David Yang gave up completely. There was no such thing as a master. He was just a kid younger than him. However, he did not underestimate Li Xing because of this. Instead, he made a decision that he still feels is extremely wise to develop Li Xing into a partner. How many people in this world can upgrade their rune plates through self-study? Li Xing is definitely a potential stock. He is to hold onto such a thick thigh. Master, you've been getting dividends from the store in recent years. Why are you not willing to replace your computer with a new one? Get out of here. You have something to say. It's okay. Hey, no, something's wrong. David Yang collected his thoughts and then said, Do you know anything about the forest outside Dayton City? Or, do you know anyone here? The remuneration in the guide business is very good. Who can be more professional than her as a guide in the forest? Tell me more details. I have 2 clients. They're looking for a rare plant. They will arrive tomorrow. I want to hire someone to lead the way for 50,000 star coins. What kind of plant do you have a picture?
Send it to C.
If you need money, send it over quickly. A picture. Under Hui's guidance over the years, Li Xing has gained a deeper understanding of spiritual plants. He recognized it at a glance as a spiritual fruit, an inconspicuous berry only the size of a coffee bean. The fruit has soothing properties, relaxing effect. There is indeed such a fruit in Dayton Forest, and Li Xing knows where it grows. You only need to lead the way and don't care about anything else?
Yes.
I will accept this task. You pass the contract to me and tell the client to exchange my reward for low-level crystal stones of equal value. This task is as simple as it's like giving her money. Okay. I'll send it to you along with their contact information later. A few seconds later, when he wanted to make money, he pushed over 2 business cards. Li Xing sent a friend request, and the other party quickly approved it. Li Xing made an appointment with them at a time and place to meet and rode a tricycle home. After returning home, Li Xing threw himself on the bed, sunk comfortably into it, and rolled around. The bedding smelled of the sun, and Anna had just sunbathed it. After lying down for a while, feeling that the haze accumulated during the farewell party in the past few days was washed away by the smell of ultraviolet rays, Li Xing sat up, took out a bag of mid-level crystals, and poured it on the bed. These crystals came from mid-level star beasts, but Li Xing felt that the content of elemental power in them was much less than normal mid-level crystals, and was even similar to the content in low-level crystals. These crystals look normal on the surface, but their quality has deteriorated. I don't know if it is related to the rampant state of the wolf-headed bat. For safety reasons, these crystals cannot be used, let alone enter the market. Li Xing put away the mid-level crystals in frustration and took out the remaining low-level crystals from Lingperii and piled them in front of him, sighing helplessly. She has made a lot of money in the past few years. In addition to daily expenses, she has converted it into low-level crystal stones for practice. Others think she is extremely rich, but she is the only one who knows that she is extremely poor. The eternal evergreen technique is a bottomless pit. It was practiced very quickly at the beginning, and the power of chaos in the air was enough to advance. But after entering the flesh-forging realm, the demand for chaos chi in the cultivation method increases exponentially. Without enough chaos chi, the cultivation speed will drop off a cliff or even stagnate. With the sword of Bone Age hanging above his head, Li Xing must work hard to earn money to exchange for low-level crystals and absorb the energy of chaos inside so that his cultivation can continue to improve. But the higher her cultivation level, the greater the demand for the energy of chaos. The more crystals she needs, the more money she has to make. Therefore, Li Xing has fallen into a vicious cycle of becoming poorer as he makes more money, unable to extricate himself. Li Xing shook his head, not wanting to think about these troublesome things. He closed his eyes, gathered his mind, and immersed himself in cultivation. The Qianyuan continent is vast and sparsely populated, and the distances between towns are quite long. Each city has a teleportation port composed of a space talisman array, which undertakes the transportation tasks between cities. In the teleportation port of Dayton City, 2 outstanding-looking young men stood on one side of the waiting hall, attracting the stunning gazes of many girls. Cui Tianxiao complained, "Why aren't you here? You have no sense of time at all." Bad review. Yi Qingting was calmer than him and said calmly, "There are still 5 minutes before the appointed time. It's because we came early, so we can't blame anyone. Look. Haven't you seen a handsome guy? It's really a remote place. I've never seen Shuanghe. I'm so annoyed." Cui Tianxiao pushed the brim of his hat down irritably, covering his wolf-tailed black hair. He hated the feeling of being looked at overtly or covertly. It seemed that beauty was the original sin he had to bear.
Hello.
The girl's clear voice sounded. Cui Tianxiao frowned. "He is here to ask for the communication number again. What number is this?" "It's not over yet." Without even looking at anyone, Cui Tianxiao said angrily, "No date. Married with 3 children. Leave quickly." Li Xing was stunned. Is this person seriously ill? Aren't you going to Dayton Forest? As soon as he said this, Cui Tianxiao immediately knew that he had misunderstood. His face was slightly embarrassed, and he raised his head and glanced at Li Xing. "Hey, are you a double black?" Cui Tianxiao's eyes lit up. Such pure double blacks are rare in Chongqing. Li Xing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Aren't you the same?" This person has a face that can be called alluring, and coupled with the thin and tall figure of a young man, he has an indistinguishable beauty. The other young man has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a majestic air, and the standard demeanor of a young man from an aristocratic family. Cui Tianxiao. How do you know that the two of us are our employers? David Yang said that he didn't know what Xiao Baihua looked like and could not provide a photo. Cui Tianxiao was half angry and reserved and refused to let David Yang take a photo of him and Yi Qingting. Forward to Xia Baihua, who knew that people would find them among so many people. It was unexpected. Li Xing smiled and said, "It's important to make money. Here are two young masters from Shangqing. There are so many people here, but you two are the only ones whose clothes and temperament best match the young master's personality. It's not difficult to find." Cui Tian smiled in his nose. He snorted, quite satisfied with Li Xing's explanation. Yi Qingting nodded to Li Xing and said, "I am Dragonfly." Then he pointed at Cui Tianxiao and said, "Why is he smiling? It seems that people don't want to reveal their real names, so it's good to call each other by their online names. Hello everyone, I am a weak little white flower." Cui Tianxiao raised his eyelids, glanced at Li Xing with an arrogant expression, and said, "You are so self-aware given your name." Yi Qingting, David Yang told us, "Do you know where we can find what we want?"
Yes.
After receiving the affirmative answer, Yi Qingting finally felt relieved. "You should have read the contract. I think I need to emphasize to you again that any Star Beast forest in Qianyuan continent is full of dangers. No matter how familiar you are with Dayton Forest, there is no guarantee that we will not encounter danger during this trip. Xiao and I will try our best to ensure your personal safety, but if we encounter a particularly powerful Star Beast, we will be too busy to take care of you. You can only save yourself. I hope you can understand. If you are bitten and killed by a Star Beast, we are not responsible for compensation. You have one last chance to regret it. Now go. I can treat you as if you have not accepted this task, and I will not let you pay liquidated damages." The employer does not stipulate that. He was responsible for her personal safety. Helping her was a favor, and not helping her was a duty. Even if Dragonfly didn't explain, Li Xing would not object and nodded in agreement immediately. The three people left the teleportation port, and each took out their aircraft. Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting each have a new air-land dual-purpose aircraft. They are handsome young men with stylish mounts. Not to mention how eye-catching they are. Looking at Li Xing again, she was sitting on a short children's version of a tricycle with her long legs stretched out. She looked ridiculous, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Cui Tianxiao was sitting on the aircraft. He had to turn sideways and lower his head to see Li Xing. He couldn't help teasing, "I also had one of your aircraft when I was a child." Li Xing answered casually while turning over the energy stones. "I didn't expect that young Master Zhao's vision and financial resources are as good as mine." Cui Tianxiao was heartbroken. Couldn't you hear his obvious sarcasm? "I remember that the instruction manual recommended that it be used by children between 3 and 6 years old. Oh, I don't accept its suggestion." Cui Tianxiao felt uncomfortable with the rebuke and turned around to seek some comfort from his brother. But he found that Yi Qingting was looking at him with a joking look on his face, which made him very angry. Li Xing searched for a long time and found that her primary energy stones were almost used up. They were not in a hurry anyway, so why was she wasting money? She could just ride over. "You two young masters have never been to Dayton before. I will take you to ride through the city to the edge of the forest. Along the way, you can enjoy the customs of Dayton. Let's go." The little three-wheeler drove away slowly. Yi Qingting looked at Li Xing's back and smiled at Cui Tian. "Xiao, I think you should learn from her and not care too much about other people's opinions, so that you can live a cool life." Cui Tianxiao curled his lips and did not refute. There was a speed limit for tricycles, so Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting were gliding along. For the first time, they understood that when two-wheeled vehicles travel at a slow speed, their waist strength and driving skills are very much tested. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, before Li Xing could say anything, Yi Qingting activated the flight mode first and invited her to ride together. Seeing the aircraft transform into a small plane, Li Xing readily agreed. She has never been exposed to such a high-end aircraft, and she will be in big trouble if she doesn't take one. After setting the flight direction for Yi Qingting, Li Xing sat in the co-pilot seat and watched his operations. Halfway through the journey, Li Xing suddenly said to Yi Qingting, "Can you let me try? I can charge you 1,000 yuan less." "That's not necessary, you can drive as you like." Yi Qingting was very talkative and exchanged seats with Li Xing. Cui Tianxiao was following Yi Qingting when he suddenly noticed that the aircraft in front of him suddenly accelerated and then began to perform various flips, hovers, flybacks, and other difficult movements, showing off his fancy skills, which made his blood boil, and he hurriedly pumped the gas to keep up. Isn't this boy Qingting always not fond of extreme flying? What happened today? Could it be that he is drifting away when there is a beautiful girl next to him? No, this doesn't seem like his character. Cui Tianxiao had to open the throttle to the maximum in order to keep up with the speed of the lead aircraft. Fortunately, the lead aircraft soon began to descend and landed smoothly, because they were about to leave the outer forest and enter the depths. In the forest on the outskirts of the city, the level of star beasts is generally not high, so there is no danger in the air. But deep in the forest, it is very unsafe to use aircraft, because mid-level and high-level star beasts can launch various elemental attacks and even tear apart space to jump. The advantage of aircraft staying in the air is almost non-existent. Moreover, the high-speed objects passing through the air will disturb the sensitive and violent star beasts, and they will instinctively launch retaliatory attacks, even until death. Therefore, the safest way for non-military organizations to enter deep forests is to walk through them. Jumping out of the cockpit, Cui Tianxiao saw that the two people had put away the aircraft and were standing there waiting for him. Yi Qingting's face was extremely pale, and the clothes on his chest were stained with water, but Li Xing's eyes were filled with excitement. "I didn't expect it, Qingting. You are so secretive. Let's find time to have a good fight?" Yi Qingting glared at Cui Tianxiao and walked forward first. Li Xing followed happily, leaving Cui Tianxiao behind. He froze in place for a long time. Why did he feel that the atmosphere between Qingting and Xiaobaiwa was strange? What happened? From here to the spiritual fruit growth area, it is a 2.5-day journey without any accidents. They were lucky and met several level 5 star beasts before setting up camp. Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting protected Li Xing behind them throughout the whole process, without any airs of a young master, which made Li Xing's favorability towards them increase a lot. Li Xing judged that these two men were definitely not ordinary young masters from the upper city. They were most likely descendants of aristocratic families. There are runes on their clothes, and their defensive effect is better than the armor worn by the Dayton guards. What surprised Li Xing the most was that these two people were both rare mutant spirits. Dragonfly is an ice yuanling, wielding a simple long sword. Xiao Xiao is a thunder yuanling, and the weapon is a long bow. Judging from the elemental attack strength and yuanling reserves of the two of them, they were definitely higher than Tangdo. Li Xing guessed that they were most likely Tianjia-level masters. Li Xing even secretly looked forward to encountering a high-level star beast so that he could see the all-out attack of the Tianjia level. The sky was getting dark, and the three of them stopped moving forward. Li Xing found a place near the water source and pitched a tent for the night. Cui Tianxiao took out a handful of small flags and, together with Yi Qingting, carefully placed them around the temporary camp. Cui Tianxiao did not forget to explain to Li Xing while he was working, for fear that she, a city girl, would not be able to understand his wealth. "Hua, let me teach you. This thing is called a formation flag. It's expensive, and it has defensive talismans on it. The formation is placed at the edge of the camp. Once the star beasts attack, it can withstand at least 3 waves of mid-level star beast attacks." Li Xing said wow in a particularly exaggerated way, with eyes full of envy but disdain in his heart. How dare you call this kind of rag a formation flag? Shining her shoes is too rough. While they were not paying attention, Li Xing quickly set up a shielding formation on the outside. Instead of relying on those useless formation flags, it was better to rely on the classic formations in the world of immortality. After all, in the deep forest, the safest camp is where the star beasts can't see or smell it. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao got into Qianji's tent, drank some nutritional supplements for dinner, and each took out their weapons to clean and maintain them. Suddenly, Cui Tianxiao shrugged his nose and asked doubtfully, "Qingting, did you smell it?" Yi Qingting nodded, and the two of them lifted the curtain out of the tent one after another and saw a dark cauldron facing them. The fire was simmering. Li Xing was sitting by the pot, sipping the soup. Cui Tianxiao was very angry. Does this little white flower have any experience as a forest guide? How can he cook something in the deep forest? What should he do if he attracts star beasts? What makes the cooking so fragrant? Cui Tianxiao originally planned to scold Li Xing, but the smell of the cooking was too fragrant. He didn't know why, but the words automatically changed as soon as he came out of his mouth. Yi Qingting was not as smart as Cui Tianxiao. He first used his mental power to explore the surroundings and found that there was no star beast lurking nearby. Then he relaxed and looked at Li Xing quietly. Sensing Yi Qingting's gaze, Li Xing raised his head and said, "Don't worry, I will be responsible for fighting the star beast if it attracts it." Li Xing was still very confident in the shielding array she had set up and had not missed it in so many years. Yi Qingting looked at Li Xing's thin body, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said nothing. Cui Tianxiao squatted next to the pot, and Li Xing was embarrassed not to ask. "Would you like a bowl?" Okay. Cui Tianxiao felt like he was drifting along the scent without touching his feet. Only when he took the bowl did he realize something was wrong. "Have you used the purification disc?" "The star beast's flesh is pretty good. It doesn't have much power of chaos, so even if it doesn't purify it, it won't hurt. The main reason is that the power of chaos contained in plants is too complex and violent, especially wild plants. An accident may cause the elements in the body to riot. Therefore, when surviving in the wild, you either only drink nutrients or use purification trays to process ingredients." The price of portable purification discs was too high and few ordinary people could afford them, so he asked, "Li Xing, of course. There are so many questions, do you want to eat or not?" With the eternal secret, she is a living body purification disc. If she were not afraid of being treated as an alien and locked up for research, she would have decided to work in a food factory. However, Cui Tianxiao obviously couldn't believe him. He took out a small instrument specially designed to detect the power of chaos and pressed it on the bowl several times. He nodded with satisfaction until the instrument lit up with green fluorescence. Looking at the familiar little instrument, Li Xing curled her lips. She seemed to have made this thing for David Yang. "What do you call this? It smells so good." This bowl is said to be soup, but not soup. It is said to be vegetables and very watery. It looks very bad and looks really unappetizing, but it smells like so delicious. Stew a pot of mess, or stew for short. What a rough name. What's there? 5-grade mutton, blue mushrooms, cassava, fire beans, bean curd skin, and several spices. Where did the food come from? Did you bring it from home? What are blue mushrooms and cassava? Why has he never heard of it? No, they are picked in the forest. To be honest, domestic vegetables are not as delicious as wild ones. Besides, there are only a few kinds of domestic vegetables, and I have long been tired of them after so many years. Cui Tianxiao suddenly had a bad premonition, and his face became gloomy. "Are you Mu Yuanling? Are most wild plants poisonous?" Cui Tianxiao was really frightened for a moment, but fortunately he asked more, otherwise he would not know how he died. The vegetation coverage rate of Qianyuan continent reached 84%, and there were more than 1 trillion plant species. However, there were only dozens of types of grains, fruits, and vegetables allowed to be sold on the market for thousands of years.
Why?
Because most plants have variability, it is difficult to control. The same plant grows in different environments and can be poisonous or non-toxic. Only Mu Yuanling people who can communicate with plants can distinguish them. This is why healers must add restrictions on Yuanling attributes. Li Xing continued to eat as if he didn't hear Cui Tianxiao's roar. Sharing food has never been one of her virtues, but she was just being polite to him, and he still questioned her. So she spoiled him. Better not to eat. Yi Qingting walked over and sat next to Li Xing. Seeing that she was eating with gusto, he suddenly said, "Give me a bowl." Cui Tianxiao was frightened to death. "Qingting, are you crazy?" Yi Qingting admitted that some people in these things you have talents that others cannot match. Along the way, they only had to deal with star beasts, and they didn't have to worry about the harassment of poisonous flowers, poisonous weeds, and carnivorous plants, because Li Xing would take them away before the plants attacked. He didn't believe that such a person would cook a pot of poisonous soup for himself without the knowledge of survival in the wild. Seeing that Dragonfly asked her to fly the aircraft and was vomited by her, Li Xing was willing to give Yi Qingting a full bowl of stew. Yi Qingting was not polite and started eating as soon as he picked it up. "Qingting, don't." Before Cui Tian finished his joke, Yi Qingting's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he moved chopsticks like flying. Cui Tianxiao felt a chill in his heart. "It's over if you eat so much. It's really poisonous. Even advanced antidote can't save you. Forget it, brothers. We have to work together and fight." Cui Tianxiao looked at his bowl, took a small piece, and put it in his mouth. Oh my god. The stars in the sky exploded like fireworks. Cui Tianxiao felt that the first half of his life had been in vain. How could there be such delicious food in the world? Cui Tianxiao showed off his rice, as if he was addicted to pigs. After finishing the meal, he stretched out his empty bowl towards Li Xing and said, "Another bowl." Li Xing rolled her eyes. Who just yelled at her for letting wild vegetables go around? The first bowl is free, and each additional bowl is 500 stars. What? Cui Tianxiao said anxiously. Why don't you go and grab it? If I remember correctly, I will kill the level 5 goat in the pot. The mutton is smelly and must be seasoned with specific vegetables and spices to taste. It's my exclusive secret recipe. It's just a charity to charge you 500. If it's too expensive, don't eat it, Li Xing said. That's right. In the wilderness where star beasts are everywhere, the main reason why people would rather take nutritional supplements than eat fresh beast meat is that if the meat of most star beasts is not processed properly, it will taste fishy and difficult to swallow. Instead of wasting time and effort on making unpalatable meals, it is more convenient to drink nutritional supplements. A crisp clang came from the light brain of Li Xing's wrist, followed by a gentle male voice prompting, "You have received a transfer from Dragonfly, 500 star coins. Look, the same person has the ability to know what is good and what is not. Know the difference between goods." With a smile on his face, he served Yi Qingting another full bowl. Li Xing looked at Cui Tianxiao and said, "If you hesitate any longer, there will only be soup left." "Humph. You are cruel." Turning 500, Cui Tianxiao himself, I started to stack the bowls to the top, and then I felt relieved. After eating and drinking, Li Xing took the initiative to take on the task of keeping watch in the first half of the night. Yi Qingting did not argue with her and pulled Cui Tianxiao into the tent. Cui Tianxiao murmured as he got into the sleeping bag. "She is keeping watch? Is there any mistake? With such a small body, if a star beast is coming, why don't we have to call us?" "Yi Qingting, I know you don't hurry up and sleep." Cui Tianxiao, who loves beds and is a germaphobe, thought he could take a nap at most, but he fell asleep quickly. Yi Qingting was in a similar situation to him. Hearing the breathing in the tent become longer, Li Xing sat cross-legged, with 5 hearts in the sky, and began to practice. Although there is no crystal to assist her, she is now in the depths of the Dayton forest, where the energy of chaos is strong and is more than a little stronger than in the city. Li Xing was like a large purification array, and the pure spiritual power overflowing from her body turned into mist, quickly filling the temporary camp. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao, who were sleeping soundly, did not know that they were exposed to Li Xing's light and their bodies were passively purified by the power of the elements. When he woke up, Yi Qingting felt refreshed and comfortable, but he seemed to have overlooked something. Oops. Yi Qingting swooped out of the tent. The sun was shining brightly outside, and he happened to meet Li Xing, who had returned from the shower. "Good morning, Master Dragonfly." Li Xing smiled generously, revealing 2 small pear dimples. They agreed to take turns to keep vigil, but as a result, He slept until dawn and let the little girl squat all night. What kind of thing is this? Snoring. Chui Tianxiao's snoring sounded at an inappropriate time. The veins on Yi Qingting's forehead jumped, and he rushed in and kicked him awake. What's going on? What's going on? The star beast is here. Chui Tianxiao jumped up and stood up. His hair was frothing, and he didn't look very smart. Here you go. Pack your things and come out quickly. After stuffing the tent and sleeping bag into the space button, Yi Qingting, with the same shameful Chui Tianxiao, apologized to Li Xing. I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. It doesn't matter. Everything was calm last night. In the middle of the night, I also squinted for a while. The power of chaos in the air is much thinner than that in the crystal, but the concentration of chaos in the depths of the forest is just right. It can barely run for a whole week at night. This Zhou Tian's growth in cultivation is simply negligible, but the abnormal bone age requirement of the eternal youth art is the sword of Damocles that hangs over Li Xing's head at all times. With such pressure, practicing has become her habit and instinct. Even if her realm only improved a little, it would be a good thing for her. Yi Qingting was very puzzled. He usually had shallow sleep, especially in such a dangerous place in the wild. Even if he took drugs to soothe nerves and promote sleep, it was difficult to fall asleep. Why was he so uncharacteristic last night? Yi Qingting felt it carefully. There was nothing strange about his body. Even the old injury on his left shoulder didn't hurt much anymore. It was strange. If he was the only one who overslept, Yi Qingting might think that he was negligent, but Chui Tianxiao was the same, so he couldn't help but suspect that someone was up to something. There must be something wrong with what I ate last night, but there are a lot of things that don't make sense. These days, Class A people are much stronger physically than ordinary people, and ordinary medicines are basically useless to them. Only medicines prepared by healers can take effect quickly. Could it be that Xiao Baihua made a messy stew, combining animal meat, wild vegetables, and roots into a potion comparable to that made by a healer? Is this possible? To take a step back, even if they were drugged, what was the purpose of that little white flower making them fall asleep? Looking for money? Their space buttons are locked by mental power, and outsiders cannot open them except themselves. Picture color? They are both black and good-looking, so there is no need to take advantage of them. Could it be that they were snoring so nicely? Is she allowed to have the drudgery of keeping vigil to herself? Thinking of this, Yi Qingting himself felt ridiculous. Tonight, the two of us will keep vigil. You have a good sleep. Li Xing. No, I'm used to being alone in the forest. If you don't let me watch, you won't be at ease. You don't have to worry about it. Li Xing's random stew is indeed true. If there is a problem, she added a calming and sleeping herb. The purpose is to make them sleep soundly so that she can practice with peace of mind. Chui Tianxiao. Then, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan, and you'll be the one keeping watch from now on, okay? Chui Tianxiao became smarter this time and knew how to use money to impress the little white flower. But when we are in danger, we can still wake us up. Li Xing bared his teeth happily. Deal. In order to reward Yumu's brain, Li Xing handed Chui Tianxiao a piece of dried meat. Eat it. This piece is free. That's pretty much it. After taking a bite, I didn't know what ingredients were used to marinate the dried meat and then grilled it. It was so crispy and salty that I couldn't stop eating it. Did you start charging again from the $2?
Clever.
Oh no. How did I meet such a money-crazy person like you? Dangling, you received a transfer from Zioboxio, 500 star coins. Today's luck was much worse than yesterday. In one morning, they encountered more than 27th and 8th level star beasts, all of which were species with strong combat capabilities. Yi Qingting and Chui Tianxiao fought hard continuously, seamlessly between scenes, and consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. They were able to escape thanks to the force of the Venus fly plant. Li Xing led them to sneak all the way and came to rest under a big tree. Chui Tianxiao steeled himself, took out the array flags, and planted a few randomly around. Then he leaned against the tree trunk with confidence, breathing heavily. Yi Qingting was also extremely tired. If he hadn't had a good rest last night, he and Xiao might not have been able to survive today. Li Xingbu's shielding array skills were so perfect that even if they were close at hand, The two of them didn't notice that she had moved anything. After following the two men and hiding for a whole morning, Li Xing was also hungry, so he set up the Shinnon cauldron and had a meal in Lingperi. Wild vegetables, roots, nuts like rice grains, peeled and boneless star beast meat, etc. are thrown into the pot one by one, add water, and start boiling. Yi Qingting actually wanted to stop her. After all, if he clicked her back today and attracted the star beast, neither he nor Xiao had the strength to fight. But thinking about the delicious food last night, Yi Qingting struggled for a long time and finally decided to shut up. Grandpa said that he should be trustworthy when employing people. Since he chose Xiao Baihua as his guide, he must trust her experience in surviving in the wild. A strange fragrance filled the air, and just by smelling it, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao felt their strength had returned. Flowers. I'll give you a bowl of free food for me. Let's taste it first. Cui Tian's smile was like a gossamer. He just needed a bowl of hot food to soothe his body and mind. I'm not a servant. Master Xiao wants to eat it himself. Cui Tianxiao said with a sad face. You have already served it to Qingting. Why don't you care about me? There are some things that I can take the initiative to do, but if you told me to do it, but I didn't think about it at all. Hey, your character is not lovable at all. You have such a cute face for nothing. The quarrel is a quarrel, and Cui Tianxiao's movements are not slow at all. After finishing a bowl, he immediately transferred the account in a polite manner and continued to cook. A pot full of broth was poured out amidst the melodious sound of clang. After eating, I feel warm in my stomach, and my body is filled with strength again. After the strength was restored, people gained confidence. Cui Tianxiao started to make trouble again, smashing and smashing, feeling that it was a little less interesting. Qingting, I want to eat fruit. There is no fruit in the wilderness. I have to wait for a few days to get home before eating. But if I don't eat fruit for too long, my skin will lose its luster. I can't accept it. Cui Tianxiao has severe appearance anxiety and doesn't want to eat it. You know what the use of a man who is straighter than a steel bar and has such well-maintained skin. Looking at Cui Tianxiao like an idiot, Yi Qingting said quietly, I have a big bag here. It's loud and crispy. Do you want to eat it? Cui Tianxiao's beautiful eyes widened, and he held it with his hands. His heart was hurt. Qingting, you have changed. You have never been so cruel to me before. Yi Qingting was really angry. Is this fool blind? Didn't he see Xiao Baihua's shocked expression? He didn't want the little girl to misunderstand that he had any improper relationship with this fool. Go away. Yi Qingting dodged Cui Tianxiao's attack and sat next to Li Xing. Poor Cui Tianxiao, like the little daughter-in-law who had been let down by her lover, lay on the ground and looked at the sky. 3. Angle. Has love disappeared? From his angle, he could just see the crown of the tree above his head, full of red wild pomegranates. Cui Tian climbed up with a smile, looked at the position of the crown of the tree, then looked at the soil at the base of the tree, and finally carefully counted the number of wild pomegranates, then shouted God help me, and climbed up the tree. I picked several of them. Li Xing watched him with a confused expression as he took out the purification plate, first put the pomegranate on it to purify it, and then carefully measured the chaos power before peeling one open with confidence. The pomegranate seeds are as clear as crystal, red and watery, and they are appetizing just looking at them.
Wait.
Just when Cui Tianxiao was about to open his mouth and bite, Li Xing quickly stopped him. I advise you not to eat indiscriminately. Be careful if something goes wrong.
Hey.
You cook with local materials in the forest. What position do you have to advise me not to eat indiscriminately? Cui Tianxiao finally caught the opportunity to show off. As the saying goes, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Don't think that you are the only one who knows how to distinguish which plants are edible. My brother is a person who has studied botany. Judging from your age, you should not have gone to the Reserve Military Academy yet. My brother will give you a lesson in advance today. Lively and interesting advanced botany class. Look at. Holding the red pomegranate in his hand so that Li Xing could take a closer look, Cui Tianxiao cleared his throat and continued. This is called a wild pomegranate, and it is a kind of wild pomegranate. Common wild fruits have high sugar content, high water content, and are rich in various nutrients and trace elements. They are often used as emergency rations during field operations. There are several ways to determine whether wild pomegranates are poisonous. First, the crown of the tree. If it is huge and facing the sun, it is non-toxic. Secondly, if the roots are clean and without wormholes, it is non-toxic. Thirdly, if the number of mature fruits exceeds twice the number of secondary branches, it is non-toxic. Yi Qingting nodded secretly. It is true in the textbook. That's how it's written. This wild pomegranate tree is almost textbook-level non-toxic. What else should I not dare to eat? Li Xing gnashed his teeth, and his expression was hard to explain. I think it's better for you to be more cautious. Think about it. So many ripe fruits have not been picked and eaten by the star beast. Is it normal? Li Xing's words caused a stir. Yi Qingting was alert. It makes sense. Ah Xiao, I think you should listen to Xiaohua. I am a top student in a military academy, and I listen to a child? What the Hades? It's okay if Yi Qingting doesn't persuade him. Cui Tianxiao might still use his brain. As soon as he opened his mouth, Cui Tianxiao became more energetic and bit into the pomegranate flesh. The sweet juice filled his mouth, and Cui Tianxiao felt that his life was complete. Just as he was about to take a second bite, he suddenly found that his field of vision had narrowed. Yi Qingting and Xiao Baihua were originally in front of him, but now he could only see a section of Qingting's neck and Xiao Baihua's eyes on the same level. What's going on? Yi Qingting saw in horror that after Cui Tianxiao took a bite of pomegranate, his eyelids and lips swelled up quickly like balloons. In just a few seconds, the person standing in front of him changed from a beautiful boy with red lips and white teeth to a monster with goldfish eyes and sausage lips. Li Xing covered his face in pain. He was so ugly, and he paid a lot of money for a pair of eyes that he had never seen before. Cui Tianxiao also felt something strange in his body and reached out to touch his eyes. The bloated feeling made him quickly retract his hand, feeling extremely scared in his heart. Are these still his eyes?
No.
None of this is true. He admitted that there was something wrong with the pomegranate.
He was poisoned.
The poison made him hallucinate. All the appearances were false. His appearance must not have changed. Hope was shattered. Cui Tianxiao shouted in despair. Qingting. He was almost frightened to death by his dull and greasy voice. Cui Tianxiao reached out and touched the fat and protruding lips like a pig. He finally couldn't control it. He himself let out a scream that he had never experienced before in his life. The birds and beasts in the forest flew up in large numbers. By the way, he also has a universal antidote configured by a senior healer. Cui Tianxiao took out a bunch of antidotes and drank 3 bottles indiscriminately. Unfortunately, the high-level potions that should have taken effect immediately had no effect at all. What should I do? Qingting, have I turned into an ugly monster? The two of them grew up together. Yi Qingting is very familiar with Cui Tian's smile control problem, and he really doesn't dare to answer this question truthfully. He was really afraid that Cui Tianxiao would die in front of him.
It's okay.
You look into my eyes and talk. Yi Qingting's eyes wandered. The strength of this boy's grip on him was not weak at all, and his yuanling and mental power did not decline at all. It can be seen that this poison has not only affected appearance, nothing lethal. Since it was not fatal, Yi Qingting was not that worried, but his eyes were always wandering around the normal center of Cui Tianxiao's face, and he did not dare to step too far. You can't look at it, otherwise he will burst out laughing and there will be nothing you can do. Although Yi Qingting said nothing, Cui Tianxiao already got the answer he wanted from his eyes. He was already extremely ugly. Cui Tianxiao collapsed to the ground and groped towards Li Xing based on his feeling. He hugged a pair of skinny legs and refused to let go, as if he was holding on to the last life-saving straw. Help me, help me, help me. Li Xing sighed. I told you there was something wrong with this fruit, but you just didn't listen. Do you regret it now? Hua, no. Sister Hua. Grandma Hua. I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Since you can see that wild pomegranates are poisonous, you must have a way to detoxify them. You can save me for any amount of money. Although Li Xing really wants to do this deal, it seems. For the sake of kneeling down for her no matter what she laughs at, it's better not to trick him. There is no antidote. Like a thunderbolt, Li Xing's words accelerated Cui Tianxiao's journey from fear to death.
So,
I'm going to be like this for the rest of my life? If you don't look good, you'd rather die. Without any hesitation, Cui Tianxiao turned to Yi Qingting and shouted, "Kill me, kill me, kill me. Can you calm down and listen to what he has to say?" Li Xing vigorously shook Cui, who had completely lost his mind. Tianxiao shouted loudly, "There is no antidote because there is no need for an antidote at all. It can only last for half an hour at most. Do you understand? You mean, in half an hour, I can restore the original appearance?"
yes.
After the 3 souls and 7 souls finally returned to their places, Cui Tianxiao felt so weak that he buried his head in his knees, as if he had just been beaten. Li Xing calmed himself down and walked over to pick up the wild pomegranates scattered on the ground. After some picking, he chose 2 and handed one to Yi Qingting, who was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to be like a Shao. "This is okay, you can eat it." After saying that, Li Xing peeled off the pomegranate skin and took a bite first. The fruit is ripe, sweet and delicious, and very delicious. Seeing that Li Xing had eaten it, Yi Qingting had nothing to fear, but he was wondering. Cui Tianxiao's identification method was obviously correct, so how could he be poisoned? Xiaohua, the method Xiao just mentioned, is what is taught in the textbooks of our Reserve Military Academy. It is the experience gained by countless seniors with their lives and blood. It stands to reason that it cannot be wrong.
Why?
There is really no way to test wild pomegranates. Wrong, but you have forgotten that it grows in the forest and is not an isolated individual. Whether the fruit can be eaten depends on other factors besides the pomegranate tree itself. Cui Tianxiao also listened with open ears. He also wanted to know why he was recruited. Picking up a poisonous wild pomegranate, Li Xing slowly turned the fruit, pointed to an invisible hole in the peel, and explained, "There is a low-level star beast called Spodoptera exigua, which feeds on juice. Because it has a small body and a small food intake, so there is almost no change in the appearance of the wild fruits it has eaten. The needle-shaped mouthparts of the tiger moth contain a biological enzyme that is a powerful allergen to humans or asteroids. If you eat wild fruits contaminated with its saliva, biological enzymes will enter the body and quickly cause allergic reactions, leading to edema. Because the Spodoptera exigua is small and has very low levels of biological enzymes, the allergic reaction will not last long at all. It will be metabolized in half an hour at most. Allergy is not poisoning, so taking more antidote is useless." After hearing Li Xing's explanation, Yi Qingting was enlightened and admired her very much. It seems that reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles will not work without any one of them. "But how do you know so much at such a young age?" "I have spent nearly half of my life in the forest. Although I have not read tens of thousands of books, I have certainly traveled thousands of miles." Yi Qingting laughed, wiped his hands, and extended his hand to Li Xing. "Can we get acquainted again? My name is Yi Qingting, Qingyun Jidao Qingting." Li Xing is naturally wary, and it is normal to be wary of others. If people were wary of her, she would be even more wary, but if people were sincere and open to her, Li Xing was willing to give them enough face. Grasping Yi Qingting's fair and bony hand and shaking it, Li Xing said, "My name is Li Xing, the Star of Dawn. My name is Cui Tianxiao." Tianxiao, who looks up to the sky and laughs.
Kui.
He interjected with a stern look on his face and a muffled voice. He felt that compared with those 2 people, how could he be so uneducated? Even his name was so meaningless. He was so angry. He was giving Li Xing a lesson just now, but in the end he became a living negative teaching material, swollen into a pig's head, and the clown was himself. It was really lively and interesting. He never wants to eat pomegranates again in his life. Li Xing put the poisonous wild pomegranates into Lingpei. Seeing how many there were on the tree, he simply climbed up and picked them all. Yi Qingting looked puzzled and asked her, "Axing, why are you picking so many poisonous pomegranates?" "Make medicine." Li Xing's eyes sparkled and he answered excitedly. I have already thought of the name of the medicine. Let's call it Reborn.
From now on,
If anyone wants to go against me, I will reward him with a flower pill and let him taste the beauty of a flower. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingting said in surprise. Are you a healer? My self-taught healer course is considered amateur. Yeah. There has always been a huge gap in healers, and many Yuanling practitioners who are not Wood Yuanlings can also apply to become amateur healers if they have the talent to make medicine. Although they have no healing or purifying power, the potions they make are also very popular among the people.
no wonder.
Yi Qingting was now certain that the random stew they had eaten last night must have been mixed with calming and sleeping herbs. The three of them continued to move towards the area where the spiritual fruit grew, led by Li Xing. In the afternoon, Li Xing cheered up and led Yi Qingting and Cui Taixian to move around, specifically picking out areas with aggressive and toxic spiritual plants. Because spiritual plants are not easy to deal with, star beasts avoid them. Li Xing knew the habits of these spiritual plants well, and he repeatedly tested them on the verge of taking action, but did not cross the line. Therefore, despite the dangers, the three of them were not seriously attacked. In this way, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao's physical strength was greatly restored. Now they are close to the center of the Dayton forest, surrounded by high-level star beasts. The less elemental power they consume, the more confident they will be in fighting the star beasts. In the evening, they came to an open space. Li Xing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and made a quiet gesture to the two people behind. This clearing stood out among the dense woods. The ground was covered with low thorny shrubs, and more than 20 tree stumps were scattered there. The cross-section of each stump was the size of a bathtub, and the cut was smooth, unlike natural lodging. The strangest thing is that there are only tree stumps but no tree trunks, as if someone deliberately created this open space. There were no dangerous spiritual plants in this open space, but it gave her a bad feeling. Li Xing trusted her sixth sense and pointed to the side to signal everyone to take a detour. The three of them returned to the dense forest and were about to leave. At this moment, a wind blade was shot from the direction of the clearing and headed straight for Li Xing's door. Yi Qingting grabbed Li Xing and jumped to the side, barely able to avoid it. Immediately afterwards, more wind blades shot towards the three of them. Yi Qingting drew out his long sword to protect Li Xing behind him. Yuanling exploded, and a blue ice dragon sprang out from the edge of the sword. He opened his big mouth and held Li Xing behind. All the incoming wind blades were swallowed up and then turned into ice crystals and dissipated in the air. While the ice dragon swallowed the wind blade, Cui Tianxiao's long bow was fully drawn, and the elemental power condensed into thunder arrows, which were shot towards the center of the clearing. After the thunder arrow landed, the sizzling electric current spread out, combing the entire open space.
Jijidu.
Wherever the electric current hit, there was a scream. The tree stump was pushed open like a manhole cover, and many ugly star beasts emerged from the inside of the tree stump, looking very much like dwarfs. It is easy to tell from their fierce eyes and the fangs protruding from their mouths that these dwarves are not vegetarians. It's the crazy goblin. Yi Qingting's face changed slightly. The crazy goblin is a high-level star beast and is good at controlling the wind. They were originally called wind goblins, but because they are moody, erratic, vindictive, and gregarious star beasts, they go crazy and even avoid star beasts with higher levels than them, so they are nicknamed crazy goblins. Crazy goblins hold grudges the most. Cui Tianxiao's arrow just now offended all the goblins. It seems that if he doesn't fight today, he won't be able to escape. Ah Xiao, cover me. Yi Qingting held swords in both hands and rushed into the goblin's lair without hesitation, fighting the goblin in close combat. Cui Tianxiao stood on the outside and fired lightning arrows frequently to protect Yi Qingting from being attacked. The speed of the crazy goblin was too fast. Cui Tianxiao's eyes did not dare to leave the battlefield for a moment. Thunder arrows kept condensing in his hands, but he did not forget Li Xing despite his busy schedule. Xing, stand behind me, Li Xing said obediently. Moving to the back, staring at the battlefield with burning eyes, she encountered a star beast like a mad goblin for the first time. It looked like a human, had a high IQ, and its combat power was much higher than that of star beasts of the same level. There is a reason why the Mad Goblin can advance to high levels. It is small, fast, and can control the wind element to teleport, so it is difficult to hit the target with long-distance attacks. If it weren't for Cui Tianxiao's arrows having thunder and lightning properties, which could cause a certain range of electrical damage when shot in the air, Yi Qingting might have been attacked from both sides. Yi Qingting danced his long sword, cutting off the transparent and invisible wind blades one after another, not daring to be careless at all. Taking advantage of the gap to avoid a wind blade, Yi Qingting launched an elemental attack at a lone crazy goblin, Ice Whirlwind. Stop it. The small tornado mixed with countless tiny ice shards instantly enveloped the crazy goblin. As Yi Qingting flipped his wrist, the tornado quickly rotated and closed in. Amidst the screams, a ball of blood mist exploded. The tornado disappeared, and the Mad Goblin's bloody body fell to the ground, lifeless.
Yeah.
The Mad Goblins live together as a group based on blood relations and are extremely clinging to each other. Seeing the death of the goblin who was both a relative and a companion, the other Mad Goblins became furious and went crazy, and stepped up their attacks on Yi Qingting. The crazy goblin, who was closely related to the dead one, even ignored the damage from the thunder arrows. With purple arcs all over his body, he waved his claws at Yi Qingting like crazy. The scene was once chaotic. Qingting, hold on, I'm coming. Cui Tianxiao let go of long-range attacks for a long time, but failed to hurt a few crazy goblins. Seeing that his brother was about to be beaten by a group of goblins, Cui Tianxiao could no longer hold back and held his hand. Hold the long bow in the middle and shake it hard. The bowstring will retract into the bow body, and the long bow will turn into a long stick that is wide at both ends and narrow in the middle. Cui Tianxiao rushed into the battlefield with his stick and swung his bow left and right. Cui Tianxiao's bow was passed down from his ancestors. It is a rare transformable weapon that can be used for both long-distance and close combat. It is also among the best in the Qianyuan continent's weapons list. The feeling of the stick touching his flesh finally made Cui Tian laugh out loud. Cui Tianxiao finally reunited with Yi Qingting by flying the two crazy goblins blocking the road with one move. With someone to support him, he didn't have to face enemies from both sides. Yi Qingting could finally take the opportunity to adjust his breathing. Even if it is a Tianjia-level Yuanling, elemental power attacks cannot be used all the time. It only hurts when you retract your fist and strike again. The same goes for elemental power. Only when you have a certain degree of relaxation can you exert the maximum attack power. The two of them were back-to-back, and Yi Qingting used an ice protection technique to add a thin layer of ice helmets to the two of them. The Mad Goblin's wind blade was indeed powerful. In just a short time, Yi Qingting's advanced combat uniform had several more holes. The runes were inconsistent, and the defense of the combat uniform was weakened. Being hit by the wind blade was really painful. The Mad Goblins also knew how to coordinate tactics. They were divided into two groups. One group used wind blades to attack from a distance in the outer circle, while the other group fought close to each other, furiously biting the two people with their claws and sharp teeth. Unfortunately, most of the bites were blocked by weapons. Occasionally, they succeeded, but found that they could not bite through the ice on these two people, and the damage caused by the wind blade was not as great. The crazy goblins were still wary at first. After all, one of them had easily killed his companion and escaped immediately after biting him. However, after attacking for so long, the two men did not launch any more elemental attacks, so the crazy goblin gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to fight around Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao had been holding back from using elemental power to attack, just waiting for the opportunity. These goblins are like fleas. They are numerous and fast. It is difficult to defeat them all. The best strategy is to find a way to gather them together and annihilate them. Now almost all the crazy goblins gathered around them. The two endured the pain all over their bodies and launched a full-strength attack in tacit agreement at the same time. The roar of the ice wind. The thunder from the sky. The entire goblin lair was shrouded in blue and purple elemental light. All the crazy goblins biting around the two were injured, and 6 of the closest ones were injured. Only one was frozen into an ice sculpture, and 4 were turned into cokes by thunder. There were a large number of casualties among his men. The leader of the mad goblins howled loudly, and all the mad goblins turned around and fled towards the outside. Li Xing, who was standing alone outside the lair watching the battle, was caught off guard and exposed in front of the crazy goblins. The crazy goblins knew that the 3 of them were together, and they saw that they could not defeat the 2 tall ones, and the remaining thin and small one became their punching bag. The leader of the mad goblins greeted him and rushed towards Li Xing with his teeth bared.
Sure.
Yi Qingting saw the crazy goblins rushing toward Li Xing's position like a tide, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He swung his sword and slashed an ice dragon at the goblin leader. Cui Tianxiao also transformed his longbow again, and thunder and lightning shot into the goblins like rain. The goblins were knocked to pieces by the elemental power of Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao, and they couldn't care less. It's dawn. Unfortunately, the most powerful goblin leader teleported several times to avoid elemental attacks and rushed towards Li Xing using his hands and feet. Li Xing saw a goblin that was much larger than the other crazy goblins, grinning and teleporting towards him. The crazy goblin's small eyes shone with a fierce and cruel light, and his ugly big nose was covered with lumps and tumors. Before he could reach her, a wind blade, carrying a pungent fishy smell, struck at Li Xing's neck. Yi Qingting's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. It was too late to save him. After these 2 days of getting along, Yi Qingting felt that Li Xing had many advantages. Although he was young, he was already a qualified forest guide. Her understanding of spiritual plants exceeds that of most Mu Yuanling practitioners. In time, she will definitely become an excellent amateur healer. Yi Qingting had long been interested in making friends with Li Xing, so in front of her, Yi Qingting never acted like an employer. Even though the contract stipulated that he was not responsible for Li Xing's life and safety, Yi Qingting had already made up his mind to protect Li Xing with all his strength. He and Cui Tianxiao killed all the star beasts along the way, so Li Xing never had to worry. But now Li Xing was standing 10 meters away from him, looking pitiful to Chu Chu, but he could not save her. Yi Qingting was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He hated his incompetence so much at this moment. Why couldn't he be stronger? Why did he let such a talented girl perish in front of his eyes? The scene of Li Xing being torn to pieces would definitely become a lifelong nightmare for him. Yi Qingting closed his eyes and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A ray of golden light suddenly appeared, followed by scorching flames that destroyed the sky and burned the earth. The red lotus karma fire swallowed up the mad goblin leader in an instant. The miserable goblin leader ended his appearance and was cremated into ashes before he even had time to scream. This horrifying and extremely reversal scene plunged everyone present and the star beasts into a deathly silence. 3,000 Lotus Master retreated, and the serious sword revealed its true form. Li Xing flipped his wrist, put the back of the knife on his shoulder domineeringly, kicked out a spar from a pile of ashes with his toes, picked it up with skill, and held it in his hand for careful inspection. This crystal was very large, and there seemed to be tiny white wind blades flashing inside the transparent crystal. Li Xing secretly thought it was a pity. This crazy goblin leader is already a 12th level star beast, and his qualifications and potential are among the best among high-level star beasts. Judging by the content and purity of the elemental power in its crystals, you can tell that if it is allowed to grow for a few more years, it will surely advance to the level of a heaven-level star beast. By that time, the crystal stone of the crazy goblin leader will have no impurities at all. It will be all pure elemental power, equivalent to a natural energy stone, and it will be a heaven-level energy stone that is better than high-level energy stones. The most special thing is that the elemental power in the sky-level star beast crystal will have its own properties. Let's take the crazy goblin as an example. If it advances to the heaven level, then its crystals will be pure wind attribute energy stones. After absorption, It can increase the level of the wind attribute elemental spirit. Therefore, every sky-level crystal is commercially available. Priceless treasure. The crazy goblin minions finally recovered from the shock.
Yeah.
The leader is dead?
Yeah.
Run away. The leader of the mad goblins died, and the remaining mad goblins lost their will to fight, abandoned their lairs, and fled in all directions. They are crazy, not stupid. Each of these three people is more powerful than the other, leaving only a dead end. Looking at a few crazy goblins who teleported and disappeared, Li Xing shook his head regretfully. If he had taken action earlier, he wouldn't have gotten a spar. A high-level crystal costs 9,000 star coins, which can be exchanged for a lot of low-level crystals, so it's okay. After putting away the serious sword, Li Xing happily walked towards Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao, but the two people's movements were as neat as pasting and copying, and they all took half a step back. What are you hiding from? Is there something dirty on my face? Li Xing wondered why the two men looked at her, as if they had seen a ghost. Cui Tianxiao's peach blossom eyes widened. You are actually from the Fire Yuanling? The level is not low, right? Not bad. First class. Cui Tianxiao swallowed and replied dryly. Xing, I feel now that your ID nickname is definitely a scam. Fire Yuanling is a typical aggressive Yuanling. People with fire attribute Yuanling will inevitably have their character and temper affected by the Yuanling. Most of them are strong-tempered and hard-tempered. She was like a tyrant among tyrants. How could she be as weak as Feng Xiaobaiwa? Cui Tianxiao was shocked, and Yi Qingting was even more shocked than him. He didn't expect Li Xing, who he had always protected as a weakling, to be so strong. He was always thoughtful, but he missed Li Xing. Just because Li Xing looked weak and harmless, he took Li Xing into the protected role as a matter of course. Even when setting up camp last night, Li Xing said that she would be responsible for fighting the star beasts, but he secretly disdained him. He was too stupid and ignored the most critical factor. Would a person who could come and go freely in the star beast forest be a weak person? Yi Qingting did not regret fighting the star beasts along the way, because one of the purposes of him and Cui Tianxiao entering the forest was to practice martial arts and improve their combat power. Regardless of whether Li Xing was strong or weak, he had no intention of relying on her. He was just disappointed with his own misjudgment. Although Li Xing's appearance is very confusing, he cannot ignore her Yuanling qualifications. It would be inappropriate for him to judge that she is weak without even thinking about asking. Ultimately, it was the arrogance inherent in the aristocratic child that caused the problem. He received an elite education since he was a child. He has high qualifications and abilities, and he has no lack of hard work. He has won many honors at a young age, so it is inevitable that he is a little conceited. Li Xing held the wind crystal and waved it in front of the distracted Yi Qingting. Until his eyes focused, he asked, "High-level crystal, do you want to change it?" The higher the level of the crystal, the more elemental power it can extract. It is also more valuable. In an emergency, high-level crystals can also replace energy stones to replenish elemental power in an emergency. Therefore, high-level Yuanling practitioners are willing to exchange for high-level crystal stones. But Li Xing did the opposite. The lower the level of the crystal, the more chaos power it contained, and the more useful it was to her.
Change.
Yi Qingting quickly expressed his stance. I want a low-level crystal. Yi Qingting nodded. Okay, the size and quality of your crystal are better than ordinary high-level crystals. I will exchange it for you at a ratio of 1 to 1,000, but you have to wait until I get back. Not to mention that they don't carry them with them. Even when fighting in the wild, they don't bother to dig out low-level star beasts.
Spot.
Only people with weak Yuanling love low-level crystal stones because they have the best exchange rate for primary energy stones. The primary energy stone is also the most commonly used by these weak Yuanlings, and it is also the most suitable way to replenish energy. So when he learned that Li Xing asked for low-level crystal stones as payment, Yi Qingting automatically classified her as a weakling. Okay, I'll leave you an address, and you can send it to me after you redeem it. After saying that, Li Xing threw the crystal to Yi Qingting. Yi Qingting looked at the crystal in his hand and was a little confused. Along the way, Li Xing's stinginess was reflected in all aspects, including being reluctant to fly an aircraft, picking up the corpses of star beasts that they didn't like, using Cui Tianxiao's star network signal. Even eating from a big pot, he had to calculate the money with them. Yi Qingting had long defined her as a miser, but for this high-level crystal, Li Xing gave it to him without any care, without even mentioning the deposit. Yi Qingting really couldn't see through her. Cui Tianxiao went to dig out the remaining crystals from the dead mad goblins, and limped back. He happened to hear Li Xing want exchange for low-level crystals and asked, "Xing, you are a first-class yuanling. You don't know that high-level crystals are more useful to you, right? Why are you replacing so many low-level crystals? My battle pet Lingji likes to eat them. In fact, Big Mouth Flower hates the taste of low-level crystals." But in order to deceive others and find a reason for Li Xing to exchange large amounts of crystals for many years, Big Mouth Flower wisely took the blame.
What?
Do you still have a battle pet spirit plant? Take it out and show it to brother. Cui Tianxiao had also raised a battle pet spirit plant before, but he found that this thing has no advantages except taking it out for fun. It took a lot of money, effort, and always accidentally injured one's own side in the battle, so Cui Tianxiao decisively gave up the bad relationship between master and servant. Despite this, he is still very curious about other people's battle pets, Lingji. Whenever he knows that others have battle pets, he always asks to see them. Don't get me wrong, it's not because of love, but simply because he wants to see if other people's battle pet spirits are being cultivated well and if they are obedient. As for the people who raise war pet spirit plants, except for a few people with wood attribute spirits, few can raise them well. Therefore, every time he looks at other people's pet spiritual plants, Cui Tianxiao will feel relaxed as if he has experienced it. If he can use his personal experience to persuade others to give up their pets, it will give him great satisfaction. Hui Hui is very shy and doesn't like to meet strangers. Your battle pet is called Hui Hui? It sounds like it looks good. Don't be so stingy. Show it to me. Okay. Li Xing flicked his wrist, and the flower pot appeared in front of Cui Tianxiao. After 10 years of spiritual stone nourishment, the color of the big-mouthed flower has changed from light purple to rich purple, and the white spots on its body have become more obvious. Its size has also increased 2 or 3 times. The medium-sized flower pot has also been replaced by a large one. Now Dezuahua opened her mouth enough to swallow Li Xing whole. What the Hades is this? Cui Tianxiao was shocked. Why is Li Xing always unexpected? A pretty little girl. What kind of trouble would it be to raise such an ugly battle pet? What skills does it have? With such a big mouth, it must be very fierce and powerful, right? It's smart. How can it help you during a war? No. Does Lingji have an IQ? Li Xing shrugged. My Hui Hui is a girl. She is very timid. The battlefield is not suitable for her. Then what is the use of such a big mouth? Of course it is for eating.
Cui Tianxiao choked.
How much can such a big mouth eat? Li Xing sighed and said quietly, It's a lot. 50,000 star coins of crystals is enough for a few meals. This is not talking about a big-mouthed flower. It is clearly talking about herself. The eternal evergreen Jew has been cultivated to the great perfection in the middle stage of the flesh-forging realm. If Zhou Tian runs at full speed, the 50,000 worth of crystals will only be enough for Li Xing to practice for 2 or 3 days. Because of lack of money, Li Xing spends most of her time extracting the energy of chaos from the air and struggling to improve. When she earns enough crystal stones from working part-time, she can practice happily for a few days and then continue to live a hard life lacking the energy of chaos, and the cycle repeats. Beginning. Cui Tianxiao's eyes widened and he yelled, Don't tell me that all the money you earned from working was spent on this guy. Li Xing nodded. Otherwise, what else could it be? Since I've become its owner, I have to take care of it for the rest of my life. I promised Hui not to let it starve, and I will keep it true. Cui Tianxiao closed his eyes and waved his hands feebly. Quick, put it away. My eyes are allergic to your Hui. It's so hot that I'll go blind if I look at it one more time. This battle pet Lingji, she is simply ugly and useless. It costs money to keep her, and makes her look troublesome. Even if she knelt down and begged him, he would not keep her. But Li Xing treats her like a treasure. This is obviously true love. How can he persuade her to quit? Forget it, just keep it if she likes it. Maybe it will embarrass her opponent. After briefly cleaning the battlefield and burning all the corpses of the mad goblins, the three of them prepared to camp here. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao took out the energy stones to replenish their elemental power. After a hard battle just now, their elemental spirits were exhausted, and they must recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if another wave of powerful star beasts comes, they will be unable to fight back. When Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao recovered their spirits, Li Xing was on guard with a Sirius sword. Cui Tianxiao looked at the mighty and domineering Sirius sword and felt itchy in his heart. Xing, that big sword of yours is so majestic.
Can you show it to me?
Yi Qingting pulled him and shouted in a low voice, Xiao, how can you find out about other people's weapons? Xianyuan continent is full of martial virtue. For a martial arts practitioner, the status of a weapon is almost the same as that of a wife. There are usually only two consequences of snooping around for other people's weapons, taking action or taking action after a quarrel. What does it matter? We are already so familiar. Not in vain, I will also show her my thunder bow. With that said, Cui Tianxiao took out the long bow and stuffed it into Li Xing's hand without warning. To be honest, Li Xing had no idea about weapons privacy laws. Besides, she was also very interested in Cui Tianxiao's transformable bow. She immediately took out the Sirius sword and handed it to Cui Tianxiao, while she carefully studied the long bow and the features on it. Runes. FCK. Cui Tianxiao really didn't expect the Sirius sword to be so heavy. He almost failed to hold it when he first took it. His understanding of Li Xing's strength became even more profound. Although Yi Qingting disagreed with Cui Tianxiao's approach, since both parties involved did not mind, he silently joined Cui Tianxiao and studied the Sirius sword carefully. Unfortunately, in their opinion, apart from being heavy and sharp, this knife has nothing special about it, and it doesn't even have runes engraved on it. Both of them felt it was a pity that such good workmanship and materials were lost. After Li Xing finished studying the longbow, the two exchanged weapons. Cui Tianxiao couldn't help but remind Li Xing, Xing, the material and workmanship of your knife are of top quality. If you can find a rune master to engrave the runes on it, it's even more perfect. Not bad. I know a very good rune master. He doesn't easily carve weapon runes for others, but if you want, I can ask him for help through personal connections, and he will agree. Yi Qingting thinks that the Sirius sword should at least have a fire elemental pattern, so that when Li Xing uses elemental attacks, he can not only save the elemental spirit, but also enhance the attack effect. Well, I will consider it when I save enough money. They camped in the goblin lair at night. All the nearby star beasts knew that this thorn field full of tree stumps was the territory of the crazy goblin. They usually walked around it during their activities, so it was considered a rare safe place. Dinner was as usual. It's a big pot dish that looks very dark, but it tastes so good. Cui Tianxiao doesn't need to be reminded at all now, and he transfers money to eat automatically. If it weren't for Shinong Ding's space formation, he wouldn't even have enough food to share in these 2 days. Li Xing followed the two young masters and picked up a lot of things. Who knew that the young master who came to the city was rich and looked down on the meat of low-level star beasts? The star beast meat of Ling Peri was enough for her to eat until the first year of the reserve army was on vacation. In the evening, Li Xing stayed vigil, as usual. This time, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao were not polite to her at all and slept peacefully and continued the next day. They marched forward in high spirits. After walking for another day, they finally arrived at their destination. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao saw the spiritual fruit as they wished. This piece of spiritual fruit was of the highest quality, and Yi Qingting was very satisfied. Can I ask you a favor?
You say.
I would like to ask you to help make the potion. Use spiritual fruit?
Yes.
The painless old injuries and 3 consecutive nights of deep sleep convinced Yi Qingting that the big pot of rice that Li Xing gave them was unusual. It must have contained medicinal spiritual plants that were beneficial to the body. They walked for 3 days in the forest. Oh my God, I didn't suffer any damage from plants. This was all due to Li Xing's understanding of the habits of plants.
Ye Wingting belevet her deeply.
In this case, she was very talented. Why not let Li Xing try to make a potion using the spirit fruit, which may have unexpected curative effects? Axing, to be honest, my cousin's spirit has been injured and needs medication, but he has a special physique, and the spirit fruit is the only thing he can do at the moment. Herbs used. Before coming to Dayton, the family had collected a lot of spiritual fruits and asked senior healers to concoct potions, but the effects were not satisfactory. So, you want me to try it? Yi Qingting nodded. Yes. Your remuneration is the same as other healers hired by the family. If the potion you make is effective, the price can be determined by you. Can I meet your cousin? Since ancient times, elixirs and doctors have not been separated. Li Xing has good medical skills. If he can check the pulse of Yi Qingting's cousin and prescribe the right medicine, he should be able to achieve the greatest effect. Yi Qingting was embarrassed. I'm afraid it won't work. My cousin's current situation makes it difficult to see outsiders. Moreover, the reputation of amateur healers is mixed. Most amateur healers are charlatans who sell powerful pills. How can they be given to the children of a wealthy family? If this matter is known to the family, then he was definitely going to scold him for being ridiculous. Yi Qingting's idea was to kill him first and tell him later. Li Xing pondered for a moment and said, I can't see his actual condition, so I can only make medicine based on experience. Without specificity, the effect may not be too great.
Good.
Just do your best. There is no need to put too much pressure on you. My cousin has been in poor health since he was a child, and the senior healers hired by the family with a lot of money were not able to help. Although Yi Qingting hoped that Li Xing could create a miracle, his expectations were not that high. Even if Li Xing failed, he could still do it. Accept it as one more choice and hope. That's okay. There are a lot of spiritual fruits in this piece. I will make half and keep half. If you are ready, take it back and give it to him to eat. If the effect is good, send a message and I will make the other half according to the effect. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao looked at each other. Did they understand correctly? Cui Tianxiao, Xing, what do you mean we can take the medicine with us when we go back? Even the most basic healing medicine can't be obtained within 2 or 3 days. During this period, there are many requirements and conditions and the work 10 minutes, 2 hours of rest, a lot of nonsense and bad tempers. Most of the amateur healers are not Mu Yuanling. Their grasp of the properties of herbs is not as good as that of professionals. Logically speaking, it should be more time-consuming. How can I listen to Li Xing? He said that the medicine would only take a moment and would not be a problem at all. I'll do it now and give it to you later. Li Xing also didn't understand the shocked expressions on Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting's faces. How inefficient are the people here in making medicine? It's not like refining the elixir of immortality. Is it possible that it still takes 10 days and a half? What's wrong? Said just do it. Li Xing picked the ripe fruits, put half of them in jade boxes to keep them fresh, and prepared the other half for cooking directly. Cui Tianxiao was like a curious baby, asking everything. Xing, why don't you dig up the roots? The Cui family and the Yi family are family friends, and they have recently helped collect the spiritual fruit. Cui Tianxiao has seen the herb scent, and they are all complete plants with roots, fibrous leaves, and fruits. Only the fruit of the spiritual fruit can be used as medicine. The whole plant can be dug up. It's necessary. If everyone picks it up like this, the spiritual fruit will become extinct in the future. Li Xing hates fishing in the lake the most. Many spiritual plants on Blue Star have been dug up and exterminated by outsiders. She doesn't want the same thing to happen here. Yi Qingting kept staring at the jade box in Li Xing's hand and hesitated for a long time before asking, Axing, can I see this box? Look at whatever you want. The preservation jade box is not a treasure. Yi Qingting held the jade box carefully and used his mental power to trace the runes carved on the inner wall. He was shocked. The preservation runes in this jade box contain the avenue of time. The plants preserved inside will stay at the freshest moment when they were picked, which is much better than the refrigerated preservation runes used by their Yi family. Asking, "Where did you get this jade box?" Li Xing narrowed his eyes and said, "It's important to have money. I bought it there." "What, is there a problem?" "There are not many formations that alchemy cultivators need to learn. Preservation formations are a must-have skill. Otherwise, if you pick precious spiritual plants while traveling, how can you preserve the efficacy of the medicine?" Judging from Yi Qingting's reaction, this jade box must be something rare.
Toy.
This CRISPR box is very powerful. I want to buy it. Do you think money is more important? Do you still have it? You are a martial artist. Why do you want this? The preservation effect of this kind of jade box is only useful for spiritual plants. Yi Qingting, a martial artist, should not be able to use it. He is very good at the utensils and tools used by the master, and his favorite collection is these boxes containing herbs. That's it. Song Lingperi took out another smaller jade box and handed it to Yi Qingting. Li Xing said, "I'll give you 10,000 star coins, and we'll calculate it together at the end of the mission." 10,000?
How?
Expensive? You can pay back the price. No, just 10,000. Thank you. The market price of the fresh keeping boxes made by the Yi family is 30,000 yuan each. Li Xing's price was shockingly low. Yi Qingting was afraid that she would regret it, so he quickly put the jade box away. He was secretly glad that the trip to Dayton was worth it. He collected spiritual fruits. It's almost done. Li Xing is preparing to make the medicine. Although Li Xing doesn't care whether they see it or not, she is happy to see that the spirit fruit looks and tastes very similar to Blue Star's coffee beans. Inspired by the coffee, I prepared to make a tea from the psychotropic fruit. After more than a dozen processes, and adding other auxiliary herbs, the brown bean-shaped fruit exuded an alluring effect. Li Xing ground the beans into powder and put it into a transparent glass jar. It looked more like coffee. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao swept the nearby star beasts and were about to go further for a look, but stopped. After receiving the message from Li Xing, he asked them to come back for dinner. The space button containing the star beasts was offered like a dog, and it was full of meaty varieties. Li Xing must like it. "Xing, what are you eating today? Didn't you catch a moa this morning?" "I stewed it." Cui Tianxiao's eyes lit up. "Did you put the blue mushrooms in?" "Let it go." "Marvelous. Remember to sprinkle wild coriander when serving." Absolutely. I have to eat at least 3,000 yuan for this meal. This trip to Dayton has changed Cui Tianxiao a lot. The young master who didn't know what azure mushrooms were before now knows that azure mushrooms and moa are a perfect match. Xing, pharmaceuticals are such a big deal. It's a test of mental and physical strength. If you ask me, you don't have to worry. At worst, we two brothers will go back a few days later. If he stays with Li Xing for a few more days, he can eat more delicious meals. Cui Tianxiao hopes that Li Xing's progress will be slower. Anyway, Cousin Qingting's injury is past the critical stage, so he is not in a hurry. While the mushrooms are stewed while the moa fire was collecting juice, Li Xing took out the spiritual fruit powder and handed it to Yi Qingting, making 3 bottles in total. Okay. Yi Qingting stared at the bottles of fine brown powder in his hand, his expression frightened for a moment. The speed was too amazing. Cui Tianxiao was surprised and felt very disappointed. It seems that he'll return tomorrow. A Xing, does the medicine have a name? Li Xing thought for a while and replied with a smile. Just call it coffee. Coffee? What a strange name. Take a spoonful at a time and mix it with water. Cui Tianxiao put his dog's nose to the mouth of the bottle and sniffed, and suddenly said, "Xing, can I have a taste?" "Okay, but don't drink too much." Li Xing couldn't see the specific situation of Cousin Qingting, so he could only reduce the potency of the medicine to be as mild as possible. In this way, anyone with mental strength can take it. Cui Tianxiao's mental strength is not very high, so drink more he would be excited. To put it simply, it was like taking a shot of chicken blood. Li Xing didn't want to see him making mistakes on the way back. With Li Xing's approval, Cui Tianxiao immediately made himself a cup of coffee that smelled very good. It tastes bitter and slightly sour, but tastes good even if it has no medicinal effect. Seeing Cui Tianxiao's expression becoming more and more intoxicated as he drank, Yi Qingting couldn't hold back his curiosity and ordered some for himself.
Idran kakup.
The coffee tasted slightly bitter, and as the medicinal power spread through the body, the sea of spirit was wrapped in heat, and it felt very magical. Coffee can really refresh the mind, so Yi Qingting's mental power is higher than Cui Tianxiao. It felt more obvious that Li Xing did have something on him. The purpose of the trip had been achieved. After dinner, the three of them set off to return to Dayton, exactly the same as when they arrived, despite Cui Tianxiao's deliberate delay and Yi Qingting's delay. The journey took them 6 days. Li Xing was not in a hurry at all. She made a lot of money selling big pots of rice, and she also got free star beasts and crystal stones. She was happy to see them delaying their time. Fighting as a level martial artist is also an improvement for her. No matter how far the road is, there is an end. They have reached the outskirts of the forest and can see the wall of Dayton City. It was time to say goodbye. Cui Tianxiao reluctantly said, "Xing, which military academy have you been admitted to? Tell me, I will visit you when I have time. I haven't signed up yet. Registration for the military academy will be closed at the end of next month." Li Xing has the right to choose the school independently. There is no chance of not being admitted, so she is not in a hurry and is going to discuss with Li Yi and Yangzhou before deciding where to go.
Oh.
Cui Tianxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Come to our Halsis, Qingting, and I will protect you. If Li Xing can be his junior schoolmate, he will be blessed in the future." Halsis? Which of the 4 most prestigious schools is ranked last? Among all the military academies in Qianyuan continent, there are 4 military academies with the highest teaching quality, the strongest teachers, and the strongest comprehensive strength of students. They are known as the 4 famous schools. They are Tianyi Academy, Hanyan Pavilion, Shiyuan Academy, and Haalsas Academy. Halsis is currently the worst one.
Ah.
That was before. With Qingting and I here, Halsis will definitely be ranked in front of Shiyuan in the next famous school competition. Look at this potential. If you dare to join them, you can beat the 3rd place, right? Yi Qingting glanced at Cui Tianxiao and took the topic. Axing, Halsis is an old school. Has a history longer than that of Tianyi University. The school spirit is correct and inclusive, and it knows people well and teaches well. It is the only one among the 4 famous schools that does not stick to the origin of students. If I insist that Halsis College is better than Tianyi College, I will definitely lie to you. But after this year of study and life, I do not regret becoming a student of Halsis College. I hope you can seriously consider it. If you are willing to come, Xiao, and I will be very happy. Li Xing nodded. Yes, I will consider it. Besides, there is one more thing. Yi Qingting said what he had been thinking about for a long time. No matter which school you choose, I suggest that you retest your Yuanling and spiritual power after entering the school. Li Xing raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. Her current Yuanling qualifications are indeed inconsistent with mine, but she didn't expect Yi Qingting to be so sharp. Cui Tianxiao was surprised. Qingting, what did you find? Is it possible that the Yuanling detection can still go wrong? I'm not sure. This is also the reason why Yi Qingting has been holding back. The Yuan measuring instrument in each city is issued by the Elders' Council. It should not be wrong, but he feels that Li Xing's condition is not right. How can a Yuanling user of the Fire Yuanling? It's unreasonable to know the attributes of plants so accurately. Yi Qingting, students who are promoted to the reserve force have an opportunity to retest the Yuanling. Although it is charged, I think it is better for you to take the test. What if the element tester is wrong? The mechanism for managing the element tester is not absolutely flawless. Okay, I will consider it. Thank you for reminding me. Yi Qingting transferred part of the reward to Li Xing and handed over the rest after he exchanged the crystals. In the aircraft, Yi Qingting played with the fresh-keeping jade box, not knowing what he was thinking, and the look on his face was very solemn. Cui Tianxiao, I couldn't help teasing him. Why? Just after leaving, You miss the person you saw? Why did she become friends with him in the first place? Qingting, don't be sad. I have a hunch that before our fate with Xing is over, Xing will definitely come to Harses. When the star comes, let's recruit people to form a team. You and I are martial arts masters. Although Xing is an amateur healer, her medicine skills are good, and she is more than enough to be the team's nanny. Let's find a rune master, and the lineup will be complete. In next year's practical class, we can have a real fight with the senior group and beat them until their own mothers don't even recognize them. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant and domineering in front of us again. Wow. Seeing Cui Tianxiao's longing face, Yi Qingting's eyes softened and he said, "It doesn't matter whether we find a rune master or not. As long as we can recruit Li Xing, the lineup will be complete." What happened?
Cui Tian smiled.
Which one of us is qualified to be a talisman master? I can't, I want you. Neither of us needs it, because Li Xing is also a rune master. Cui Tianxiao was shocked. What?
Impossible.
It's already amazing to be able to make medicine and also to carve complex runes. Li Xing's brain must be much heavier than his. Yi Qingting said sternly, "I thought it was impossible at first, but after some reasoning, I found that this is the only way to do it." Reasonable explanation. Do you have anything on you that you bought from David Yang? Take it out.
What?
Cui Tianxiao switched to autopilot mode and took out the purification disc. Look at the mark engraved on the disc. What does it look like? Cui Tian smiled and looked at it, carefully identifying the mark as small as a dust particle. It looks like a flower, and it looks like a star. What's wrong? Cui Tianxiao has seen this mark in David Yang's shop a long time ago. All the top products in his shop have such marks carved on them. According to David Yang, his shop has a cooperative relationship with a senior rune master. Everything made by the master is engraved with this exclusive mark to show its patent. Don't you understand? What do you understand? Isn't it just a flower star mark? Wait. Flower. Little white flower. 5-pointed star. Li star. Cui Tianxiao exclaimed, but then he felt relieved and said, "Qingting, you won't say that she is the senior rune master just because this flower star mark can be related to Li Xing's name, right? This is just a coincidence. The evidence is too far-fetched." Yi Qingting said calmly, "Listen to my analysis. This jade box is engraved with the same flower star mark, which proves that it is the same as the high-end goods in David Yang's shop and is made by the same master, right? But we have been to David Yang's shop so many times and have never seen this kind of jade box. Do you think that with David Yang's character, he would hide such a high-quality product and not sell it for money? Even if David Yang opened his mouth, Qingting would never give up. How could David Yang hold back the injustice that had been brought to his door? That guy is obsessed with money. This is so abnormal. There must be something weird about it. If it's not that he has something special to hide, it's because he hasn't gotten the jade box yet." That's right. Yi Qingting nodded. This is in line with David Yang's behavior pattern. After a pause, he continued, "Think about it. Li Xing got what David Yang didn't get yet. What does this mean?" Cui Tianxiao scratched his head. Explanation. Does it mean that the senior rune master sold the goods to Li Xing first? Yi Qingting nodded. It is indeed possible, but look at this again. Yi Qingting took out the glass bottle containing the spirit fruit powder and pointed to an inconspicuous depression at the bottom of the bottle. There was a black, the size of a needle tip inside. Cui Tianxiao had to use his mental power to see clearly. The black, that was the very familiar flower. Star mark. No need for Yi Qingting to explain this time. Cui Tianxiao understood. What kind of high-level talisman master could even engrave a mark on a glass bottle and sell it? Besides, Li Xing made it. Are you not afraid of misunderstandings if you put it in a bottle with someone else's exclusive mark? Unless she is the maker, she would put an exclusive mark on everything she handles, even if it is a glass bottle. Li Xing is 100% the senior talisman master Yang David calls him. David Yang doesn't have the jade box, simply because Li Xing hasn't had time to supply it to him yet. Cui Tianxiao was speechless. Qingting, did you already know this? Why didn't you remind me? If I had known earlier, I would have made a fool of myself and decided to go to Harses. Combining the three professions of martial arts, talisman, and healing, there are not many geniuses among geniuses in the entire history of Qianyuan. Yi Qingting pursed his lips and said nothing. People like Li Xing will shine wherever they go. He is really not sure that she will definitely come to Halsis. After all, she is the last one among the 4 famous schools, and others may not like her. Qingting, you are right. Now I also suspect that her qualification test is biased. I am not sure about her Yuanling, but there must be something wrong with her mental strength. In a sense, there is a mapping relationship between mental strength and intelligence. A person who can practice both runes and healing and achieve results will definitely have superior intelligence. However, if there is not enough mental strength to support it, the mental strength will not be the same. It's hard to maintain. Qingting, who do you think Li Xing is? Should we find out more about her? Is she really from the lower city? Yi Qingting shook his head in disapproval. You are also a double black person yourself. If someone investigates your background, will you be willing? Besides, have you forgotten that proverb? There is an ancient proverb from the Qianyuan dynasty. Every double black has a secret. Don't pry. Otherwise you will fall into the abyss. After being shouted at by Yi Qingting, Cui Tianxiao also felt that his words were out of line. I just said it casually. I regard Li Xing as a friend and will not harm her. If you really treat her as a friend, respect her privacy, and only say that she is an amateur healer and don't reveal her identity as a rune master. This will be best for everyone. Every tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I think Li Xing also knows this truth, otherwise he would not put the jade box on David Yang's head. I understand. Yi Qingting had a feeling that Li Xing deliberately exposed the flaw for him to discover, just to see how they would react after knowing his true intentions. Through this period of getting along, Yi Qingting recognized Li Xing's character and talent from the bottom of his heart. I believe Li Xing has a good impression of himself and Xiao. As for whether to have deeper contact, he will make a decision based on their reactions after knowing their true intentions. Li Xing was riding a tricycle. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard Li Yi roar, "Get out of here." Li Yi definitely didn't dare to speak like this to Anna.
Who would he be talking to?
Li Xing quickly collected the tricycle and walked into the house in 3 steps. He was surprised to see the old god Yangzhou sitting on the floor in the living room with his arms crossed. Erling was drinking tea.
Principal Yang?
Why are you here? Come and support you. Li Xing was confused. What? Yangzhou smiled, pointed upstairs, and motioned to Li Xing to sit down and watch the show. After a while, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Li walked in front with a slumped face, followed by Anna, who also looked worried. Finally, the man Li Xing didn't recognize. He had a middle-parted oily hair and was dressed like a rich housekeeper. When he saw Li Xing coming back, Li looked a little unnatural and deliberately didn't look in her direction and said to the housekeeper angrily, "Steward Wang, please tell the lord of the city that our whole family is not interested in what he and the lord's wife proposed. Let's stop this matter right here and don't need to talk about it anymore." It turns out that man is really a housekeeper, and he belongs to the city lord's house. Although Dayton City is a small place, the city lord is the highest administrative officer. Even if he stomps his feet in Dayton City, he will be shaken. What does his housekeeper come to Li's house to talk about? Prime Minister's Gate. Although Butler Wang is a former second-grade official, there are many people who flatter him on weekdays. He has not seen the faces of ordinary people in many years, and he is also very angry today when he meets the real master. When he came back, the arrogance that had been suppressed by Li Yi rose again. "Mr. Li, you can't say that, can you? As far as I know, Miss Li is an orphan. You and your wife are not her biological parents and can only be regarded as guardians in the legal sense. Now that she has reached the age of 16, your legal obligations have been lifted, and Ms. Li can make the final decision on her own affairs. Besides, you are of noble blood, but you are an ordinary person. How can you decide life events for a double black lady? I think you should seek Miss Li's own opinion. You must know that the conditions offered by our Lord City Lord are extremely generous. Even a noble lady from the upper city cannot get such sincerity." You. Li Yi's face was livid, and his fists were clenched tightly. If he hadn't been afraid of hitting someone and hurting Li Xing and Anna, he would have left this kid here today. Li Yi was so angry that he finished his words. Butler Wang felt proud and turned to Li Xing. Xing smiled and said, "Is this Miss Li Xing? She is indeed the most beautiful woman in Dayton City." Butler Wang finally understands why the city asked him to facilitate this matter. Let alone Dayton, even in the middle city and the upper city, such beautiful and pure double blacks are rare. Don't take advantage of other nobles and celebrities. When he didn't find this delicate flower, he had to cook it quickly, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with any accidents in the future. Li Xing's thoughts were racing, and he finally understood what Yang Zhou meant by supporting him, and he felt disgusted at how young she was. Is anyone concerned? Butler Wang, right? You are right. I was indeed adopted, but nurturing kindness is better than giving birth to kindness. The relationship between Uncle Li and Aunt Anna and me is not limited to an adoption document. They are my elders. Although we are not related by blood, we have been family members for life. No matter I am 16 or 60, they have the right to bypass me and directly make decisions for me in all my matters. Steward Wang, no matter what the city lord proposes, Uncle Li and Aunt Anna have already rejected it on my behalf. What they mean is what I mean. There is no room for change in this matter. If you continue to struggle, don't blame me, Li Xing, for falling out. Li Xing originally wanted to take out the serious sword to scare him, but thinking that Anna was still here and would not be accidentally injured by the serious sword's evil spirit, he decided to forget it. Butler Wang didn't expect that Li Xing valued Li so much. Yi and Anna are just two inferior civilians. How can they make decisions for Shuanggai? Principal Yang, look at this. Just let the two civilians do it for themselves. Yang Zhou, who is also a Shuanggai, should have some different opinions. I see. How do I view other people's affairs? Rejection is rejection. Don't dare. Don't dare. Hearing what Yang Zhou said was wrong, Butler Wang sweated. This is the young master of the Yang family. Although he was demoted to Dayton by the family, he actually acted as a protector in the name of demotion. I heard that the current head of the Yang family values it very much. He, maybe the next head of the family, will be this Yang Zhou. The appointment of the small city lord is only a matter of words among the upper-class nobles. If the city lord himself were here, he would not dare to make a mistake in front of Yang Zhou. Go back and tell Wang Jin. His son didn't even have a spirit, so even if he was married to a dragon girl, he wouldn't be able to give birth to a Qilin son. Put away your unrealistic fantasies and honestly find an ordinary person who you like and get married. Don't think about eating swan meat. Only Yang Zhou dared to mock the city lord's son as a toad. Yes, yes. Butler Wang was choked for a while and left dejectedly. Aunt Anna, what's wrong with you? Butler Wang was scolded by Yang Zhou. Why did Anna wipe away her tears? Even Li Yi's eye circles were red. Could it be that it was backfired, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became? It's okay, I'm just happy. Xiaoxing, you sit with Brother Yang for a while. I will cook for you. Let's have a good meal tonight to celebrate. Anna hugged Li Xing hard and turned around and entered the kitchen. Xiaoxing said that they were a lifelong family, and she was so happy. Nana, let me help you. Li Yi proudly passed Li Xing and followed him into the kitchen. As he walked, he muttered, "This girl is really fooling people to death without paying for her life. I don't know which brat will be advantaged in the future." Li Xing has not changed his words for so many years. After their parents, Li Yi and Anna, could understand. After all, when they adopted her, she was already 6 years old and knew a lot of things. Maybe Li Xing knew that she was adopted, so she couldn't regard Li Yi and Anna as her biological parents. Treat them the same. Li Yi and Anna have never blamed Li Xing, but they can't help but feel regretful. Today, this child actually said that it is better to cultivate kindness than to show kindness. They are family members for life. The little regrets in Li Yi and Anna's hearts disappeared immediately. Oh, it's worth it. Li Xing sat back down opposite Yang Zhou, poured himself a cup of tea, touched the rim of Yang Zhou's cup, and said, "Thank you, Principal." Yang Zhou was happy, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. I didn't expect you to react very quickly. Li Xing rolled her eyes. She was not a little girl who didn't understand the world. If she couldn't guess that Butler Wang was here to propose marriage, she might as well give up. You came back halfway. I don't know what conditions the city lord offered. Do you want me to tell you? What conditions? Steward Wang said that as long as you are willing to nod, the city lord will give you a luxurious villa in the city center and 10 popular shops facing the street as a thank you gift to the Li family and thank them for raising you for 10 years. No matter how much you want, you can add 1,000th of the equity of Wantong Department Store to the original basis. Wantong Department Store is the largest chain of shopping malls in the Federation, with branches all over the cities. 1,000th of the equity of Wantong Department Store is a huge amount of wealth. Ouch, do you want to hire or buy? To be honest, the feeling of being thrown away money for the purpose of marrying someone who has no feelings is not a good feeling. But money is very attractive, and Li Xing knows that for Li Yi and Anna, who live in poverty, it is hard to refuse such a big deal. How much courage does it take to acquire fortune? Principal, you said people in Qianyuan continent have such long lifespans. Why are they so anxious to get married and have children? Ordinary people have a lifespan of 150 years, and Yuanling people are even longer. Living for 300 to 500 years is nothing. But Li Xing discovered that young girls get married early and give birth to 2 children before they are 20 years old. With 3 children, this phenomenon is very common. Li Xing really doesn't understand. Don't waste your great youth on daily necessities, so don't you feel regretful about life. A long time ago, it was normal for the Qianyuan people to get married and have children in their 50s and 60s. But as the intervals between star-beast tides become shorter and shorter, more and more people are sent to the front lines to fight. When they go to the battlefield, they don't know what they can do. They cannot come back alive. In order to avoid having no heirs after death, young people are urged to get married as soon as they reach adulthood, so that even if they die in battle, they can still have an explanation for their ancestors. This practice was just a small thing at first. As time went by, more and more people chose to leave their bloodline early, and the Qianyuan continent gradually formed a trend of early marriage and early childbirth. In order to ensure that there were enough combatants, the federal government also acquiesced. The phenomenon of early marriage has even led to the establishment of various laws and welfare policies to encourage childbearing. Until now, having children early and having many children is still the most popular blessing. How annoying! If you find it annoying, go to school early and report. If I can't find you, Wang Jin will give up completely. Li Xing is a promising child, both in public and private matters, and Yang Zhou doesn't want her to be tied down by her family prematurely. In a sense, Yang Zhou was also a victim of forced marriage. He didn't want Li Xing to make the same mistake as him, so he rushed to the Li family as soon as he got the news. Fortunately, Li Yi and Anna were able to carry it clearly and were not tricked by the city lord's mansion, which saved him a lot of effort. I have to discuss this matter with you. Speaking of registration, Li Xing wanted to ask Yang Zhou's opinion. Which military academy do you think I should go to? Yang Zhou took a sip of hot tea, thought deeply, and said, "Go to Halsis." Li Xing was surprised. She thought Yang Zhou would suggest that she go to Tianyi Academy. After all, that's his alma mater. A true disciple is like a master. Yang Zhou saw Li Xing's doubts and said, "Did you think I would recommend you to Tianyi Academy?"
Li Xing nuddaunashli.
The overall strength of Tianyi Academy is indeed much stronger than that of Halsis. There is no doubt about this, but it has a fatal flaw, which is the disharmony between people. The students of Tianyi Academy have obvious class differentiation, and the nobles have their own circles. Common people have a circle of civilians with strict barriers and no interaction with each other. No matter how outstanding the civilians are, they cannot integrate into the circle of nobles. Yang Zhou sighed, feeling deeply powerless against this deep-rooted prejudice. Although Li Xing was born as a commoner, her character and qualifications were completely comparable to those of aristocratic elites. Yang Zhou hopes that Li Xing can have more contact with outstanding people and promote each other to become stronger. But if she goes to Tianyi Academy, The strong class barriers will definitely exclude Li Xing from the elite circle, and she will lose the opportunity to communicate with high-level talents. This is too unfair to Li Xing. When I was a student, I didn't find anything wrong with the circle culture. I worshipped the strong and admired geniuses. I took it for granted that only people in the aristocratic elite circle were worthy of imitation and learning. I have never paid attention to those ordinary classmates. Even if they have many shining points, I have always turned a blind eye. It was not until I joined the army that I realized how paranoid and narrow-minded my thoughts were. I once admired and made friends with these people are all humanoid killing weapons on the battlefield. Their abilities are superior to ordinary Yuanlings, but their selfishness and cold-bloodedness are more terrifying than the fangs of the star beasts. And those who risked their lives, those who resisted attacks for their comrades, those who would rather self-destruct than take a step back, and those who sacrificed themselves to save others, were mostly civilian Yuanlings like Li Yi. From that time on, I began to reflect and question Tianyi. It's really unreasonable to ask students to make friends based on their origins. Similar to Tianyi Academy, Hanyan Pavilion and Shiyuan Academy have the same shortcomings, but it's not as obvious. Halsas College is an anomaly. It was founded by elders from common people. The school spirit is tolerant and generous, and there has never been a clique culture. Regardless of whether they are children of nobles or commoners, everyone at Halsas College is equal. The teaching level of a school is equal. It can be changed, but the school spirit that has been settled by history is difficult to change. It is said that the country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. This is the truth. Wen Dao, the new president of Halsas College, is a family friend of the Yang family. He is also a teacher in my life. As Eo's guide, I believe that with his character and talent, he can definitely lead Halsas College back to its peak. And you, a skinny monkey, can only be restrained by hearing the truth. I can rest assured that I will leave you to him. Li Xing admitted that Yang Zhou was a good person with very upright views, so Principal Wen, as his life mentor, should be very good. Then I'll listen to you and go to Halsas. Well, when are you going to leave? No rush. There's still a month before the registration deadline. It's enough to leave 2 or 3 days in advance. After hearing this, Yang Zhou immediately threw a space button over and said, "In that case, fry these tea leaves for me before you leave." After seeing how many tea leaves were in the space button, Li Xing felt that his face was greener than the tea leaves. You caught a toad and squeezed out the dough. There are so many, I have to fire them until my hands are broken. Li Xing really regretted giving Yang Zhou a box of tea on Teacher's Day that year, exposing his skills and letting this guy exploit her labor force every year. It's not like I'm not coming back. Why do you want so much? Li Xingzhen suspected that he had reserved all the tea for the rest of his life. Where did this guy find so many fresh tea leaves? Can I keep it and give it away? You have no idea how much fiscal deficit you have incurred over the years? If I hadn't gone to the Department of Education to quarrel again, and again, apply for more funding and buy high-end ingredients for you to pluck wool, could you? You're so smart. I've taught you so many skills and worked so hard for you, but you're not even willing to ask you to help me with some work. You're such a white-eyed wolf. Li Xing curled his lips and said, "What are you in a hurry for?" I didn't say I wouldn't do it, I just felt that there was too much work and I might not be able to finish it before reporting. It's good to have more work so you can calm down and don't go into the forest all the time. Don't worry, the teacher won't let you work in vain. I have an incompetent nephew who lives in the city of Halsas. When you get there, you can ask him for help if you need food, clothing, housing, and transportation. With my face, he dare not disobey me. Yi Qingting returned home. One thing is to visit my grandfather. Qingting is back. Yi Chun dismissed the servants, leaving only his confidant Hu Butler and his grandson Yi Qingting. Yi Chun is over 100 years old, but he looks to be in his early 30s. He has a short beard and a dignified appearance. How is it? Is there any harvest? After his grandson was injured, Yi Chun was so worried that a lot of his hair fell out. Not to mention the love between flesh and blood, let's just talk about the interest relationship between the aristocratic families, which is so intertwined that it affects the whole body. A lot of the Yi family's business is based on the influence of their grandson. The family that the grandson belongs to is more powerful and involved than the Yi family, so the news of the grandson's injury has been kept secret. No matter how anxious Yi Chun was, he did not dare to buy spiritual fruits in the market. He could only send trustworthy people to look for them secretly. Grandpa, I went to Dayton City and found a lot.
Great.
The first few batches of spiritual fruits were not very effective. Your uncle and I went to the Tower of Babel and looked through ancient books to find a recipe. Maybe it's effective for your cousin. This batch of spiritual fruits came at the right time. Take them out quickly.
Ah.
Yi Qingting sat on the candle. If he had known that Grandpa had found the ancient recipe, he would have taken the other half of the spiritual fruits left by Li Xing.
The fruit was brought back.
The same goes for Grandpa. For such a big thing as going to the Tower of Babel, can't we send him a message in advance? I didn't bring the spirit fruit back. Didn't bring it back? What's going on? Yi Chun's face darkened. He found it but didn't bring it back. What was Yi Qingting doing? Yi Qingting, I met an amateur healer in Dayton City. She was very talented in pharmacology, so my grandson took it upon himself to ask her to make the spiritual fruit into a potion. What I brought back was the finished product. You are confused. Yi Chun slapped his thigh in anger. Is this still his smart and wise grandson? How can you trust the level of amateur healers? Yi Chun's cheeks were red, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Because of the harsh conditions for entry, fewer and fewer people can become healers. So those who have some talent in medicine but are not qualified enough to call themselves amateur healers can actually have the nerve to become independent healers without the two important skills of healing and purification. A teacher is a healer. There is no distinction between amateur and professional. They are just playing word games to cover up their incompetence. Thanks to the legal society, they are enjoying themselves among the people. If only this had happened 1800 years ago. They are charlatans that everyone calls for beating. They are not even as good as doctors who treat ordinary people. If you catch them and find them to be cured by amateur healers, you might as well just throw the spirit fruit into the ditch. Ping Li, what do you think he did? Butler, who hurriedly advised, Master, don't worry. Master Qingting is not a confused person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Why don't you listen first? His explanation? Butler, who has the best relationship with Yi Qingting, so he didn't want to see him being scolded, so he quickly winked at him. Yi Qingting knew that Yi Chun would definitely oppose his approach, because before meeting Li Xing, he did not have a high opinion of amateur healers. Yi Qingting, Grandpa, Qingting belongs to the Yi family. Even if I am not a healer, I still have a good eye. I can tell whether the pharmaceutical level is high or low. Yi Chun remained silent, but admitted in his heart that although Yi Qingting did not do healing, although he has Yuanling qualifications as a master, but he has grown up around him since childhood, he has been influenced by his ears and eyes, and his vision is indeed vicious. It is not easy to deceive him. Yi Qingting, I dare to guarantee with my personality that this healer's pharmaceutical methods and talents are definitely not inferior to my uncle. You are crazy. Yi Chun couldn't believe his ears. The eldest son was the second largest son in the Yi family. For his senior healer, the 11th level of the earth level is 2 levels short of being promoted to the heaven level. Yi Qingting's brain was flooded with water or had a tumor. How could he compare Yi Luzi to a half-step heaven level healer? Seeing that Yi Chun was about to curse again, Yi Qingting cleverly took out a bottle of spiritual fruit powder and handed it to Yi Chun with both hands. Grandpa, if you don't believe it, just see for yourself. This is the potion she made. Yi Chun's first reaction was to smash the can of powder to pieces, but he was reluctant to part with it. Spirit fruit was getting harder and harder to find now. Even if it had been harmed by Yi Luzi, it might not be impossible to extract the ingredients and reuse them, so he endured his anger, opened the jar, and examined it carefully. Looking at it, Yi Chun felt something was wrong. He had been exposed to too many psychotropic fruit preparations in recent months, and he could tell at a glance that this kind of powder not only did not destroy the medicinal properties, but instead maximized the medicinal properties and added several unknown herbs to make the medicinal properties softer and easier to absorb. The more Yi-chun watched, the more frightened he became. He even rubbed some powder with his little fingernail and put it into his mouth, tasting it carefully. The more he tasted, the brighter his eyes became. This was really done by Yi Luzi? Qingting, you didn't lie to Grandpa, did you? Qingting didn't dare. What kind of Yuanling is this person? A grade fire Yuanling has no mental power. Yi-chun held the jar, his expression changing. Qingting was right. He didn't know anything else. In terms of the purification of the medicine and the control of the cooking temperature, this man was indeed better than his eldest son. The fire used to concoct the medicine was probably her yuan fire. It might not be difficult to accurately control the temperature of the fire, but without the wood Yuanling, how could she sense the changes in the properties of the medicine? Could it be that there are such talented people among non-Mu Yuanlings? How is this possible? Seeing Yi-chun lowering his head and saying nothing, Yi Qingting threw another bomb. Grandpa, it only took her 4 hours to concoct the potion.
What?
Yi-chun is a healer himself. He knows very well how difficult it is to increase the speed of making medicine, but Yi Qingting is his grandson who raised him personally. Whether Saul lied or not, he knew best. No matter how suspicious this matter is, it is an indisputable fact. The well-made potion in his hand was used in a short time, which simply broke the record. Yi Luzi did what a serious healer couldn't do, and Yi-chun felt that the world was stuck. Alas, the comfortable life has passed for so long, I have become a frog in the well. I don't know that there are so many talents in the world, and each mountain is higher than the other. Yi-chun carefully closed the lid, sighed, and handed the spiritual fruit powder to Butler Hu. Qingting, you have done a good job in this matter. You must win over that Yelu, amateur healer. Don't be short of money or things. If you are short of money, just ask Butler Hu for it, as long as it is not excessive. The Yi family will fully support you in making friends with him. If he is willing to come to the Yi family to work, you can give him the same treatment as the other guests in the Yi family. The Yi family treats the guests very generously. Yi-chun's ability to say such words proved that he was very satisfied with the potion made by Li Xing. Yi Qingting was happy, and then threw another king bomb at Yi-chun. Grandpa, look at this again. Preservation jade box? The jade is rough, and the carving is average. It must not be produced by my Yi family, huh? This is... Yi Chuntian stood up, holding the jade in both hands. The jade box, which is of rough quality and carvings, seems to be holding a rare treasure. The runes carved on the inner wall of the jade box contain the path of time, which can make the medicinal properties of the medicinal herb stop at the moment they are put into the jade box. This kind of preservation rune pattern is much better than the one passed down from the ancestors of the Yi family. So, what if the box is rough in workmanship? The runes are so useful. Yi-chun was so excited that his voice changed the tone. Where did you get it? As his mind raced, Yi-chun suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be something from that amateur healer? The jade preservation box is a commonly used item by healers. Sun Tzu went to Dayton City and met a healer. Although he was an amateur, he also used a jade box to preserve freshness. The origin of the jade box was also revealed. Yi-chun's face gradually became serious. If this CRISPR was also made by the healer, the matter might not be that simple. This kind of high-grade preservation rune pattern is similar to the immortal formation recorded in the ancient books of the Babel Tower. It is definitely not accessible to the unscrupulous folk. Is it possible that someone deliberately set up a trap to set up the grandson and the Yi family? Yi Qingting was raised by Yi-chun, and he knew Yi-chun's concerns best. To be honest, if Yi Qingting had known that Li Xing had no plans for the Yi family, he would have suspected conspiracy theories. Yi Qingting explained without changing his expression, "No. This jade box was bought by a friend, who is a guide. I found it accidentally, and asked her to resell it to me. Don't worry, I have found out the origin of the jade box, and there is no doubt about it. So, I took it back and asked Grandpa for advice. If you think the jade box is good, I will discuss it with the talisman master who made the jade box." Yi-chun was shocked. "Ha ha ha, okay, you are indeed my good grandson. Yi Chun smiled so hard that he couldn't see his eyes. Among all the grandchildren, Qingting was the most promising. It's more than good, it's perfect. The level of the rune master, who designed this rune pattern, must not be lower. You must personally supervise this matter. If necessary, Grandpa can accompany you. Grandpa, my grandson is here, my friend. If you are familiar with this talisman master, your grandson can go with him. It will be a shame if you go.
Yes.
Yi Chun nodded. Most senior talisman masters are arrogant, so you must not neglect them. It's best to buy the patent for this talisman. It doesn't matter how much it costs. As long as it doesn't cost the Yi family a lot of money to sell their house and land, you can make your own decision without asking me. Yes, Yi Qingting agreed, but in his heart, I feel that buying a patent is not feasible. After all, the fresh-keeping jade box Li Xing still needs to be used. I will discuss it with her when I have time. It is best to find a way to get the best of both worlds. Now that the medicine has been brought back, you can go see your cousin tomorrow and bring some local specialties to your second aunt, housekeeper, who has already prepared it.
Okay.
Aren't you going with me? I won't go. Thinking of his daughter's current condition, Yi Chun felt distressed and blamed himself. Although he missed her every day, he just didn't have the nerve to see her. He has an unshakable responsibility for why his daughter is like this. By the way, how do you know that Dayton has spiritual fruit? Uncle Ning told me. Yi Chun was silent, and then sighed after a long while. Injustice. All injustice. Yi Chun stood up and led the way. After Butler, who left, Yi Qingting felt uncomfortable looking at his grandfather's increasingly stooped back. In the evening, Yi Qingting was going to send a message to Cui Tianxiao. Coincidentally, Cui Tianxiao's message came in first. / why are you laughing? Qingting, I miss Xinger. / dragonfly. Come on, please. / why are you laughing? Do you dare to say you don't want to? After leaving Xinger, I feel that the air is no longer fresh, and the food at home is not as delicious as Xinger's random stew. / Yi Qingting couldn't refute because he felt the same way. The family chef was hired from a 3-star restaurant with a high salary. Normally, the food was delicious, but tonight's dinner made Yi Qingting feel that his soul was missing. He was lying in the spacious and comfortable bedroom, and he actually had insomnia. He felt unspeakably uncomfortable all over his body. He couldn't sleep as peacefully as when he was camping in the wild, which puzzled him. / dragonfly. I'm going to Tinyking tomorrow. Can you go? / why are you laughing? Let's go. / Tiany City is the first city built by 36 sages in the Qianyuan continent. The dual blessing of historical heritage and religious significance gives Tiany City a transcendent status in the Qianyuan continent. It is said to be the capital of the Qianyuan continent. It's not an exaggeration. The noble families on Qianyuan continent are all proud to settle in Tiany City. As a long-established family in the Qianyuan continent, the Chu family has a profound heritage, and their mansion is almost as built as an imperial palace. After being introduced by the butler to the owner's exclusive private living room, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao finally met Chu Yuni.
Cousin. Zhu Shen.
Qingting, Xiao, long time no see. Chu Yuni calmly invited them to sit down and made tea for them with his own hands. Chu Yuni had thanked guests behind closed doors since he was injured, but his cousin's status in his heart was different from others. When he heard that Yi Qingting was coming, even though he was tired and had an unbearable headache and was too lazy to say anything, Chu Yuni still managed to gather his energy and go in person. Reception.
Cousin, you look so bad.
Yi Qingting really didn't expect that after recuperating for so long, there was still no blood on his cousin's face, which showed how dangerous the situation was. Chu Yuni had an everlasting smile on his face and said calmly, "It's okay. Just take it easy. Chu Shun, just rest, I'll do it." Cui Tianxiao took the teapot and made tea. He looked at Chu Yuni secretly and felt unhappy. It was the worst thing in his life to see a good-looking person suffer, let alone his idol. "Qingting, is Grandpa okay?" "Grandpa is fine. He asked me to tell you to take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else. Chu Yuni nodded slightly. His current mental state was such that he could even pass the teleportation port. He couldn't help it. Even if something happened to his grandfather's family, he wouldn't be able to help. How are your aunt and uncle? Father went to Rigel City and won't come back until next month. Mother's mental state has been much better recently. She mentioned you to me a few days ago and said you haven't been here for so long. It's not that I forgot about her. Yi Qingting blushed. Auntie is complaining. I will visit you often in the future. Chu Yuni smiled and said, You don't have to be serious. You know my mother's temperament. Even if you come every day, she will. I think you come less often. Yi Qingting thought about this and felt relieved. Cousin, I got good medicine this time when I went out, look. Yi Qingting took out the spiritual fruit powder and handed it to Chu Yuni. Without Yi Qingting's detailed introduction, Chu Yuni knew that this jar of brown powder must be a potion made from the spirit fruit. During this period, the Chu family and the Yi family collected a large amount of spiritual fruits and spent a lot of money to hire a healer to concoct them. They wanted to feed him the spiritual fruits as food, but the results were minimal. Let my grandfather and uncle worry about it. Yi Qingting's eyes flashed, and he said nothing. Cui Tianxiao was afraid that Chu Yuni would miss the good things Li Xing made, so he made a cup of hot water for Chu Yuni with the hot water in his hand. Chu Shun, try it. This thing is called coffee. The name is quite strange, but it tastes mellow and not unpleasant at all. If you feel it is bitter, you can add cream and sugar. It tastes better and does not affect the efficacy of the medicine. Chu Yuni originally thought that the dark medicinal powder was for dry consumption, but he did not expect it to be granules, which surprised him. The aroma wafted out of the cup, and it didn't smell like medicine at all. Chu Yuni picked up the cup and took a sip gracefully. The black liquid medicine exudes a burnt aroma, and it is indeed bitter in the mouth, but the aftertaste is sweet. The sour pectin taste that he hates most cannot be tasted at all. Unable to help but take another sip, Chu Yuni's pale face finally gained some color. Not bad.
Chu Yuni zadili commented.
Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao looked at each other and saw surprise from each other. Li Xing did not disappoint them. Qingting, where did this thing come from? Chu Yuni had been ill for a long time and became a self-medicine. After taking a sip, he could tell that this potion was not made by the Yi family's healer. Under Chu Yuni's insightful gaze, Yi Qingting could only tell the truth. It was done by a friend I know. The reason I didn't tell you the truth is because she learned her pharmaceutical skills by herself. I was afraid that after you found out, you would question her ability and dislike the medicine. After hearing this, Chu Yuni said, he said a faint "oh" and took another sip of coffee before saying, Although you are not a healer, you have a unique vision. Anyone who can be recognized by you, even if he is an amateur, will definitely not be inferior. Besides, since this medicine my grandfather must have passed the test, so I have nothing to dislike. Yi Qingting was very happy to be recognized by Chu Yuni and continued, My friend said that if he could see her condition with his own eyes, she can make more targeted medicine. Cousin, do you want to see her? Chu Yuni thought for a while and refused. I'm unstable now, so I'd better disappear and leave her as she is. Just make it. Okay. You can drink these 3 bottles first, and I will ask her to make more according to the standard. They will be delivered soon. Chu Yuni drank a cup of coffee and felt the spirit for the first time in a long time. I feel a little clearer and my headache is relieved a lot. Qingting, I will pay for your friend's remuneration, including the cost of the Yi family's purchase of spiritual fruits for me recently. Yi Qingting quickly refused. Cousin, you're just talking about this. You and me Xiao helped me find such a good medicine. I can't thank you enough. If I still take advantage of you in terms of money, I'm afraid I won't even be able to sleep well. How can I recover from my injuries?
Cousin you.
Qingting, stop fighting. My cousin only has money left. After Chu Yuni said so, Yi Qingting couldn't be stubborn anymore and could only take a step back. If my cousin thinks it's too much money, then help your brother exchange some crystal stones. My friend still owes him the reward. No problem. Chu Yuni took out a space button and handed it to Yi Qingting. The crystals here are all harvested when I went out to practice. You can use them first. If you don't have enough crystals, tell me. The space buttons are all high-level crystals. The quantity is enough to pay Yi and Chui to collect spiritual fruits. Even the young master from a family like Yi Qingting, who is never short of money, would say something disgusting after seeing the remuneration and the surplus. Cousin, you are mistaken. I don't want high-level crystals, I want low-level ones.
What?
Chuyuni thought he heard wrongly. Low-level crystals? Is your friend Yuanling's level very low? Yi Qingting screamed in his heart. Look, anyone who hears paying with low-level crystals will first react that the other party's level is low. You can't blame it.
No.
She raised a pet spirit plant that feeds on low-level crystals. It is very edible, so she needs a lot of low-level crystals. Chu Yuni understood. In this case, she has to go to the Chu family. I exchanged it at the group store. I'll let the housekeeper take care of it and give it to you tomorrow at the latest, okay? Of course, Yi Qingting has no objection. After talking about the important things, the three of them chatted about all kinds of things. Chu Shen, why did you go to the Second Army Fortress that day? This question has been in Chui Tianxiao's mind for a long time. The Chu family supports the First Army. Chu Yuni will not go to other legions without special reasons. Jiang Yuesheng invited me to visit. What a loser. Nothing good will happen with him. Chui Tianxiao rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Jiang Yuesheng, Chu Shen would not have gone to the Second Legion and would not have met him. The tide of beasts would naturally not be so seriously injured. Ah Xiao, don't talk nonsense. If my cousin hadn't happened to be here, the Federation would have been in danger. It was Chu Yuni who deployed the Tianfeng killing formation to block the large-scale beast tide that caused the wolf-headed bats to cross the border.
Attack.
If Chu Yuni had not been there that day, the southern fortress would have been destroyed, and the tide of star beasts would have marched straight in. The towns behind would have been in ruins, and hundreds of millions of people would have turned into the souls of the beasts' mouths. Chu Yuni's personal misfortune was a great blessing to the entire Federation. Does the person named Jiang want to recruit Chu Shen to join the Second Army? He wants to win. Who doesn't know that Chu Shen was appointed by the First Army? Yi Qingting frowned. Who did you hear that my cousin was recruited by the First Army? It's been decided internally? You know, at first, Chui Tianxiao said. He and Qingting will join the First Army in the future. He will never allow Chu Shen to be poached by other armies. Jiang Yuesheng's mental strength is not weak either. Why didn't he help when God Chu set up the talisman formation? Yi Qingting knew that Chui Tianxiao and Jiang Yuesheng had not dealt with each other since they were young. When the two met, they became furious and fought fiercely. However, Chui Tianxiao was young and lost every time. He refused to accept the defeat, and his prejudice against Jiang Yuesheng became deeper and deeper. This time, because my cousin used the Tianfeng killing formation, his spiritual Ci and Yuanling levels were affected. Chui Tianxiao admired his cousin so much that he inevitably put the blame on Jiang Yuesheng. How to help? He is not a rune master. Interfering casually will only cause harm. The only thing he can do is to protect his cousin from the star beasts when he sets up the formation. In fact, Jiang Yuesheng has also fulfilled his duty. What's the problem? Chui Tianxiao's peach blossom eyes widened, and he said unhappily, Qingting, who are you from? I'm so angry. It depends on the owner to beat the dog. Jiang Yuesheng is my cousin's friend and teammate. Doesn't scolding him mean that I don't give my cousin face? However, Chui Tianxiao was stubborn and kept spitting out sweet things, and he couldn't stop him. Xin Chu, Jiang Yuesheng is a hypocrite. He might stab him in the back at some point. You must not trust him. At this moment, the door to the living room was pushed open, and a very beautiful woman walked in. Followed by a plain-looking gray-haired girl, her head lowered submissively. Compared with beautiful women, she is simply an ugly duckling. Mother, why are you here? Seeing the visitor, Chu Yuni stood up quickly and gave up her seat to Yilan. Yi Qingting and Chui Tianxiao were also surprised to see Yilan. After all, this lady rarely leaves her room. Facing Chu Yuni's questioning gaze, the gray-haired girl showed fear. She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look at Chu Yuni. She replied with a trembling voice. Young master, Madam suddenly said she wanted to see you. I can't stop her. I know, back off. With Chu Yunyi's permission, the girl walked out fearfully. I heard that Yun-yi was entertaining guests, so I came to join in the fun. After speaking, Yilan looked at Yi Qingting with a smile and said, Qingting, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you have grown taller again. Second aunt, you look good. I miss you so much. Grandpa and uncle are also thinking about you, and asked me to bring you a lot of specialties from my hometown which my second aunt likes. Yilan's eyes were red. Second. I miss you too. Cui Tianxiao came to Yilan and asked eagerly, Aunt Lan, do you still remember me? Yilan turned to Cui Tianxiao with her beautiful eyes, took a look and blurted out, Why not? Remember, you are a boy from the Cui family. When you were a child, you stayed in my room every day and had to be coaxed to eat and sleep. I was not attentive to you at all. Aunt Lan, you are still so beautiful. This lady was the most beautiful woman in the Qianyuan dynasty. Cui Tianxiao remembered the face of this beautiful aunt before she was even taller than the bench. Unexpectedly, Yilan could still remember him, and Cui Tianxiao was happy. It seemed that Aunt Lan was cured of her illness. Yilan's appearance injected vitality into the small gathering of several people. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao had fun in colorful clothes and told her many interesting things around them, making Yilan laugh nonstop. Chu Yunyi always watched them laughing with a smile on his lips, his eyes gentle and focused. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Yilan suddenly thought of something and stood up hurriedly, saying to Chu Yunyi, Yunyi, please greet the guests properly. I have to go back. Aunt Lan, please sit down for a while. It was rare that Aunt Lan was in the mood to go out for a walk today. Cui Tianxiao hadn't talked enough yet and was reluctant to let her go back. Yilan patted Cui Tianxiao on the shoulder and said, Don't sit down anymore. I have to go back quickly, otherwise Yunyi wakes up and can't see me. It's time to cry. As soon as these words came out, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao were both stunned. With a shocked and heartbroken expression on his face, and for a moment the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chu Yunyi's face remained as usual. He stood up and said calmly, I'll see you off. He nodded to Yi Qingting and motioned for them to help themselves. Chu Yunyi followed Yilan and walked slowly towards the backyard with her. Looking at Yilan's back, Cui Tianxiao felt uncomfortable. Qingting, I thought Aunt Lan's illness has been cured. Yi Qingting sighed and smiled at Cui Tian. Let's go. Back in the room, Yilan hurried to the crib and hugged her gently. She got up and put the swaddling clothes on her face, her eyes full of love. You knew Mother is back. Do you miss her? Unfortunately, the rag doll in its swaddling clothes cannot answer this question. Chu Yunyi stood at the door, watching her mother interact with the doll, her eyes full of sadness that could not be resolved. Yilan sat on the rocking chair with her baby in her arms, closed her eyes, hummed softly, and was soon immersed in her own world. Glancing at the maid standing aside with her head bowed, Chu Yunyi said calmly, Wei Chen, take care of Madam. Yes, Master. The gray-haired girl bowed her head respectfully. She didn't dare to wait until Chu Yunyi walked away. He straightened up and stared at Chu Yunyi's back with a strange expression. There was a flash of scarlet in the girl's gray eyes. After leaving the Chu family, Yi Qingting was in a bad mood and took Cui Tianxiao to wander aimlessly on the street. Qingting, when do you think Aunt Lan's illness will be cured? The second aunt is suffering from a heart disease. If we can find Yunyu, she will be cured immediately. When Yilan is awake, she is like a normal person, but once she thinks about Yunyu, her thinking will become chaotic. The doctor said that Yilan's subconscious could not accept the fact that the young girl was abducted, so her thinking and memory would go back to before the tragedy again and again, which is a protective mechanism of the brain. Then tell me, can Yunyu be found? Yi Qingting lowered his head. I don't know. Over the years, the Chu and Yi families have tried their best to find Chu Yunyu's whereabouts, but she seemed to have disappeared from the world, without any clues.
No.
According to the memories of those who were present at the time, Yunyu was probably killed on the spot by the violent elemental force, and what the masked man took away was only the body. Although Yi Qingding didn't want to believe it from the bottom of his heart, thinking about it from an objective perspective, this speculation was the most reasonable. In fact, not only him, but the Chu and Yi families also acquiesced in this statement. So in recent years, they have become increasingly unwilling to spend time looking for Yunyu. Ah Xiao, don't speak ill of Jiang Yuesheng in front of your cousin from now on. My cousin is tired of living, so don't cause trouble for him. Cui Tianxiao didn't like hearing it anymore and retorted, what do you call trouble? I let him. Chu Shun recognizes Jiang Yuesheng's true face, and then stays close to the gentleman and far away from the villain. Good brothers should help each other like him and Qing Ting, regardless of each other. But Jiang Yuesheng and his Jiang family relied on Chu Yunyi's good temper to plot against him and take advantage of the Chu family. What kind of brothers are they? Who is the gentleman and who is the villain? Seeing Cui Tianxiao trying to get angry again, Yi Qingding held him down and said seriously, Ah Xiao, this matter is not as simple as you think. My cousin is from Qianyuan continent. He is a young genius, but no matter how evil the genius is, he cannot fight alone when facing the tide of star beasts. He needs the support and protection of his teammates. I know you look down on Jiang Yuesheng, but it is undeniable that he is powerful and is like us. The only proud man in the generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with my cousin is the best candidate to be my cousin's partner. Do you think that if you analyze Jiang Yuesheng thoroughly, your cousin will stay away from him? You are wrong, no matter if he is a gentleman or a despicable person. Villain, as long as his strength is online, my cousin will not choose anyone else to be his partner. The more accurately you analyze Jiang Yuesheng's character weaknesses, the harder it will be for your cousin to treat him with a normal heart. You are actually making things difficult for your cousin. Cui Tian smiled and pursed his lips, unable to speak for a long time. It was late at night, everyone had fallen asleep, and everything was completely silent. The gray-haired girl suddenly sat up from the bed as if she was sleepwalking and walked to the mirror as if she had left her soul. There were no lights in the room, but there were floor lamps in the yard, and the dim reflection kept the room from being dark. There are no special furnishings in the room, just a tall mirror. At this moment, the girl has come to the opposite side of the mirror. The girl's reflection should appear in it, but strangely there is nothing there. Ripples like water ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. As the water ripples spread out layer by layer, a hooded figure with no face appeared in the mirror. A hoarse and cold voice came from the mirror. Wei Chen. The gray-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes and found that she was standing in front of the mirror, with a look of horror on her face. The girl knelt down and bowed down. Wei Chen pays homage to the master. Report the current situation. The girl lowered her head and said with obvious nervousness in her voice, back to the master, during the battle at the southern fortress, Chu Yunyi was seriously injured. He was in front of outsiders. He held on and fell into a coma after returning to the Chu family. Well, it's hard for him to die if he uses such a large-scale killing array. The girl continued. The two elders, Chu Bailey and Shen Tue, came. The Chu family stayed in Chu Yunyi's room all night. I don't know what method they used, but Chu Yunyi acted as usual the next day. The mysterious man snorted and said, the first generation head of the Shinto family once. Shen Tue, an old woman who has served Wang Yao, a mortal lord, must have a life-saving elixir. Chu Bailey must have spent a lot of money to invite her. However, the Chu and Yi families have been secretly purchasing spiritual fruits recently, and they want Wang Yao. Dan couldn't help Chu Yunyi recover completely. His spirit was injured. Do you know how much of his mental strength has been restored? The girl lowered her head and said in shame, I don't know. A loud slap fell on the girl's face. The girl gritted her teeth and remained silent. Useless trash. Master, calm down. Chu Yunyi hardly leaves the room during this period. The housekeeper takes care of his food and lodging personally. I am just the maid responsible for taking care of his wife. I really don't have many opportunities to get close. If there is no chance, won't you create an opportunity? Chu Yunyi is not a saint. I don't believe that he is really not a womanizer. The girl's face suddenly turned pale, and she leaned over and begged, Master, I can enter the Chu family smoothly. I became Mrs. Ye's personal maid, all thanks to my plain appearance and my ability to keep my own rules. It's not like no servants before me had ever caught Chu Yuni's attention. Anyone who had such thoughts would have been fired. I also use women, not to mention whether Chu Yuni can like me. I can't even stay as a member of the Chu family, and then I won't be able to spy on him at all. An arm made of smoke stretched out from the mirror. He pinched the girl's chin hard, forcing her to raise her head and look into the scarlet eyes in the hood. Since you care about me so much, why have you repeatedly refused to look at Chu Yuni today, rendering my spying skills useless? Wei Chun, don't forget, if I hadn't saved you, you would still be here now suffering in the captive factory. Everything you have now is given by me. Don't forget your identity, and think that if your wings are hard, you can turn your elbows outward and disobey me. The girl was shocked and quickly defended. Master, Wei Chun is sworn to be loyal to his master without any second thoughts. It's just that Chu Yuni is as alert as a crane and cunning as a fox. My subordinates have a feeling that he has already doubted his subordinates, so they dare not act rashly. Make eye contact with him. After sending his wife back today, he deliberately revealed the flaw behind his back. He may not have the intention to test his subordinates. If the master really uses the spying technique, it is very likely that Wei Chun will die. It would be a big deal to frighten the snake and ruin the master's plan. Wei Chun didn't dare to take the risk. The mysterious man thought about it carefully and felt that Wei Chun's words made sense. Chu Yuni was the #1 talisman master in the Qianyuan continent, and the tiger's disease was still powerful, just in case. If Chu Yuni really discovered the clues, his century-old plan would be completely ruined. Well, continue to monitor. The arm slowly loosened its grip and returned to the mirror. The halo pattern shook and the mysterious man disappeared. The mirror turned back into an ordinary mirror, revealing a girl's pale, red and swollen face. Wei Chun quickly pulled the sheets over the mirror, then crawled under the bed on his hands and knees, curled up and buried his head in his arms, sobbing softly. Li Xing originally planned to save more low-level crystals for himself before the reserve army started school. However, the plan did not change quickly. He was delayed by Yang Zhou's tea-frying business and spent most of the day rushing to work. Li Xing considered that instead of squeezing out some spare time to go to the forest, it would be better to finish the work at once and go to Harsa's early. She is the major shareholder in a shop where money is important. If she runs it well, it can be a shortcut to making crystal gems. After a busy day, with the fragrance of tea all over his body, Li Xing received a group chat message from Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao. / why are you laughing, star? I miss you. Do you miss me? / the frail little white flower. Who are you? / why are you laughing? Heartless. / dragonfly. Ah Xiao, stop making trouble and get down to business. Ah Xing, my cousin drank the coffee you made and felt it was very good. I hope you can make more and you can give me the price. / the weak little white flower. Okay, I will do it tomorrow. This time I will concentrate the ingredients. The effect will be better and the price will remain the same. / the price given by Yi Qingting was already very high. There was no need for Li Xing to raise the price. After all, the coffee powder made from psychotropic fruit was not much more technical than fried tea for her. The asking price was too harsh for her. Well deserved. / dragonfly. Thanks. I've already replaced the low-level crystals. I'll send them to you when it's more convenient for you. I'll get some coffee by the way. / the frail little white flower. No need to bother. I'm going to Harsa's next month. I'll make an appointment then. / dragonfly. Is it too expensive for you to come? / through this period of getting along, Yi Qingting could see that Li Xing had a fanatical obsession with money. The fare for the teleportation port was 10,000 star coins per person per trip, and there was still a lot of work to do from Dayton to Harsa's. Yi Qingting couldn't bear to let her spend the money. / weak and frail Xiao Baihua. No, I want to go to Harses to study anyway. / the information from Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao arrived at almost the same time, and even the content was exactly the same. / have you decided to come to Halsas College? / Li Xing replied with a smile, which was regarded as acquiescence. Time rushed like water. Li Xing worked day and night, and finally completed the work assigned by Yang Zhou 3 days before the registration deadline. After packing his simple luggage and bidding farewell to Li Yi and Anna, Li Xing set off for the city of Harses. Passing through the teleportation port for the first time in his life, Li Xing was nervous and excited. When the teleportation light pillar rose, Li Xing quickly closed his eyes. After a while, the light pillar slowly lowered. Li Xing was surprised to find that he was already standing on the teleportation talisman formation in Ali City. The transfer port is indeed efficient and convenient. Ordinary people will have dizziness and nausea after passing through the teleportation port, and they must rest for at least 4 to 6 hours before teleporting again. But Li Xing's consciousness was strong, and the weightlessness after the space teleportation did not make her feel uncomfortable. She directly paid the money and went to the destination. After the light beam lowered, she had arrived at Halsa City. Walking to the port hall, Li Xing saw at a glance a young man with a sea urchin head, standing in the most conspicuous position, holding a huge display board, and the colorful lights converged into several coquettish large characters warmly welcome Master Xiaobaiwa come to Harbin. Bursts of cheerful music emanated from the display board, attracting the attention of passers-by. This eye-catching bag. Li Xing was so embarrassed that he quickly walked over, pulled down the hand holding the sign, and whispered, "The money is important, it's me." David Yang received a message from Xiao Baihua saying that she wanted to make money today. When I came to Halsas, I was so excited that I waited at the port to pick someone up early in the morning. Suddenly his hand was held by a beautiful girl with double black hair. David Yang's first reaction was that he was lucky, but the beauty actually said his ID name, and David Yang suddenly realized who this person was. Are you a weak little white flower?
Li Xing nudda.
Oh my god, it turns out that little white flower is a double black. No wonder she is very talented in rune patterns. She has the blood of a supreme, so she should be better than the mortals.
Ah.
Master Li, I finally meet you in person. In order to pick you up, I bought a display board with sound and light effects at a high price. How about it? It's exciting, right? Li Xing was speechless. It's exciting, you know? I would rather spend money than let our company die. Get money. Thank you for coming to pick me up, let's go. Master, wait a moment, I have to pick up someone else. David Yang touched the sign, and his coquettish and enthusiastic handwriting instantly turned into 2 words without words. The characteristic bold black letters Li Xing were once again raised high above the head, resembling an obituary.
Li Xing.
My uncle has a student who came to Harses to study. By coincidence, he also arrived today. He asked me to pick him up. Master, please wait a moment. We will leave after picking her up. If it weren't for Uncle. He was given a death order and told to take good care of this person named Li Xing no matter what, so he didn't come. I'm an adult now, and I have his address. I can just take a taxi and pick up whatever I want. Li Xing pulled down the display board again, pointed at himself, and said, I am Li Xing.
Ah?
You are Li Xing? Really or not? Li Xing is not a celebrity, so I am pretending your uncle's name is Yang Zhou, and he's the principal of our school. If you still don't believe it, I'll call him. No, I believe it. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. You can go now.
Right?
David Yang nodded quickly, secretly put away the display board, praying that Li Xing didn't notice the large double standard scene, and then enthusiastically drove her away from the port. David Yang drove the aircraft around the center of Halsa City first, allowing Li Xing, a foreigner, to see the prosperity of the upper city, and after he had enough to eat and drink, he took Li Xing home. David Yang's shop is called Yujian Shop, and the decoration is as simple as the name, foolishly. The first floor is a shop, and the second floor can be occupied by people. David Yang warmly greeted her upstairs. There are many rooms upstairs. Except for my own stay, the others are all for rent. I heard that uncle said you were coming, so I specially made the best room for you. Tongues was exactly Yang Zhou's order. David Yang didn't dare to disobey. After all, the deed to the house belonged to Yang Zhou, and he was just renting it. Halsey's College has dormitories. If you're not used to living there or you go out on weekends or holidays, you must have a place to stay. It is also good to have someone to take care of you if you live here. Indeed, as David Yang said, the size of this room, the orientation is very good. The sheets and bedding are all new, and there's a private bathroom. Li Xing looked around and felt satisfied, so he locked the door and went downstairs to the shop with David Yang. The store is small and can't afford a space cabinet like Boss's. It doesn't even have a display screen. The goods are neatly placed on wooden shelves, just like an old shop in the old society. David Yang wears many hats, both as the shopkeeper and as a waiter. When customers come, he relies on his sweet words to fool them. To make money, why don't you put up a billboard? The store is located far away from the city center, and the decoration is sloppy. Even if you pass by the door, it is not easy to notice that this is a store selling things. Will the business be good? You don't understand. It's popular to shop for goods now. Those rich people like ours the most. The more low-key the decoration and the more shabby the appearance, the more they think there are good things, and they really want to publicize them. There's no sense in it anymore. Li Xing suddenly said, "Is this how you deceived Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao?" David Yang said, "You agree with me. How can you call it a lie?" Li Xing is not sure about the profiteer, but as a partner, he can be considered reliable. All accounts are made public every year, financial income and expenditure can be inspected by Ren Lixing at will, and dividends and commissions are generous, and they are never in arrears. By the way, speaking of Master Yi, he and Master Cui have been coming here recently, and every time they bring in a lot of people check out the inventory and don't even need discounts. It's almost as if they are giving me money on purpose, which makes me feel embarrassed. Master Li, what kind of medicine do you think they're selling? Is it because they're interested in my talent and want to impress me with money? Li Xing rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Stop being so sentimental. It's because of me."
Huh?
Did you tell them that you are the great talisman master? David Yang kept Li Xing's secret tightly and didn't reveal any of it. Li Xing shook his head. Just because I didn't say it doesn't mean others can't guess it. Yi Qingding is a smart person, and Li Xing didn't hide the flower star mark in front of him. I'm afraid he has already guessed her partnership with David Yang. The people brought by Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao are probably young talents with similar status to them, with connections and influence. If you sell high-end goods to others, the price will be more affordable. If they think it is good, they will naturally help you. Too much publicity in the circle is like advertising for you in disguise. No matter how good the wine is, don't be blinded by money. If you catch one, you will have no place to cry if the sign is smashed. Yes, I will definitely pay attention. Without Li Xing's instructions, David Yang knew that in doing business, he needed to accumulate reputation. He had a shop that was his hard work, so he would not be willing to smash the sign. After walking around the store, Li Xing was relieved to see that the goods on David Yang's shelves were of good quality. She personally checks high-end goods, and David Yang has developed several trustworthy partners for mid- and low-end goods in recent years. Fortunately, he is also very strict in controlling the quality of goods, so the overall strength of the store is pretty good. Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao were so good, Li Xing couldn't let them lose face in front of their friends. A shop must have top-notch goods. Taking out a space button and handing it to David Yang, Li Xing said, "Look at the introduction of these two medicines and find an opportunity to put them on the shelves." Medicine? Where did you get it? I made it. Master Li, you know pharmaceuticals? David Yang's eyes almost popped out. Are both black and white so versatile? No, his uncle is also a black man, so why is fighting just his specialty?
I know a little bit about it.
If the response is good, I will launch new products in the future. The next day, Li Xing declined David Yang's company and strolled to the registration office of Halsey's College. After verifying the identity information, the teacher at the registration office gave Li Xing a space button, which contained learning supplies and personal supplies issued by the school. Classmate Li Xing, there is an opportunity for freshmen to retest you on Ling. Do you want to apply? Li Xing thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Is it free to retest Yuanling?" Testing Yuanling Ling is a welfare provided by the government to every federal citizen, but the welfare policy is only once. The data shows that you have been tested when you were 6 years old. If you take another test, you'll have to pay for it at your own expense. 10,000 star coins.
What?
160,000. Are you trying to steal money? Li Xing shouted, causing the teachers and classmates who were checking in to look at him. Seeing Li Xing staring at him angrily, the registration teacher smiled awkwardly at his colleagues and told them not to worry, then turned to Li Xing and explained patiently, "Classmate, each time the element measuring instrument is started, a large amount of energy stones are required. Energy and operating costs are high. Generally speaking, the more people are tested after the machine is started, the less the cost will be spread to everyone. But so far, Halsey's College has only applied for 22 freshmen. In order to retest Yuanling, the fee paid by the individual is higher. 160,000 is the predicted price. If there are still students who want to retest, the fee will be lowered." Li Xing curled his lips. 160,000 then. It is impossible to reduce it to 0.16 million. Every penny of her money is a resource for cultivation. It's outrageous to spend so much on a Yuanling test. Li Xing had an unexpected intention, but she really wanted to know why her wood spirit root was not reflected in her Yuanling. If there was any sign of the wood spirit, she would be able to openly work as a healer and sell medicine to make money. "Hey, it's really hard to decide." Halsey's College, in the principal's office. "Is this your disciple?" The hale old man with a gray beard looked at the girl in the surveillance video, whose face was full of pain and tangle, and smiled at Yang Zhou, who had his legs crossed. "The cost of retesting Yuanling is not cheap. You as a teacher, why don't you help me?" Yang Zhou looked at the girl in the video, who was reluctant to fill out the retest application form, and snorted angrily. "Help! I know best whether she can afford this money. Spending a few star coins is like killing her. Come on. You haven't left that remote place in 10 years. To be honest, just now I was so flattered when we met. I thought that I, as your life mentor, was the most important in your heart, so you came to visit me on your first trip out of a city. Unexpectedly, it was because of a little girl. I was really disappointed."
Yang Yo.
His eyebrows twitched, and he ignored Wen Dao. "Wen Dao, but then again, why do you think her Yuanling test is wrong?" Yang Zhou, based on intuition. Ahem. Wen Dao almost choked with a sip of tea. "Believe it or not, if the people in the presbytery hear what you said, they will label you as contemptuous of authority and punish you to stay in Dayton for another 10 years. Yang Zhou raised his head. "I don't want it." Others thought he suffered a lot when he went to Xiaoqing, but he felt that Xiaoqing was a pure land without intrigues and intrigues. He wished he could stay in Dayton and be the principal all his life. "Wen Dao, seriously, besides intuition, don't you have a more reliable reason? There is an application process to use the advanced element measuring instrument. I can't write intuition in the reason column."
Yang Yo reasonen.
The wrinkles in his clothes made him ask something unexpected. "Laowen, is the tea delicious?" "Yes, it tastes good." Wen Dao calmly pinched the space button in his pocket, feeling uneasy. This guy always picked at the tea leaves every time. This time he gave him so much. Is it a bribe or a blackmail? "She fired it." "What? Who fired it?" Li Xing fired it. Wen Dao was stunned, and then showed an expression of disbelief. "Yang Zhou, all the tea you have drunk in the past few years was made by her." Wen Dao's expression finally became solemn. He once served in the presbytery and had tasted it before. He knew the tea Yang Zhou sent was good as soon as he tasted it.
Thing.
For so many years, he always thought it was the work of some healer, but who would have imagined that it was actually cooked by a little girl? The first time he got tea from Yang Zhou was 8 years ago.
How old was she then?
Yang Zhou continued. In addition to making tea, she goes to the depths of the Dayton forest every year to hunt for star beasts. So far, she has never been injured by a plant attack, let alone poisoned. The plants in the star beast forest, sometimes more dangerous than the star beasts, killing people invisible. Hearing this, He stroked his beard and began to re-examine the matter. The qualification of a first-class fire spirit cannot explain her talent in communicating with plants. No wonder Yang Zhou became suspicious. I understand. I will be there in person on the day she tests Yuanling. Well, let me know if there is any news.
Okay.
After leaving the registration office, Li Xing contacted Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao and asked them to have a meet at the store. The efficiency of the two of them was really high. When Li Xing came back, the two of them had been waiting for a long time.
Xing.
Do you miss my brother? Hug, brother. Cui Tianxiao opened his arms as if Li Xing would really rush in, but all he got was a cold look. Axing, you're back. Yi Qingting was as gentle as jade, with joy in his brown eyes. Li Xing nodded and saw her friend, which relieved her depression after losing her money. Let's go up and chat. He led Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao into the living room on the second floor. David Yang diligently served tea and snacks before bowing and retreating. Go out. Xing, are you the owner of this shop? Cui Tianxiao had dug out a lot of information from David Yang before Li Xing came back. As Qingting speculated, Li Xing was probably the talisman master who supplied David Yang. I'm not the boss behind the scenes, I'm a partner. I'm a shareholder with technology, and I'm responsible for the engraving and repair of rune patterns. I will also be responsible for the research and development and production of drugs in the future. Since he asked them to meet here, Li Xing planned to make his words clear. You are really an all-around player. Although he already had the answer in his heart, Cui Tianxiao was still shocked when he heard Li Xing admit it himself. But you have no mental power. How did you do it? No matter whether Li Xing's qualification test was wrong or not, her current state is that there is no fluctuation in mental power. Most of the runes Li Xing carved were mid to high-level runes. Carving runes of this level required a lot of mental and physical energy. Without mental assistance, it was hard to imagine that she would succeed. Before Li Xing could reply, Yi Qingding spoke first. Advanced rune masters have requirements for mental power because, with the blessing of mental power, they can understand the patterns faster. When carving, you can use mental power to simplify the process, and improve the success rate does not mean that one cannot become a senior rune master without the blessing of mental power. The current Secretary General of the Elders Council is an example. Like Xing, he himself has no mental power fluctuations, but this does not prevent him from becoming a heaven-level master, talisman master. So, Xinger's talisman talent is as good as that of the Secretary General of the Presbyterian Academy. It's amazing. Yi Qingting, Xing, I once suggested that you take the Yuanling test again after you enter school. What do you think? Li Xing felt extremely painful when he thought of the 160,000 star coins that had just been deducted from his account. He said sadly, I have already applied and will be tested after admission. Yi Qingting nodded and said, no matter what the test results are. Depending on your ability, you have the opportunity to choose a major again. Do you still plan to study the martial arts department? Li Xing took out the spiritual fruit powder and placed it in front of Yi Qingting. I concentrated the potion, and the remaining half of the spiritual fruit is only enough. I made 2 jars, but I can guarantee that the calming effect will be better than the last one. The same transparent glass jar contains fine brown powder, slightly darker in color than the last one. Yi Qingting's eyes were bright, and he asked cautiously, Axing, can we cooperate for a long time in the future? I will provide the spiritual fruit, and you'll be responsible for processing it. The coffee was mellow and rich. Although his cousin didn't say much, Yi Qingting could tell that he liked it very much. Taste, even if it is just a drink with no therapeutic effect, Yi Qingting is willing to buy it for a long time. No problem. Thank you. After carefully putting away the coffee powder, Yi Qingting handed Li Xing a space button. This is the reward and deposit, all of which will be exchanged for low-level crystals according to your request. The low-level crystals in the space button were piled up into several hills. This majestic scene instantly soothed Li Xing's soul. Why can the only way to relieve worries is crystal stones?
Huh?
What is this? In addition to the crystal, There is also a shiny small motorcycle pendant in the space button, which is about the same size as a keychain and is quite heavy in the hand. Yi Qingding touched his face and said sheepishly, "It's a gift. Congratulations on coming to Halsis Military Academy." It was his first time to give a gift to a girl, and he didn't know if Li Xing would like it. Comet 5000. Cui Tianxiao's eyes widened. This is the latest model of the Comet series. It is still in the pre-order stage. There is only one ready-made model in Halsis, and you actually bought it. Yi Qingding said proudly, with so many people staring at it. Of course I made the first move. Ah Xing, the driving method of this Comet 5000 is the same as that of my Comet 3000. You can get started with it after a little familiarity. When using it, you can turn the keychain into a normal-sized aircraft. Xing thought of the test drive outside Dayton Forest, and his eyes lit up. What a good thing. Yi Qingding, after entering the reserve force, there are more and more field training classes, and there are frequent trips to and from the training venue and campus. It is more convenient to have a fast and high-performance aircraft. I have prepared 50 energy stones for you, which is enough for 2. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I like this gift very much. God, please have more thoughtful and knowledgeable friends like Yi Qingding. Seeing that the limelight was stolen by Yi Qingding, Cui Tianxiao pouted. You brought a gift to Xing'e without telling me. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I would have been outclassed by you.
Nah.
He took out something like a bracelet and slapped it in front of Li Xing. Cui Tianxiao said with a disgusting look on his face. Hurry up and replace your old machine with the latest model of optical brain. It doesn't even support video calls, so it's not too annoying. Li Xing was happy, and without any hesitation, he put the latest optical computer on his wrist with one click. Thank you, 2 young heroes, for your generous donation. I will give you a gift in return. He took out the things he had prepared and gave each of them a portion. What are they? Looking at the 2 small porcelain bottles, one blue and one red, Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao were confused. What could such small bottles be filled with? Cui Tianxiao picked up the bottle and shook it vigorously. There was a slight collision sound inside, as if it contained many granular objects. The red bottle contains Tian Yuan Dan, or red medicine for short, which can heal all external injuries within 30 seconds. The blue bottle contains Tian Ling Dan, or blue medicine for short, which can completely restore mental power within 1 minute. Heals everything within 30 seconds. Trauma? Even a heaven-level healer wouldn't dare boast like this about his potions. This is what Li Xing said. If it were anyone else, Yi Qingding and Cui Tianxiao would definitely point at him and call him a liar. Is it so magical? Cui Tianxiao opened the stopper of Tian Yuan Dan and poured out the pills inside. 10 dark red pills about the size of beans lay in his palm, and a strange fragrance hit his nostrils. Li Xing held his chin up and watched their reactions quietly. Don't believe it? You'll know if you try it. Then I'll try it. Cui Tianxiao pointed his fingers together into a knife, and a flash of lightning appeared at his fingertips. Quickly a cut on his arm revealed a 3-inch long wound, with blood flowing freely. Hiss! Cui Tianxiao gritted his teeth and swallowed a red pill. He thought to himself, if the Tianyuan pill was ineffective, which healer would he ask to treat him so that he would not leave scars? Unfortunately, reality did not give him a chance. It didn't take even 2 seconds for the 3-inch long wound to heal instantly, like a video played backwards. If it weren't for the residual blood stains on his arms, Cui Tianxiao wouldn't believe it was true. Yi Qingding couldn't help but stand up, took Cui Tianxiao's arm, and checked carefully. He found that there was really no scar left. Cui Tianxiao himself was startled. God. Yi Qingding concluded. This. How is this possible? Ah Xing, this medicine. Is this a healing medicine or a hallucinogenic drug? It's like magic, it's not real at all. This red and blue medicine is about to be put on the shelves in my shop, but the ones sold in the shop are low grade, and it takes a long time to recover blood and blue. The kind you have is top grade. It recovers quickly and can save even fatal injuries. Top grade red and blue medicine, it's not easy to make the medicine. There are only 10 pills in one bottle. You'd better use it on the edge of the knife. Cui Tian's face turned green when he smiled. His arms stopped bleeding, but his heart was bleeding. If he had known that this medicine was so powerful, he would not have been willing to injure himself to try the medicine, even if it killed him. He wasted a life-saving opportunity. If the red medicine does not exaggerate its efficacy, then this blue medicine, which can completely restore mental power, must be, as Li Xing said. Isn't it more effective than a high-level mental soothing agent? A high-grade soothing agent costs 10 million per tube, but you can't buy it without a relationship. If these two medicines like Li Xing are put on the market, how high will the price be? Compared to Cui Tianxiao, a layman, Yi Qingting was even more shocked. He really didn't know how many surprises Li Xing had that he hadn't discovered yet. A Xing, is it true that with a Tianyuan pill, you won't die even if you suffer multiple injuries? Li Xing snorted and laughed. How is that possible? If the fatal part is injured, the life will flow faster than the recovery speed of the Tianyuan pill. Yi Qingting thought about it carefully, and it was right. He had never seen anyone who had his head moved and still survived. The same is true for the Tianling pill. The first use of the medicine has the best effect. If the mental power is frequently depleted in a short period of time, the effect of the Tianling pill will be poor. A Xing, my cousin, is building the Tianfeng killing array. The talisman master, who blocked the tide of beasts. After that war, he suffered the backlash of the talisman array. His current mental power is less than 1/3 of what it used to be, and he often riots uncontrollably, impacting the spiritual sea, and is in great pain. I wonder if the Tianling pill is useful to him? It turns out that the powerful talisman master is Yi Qingting's cousin. After being surprised, Li Xing didn't feel too surprised. After all, nobles enjoyed 9/10 of the world's resources, and it was normal for the proportion of elites to be high. The spiritual fruit powder has the effect of restoring mental power. After taking it for so long, the mental power has not been restored. The only explanation is that there is something wrong with the source. If I'm not wrong, your cousin's spirit sea is injured. The Tianling pill is of no use to him now. He can only warm it up slowly. As long as he doesn't use his spiritual power for a period of time, he should be able to recover. Yi Qingting, his expression dimmed for a moment, but he soon cheered up. Li Xing has said so. His cousin's injury will definitely heal. It's just a matter of time. Next time we meet, we must persuade our cousin to meet Li Xing. She must have a way to speed up her recovery. Yi Qingting, axing, there is one more thing. I want to ask for your opinion. I showed Grandpa the fresh-keeping jade box you sold me. He was very interested and planned to introduce the Yi family to let me work with you. A shop is talking about patent buyout. Li Xing took a sip of tea and listened quietly. I didn't reveal your identity as a rune master. Grandpa didn't know your relationship with a shop, so he had this idea. Don't blame him. Plagiarism or monopoly are disgraceful in any industry. It was inconvenient for Yi Qingting to tell Yi Chun about Li Xing's identity due to his behavior, and he did not want Li Xing to misunderstand that the Yi family was ignorant of good and evil. I understand. Yi Qingting, a good CRISPR box can preserve the medicinal power of herbs to the greatest extent and is very important for improving the medicinal properties. The Yi family really needs better CRISPR boxes now. If possible, I would like to contact a shop, sign a long-term sales contract, and order large quantities of fresh-keeping boxes. The price is negotiable, but the Yi family has priority in getting the goods. After Yi Qingting finished speaking, he stared at Li Xing nervously and sincerely. This was the best way he could come up with. If Li Xing doesn't agree, the Yi family may not be able to use the CRISPR box. Li Xing shook his head and said, No, I don't have so much time and energy to waste on making CRISPR boxes. Seeing Yi Qingting's expression dim, Li Xing had a sudden change. This is the talisman pattern of the CRISPR box. Take it back to your grandfather and let him find a rune master to make it according to the drawing. A complex rune diagram appeared in front of him, and Yi Qingting's mood was like a roller coaster, rising from the bottom to the top. So, you are willing to sell the patent to the Yi family? If you don't sell it, I will transfer it to the Yi family for a fee. I want 10% of the profit from the Yi family sales of CRISPR boxes. Yi Qingting was surprised. 10%? This price is too low. Yes, even if it were the other way around and left 10% of the profit for the Yi family would definitely make a profit without losing anything. Li Xing leaned back in his chair and continued, Yes, it's 10%, but I have a condition. The Yi family wants to keep a secret for me. No matter who asks about the talisman of the CRISPR in the future, you can't pull me out.
Come.
The developer of this preservation rune must be killed. If you can do it, we can sign the contract now. This matter is not easy for Yi Qingting, so the two of them immediately. An agreement was reached. The Yi family only has the right to use this talisman pattern. It is not allowed to be resold or leaked, and it cannot restrict my use. The Yi family must give priority to the fresh-keeping jade box I need. No problem. Li Xing's demand for the fresh-keeping box is also many times. A lot of money and time are wasted on purchasing jade materials and carving rune patterns. If the Yi family gets the rune pattern, they will definitely find a senior rune master to make it in batches. With the Yi family's financial resources, the jade material used in the jade box is definitely not bad. With good materials and good runes, the effect of the fresh-keeping box produced will definitely be even better, and Li Xing can use it at any time. This is definitely an advantage for her. The preservation array was brought by Li Xing from the Blue Star Immortal Realm, but in this world, she is the mother of the preservation array, talisman. Children in Qianyuan continent all know that creating runes is definitely more difficult than drawing runes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Xing needs to find someone who can carry the thunder for her. As for the 10% profit, it was Li Xing's signal to the Yi family. After the Yi family took her talisman, they had to do their best to keep her safe. There is another most important reason. Something that seems ordinary to her, such as the preservation formation, is something that even aristocratic families are jealous of in Qianyuan continent. People like the Yi family are quite particular about what they buy with money. If they encounter an unreasonable robbery, she, a powerless little person, will have no choice but to accept it. It's better to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Before she grows into a big tree, it's best to keep a low profile. The Yi family is quite powerful, and Yi Qingting supports her, which is undoubtedly the best backing stone. Yi Qingting was not stupid, and he figured out the reason in a flash of thought. Li Xing was afraid that others would remember him for his crime. Axing, do you want to be a guest at the Yi family? The treatment is very generous. Forget it, I don't have the strength to be a guest now. Let's talk about it later. Being a guest will undoubtedly make better use of the resources of the Yi family. In order to gain fame, she would use the skin of a tiger as a banner, but that would not be low-key enough and would not fit in with her personality of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Axing, if you only want 10% profit from such a precious rune pattern, our Yi family will get it for nothing. I deserve it. Why don't you let me invest in a shop in Yuzhou? The money you make is yours, and the money you lose is yours.
Mine.
And me, I want to invest too. Cui Tianxiao was not to be outdone. Li Xingke said that the red and blue medicine will be put on the shelves, and the investment will definitely make a profit. Instead of waiting for a store to become popular before getting involved, it is better to form a good relationship now. Okay, as long as David Yang doesn't object, I have no objection. With her here, the future of this shop is unlimited. There is absolutely no such thing as losing money. They will definitely get a share of the pie if they buy shares. But Li Xing doesn't care. As friends, we can make money together. After the registration deadline, there is still half a month for the new students to prepare for the start of school. As landlords, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao took Li Xing to almost all the places in Halsis, but the three of them were the most popular. Wherever I went, there was still a shop. With the capital injection from new shareholders, the interior decoration of a shop has finally been upgraded. The latest display screen was purchased, the wooden shelves were removed and replaced with wall-to-wall folding space storage cabinets, and 2 clever clerks were hired to help. David Yang was finally able to devote himself wholeheartedly to store operations and the promotion of new products, and was so busy every day that he never touched the ground. Cui Tianxiao didn't like the presence of outsiders on his property, so he drove away the tenants on the second floor. None of the tenants had any objections. After all, the amount of compensation they received was enough for them to rent a house in a better place for a year. Now the entire second floor is a private club for the three of them. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao also have their own exclusive rooms. They even have a game room and a fighting room. They have great plans to settle here for a long time. For some reason, Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao always feel that practicing together with Li Xing is much more efficient than practicing alone, and the elemental power is also more active. In addition, living under the same roof with Li Xing always makes people feel refreshed and the food tastes delicious. Maybe David Yang is right. Some people are born with strong auras, and if they stay with her for a long time, their luck will improve. Today, Li Xing was flipping through the newly issued textbooks on the optical computer. Suddenly, he heard noises downstairs, like someone was quarreling, and the sounds became louder and louder. Li Xing closed the book and went downstairs to take a closer look. You promised. I can fix it. A handsome young man with light blue curly hair blushed and stammered at the clerk. Guest, please calm down and let's go to the reception room to talk. The customer was noisy and the clerk couldn't comfort him, so he quickly notified David Yang and asked him to come out and handle it himself. David Yang cannot deny that he has said some exaggerated words in the past to promote goods, but as for the quality of goods and services, he dares to use his personality to guarantee that there is absolutely no water in them. One store only obtained certification from the Merchants Union last year and is still in the testing period. If customers really want to complain, whether the store is responsible or not, it will leave a bad impression on the Merchants Union and affect the test results. Thinking of this, David Yang quickly comforted him. This customer, you are serious. We have a shop that is honest and honest. If you are not satisfied with our service, you can apply for after-sales negotiation to resolve it. As long as it is not an unreasonable request, we will definitely do it. I will satisfy you. I don't want to negotiate. You haven't repaired my pocket watch at all. When it came to the pocket watch, David Yang remembered. This guest, I have an impression of this antique pocket watch. The time has been shut down for a long time, and you asked our shop to repair it. You see, after the repair by our shop's talisman master, this pocket watch keeps accurate time, and it is exactly the same as the standard Qianyuan time.
I don't know what else you are dissatisfied with.
No, that's not right. The young man's face turned red, and his chest heaved violently. He wanted to refute, but his stuttering became increasingly difficult, and he could only glare at David Yang. Li Xing came down at this time and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing Li Xing coming, David Yang straightened his waist a little more. Masterly, this customer sent an antique pocket watch to us a month ago and asked us to repair it. Now that the pocket watch has been repaired, the customer refuses to acknowledge it.
No.
Okay. The boy's eyes were red, and he looked at it, feeling extremely aggrieved. Although this young man is arrogant, he has a good temperament and does not come from an ordinary family. He has no reason to blackmail them. Is there really something hidden? Li Xing showed a faint smile and said to the boy, "Can I take a look at this pocket watch?" The boy nodded and handed the pocket watch to Li Xing. Qianyuan continent is technologically advanced, and optical brains are fully capable of telling time. Common people have no use for things like pocket watches. Only upper-class aristocrats with a retro complex like to wear one to show off. Most pocket watches are made of expensive and luxurious materials and are inlaid with pearls and gems, but the one in front of me is so simple and unpretentious. The brass watch body is full of pits, and the glass of the dial is full of small scratches. These are traces of use caused by constantly switching the dial on and off. It can be seen that its former owner really used it to tell the time. Li Xing was shocked when he opened the shell to reveal the rune plate inside. I really didn't expect that the runes inside a small pocket watch would be so complicated. It would be unconscionable to say that it only has a timekeeping function. Who repaired this? David Yang. The shop's contracted rune master has reached level 7 at a young age and is very promising. Li Xing. How much money can he make from this order? David Yang glanced at the young man, whispered, 40,000. After one shop became bigger and stronger, the salary for the contracted rune masters was also increased. For orders such as repairing items, the repair fee was split between the store and the rune masters. It would never happen again that a master like Li Xing could repair the talisman plate with just a few thousand star coins. Li Xing. Cancel the contract with him and never renew it. All the products made by him in the shop will be removed from the shelves for inspection, and the sold products will be followed up one by one for the after-sales process. The cost will be borne by me. In addition, you can go to the Talisman Master Association. Let the association review his qualifications. David Yang. Oh. His ears are not broken. What's going on? Leaving David Yang petrified on the spot, Li Xing motioned for the young man to follow her, and the two came to the living room on the second floor. Li Xing solemnly placed the pocket watch on the coffee table and said apologetically, I am the person in charge of a shop. This pocket watch has indeed not been repaired. The responsibility lies entirely with me. I apologize to you.
I'm sorry.
David Yang is of low rank. Li Xing doesn't blame him for not being able to tell, but for a 7th-level profound rune master who can't tell the secret, there are only two possibilities. First, he had no professional qualities. He deliberately played word games and skirted around the edges. He only repaired the travel time function of the pocket watch. In a sense, it was considered a repair and he could easily get paid. The second possibility is that he is not worthy of the position. There is something wrong with the qualification certificate. In fact, he is not at the level of a Xian-level rune master, and he does not see the specialness of this pocket watch. No matter what kind of situation, Li Xing would never tolerate it. Not only did he ask David Yang to fire him, but he also informed the Talisman Masters Association to conduct a thorough investigation of this person. Li Xing made a proper and fair arrangement, which allowed the young man to see the attitude of a shop on this matter. His anger had already subsided since Li Xing said he should fire the rune master. No, it doesn't matter. I won't complain.
Yelela fila complain.
Li Xing smiled. Thank you. Our store will refund the repair fee of 50,000 star coins to you. If you want to send it to another store for repair, we will bear half of the cost to make up for your loss of time during the 1-month waiting period. If you still trust a shop, I can try to help you repair it without any charge, the boy stammered, his eyes widening. You are.
Fu Li Xing smiled, IAM.
The young man did not speak, but he could not hide the doubts in his eyes. Although this girl is experienced in doing things, given her age, even if she has learned runes since she was a child, how high can she be now? Even a 7th-level rune master can't figure out the mystery. Can she do it? This pocket watch is really too old and cannot withstand repeated disassembly. The rune plate of the pocket watch is a triple pattern of time, sound, and image. If I guess correctly, every hour on the hour, this watch has an image to tell the time. The young man stood up and immediately realized that he had lost his temper. He sat down again and stammered, All right. Li Xing stopped talking. She had already shown her strength. It was up to the young man to decide whether he wanted to let her repair it or not. The young man struggled for a moment, and after a while, as if he was desperate, he pushed the pocket watch in front of her and said, You fix it. Thank you for trusting me. Li Xing also hoped that he would give the pocket watch to her. There were not many such complicated triple patterns. See, the opportunity is rare. How can you not learn play? There are conditions. I want to be there to observe.
Okay.
Just do it. Li Xing brought the engraving tools and started repairing it on the spot. These tools all belong to David Yang. They have been idle for who knows how long. They are dull and awkward to use. Fortunately, Li Xing was just using them to show off. After all, he was no longer a novice who didn't understand any rules. It was not appropriate to show freehand paintings in front of strangers. During the process of repairing the watch, Li Xing discovered that this little stutterer was also a talisman master. He was very knowledgeable and could even give guidance when she was hesitant. You are also a rune master. Why don't you practice it yourself? Li Xing couldn't figure it out. This is a relic of my great-grandfather. I'm afraid the carving will be damaged. My hands are shaking. No, it can't be done. The two of them worked attentively from morning to dusk. During this period, David Yang delivered meals twice, but neither of them could he eat either, and he didn't even know when Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao came. As the last line was drawn, Li Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Although the young man only moved his mouth but not his hands from beginning to end, he was no less relaxed than Li Xing. His mental energy followed Li Xing's lines, which was even more tiring than carving the runes himself. Even the muscles all over his body were stiff due to tension, and only then did he relax. Qiming raised his head and twisted his neck, but suddenly his eyes met the two people opposite him, and he was frightened. Who are you? Seeing that the two of them finally came to their senses, Cui Tianxiao frowned and leaned over, looking at the pretty boy with evil intentions. Hello, my name is Qiming. Qiming leaned back hard, trying to stay away from Cui Tianxiao's face. Unfortunately, Cui Tianxiao caught up with him. As much as he retreated, Cui Tianxiao moved in. Their noses were always an inch apart, which made Qiming nervous and embarrassed.
Say,
what does it have to do with our Xing? I'm warning you, you've come to the wrong place if you want to pick up girls. The two of them were about to touch each other just now. He had never been that close to Li Xing. Qiming's face turned red, and he became more and more anxious and speechless. Ah Xiao. He is a customer who asked to shop to repair his pocket watch. Don't bother him. Cui Tianxiao changed his face faster than flipping through a book. 1 second he was stern and cold, and the next second he hugged Qiming warmly, sat down on his shoulders. Oh, it turns out it's my dear Jinju Baba. I'm also one of the owners of a shop. Nice to meet you.
Come on, have something to eat.
Xing, you eat too. David Yang said you haven't eaten all day. Don't I'm so hungry. After taking a sip of the hot soup handed over by Yi Qingting, Li Xing felt that his fatigue was healed. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Xing. These two are Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao. We are both students of Halsis College. Qiming's eyes widened and he said, I too, yes. Are you from Halsis, too? A freshman? Cui Tianxiao hugged Qiming's arm a little more gently. Qiming nodded. Which major? Rune Master. Are you a Rune Master? It doesn't seem like it. Rune Masters who can enter the reserve are all talents who can be made. They are inevitably arrogant in their dealings, like Qiming. It's not often that someone blushes when he talks like this. What's your Yuanling level? Cui Tianxiao is a gossip maniac, asking about everything. Jin Yuanling, Tian. A mental strength, A, Cui Tianxiao exclaimed. Even Li Xing did not expect that such a shy boy with comprehensive talents he is actually taller than Cui Tianxiao and Yi Qingting. Jin Yuanling has the most offensive attribute and is blessed with mental power and runes. If they really want to fight, Cui Tianxiao may not be able to beat him. Ahem. Not bad. Cui Tianxiao tried his best to smooth the wrinkles on Qiming's clothes and retracted his hand in a sullen voice. Jin Yuanling, no wonder he didn't even cry out in pain when he tried so hard just now. Li Xing, what grade are you? In? Just like you, a freshman. Qiming's eyes brightened visibly. Can I apply to be in the same class with you? I want to discuss rune patterns with
you.
Li Xing shook his head. I'm afraid not. Looking at Qiming like a wronged repair dog, Li Xing explained kindly, I am a martial arts major. No matter how accommodating the school is, it is impossible for us to separate our majors. We're in the same class. Wow, what? Qiming couldn't believe his ears. Li Xing repaired his great-grandfather's pocket watch in front of him and actually said she was a martial artist? Cui Tianxiao punched Qiming hard and said, Don't you understand? Studying rune patterns is Xinger's personal hobby, and her major is fighting. Such a weak and cute girl is a martial artist? Qiming really couldn't accept this setting for a while. At this moment, the cover of the pocket watch on the coffee table suddenly popped open, and a 3-inch tall holographic portrait appeared above the dial, making a cheerful voice. Hey. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. It's 8 o'clock sharp. Why don't you go read a book? If you don't work hard, the people you hate will surpass you. When the villain finished reporting, he shook his robe, quickly retracted the dial, and closed the lid with a snap, and the time was just right. Well, it looks like the villain closed the lid hard and hurried back to study.
Bear felt happy.
Fixed. Thank you. Thank you. Qi Ming had not seen this image for many years. Tears filled his eyes. He held up his pocket watch and thanked Li Xing repeatedly. Yi Qingting, who had been frowning and silent since just now, suddenly exclaimed, "You are Qi Lang's descendant."
Qi Lang?
Great talisman master Qi Lang? Li Xing and Cui Tianxiao were equally surprised. Qi Lang was the most powerful rune master in the Qianyuan continent in the past 100 years, but he disappeared for no reason 16 years ago. Even his family and disciples did not know his whereabouts. At that time, the entire Qianyuan continent was discussing what happened to Master Qi Lang, whether he was dead or alive. Almost every TV station had a declassified documentary about Qi Lang. It wasn't until Chu Yuni, who was even more amazing and talented, came along that Qi Lang's topic cooled down, and he slowly faded out of the public eye. Yi Qingting always felt that Qi Ming's appearance was inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was not until he saw the hologram villain that he suddenly realized it. Qi Ming looks exactly the same as Qi Lang when he was young. Do you recognize my great-grandfather? Yi Qingting shook his head and said, I have never met great-grandfather Ling, but my grandfather and great-grandfather Ling were good friends. A photo with Master Qi Lang hangs in his study. You and great-grandfather Ling, it's almost like they were carved from the same mold. It's not hard to guess. Qi Ming scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Everyone says so. Since they are old friends and junior fellow students in the same school, Yi Qingting and Cui Tian. Xiao Zhao's attitude towards Qi Ming instantly became much closer, and he left him to have a sumptuous dinner. After drinking and eating, Cui Tianxiao came up with another idea. Qingting, let's form a team among the four of us. You and I are martial arts masters, Xiaoming is a rune master, and Xing is a healer. Our team covers all professions. It can be called a dream team, and you can't find one in all of Halsis. It's unreasonable for a few of them not to form a team. Qi Ming dropped the half-eaten chicken drumstick and looked at Cui Tianxiao blankly. Didn't he just say that Li Xing was a martial artist? Why did you become a healer again? What is Li Xing's identity? Yi Qingting thought for a while, looked at Li Xing and asked, axing, what do you think? I have no problem. What do you think, Xiao Ming? I do. Qi Ming raised his hand and said, as long as you guys explain Li Xing's occupation clearly, and I will listen to everything. With Qi Ming joining in, the second floor of a shop became more lively, and time flew by in a pleasant atmosphere. It's the first day of school in Halsis in a blink of an eye. In order to accompany Li Xing and Qi Ming to school, the four of them stayed in a shop last night and set off together in the morning. Even though Halsis College is one of the four most prestigious schools, the opening ceremony for freshmen is staggeringly simple. On the first day of school, every new student's brain received an email from the principal, which contained an article encouraging progress. As long as you open the letter and read it from beginning to end, it doesn't matter if you don't read it. As long as you click OK at the end of the letter, you'll be officially admitted. Recalling the lengthy speech he gave when he was admitted to Dayton College, Li Xing felt that it was better to do this. There are no classes for freshmen today. Their main task is to follow the school's unified schedule, assign classrooms and dormitories, and get familiar with their classmates and the campus environment. Qi Ming went to the Rune Master Department. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao also reported back to their respective classes, and Li Xing received a reminder that the Yuanling test would begin immediately. Following the instructions of the optical brain, Li Xing came to the school auditorium. There were already about 20 students waiting outside, all first-year students who had signed up to retake the Yuanling test. When everyone was present, a male teacher with a serious expression said loudly, "The test will officially begin below. Students whose names are called, come in with me." The first student to be tested followed the teacher into the auditorium. After a while, A bright light, it just shines through the doors and windows. About 10 minutes after the light dissipated, the student walked out dejectedly. It seemed that his test results were not satisfactory. Li Xing made a rough estimate and found that the time to measure Yuanling here was slightly shorter than that in Dayton City. This should be due to the advanced machines. As the teacher called out, more and more students completed the retest, with unconcealable disappointment on their faces, and returned to class with their heads hanging down.
Li Xing, here we are.
The male teacher glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "Follow me." As he walked inside, the teacher muttered to himself, his voice just right. It can be heard by Li Xing, who is following behind, but it won't affect others too much. People always think that they are special and cannot accept mediocre qualifications. They always fantasize about miracles. Life is not like making a movie. I have worked for so long and I have never seen a retest result that is wrong. Instead of wasting time and money in this regard, it is better to read a few more pages of the book. It seems that the teacher is completely disapproving of the student's retest of Yuanling. Although the words did not sound pleasant to the ears, Li Xing agreed with the logic behind them. Accepting your own imperfections and striving to become perfect is a positive attitude towards life, rather than imagining that you are a genius covered in pearls and dust, spending every day in doubts and resentments. Entering the central hall of the auditorium, Li Xing saw the Iron Room at a glance. It had the same appearance as the one in Dayton City, but was twice as big. There were several teachers sitting on the side, facing the outer screen of the machine. The leader was an old man with a goatee and a kind face. He was holding a transparent thermos cup in his hand, which contained turquoise tea leaves standing like needles. The water is floating and sinking, which is very beautiful. "Principal, we've brought it. Let's get started." The old man took a sip of hot tea, pointed his finger at the element measuring instrument, and motioned for Li Xing to come in. With the experience of the last test, Li Xing put his palm into the groove with ease, and the familiar numbness spread from the palm to the elbow. A red light quickly lit up on the display screen, and it only took 1/10 of a second for the color to go from dim to dazzling. When the light stabilized, large golden characters appeared.
Sky.
Everyone present, including the teacher who led Li Xing in, had shock on their faces and then shouted in surprise and joy. "Fire Yuanling, Tianjia. Not armor, but the rarer heavenly armor. Is the metameter really wrong?" This is the first student with incorrect Yuanling qualifications discovered since the establishment of Halsa School. The machine made a noisy, crackling sound. This was the sound of firecrackers and gongs and drums automatically played by the system to express congratulations after the Tianjia level Yuanling was detected. Hearing the news, he was so excited that the hand holding the thermos cup was trembling slightly. There were only a few Yuanling practitioners with T-on-A level qualifications in the entire Halsis Academy. Fortunately, Yang Zhou discovered it early and insisted on retesting, otherwise such a precious baby would have been buried. What a risk! It became a grassland, and the dark green color occupied the entire display screen. All the teachers were so shocked by the sight in front of them that their faces were distorted. When they heard the news, they even opened their mouths and turned to stone on the spot. Tea was spilled all over them without even realizing it. When the green light stopped deepening, a large character that was even more glittering than before appeared in the middle of the screen.
Sky.
Pa, the crystal thermos cup fell to the ground and shattered. After hearing the news, he stood up and pointed at the display screen, speaking incoherently. Green, green. Wood Yuanling, Tianjia. Fire, wood. Both. It's Tianjia. Other teachers were also shocked. Oh my god. Am I hallucinating? A Yuanling with 2 levels of attributes. A Yuanling with 2 levels of double heavenly armor. She is a Yuanling with 2 levels of double heavenly armor. An excellent qualification that is not seen in thousands of years. The teachers went crazy. Yuanlings with multiple attributes are not uncommon, but the level of Yuanlings with double and triple attributes usually does not exceed Ding, and Yuanlings are not as pure as those with a single attribute. And because the attribute levels are not high and there is a life or death relationship between attributes, it is difficult for Yuanling users with multiple attributes to use elemental power, so Yuanlings with multiple attributes are classified as useless Yuanlings. People whose second-level attributes are all heavenly armor are simply supernatural beings. There has never been a single person with a single palm in the Qianyuan continent's thousands of years of history. Everyone present had tears in their eyes. It would not be in vain to be able to see such talent come to life in this lifetime. The gongs and drums of the measuring instrument were noisy, firecrackers were blasting, and the virtual applause and cheers were deafening. Li Xing was so disturbed that he couldn't stand it anymore and ran out of the machine. As soon as they saw Li Xing, all the teachers, including the one with the strange connotation of yin and yang just now, cheered and gathered around her. The expressions on their faces were like the people of Tang Seng's daughter country who had seen Tang Seng and wanted to tear off a piece of her clothes and take it home as an offering.
Klasmata Li Xing, congratulations.
Amazing! Hals's college is proud of you. What a heroic boy, haha. After the huge surprise, he felt his legs were weak after hearing the news. It was like noodles, and I had to hold on to the chair to stand up. Li Xing's Yuanling was really wrong, and it was so wrong. Her Yuanling with the wood attribute was completely ignored. No wonder she can make top-notch tea and avoid plant damage in the Star Beast Forest. The reason is that she has a heavenly grade A wood elemental spirit. Even if she has not systematically learned how to communicate with spiritual plants, she can prevent dangerous plants from harming her just by relying on instinct. If she had been guided by a famous teacher earlier, what an excellent Yuanling practitioner she would have grown into. It's both gratifying and unfortunate to find out that the double sky armor is detected. He walked over with difficulty and separated the excited teacher. Hearing the news, he adjusted his expression and said to Li Xing, "Classmate Li Xing, congratulations on your detection of the second-level soul, and it is the second-level soul of Shuangdianjia. I hope you work hard and don't waste your great talent."
Li Xing nudda, y understand, principal.
After testing such a heaven-defying Yuanling aptitude, she didn't get carried away, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Her eyes were clear, and her mind was calm. This child is not simple. After hearing this, she admired in her heart. No wonder Yang Zhou had high hopes for her and came all the way to ask for his help. Guan, he would have to do the same thing. Li Xing, there is another mental test. Do you want to rest for a while before starting? Li Xing shook his head, turned around, and entered the Yuan tester again. Wen Dao and the teachers were more nervous than their own children entering the test. They stared at the mental power indicator needle without blinking, for fear of missing a slight fluctuation. Suddenly, the pointer it moved, trembling back and forth between 0 and 1, and finally stopped at 0. After waiting for a while, writing began to appear on the display. The subject has mental power, but the specific level cannot be measured. It is speculated that his mental state is dry. He was exhausted, and his mental energy was exhausted. His eyes went dark, and he fell on his back. Fortunately, a teacher helped him. "Principal, what's wrong with you? Principal, wake up." After pinching someone and pressing his chest to save him, when Dao Yu woke up, and there were still stars in front of his eyes. He was so angry. When Li Xing came out, he saw Principal when lying in the arms of a teacher with a livid face. He was about to. Li Xing looked like he was dying and turned around to see the result on the screen. After Wen Dao's brain collapsed, there was only one reason why his spiritual sea dried up. He didn't develop his spiritual power in the golden period. The super genius of Ling originally had spiritual power, but because of the misjudgment of the Yuan tester, his spiritual power was not developed and trained, so his mental power shrank and dried up. With spirit as the foundation, even if Li Xing's spiritual power is only level E, she can become an outstanding talent in one of the 3 major professions and can even become a member of the 3 masters. But all this has been delayed. There is nothing wrong with joining a martial arts master's profession. The seedling who should have been trained as a healer has entered the martial arts master's profession. The key is that such a rare Tianjia level wood soul spirit can only be used as a martial arts master's combat soul. How can it be? Isn't it a waste of natural resources? If Li Xing's Mu Yuanling and spiritual power could be discovered earlier, there might be another heaven-level healer in the world. How many lives of Yuanling Rampage could be saved? Before fainting again, he pinched his thigh hard and used the pain to force himself to cheer up. Director Wan, Director Jean, please arrange for all students to come to the auditorium to retest Yuanling immediately. I mean all students. The college will bear the cost of the test, so hurry up and go. Today's matter involves a wide range of things. He doesn't know how many other cities have problems with their element measuring instruments, and whether there are students like Li Xing. He hopes not, but reason tells him that there must be. He doesn't dare to think about it. At present, the wisest thing to do is to thoroughly investigate Halsey's college. He can't control others. His students cannot suffer such injustice and must seek justice from the elders. Li Xing, come with me. Following Wen Dao into the principal's office, Li Xing watched worriedly as the old man sank into the armchair, his goatee trembling. Seeing Li Xing staring at him uncertainly, Wen Dao realized that he had lost his composure. At this time, as the principal, he should be calm and wise. If he wants to help stabilize the students' emotions, how can he lose his bearings first? He wiped his face and looked up at Li Xing. Li Xing, are you okay? Principal, are you okay? The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Wen Dao looked into Li Xing Gujingwubua's eyes and felt a sense of shame that he had not seen for a long time. He had lived for a long time, and at the critical moment, he was not as calm as a child. Ahem, Li's star classmate, sit down. Wen Dao wanted to take a sip of tea to calm down, but suddenly remembered that the teacup was broken just now. It was a thermos cup made of a whole piece of Serre's crystal. Not to mention it was expensive. Now the Serre's crystal veins are almost dry. Buying a new one would cost him a year's salary, and he couldn't help but feel heartache. There were so many bad news today, and for a moment, he really didn't know which one to cry first. You already know the test results. Regarding this matter, I don't know. I feel excited and heavy, and you must be the same. Li Xing was speechless. The Sky A level wood spirit that was just measured corresponds to her original single wood spirit root. As for the drying up of her spiritual power, it is nonsense. Li Xing has long discovered that spiritual consciousness and spiritual power are the same. In terms of level, spiritual consciousness has an absolute advantage in terms of insight. There are similarities and essential differences between the two. Strictly speaking, spiritual consciousness and spiritual power are different. If Halsey's element measuring instrument is more powerful, accurate, it is normal to not be able to measure her consciousness. However, one thing is certain, Dayton City's Yuanling is indeed inaccurate. And since you have two heavenly A-level Yuanlings at the same time, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the best among men. Wen Dao cleared his throat and continued. According to federal practice, school-age children who have been tested for Tianjia level Yuanling will be immediately sent to the upper city for education no matter where they are. After all, the living environment in the upper city is. The teaching conditions and faculty are among the best in the Federation. In a good educational environment, Tian A level qualifications can be developed to the maximum extent. But because there is something wrong with Dayton's element measuring instrument, it cannot accurately measure your true elemental spirit attributes, levels, and mental power. Wen Dao felt regretful and had to take a deep breath before he could continue. I let you waste 10 years in the lower city and even cause the bad consequences of drying up your spiritual sea. I express my deep regret and sympathy for this. Classmate Li Xing, I promise you that this matter is not over yet. I will personally go to the presbytery to seek an explanation for you. Let them apologize for your loss and the loss of Qianyuan continent and make due compensation. Li Xing's face finally showed a hint of surprise. There is compensation, not bad. But you also have to understand that things have happened. Sadness, grief, and anger are all understandable, but you must be restrained and not let your emotions indulge. The Yuanling of the second level of double heavenly armor cannot let you improve your skills just by lying down. You have to work harder than ordinary students to be worthy of the aura around you. If you are proud and complacent and do not want to make progress because of your talent, you will be surpassed by Class A and Class B Yuanlings in the future. By then, your talent will be the biggest irony. Do you understand? Well, very good. Wendao nodded, and the expression on his face became more kind, and asked, "Do you have anything to ask about today's matter? The 160,000 yuan for testing Yuanling can be refunded to me?" Wendao choked. This is what you care about most? According to Yang Zhou, this kid spends all his spare time working part-time, and he is considered to be wealthy at the moment. How come he is so obsessed with money? Retreat. Must retreat. Li Xing was happy and continued to ask, "Principal, if I start training my mental power now, do you think there is hope for me?" Li Xing just asked casually, but she didn't know that she is now in Wendao's eyes. His performance is simply a typical example of self-improvement and never bowing to fate. The old principal's eyes filled with tears. While he admired Li Xing, he felt even more heartbroken. He wished he could go to the presbytery and give Jiang Hongfei a big mouth right now. Jiang Hongfei was in charge of managing Yuanyi, and he was a promising prospect, but he was delayed by his dereliction of duty. People in the Qianyuan continent begin to show their talents at the age of 3. Due to individual differences, some people show their talents earlier and some later. Generally speaking, spiritual power will be revealed later than Yuanling, but it will basically not be more than 6 years old. Some children with sensitive constitutions will have symptoms such as insomnia, headaches, and visual hallucinations when they develop mental power. However, these symptoms will be cured without medication as long as they are over 6 years old. Therefore, 6 years old is the time when mental power occurs. This is the watershed in development, which is why the elders set the age for testing Yuanling and spiritual power at 6 years old. After hundreds of years of research and experience summarization, the most authoritative experts on spiritual power now believe that humans have just begun. When the spiritual power is revealed, the plasticity of the spiritual sea is the strongest. If scientific guidance and training can be given at that time, it will help the expansion of the spiritual sea and the possibility of upgrading the spiritual power. The later you develop the spiritual power, the more spiritual it will be. The smaller the capacity of the sea. If the spiritual power is not exercised for a long time, the spiritual sea will shrink and dry up, and the level of spiritual power will decrease exponentially, unable to reach the level of external release, and it will become a waste of spiritual power. The latest age for development is 10 years old. You are now 16. Theoretically, it is difficult for you to release your mental power. Of course, there are no absolutes in this world, and you cannot always believe what experts say. You can try to exercise. Maybe we will set a precedent and raise the minimum age limit to 16 years old. Li Xing nodded. It doesn't matter if she can train it. The key is to find a reasonable explanation for the future exposure of spiritual consciousness. As long as it is not absolutely impossible, it's easy for her to say. Principal, did you just say that mental power can be upgraded? Yes, but improving mental power is not something everyone can achieve. It requires professional guidance and a large amount of financial and material support. When necessary, you have to take medicine, which ordinary people can't do. Li Xing realized that it was a game of capital, and there was a reason why it was difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son. For example, if it is developed and exercised in time, then the spiritual sea will be as vast as the ocean. If it is not developed in time, it will be a stagnant puddle the size of a wash basin. Since spiritual power can be upgraded, so can Yuanling. Upgrade? Wendao nodded. Of course. There are 2 types of Yuanling upgrades. One is the false level reduction after the Yuanling user consumes too much elemental power. At this time, as long as enough energy is replenished, the Yuanling will be restored to its original level. The other type of upgrade that changes the qualifications is much more difficult. For example, if a person with a natural second-level Yuanling qualification wants to upgrade to an A-level Yuanling, he must absorb a large number of materials that match the Yuanling's attributes. The power of elements. During the absorption process, there is still the risk of going wild and exploding. If you are lucky enough to survive the energy absorption period, whether you can successfully advance to the next stage depends on whether you can absorb it. The energy is completely refined for one's own use. But the promotion of the Yuanling also depends on the qualifications and endurance of the Yuanling. People with good qualifications have a higher chance of promotion. Even if they cannot advance, they can still be promoted. Your Yuanling will be more pure, and your combat power will be improved. If you are not qualified, you will easily fail. Not only will it be useless to your Yuanling, but in serious cases, you will even lose your life. Li Xing, I deeply sympathize with your situation. You can make 3 requests to me. As long as they do not violate the school rules of Hulses College, I will agree and treat it as compensation from the school. Li Xing, his eyes suddenly lit up. I want to live in a single dormitory. Yes. Upgrade my meal card to the staff meal system. Okay. I want to audit the courses of the Rune Master Department and the Healer Department. No problem. This last condition, even if Li Xing didn't mention it, Wen Dao would still suggest it. After all the great powers in history who were in the 2nd level and double heavenly armor were joined by the 3 divisions. Although Li Xing is lacking in mental strength, he has many skills and is not overwhelmed. Learning more is always useful. Li Xing left with satisfaction. After hearing the news, he slumped back on the chair and adjusted his breathing for a while. He frowned and sent a few optical brain messages, then slammed the door angrily and went out. Dayton City. Yang Zhou couldn't help but spit out the fragrance when he saw the message from Wen Dao. These grandsons really got Li Xing's Yuanling wrong. The double heavenly armor, a rare talent that can bring visions from the sky, was buried until the spiritual sea dried up. It was really sad. Yang Zhou suddenly remembered the scene when he used mental power to test Li Xing in the cafeteria. At that time, she had no reaction to his mental power attack. He thought that Li Xing had no mental power, but now that he thought about it, there was actually another explanation. That is, Li Xing's mental power was actually higher than his, so he was insensitive to mental attacks that were lower than his own. His mental power is level B, then Li Xing. No wonder Li Xing's physical strength was so poor when he entered school. For a born healer, how could his physical fitness compare with that of a martial artist? She clearly should have gone to the upper city to receive a more targeted education, but instead she was treated as a martial artist and forcibly trained using hellish methods for 10 years, changing her nature. The pain was indescribable, but this child remained silent, accepted it, and never complained a word. Thinking of this, Yang Zhou felt hurt and angry. His head was buzzing. He cursed and rushed out of the office, and happened to meet Li Yi, who came to him to sign. Li Yi, I don't care what method you use. Immediately take people to surround the city lord's mansion.
What?
After making 2 airport transfers in one go, Yang Zhou arrived at the elder's house as quickly as possible and happened to meet up with the angry Wen Dao. Are you here too? Wen Dao rolled up the sleeves of his wide academic robe and smiled evilly. Can I swallow this? Tell me, what do you want to do?
Yang Yo asked solemnly.
Old rule. I'm here to write, and you're here to fight. Li Xing's test results were kept a secret until the presbytery gave a formal reply, but secrets always spread like wildfire. Before dinner, the news spread throughout Hulses College, and Li Xing naturally became the most famous student in this class, or even in the whole school. The noisy student cafeteria seemed to press the pause button when Li Xing appeared. Everyone looked at her with different expressions, including curiosity, jealousy, admiration, sympathy, and gloating. After a few seconds, everyone continued eating and talking as if nothing had happened. Star. This way. Cui Tianxiao stood up and waved to Li Xing in an exaggerated way, for fear that others would not see that they were in the same group. Li Xing laughed, walked slowly through the crowd, and walked over to sit with 3 good friends. Yi Qingting handed over a glass of berry milk and asked cautiously, "Axing, we all know about you. Don't be too sad." This yuan measuring incident made Li Xing famous. Her life experience he was also picked out. Yi Qingting and Cui Tianxiao found out that Li Xing was an orphan after eating some information from the school network. While the two were shocked, they felt deep sympathy for Li Xing's experience, and even more, they admired him. The two of them come from well-known families, and they understand how important Enlightenment education is to the development of talents better than ordinary students. Li Xing's ability to master martial arts, talismans, and healing all by herself is enough to prove her extraordinary talent. But if she could get better educational resources, even if they were only half of theirs, Li Xing would definitely be 100 times stronger than she is now. The most regretful thing in the world is not never having it but missing it. Anyone who learns that his mental power has been disabled due to an incorrect test will be heartbroken. He is really afraid that Li Xing will never recover from the fall. Li Xing, well, you don't have to worry, I'm not sad at all. Seeing that her expression didn't look like she was forcing herself to do anything, Cui Tianxiao breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Let me just say, with Xinger's temperament, I won't be confused. Sister Xing, Qiming's big eyes were misty, and he had something on his mind, but he couldn't say it. Li Xing was able to repair his great-grandfather's pocket watch without any mental power. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if he had mental power? What a pity. Xiaoming, leave you alone, I'm fine." Looking at his friends surrounding him with concerned eyes, Li Xing would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. "I know runes and medicine. Do you think it makes a big difference to me whether I have mental power or not?" The three of them looked at me, and I looked at you, and suddenly I felt that Li Xing's words made sense. Isn't mental power used when carving and making medicine? Although Li Xing has no mental power, there seems to be no difference between the two of them.
I'm lucky.
There are teachers who understand me best, opponents who never mix things up, and the most reasonable course arrangements, and the perfect trial forest. I was supposed to be a healer, but fate played a different role for me. It was a little joke that made me become a martial artist first. It seemed like a wrong path, but it led to the right end. I was trained as a martial artist, so I dared to enter the Star Beast Forest and come into contact with various herbal spirits. Slowly started my pharmaceutical career. Life in Dayton City accidentally made me interested in rune patterns again, and I grew from a rune pattern novice to a strong person who can carve advanced rune patterns. All the mistakes put together made me who I am today. If my Yuanling had not made mistakes, then I would be just a healer now, staying in the upper city, having no worries about food and clothing, following the rules, and living a monotonous and boring life. Where are you three good friends? Yes, they can get acquainted with Li Xing, and the reason is traced back to this detection error. Li Xing's words made Yi Qingting and the others completely relieved, and they were also impressed by Li Xing's broad-mindedness. Axing, if my grandpa hears what you said, he will definitely drink you for 3 glasses of wine and make you a confidant. Your character is worth learning from. Today you are the protagonist. I treat you whatever you want. Yi Qingting's meal cards are not the free version distributed uniformly by the school, so Li Xing will naturally not be polite to him. The knot in their hearts was untied, and the 4 people's appetites were greatly increased. The table was soon filled with delicious food. Sister Xing, I was pulled to test Yuanling today. Li Xing, I know. Principal Wen wants all students in the school to be tested again, for fear that there will be students in the same situation as me. Yi Qingting, Axing, in the 2nd grade, I really found an error. The registration in the information was grade A. Today's retest only showed grade B. The person has been controlled by the school and will probably be handed over to the judicial department for a thorough investigation. Coming from the presbytery, the results of Yuan Ling's initial test are authoritative proof and will be recorded as the final conclusion. Even if you are admitted to a military academy, you still need to apply in person before you can retake the test. Li Xing raised his eyebrows. If it hadn't been for her and Wen Dao ordering compulsory testing, the talent fraud would never have been exposed. Cui Tianxiao. My cousin is at Shiyuan College. She said that Shiyuan, like us, suspended classes for 3 days to test Yuanling. It was because Principal Wen sent today's incident to the Military Academy Alliance, and the Alliance ordered all military school students to pass through the sieve. Li Xing suddenly realized that after this incident, a large number of people would be held accountable. Even if she touched other people's cheese in disguise, She didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Cui Tianxiao, Xing, what dormitory building are you assigned to?
Número 3. Cui Tianxiao, Notre?
Number 3 is the 5th grade dormitory building. It is a high-end suite with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. What do you think? Li Xing, the principal approved it, which is considered compensation. Cui Tianxiao said with envy, except for the 5th grade students who can live in single dormitories, all dormitories are shared by one person. I envy you. It's a blessing in disguise that you can enjoy the privilege of a high-end suite in advance. Suddenly, Cui Tianxiao's eyes lit up and he said, Xing, it's so boring for you to live alone in 2 rooms and 1 living room. Give me a room. Li Xing picked up a meatball and put it in his mouth and said vaguely, Okay, 100,000 star coins for 1 semester's rent. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar clang sound came from his brain, and Li Xing's chewing movements paused. Cui Tianxiao was in high spirits. Hey, the money has been collected. You can't go back on your word. Ha ha.
Li Xing.
He can't hear the joke? Or is my rent said to be less? Yi Qingting sighed. Ah Xiao, you have too much waste in your mind. I am very worried if you and Ah Xing are alone in a room. I have to supervise you. Dangling, another 100,000 was received. Don't think of leaving me behind. If you can't be Sister Xing's roommate, just
be a roommate.
Dangling, another 100,000. The people of the presbytery never dreamed that someone would come to the house on a sunny day to cause trouble. Wan Dao's mouth was open and he could still bite 3 points, not to mention the facts and the truth. In addition, Yang Zhou, known as the Mad Dog, knocked the guard captain to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. This article Iwu threw the presbytery into chaos. Finally, the great elder Ji Jingtang was alerted to come forward, and the 2 of them calmed down and respectfully presented the evidence. After reading it, Ji Jingtang was so angry that he ordered a thorough investigation of the matter immediately. The results were unknown until an investigation was carried out. Once investigated, one was shocked to find that Li Xing's Yuanling mistake was implicated in the corruption scandal of the presbytery. The huge allocation allocated by the Presbyterian Council every year for the maintenance of the Yuanyuan meter is divided up by the officials sent down to the local government in conjunction with the local government. The situation in the upper city and middle city is not bad. After all, we are close to the emperor, and we dare not be too presumptuous. However, in remote urban areas, maintenance money is used to enrich one's own pockets, and a 50-50 split has become almost a common practice. The job of the Presbyterian Council stationed in the lower city to manage the UNE surveyor was simply a fat vacancy. Without connections, there was no way he could be ranked. At least 2/3 of the element measuring instruments in 184 cities have not been inspected for more than 20 years. Only if they do not make mistakes will there be trouble. After finding out such a result, Ji Jingtang was furious. He immediately reprimanded the elder Jiang Hongfei, who was responsible for managing the UNE instrument. He was punished for 80 years and suspended from office. He also severely punished several stewards who were jointly and severally responsible. Instead of blaming Wen Dao and Yang Zhou for causing trouble in the presbytery, the great elder rewarded them for daring to reveal the shady story. The measuring element incident is too wide-ranging to be dealt with in a short time, and the compensation for the victims has also been postponed. These are all things for later. After the small turmoil on the first day of school, Li Xing's military academy study career officially began. The martial arts teachers are more strict than the other. If it weren't for the foundation laid by Yang Zhou, Li Xingzhen might not be able to keep up. There were several professional teachers who were present on the day of the Yuanling test. After witnessing the moment of history, they looked at Li Xing as if he were a treasure. However, when they arrived in class, they didn't look like they were obsessed with brother or sister. Instead of taking care of them, they even looked at Li Xing. She is extremely strict. Today is the battle class. Li Xing's favorite class back then has now become the one that frightened her the most. After the warm-up of the 10-kilometer weight-bearing run, Luo Jun gathered the students together. The key point of today's course is to accurately control the Yuanling in actual combat. Everyone knows how important the Yuanling reserve is. The more precise the Yuanling is controlled, the smaller the Yuanling consumption will be, and the longer the battle will last. But when it comes to real fights, or when life and death are at stake, I often neglect or even forget to control the Yuanling and consume all the Yuanling in a short period of time, resulting in the loss of my life. My purpose is to train you to rely on your muscles. You can use your memory to precisely control Yuanling and exert maximum combat effectiveness with the minimum consumption of Yuanling. Next, I'll find a classmate to help me demonstrate. Luo Jun's slender red phoenix eyes looked at the sweaty faces of the students. Skimming past them one by one, they paused slightly as they passed Li Xing. Li Xing, get out of the queue.
Yes.
Li Xing sighed in his heart. Luo Jun had fallen in love with her and would take her out and torture her in front of everyone in every class. Come on, attack with all your strength. As long as your attack touches me, even if it touches my clothes, you win. Li Xing didn't waste any time. With a serious sword in hand, a crescent-shaped flame blade slashed towards Luo Jun. Luo Jun sneered, crossed his swords and swung them easily, and the flame blade was cut into several sections and dissipated. Luo Jun's weapons were two S-shaped knives. Li Xing had never seen such an evil weapon. The two knives overlapped and the blades rotated slightly, and the arcs intersected to form a circle, resembling water patterns spreading outward from the center. You'll feel dizzy just by looking at it, and you'll be hypnotized if you look at it for a long time. Li Xing fought against Luo Jun so many times, but never won, mostly thanks to these evil swords. Seeing that Luo Jun was about to start hypnotic spinning again, Li Xing quickly looked away and judged her position with the corner of his eye. But Luo Jun was no ordinary opponent. He was extremely fast. He launched an attack at the same moment Li Xing looked away. He flattened the blade and slapped Li Xing on the ace, sending her flying. After drawing a perfect parabola in the air, Li Xing landed face down, and his classmates burst into laughter. Hiss! It was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Li Xing resisted the urge to rub his ace, gritted his teeth, and got up. Humph! Double heavenly armor. That's all you can do? Li Xing. On purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Li Xing stepped forward, slashed Luo Jun's left shoulder with a knife in one hand, slapped her right rib with the palm of his right hand, and bent his left leg to press her lower abdomen. 3 parts were attacked at the same time, and Luo Jun's expression became serious. He closed his 2 swords into a windmill fan shape to protect his upper body, and at the same time, he retracted his lower legs and kicked Li Xing's left knee violently. The 2 of them struck Ichigo and quickly separated, then rushed towards each other at the same time. In just a few breaths, they had already fought for 7 or 8 rounds. The classmates all watched attentively. Although Li Xing was often tortured by Teacher Luo until he rolled on the floor, if it were them, he would not even be able to go 3 rounds. After laughing, everyone understood that Li Xing was much stronger than them. Li Xing was angry after being kicked in the ace by Luo Jun again. 3,000 Lotus. Phoenix like hot fire wings emerged from Li Xing's palm, carrying the red lotus karma fire roll towards Luo Jun. Luo Jun's pupils shrank sharply, and he closed his swords, instantly turning into a hemispherical metal shield to block himself. The expected package of hot flames did not appear. Luo Jun put away the golden shield and saw Li Xing standing proudly opposite, making faces at her. Luo Jun was furious. Li Xing, what are you doing? I want you to control Yuanling, and you want to explode for me? Are you openly opposing the teacher? Do you want to fail the exam? Teacher Luo, my Yuanling reserves are very large. Yes, bursting is the most suitable style of play for me. Luo Jun laughed angrily. Who gave you the confidence to make you think so? Since the beginning of the battle, I have been following your requirements and controlling it precisely, but you have always suppressed me and beaten me. Just now I had a slight explosion, and you used your Yuanling to resist it. Facts have proved that my idea is right. A teacher should teach students according to their aptitude. If you let me fail because of this, I will complain to the school. Seeing that Luo Jun did not refute, Li Xing continued to jump on the edge of death. Teacher Luo, it turns out you are Jin Yuanling. After fighting with you for so long, this is the first time I see you using elemental power, hee. The golden shield Luo Jun used to avoid the red lotus karma fire emitted strong Yuanling fluctuations. Definitely not the transformed form of the scimitar.
Huh.
Luo Jun's teeth were itching, but he couldn't think of a reason to scold her. The moment the flames appeared, she was really shocked by the violent and hot aura. The fire spirit of the double sky armor was really terrifying. Is it possible that this girl's Yuanling reserves are really several times that of ordinary people? Hey, so what? She decides her territory. Abuse her. Since you are so confident, let me see how abundant the Yuanling is in the double sky armor. Come on, use all your strength. Luo Jun discovered that after Li Xing no longer restrained the Yuanling, as expected, her combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. If she hadn't had rich combat experience, she wouldn't have been able to do anything to Li Xing. What annoys her even more is that although Li Xing doesn't feel sorry for the consumption of Yuanling at all, her fire Yuanling seems to be inexhaustible, and she frequently performs miracles with great force. After fighting for so long, not only did it show no signs of weakening, but it became more and more courageous with each fight. Using a dizzy spin to force Li Xing to retreat, Luo Junsu waved his hand, and metal butterflies appeared out of thin air.
Go.
Luo Jun gave an order, and his butterfly wings, as graceful as golden paper, turned into hidden murderous weapons and shot toward Li Xingbiao. Bang! The flames of 3,000 lotuses surged, protecting Li Xing behind the wall of fire. The metal butterfly was melted before it even got close to the target. Ho Yi's golden arrow. Luo Jun launched another elemental attack. Thousands of metal arrows condensed out of the air and shot towards Li Xing with a sound of piercing the air. 3,000 lotus was swallowed up again, but the speed and power of the golden arrows were superior to those of metal butterflies. Before being melted by the strange fire, many of them passed through the wall of flames and hit Li Xing. Li Xing wielded the serious sword and shot down the golden arrows one by one. Using his body shape and weapon cover, Li Xing secretly pointed his finger in Luo Jun's direction. Luo Jun was about to launch his third elemental attack when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart and immediately jumped up on his toes. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. A vine as thick as a python emerged from the ground and wrapped around Luo Jun's ankle, threatening to break her leg bones in the next second. Luo Jun snorted coldly, and the elemental power exploded, shattering the vines. The broken vine was like an injured octopus tentacle, squirming and retracting to Li Xing's feet, while Luo Jun looked at her with a cold face. Li Xing hooked her fingers, and the vines crawled into her hands, curling up into a ball and becoming motionless, as if they were intelligent. Li Xing turned over and put away the python vine and said to Luo Jun, "Teacher Luo, I used Mu Yuanling to activate the python vine seeds and ambush you at your feet to attack. It's not a foul." Luo Jun's face was ugly. How could she forget? Li Xing and Mu Yuanling are too careless. Come again. Li Xing quickly shook his head. "Teacher Luo, you just said that as long as I touch you, I win. I have already won." Although the python vine did not hurt Luo Jun, it did touch her. Everyone saw it. Luo Yun. The eyes of the students watching were bright. Did you win? Li Xing won. If they weren't afraid of Luo Jun's revenge and designated them as the next opponents, the onlookers would have cheered long ago. Li Xing was also very happy. Although the process was very embarrassing, he finally won a small victory, which was considered progress. Luo Jun's face was frighteningly cold. Okay, I lose this time. Next, the students will form teams freely, fight in pairs, and practice precise control. I am the master of my class. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will have to control it carefully. Let's go. If I find someone's Yuanling breaks out, for whatever reason, I will force him to run 50 kilometers with a heavy load after class. The students formed teams and started class practice. Li Xing waited eagerly for someone to join her group, but she was the one who defeated Teacher Luo after all. None of her classmates were willing to come forward to beg for abuse, and they all avoided her. Coincidentally, the number of people was an odd number, so Li Xing was left.
Hey.
Classmate Li Xing, no one wants to be in the same group as you? Luo Jun's gloating voice sounded from behind her. The popularity is so bad. In this case, teacher, let's practice with you. Li Xing sighed and turned around. Then it's trouble for Teacher Luo. I'm not in trouble at all. You're going to be in trouble, haha. Li Xing. Oh, in the second half of the class, Luo Jun threatened to run with a 50-kilometer weight load. Li Xing had to restrain himself from the beating, and as a result, he was beaten like a dog. It's true that she has practiced physical training, but her magical skills have not yet been fully developed. Now she is just resisting beatings. It does not mean that she will not feel pain after being beaten by a master of Tianjia. At noon, Li Xing limped into the cafeteria and joined Yi Qingting and the others. Seeing Li Xing's disgraced look, Yi Qingting helped her pull out her chair like a gentleman and asked, "What class is this?" Li Xing grinned and sat down, replying, "Teacher Luo's practical class."
Which? Luyun.
Cui Tianxiao said with a mask of pain, "Her class is really a nightmare. Qingting and I were kicked in public by her for a long time. We had to lie down even when sleeping." Yi Qingting's eyes twitched. For a moment, he seemed to experience the sour pain again. To be precise, all the students of Tian A level Yuanling have been kicked by Luo Jun. The better you are, the harder she will kick you. It turns out that Luo Jun treats others. He had also carried out such a vicious attack, not only against her, but Li Xing felt a little more balanced. But having said that, Luo Jun's martial arts skills are the best in Halsis. If you can survive one semester, you will definitely benefit a lot. Li Xing wanted to cry. There is no harm without comparison. Comparing with the perverted Luo Jun up, Yang Zhou is just a gentle rabbit. Xing, Sister Xing, there is an advanced talisman and talisman analysis class in the afternoon. Do you want to come and observe? Yes. After dinner, he hurried back to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. Li Xing followed Qi Ming to the talisman master.
Dear.
Wen Dao had already sent a notice to the head of the Rune Master Department about Li Xing being able to observe. The teachers all knew about it, but the students didn't know about it. When she appeared, everyone thought she had gone to the wrong classroom. A chubby girl with a round face reminded in a low voice, "Classmate Li Xing, the classroom of the martial arts department is in building 13. Li Xing is double black, good-looking, and has the aura of double heavenly armor. Her face is now very well known. I know. I'm just here to observe the rune class." After saying that, Li Xing showed a harmless smile to the surprised girl and sat down next to Qi Ming calmly. The talisman masters in the reserve school all have mental powers. Although Li Xing's conversation with the girls was not loud, it could not be hidden from the ears of interested people. Soon, whispers were heard in the classroom, and a series of mental powers were blatantly swept towards Li Xing, some of which were particularly erratic. Qi Ming frowned. It was really annoying that those mental powers were rudely sweeping him away. Sister Xing, don't worry about it. Some rune masters are xenophobic and petty. For a profession that has always had a high threshold, someone who is not qualified suddenly came and said that he wanted to be an auditor. People who are used to being arrogant. How can I feel comfortable? Li Xing smiled. She could understand how some people felt when they saw her, but Li Xing was not a good man or woman. The less he welcomed her, the more she wanted to stay and cause trouble for them. Qi Ming, who allowed you to sit in the first row. Get out of the back. A tall, thin, black-haired boy with a gloomy face stood next to Qi Ming, but it was Li Xing whose eyes he stared at. Why can't you sit? Qi Ming was puzzled. This was a large staircase classroom with no fixed seats. You could sit in all the empty seats, and there was no need to occupy other people's seats. For no reason, I will get upset when I see you. Get out of the last row. This boy's name is Lu Yuan. He comes from a family of rune masters. To elaborate, he is related to the Qi family, which is also a rune master's family. Lu Yuan has known Qi Ming since he was a child, but the two have never dealt with each other and despised each other. Lu Yuan is the most talented rune master in the family and is highly regarded. However, if the elders' respect is not properly managed, it can easily turn into doting. Just a few days into the school year, Lu Yuan fully demonstrated his family background and domineering personality. Among the students from the Talisman Master Department, those who were weak could not afford to offend him, while those who were strong could not bother with him. Lu Yuan found that he was alone and seeking defeat, so he became more and more arrogant and became the leader of the Talisman Master Department. Now Lu Yuan is bullying Qi Ming and Li Xing in front of all the students. Although most students think Lu Yuan is unreasonable, in order to avoid trouble, no one supports Qi Ming and Li Xing.
You.
Qi Ming's face turned red, and he stood up to argue with him. Unfortunately, he was not polite and was ridiculed by Lu Yuan. You. What are you? You stutter. Can't speak well. What a wimp. How could Qiling have a descendant like you? Looking at Li Xing provocatively, Lu Yuan continued to sarcastically say, You are still a dabbler yourself, but you actually invited a layman to attend the lecture. Who gave you the confidence? A fireball as big as a fist exploded in front of Lu Yuan, almost burning his eyebrows. Lu Yuan was frightened. He trembled, took several steps back, and then said angrily, What are you doing? I'm sorry, the weather is dry and things went wrong. Li Xing said with a smile. His attitude was sincere, as if he did it accidentally. Your name is Li Xing, right? You're pretty cool. Aren't you just a double sky armor? What's so great about it? Li Xing nodded seriously and said, It's really nothing great, but why aren't you? Are your parents not cooperating? Ha. The students burst into laughter. The teeth are pointed and the mouth is sharp, Lu Yuan waved his hand and slapped the huge Shui Yuanling palm towards Li Xing. Lu Yuan's palm was a close-range attack, unexpected and powerful. In the eyes of other students, Li Xing was almost likely to be slapped, but in the next second, the water palm was transformed into 3,000 lotus gas.
Bah!
Sanqianlian floated in front of Li Xing with her round belly and was confused for a moment. Was there a water polo here just now? The gas evaporated so quickly that it didn't even see it clearly. Little Fatty was unhappy and asked Li Xing with his shy belly, That's it? That's right. Li Xing is getting lazier and lazier now. He wants to call him out to deal with all kinds of cats and dogs? Lu Yuan's combat prowess may be among the best in the Rune Master Department, but in front of Li Xing, he is simply a clown. Li Xing also felt that the slap of the water polo just now insulted Sanqianlian, so he quickly used his spiritual consciousness to comfort it.
I didn't expect him to be so weak.
Fatty, you are tired. Go back and rest. Little Fatty, he snorted and turned his head to dig into his dantian. Facing Lu Yuan, Li Xing was not so easy to talk to. Boy, use elemental attacks in front of me. Are you okay? Li Xing instantly killed Lu Yuan's water polo and suppressed other students. Many people whispered, I heard that Li Xing is the first sister of this martial arts department, and she is indeed well-deserved. Nonsense, double heavenly armor, godlike qualifications, you're just kidding me. That kid Lu Yuan, I kicked the steel plate today. I hope Li Xing teaches him a lesson so that he won't be like a fried chicken every day and doesn't know how to behave. Wouldn't it be too shameful for us to tell it? What's the matter? Since Li Xing is here to observe, even if she is a half-talented master, it would be a family scandal at best for her to do it. It makes sense. Lu Yuan didn't expect Li Xing to be so strong, and he was a little scared, but he had the burden of being a tyrant, so he couldn't be timid in front of his classmates, so he immediately put on a naughty look, pointed at Li Xing and said, I'm warning you, this is the classroom of the Rune Master Department. If you dare to use the violent methods of the martial arts master, you will provoke discord between the Rune Master Department and the Martial Arts Department, affecting the unity between departments. The school you will definitely be punished. Li Xing sighed and said to Qi Ming, Look, some people will act like a gangster with you if you try to reason with them. I have to put a hat on you, it's really shameless. Turning to look at Lu Yuan, Li Xing's eyes were unkind. Since we are from the Talisman Master Department, I can just do as I please and use the talisman to be wild.
Right.
Forbidden. I saw Li Xing's slender fingers flicking in the air a few times, flicking towards Lu Yuan, and a small seal-like rune suddenly touched his mouth. After a flash, the rune disappeared. Lu Yuan felt his mouth go cold, and his upper and lower lips seemed to be stuck together with strong glue. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them and could only make a muffled cry. Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Xing in horror. The other students were shocked. Carving with freehand? Oh my god. She really understands runes? No wonder she's here to listen. How is this possible? Doesn't it mean that her spiritual sea has dried up? How can she carve with bare hands like a senior rune master? Having no mental power doesn't mean you can't use runes. Master Lin is an example. Oh my god, she's so strong. Brothers, my heart is beating so fast, I feel like I'm in love. Boy, even if I give you a small punishment today, the silence rune will last for 24 hours. You won't be able to speak or open your mouth, and you won't even be able to eat or drink. But now if you can give me and Qi Ming, how about bowing and apologizing, and I can untie it for you right away? Aha! He has never been wronged like this since he was a child. It's just a daydream for him to bow and apologize in public. Lu Yuan pointed at Li Xing and Qi Ming angrily, but he didn't dare to take action again.
He was not stupid.
He would definitely not be able to defeat them, and he would be the one to suffer. Li Xing sneered, knowing that this guy would not agree. Even better, young people who are too angry can easily cause disaster, so just calm down after a day of hunger. Li Xing stood up from his seat, turned to the students behind him, and said, "Let me tell you, I will often come to attend the courses of the Talisman Master Department in the future. I will not cause any trouble to you, and I hope you will pay attention to your words and deeds. Behavior, if someone uses mental power to attack me again, don't blame me for beating you to the point where you don't even recognize your own mother." Those ill-intentioned mental powers just now were suddenly withdrawn, and the masters of the mental power lowered their heads and acted like quails, for fear of it. Noticed by Li Xing. This woman is so scary. Lu Yuan is so domineering and doesn't get any benefits. What can they use to fight against her?
Just keep it low-key.
The class bell rang, and an old professor, wearing semicircular glasses, entered the classroom with a stack of books. He was very unhappy when he saw Lu Yuan standing in the aisle. "It's class, go back to your seat." Lu Yuan screamed and asked the professor for help. Unfortunately, the professor was deaf and thought Lu Yuan said no and immediately became angry. "That's unreasonable. Either go back to your seat or get out of the rune department and never come again." Lu Yuan cursed in his heart, dejectedly walked to the last row, and found a corner seat to sit down. With all the fuss today, he wouldn't have the nerve to sit in front. The less people notice him, the better. The professor cleared his throat and started the class, but Qi Ming was not interested in listening. He looked at Li Xing with bright eyes, his face full of excitement. "What, you want to learn?" Li Xing asked him in a low voice. Qi Ming nodded fiercely. He had never seen a rune that could make others speechless. He really wanted to learn it.
I want.
"You teach me, and I'll show you see my great-grandfather's talisman formation and handwriting." Returning to the dormitory in the evening, Li Xing received a courier from home, which contained dried sausages and cakes made by Anna, biscuits, and other delicious food. The express delivery industry in Qianyuan mainland is developed. If there is enough freight, Li Xing can even have hot meals at home. When Li Yi called, Li Xing was sitting on the bed, happily tasting the taste of his hometown. The communication screen lit up. The first thing Li Yi saw was not his daughter, but the big purple flower that was so ugly that it hurt his eyes. His heart tightened suddenly. "Xing, can you put the spiritual plant in the flower pot? You are not afraid of me. I have told you many times that free-range planting is dangerous, but you just don't listen." The flower is now taller than a person. Li Yi had nightmares many times, dreaming that the big-mouthed flower swallowed Li Xing. I don't know why Li Xing likes it so much. Not only does he let it leave the flower pot to move around freely every day, but he also often hugs it and doesn't dislike it at all. Oh,
Put it now.
Li Xing pretended to take out the flower pot and put Hui Hui in it, but actually let it leave the video range and play by herself. Uncle Li, is everything okay at home? Everything is okay. I'm calling you to tell you that the Lord of Dayton City has been arrested.
Ah?
Li Yi's face was full of indignation, gloating. Not only was he even the city lord's palace was raided and a huge amount of assets was found. Wang Jin has now been accused of corruption and malfeasance. His son and wife are jointly and severally responsible for not reporting the incident and will be jailed for at least 40 years. Li Yi recalled that day. The scene is really a bit scary. Some people didn't want the Lord of Dayton City to be arrested, so they tipped him off as soon as possible. If Yang Zhou hadn't asked him to take people to the siege of the main palace, this kid would have really run away. He is the most important witness in the UNE corruption case. Once Wang Jin runs out of Dayton City, someone will surely pick him up and hide him in a safe place, or silence him directly. The main reason is that the city of Dayton is gone and there is a lack of key witnesses. Once the Council of Elders is found guilty of corrupt officials, it will not be able to convict them, and the matter will remain unresolved. Wang Jin, that rascal wanted you to marry his eggplant bun. Fortunately, I was wise and Shinwu didn't agree. Hey, I was wondering at the beginning, how could he, a lord of the lower city, come up with so many betrothal gifts? It turns out it was all greed.
Call me.
Li Yi refused the city lord's marriage proposal with a strong attitude. The city lord didn't dare to do anything to him, but secretly he might cause trouble for him. Now that the city lord and his family deserved to be arrested, Li Xing finally no longer had to worry about Li Yi and Anna being retaliated against. In the past few days, Dayton City has been very lively. Patrol teams and officials sent from the upper city are everywhere. The Presbyterian Council brought an advanced element measuring instrument and retested the children under the age of 16. It has been checked there were a lot of wrong Yuanlings, but none of them were as serious as yours. The one with the biggest error was a Class A water Yuanling who was mistakenly classified as Class B. There were also many who were actually Class D or C, but were classified as Class B. If the test is higher, this will be troublesome, and it is likely to be held accountable and sentenced. Uncle Li, I have also received the compensation.
Give it to you.
What are you doing for me? Keep the flowers for yourself. Harsas is not like Dayton, a developed city where prices are expensive. You can eat and wear whatever you want. Buy big mouth flour, eat a few less meals to avoid starving to death. Don't treat yourself badly. Li Xing, this kid, has indeed made a lot of money from part-time jobs in the past few years, but he has spent it all on that nasty big mouth flour. There are no good clothes. For choosing such a losing war pet, Li Yijin was not worth it for Li Xing. Li Xing smiled and said, Okay, don't worry. By the way, Uncle Li, is Principal Yang Zhou very busy recently? Why can't I contact him? Don't say you can't contact him. Even I haven't heard from my senior for a long time.
News.
Li Xing was shocked. What's going on? Li scratched his head and said, The matter started on the day you retested Yuan Ling. After receiving your test results, the senior left angrily. I didn't say where he was going. Later, people from the presbytery came to arrest Wang Jin, and I learned from their words that the senior went to the presbytery and never came back. He couldn't get through with the computer, and he didn't reply until the education department sent it yesterday. He sent an official letter saying that Yang Zhou will no longer be the principal of Dayton College and will arrange for a new principal to be appointed as soon as possible. Why has Principal Yang been transferred? I don't know. There is a deep wrinkle between his eyebrows. In the past few days when Yang Zhou was away, he had been in charge of the overall situation and was busy ruining it. He wanted to know more than anyone else why Yang Zhou was transferred. The new principal has not yet arrived, and all plans and applications from various departments have been put on hold. Now the school is in chaos. If it weren't for the support of me and a few senior teachers, Dayton College would have collapsed. Li Yi's side there was a noisy background sound, which sounded like something was going on at the school's training ground. He hurriedly told Li Xing to have a good meal and then hung up. Li Xing looked at the darkened screen, frowned, and couldn't help but sweat for Yang Zhou. Yang Zhou must have gone to the presbytery to fight against her injustice. Could it be that he was locked up by the presbytery because of his arrogant attitude? I have to find an opportunity to ask for information. Today there was a class in the healing department that Li Xing was interested in, and she walked into the healing department classroom again. Perhaps because healers are not forced to practice martial arts, they have relatively peaceful personalities. The students in the healer department calmly accepted Li Xing's coming to observe, and some even welcomed her. There are only 26 first-year healing students. It is said that almost the same number of healing students that Harsas can recruit every year shows how rare healers are. In the first half of the course, the teacher used holographic images and real objects to explain botany. When a healer deals with plants, he must understand the properties and characteristics of plants that can be used as medicine in Qianyuan continent. Li Xing listened to the teacher's explanation attentively and benefited a lot. She had never heard of some rare plants growing in remote areas. This class really broadened her horizons. After the theory, there is the practical stage. This class mainly practices the refining of potions. The students start making them according to the potion formula given by the teacher. Li Xing had already seen the healer's pharmaceutical tools on the internet. Different from her Shinnong tripod, the healer's tools were more modern flame furnace, crucible, measuring cup, beaker, glass rod, etc. The method used by healers to make potions is similar to the process of making potions in the West. Most of the finished products are liquids, and there is no process of gathering liquids to form elixirs or opening a furnace to collect elixirs. Perhaps because of the simplified steps, even if the healer fails in the process of making medicine, it is unlikely that the furnace will explode, and the safety is very high. Li Xing also tried to use the healer's tools and successfully refined a primary antidote. Li Xing was able to successfully make a potion for the first time and was praised by the teacher. However, Li Xing looked at the turbid potion in the glass bottle and was not happy at all. After class, Li Xing received a notice, and Wen Dao asked her to go to the principal's office. When Li Xing arrived, Wen Dao was holding a new water cup stolen from the elder's house and drinking tea leisurely. When he saw Li Xing coming, he immediately burst into laughter. "Here you go, sit down." The second-level Shuangtianjia's darling was in a good mood as soon as he saw her. "Principal, what's the matter with you calling me here?" "Li Xing, the great elder of the presbytery wants to see you." Li Xing was surprised. "Meet me?"
Why?
Hearing the news, he stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Who doesn't want to see the double celestial aptitude that comes out once in 1,000 years? Although Qianyuan continent is a federal system, the Elders' Council represents divine power and has a higher status than the federal government. There are 10 elders in the presbytery, and their cultivation is among the best in Qianyuan continent. Li Xing is inevitably anxious to meet them. "Principal, please stop being so pretentious. Why do the great elders want to see me?" "I don't know the specific reason, but it must be related to the Zayuani corruption case. The handling of the Zayuani incident has basically come to an end. Are you the key person in this matter is also the main victim. It is reasonable for the elders to want to see you. Being able to meet the great elder is an opportunity that no one can ask for. You don't have to worry at all. I will also be there."
Li Xing nudda.
The two set off immediately, passed the teleportation port, and soon arrived at Tianyi City. The elder's house was located in the center of Tianyi City. Looking at the majestic white spire-like building in front of him, Li Xing felt in awe. After verifying their identities, a guard led Wen Dao and Li Xing into the minaret and arrived at a spacious rotunda. The dome of the hall is extremely high. Standing in the hall will make people feel insignificant. There was a row of chairs higher than the ground in front of the hall. Li Xing took a peek and saw that there were 10 chairs in total, with only 9 white-robed people sitting on them. The man in white robes sitting in the center had white beard and hair and a rosy face. When he noticed that Li Xing was secretly looking at them, he couldn't help but smile. "Are you Li Xing?"
Exactly.
As soon as Li Xing finished speaking, 8 extremely strong mental powers locked onto her from top to bottom, and the powerful aura almost pushed her to the ground. Fortunately, his mental power was quickly recovered, and Li Xing was freed. His clothes were already wet with sweat. A woman with a gentle and kind face said, "The pressure of us old guys is not something ordinary people can bear. Even heaven-level martial arts masters have to lie on the ground. You kid, I am quite surprised." This person is Shuntue, one of the 10 elders. He has a face of about 30, but has a vicissitude in voice. He claims to be old, so he must be quite old. Another elder with purple eyes stroked his beard and said, "Junior Sister Shintu's words are very true. The qualifications of the second level of double heavenly armor are indeed extraordinary." The elder with a white hair and a childlike face nodded and said, Ji Jingdang is one of the top 10 no matter what the reason is. I have already severely punished Elder Jiang Hongfei and all those involved, but the mistake has been made, and no amount of punishment will help me today. I want you to come here to make personal compensation to you on behalf of our 10 elders. You can make a request to us, and we will accept it as long as it is not unreasonable. Is there such a good thing? Li Xing was overjoyed, thought for a while, and said, "Back to the great elder. Before I knew I had the Mu Yuanling, I was very interested in medicine. I have studied all the prescriptions that can be found on the internet, and he said that I have made some achievements in medicine, but due to my qualifications, I am unable to participate in the qualification examination, so I can only call myself an amateur healer. Now that it has been proven that I do have Mu Yuanling, I would like to ask the great elder to make an exception and allow me to participate." Healer level assessment. Ji Jingtang was puzzled. Since you have Mu Yuanling and can make medicine, you can naturally take part in the assessment. How can it be considered an exception? Li Xing raised his head and said, "Elder, I learn my medicine by myself. The method is very different from what healers use now. If I follow the normal assessment process, I can't even pass the equipment review. But I have developed a habit and asked me to change back to the standard healer medicine method, so I can't. Please make an exception, elder." That's it. Ji Jingdang turned to ask Shintue, "Elder Shintu, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Shintue is the only heaven-level healer among the 10 elders, and she is the one who takes the exam for the level of healer. Jurisdiction. Li Xing, what equipment do you use to make medicine? I use a medicinal cauldron. Medicine cauldron? It turns out to be an ancient method. Shintue frowned. The ancient method of making medicine is difficult and dangerous. It has been abandoned long ago. What do you do? Will you choose it? Li Xing pretended to be aggrieved. When I was a child, I bought a medicinal cauldron in a travel shop. The travel merchant said that using medicinal cauldrons to make medicine was the latest technology, and he also gave me a manual. I have been using the medicine cauldron since childhood. So that's it. Shintue sighed inwardly. If this child had been sent to the city for education earlier, how could he have been deceived like this? Traveling merchants mislead people. Since you can use ancient methods to refine potions, it proves that you are very talented in refining potions. So, I will specifically allow you to participate in the assessment. The required equipment, methods, and starting levels are all up to you. How about it? Li Xing overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Shintu. She can decide the equipment, methods, and starting levels required for the assessment. This means that Li Xing can take the medicine cauldron to take the healer level examination, and he can start the exam from any level. This is simply giving her points. Once she has the qualification certificate as a healer, she can sell medicines openly and make money. After achieving their goal, Ji Jingdang said a few words of encouragement to Li Xing and then asked them to retreat. After Li Xing and Wen Dao left, Xiang Huiya asked Ji Jingdang, "Great elder, how is it? Is it her?" Ji Jingdang shook his head. The purple magic pearl has no response. Xiang Huiya sighed in disappointment. Second level, the talent of Shuangdianjia is not even there. Where is the savior? After leaving the elder's house, Wen Dao and Li Xing walked slowly towards the teleportation port. "Principal, I heard that Principal Yang Zhou was dismissed. Is this true?" Wen Dao clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "It's true." Li Xing was a little anxious. Why? Why? He shouldn't stay in the school. It's a good thing to leave now. I think Principal Yang is a good teacher. Why can't he stay in the school? To tell you the truth, Yang Zhou was disobedient to the head of the Yang family. In order to make him submissive, the head of the Yang family decided to cut off all his financial resources and sent him to work as a teacher in the lower city. The power structure of the Presbyterian Academy changed because of the UNE incident. Huge change. More than a dozen were dismissed on the same day. The steward who was born in the Yang family was promoted because of this incident. Your Yuanling is wrong. Yang Zhou was the first to question it, so he should be the first to take credit for this incident. Actually, the head of the Yang family has calmed down over the years. He has told me more than once that Yang Zhou is the best successor in all aspects, except for his stubborn temper. A few years ago, the head of the Yang family had said that as long as Yang Zhou gave him a soft hand, he could return to the family at any time, let go of the past, and let go of the marriage, but Yang Zhou never expressed his position. The incident of the remnants of the beast tide a few months ago, Yang Zhou has already brought shame to the Yang family. This time, the Yang family is proud in the elders' court. The head of the Yang family is very happy and will not let Yang Zhou go back to Dayton. Li Xing. It turns out that Principal Yang was dismissed because of the Yang family's wishes. Then Teacher Yang can return to the army? I don't know whether he will return to the army or not. Anyway, not only is this boy not in trouble now, he is actually blessed. Don't worry. With the approval of the Elders' Council, Li Xing successfully obtained the Healer Qualification Certificate. Her pharmaceutical method was special, and the finished dosage form was rare. In terms of grade evaluation, the directors of the Healer Association had serious differences. In the end, it was Shun Tue who made the decision to set Li Xing's level at level 10. Li Xing finally officially entered the ranks of senior healers. The required courses and audit classes made Li Xing's reserve career busy and fulfilling, although he was still abused by Luo Jun. But after Li Xing's unremitting efforts, his winning rate has improved significantly. In the past, he was kicked at least 5 or 6 times in each class, but now it has been reduced to 1 or 2 times. Among all the classes, Li Xing's favorite is the pharmacy class. The healing department has its own medicinal materials store, and Li Xing is too busy to collect medicines by himself. All the spiritual plants needed to make medicine come from the department store. There are a wide range of spiritual plants in the department store, including some rare ones from deserts and ice fields. Lingji, teachers and students in this department only need to buy medicine at the cost price, and it is very popular among healers. In addition, as the most caring major in Halsys Military Academy, the hardware facilities of the healer department are ridiculously good, and each student has his or her own. Li Xing, an auditor, was also assigned a dedicated medicine room. Li Xing went in to tinker with elixirs whenever he had time. But the thing in the world is that some people are happy and some are worried. The healers on her left and right suffered a disaster, and one after another asked to change rooms because they were often frightened by the explosions coming from next door, and their mental power was almost out of control. It's not a foolproof strategy. Ordinary healers can explode a pot of medicine for several years. If someone like Li Xing explodes several times a day, who knows how long the explosion-proof talisman array can last? Sooner or later, she will be killed.
Bang!
After another loud noise, Li Xing ran out of the pharmaceutical room with a charred face, and black smoke billowed out of the room. The door at the end of the corridor opened, and a gentle boy came out, looking at Li Xing with worry on his face. Classmate Li Xing, are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. Li Xing coughed up a mouthful of black pill residue and smiled at Ning Zhuan, showing a row of small white teeth. It's okay, I accidentally blew up the furnace, haha. Ning Zhuan looked at Li Xing's school uniform that was in tatters and was amused and sympathetic. Li Xing had Tian a level Mu Yuanling, but it was a pity that she discovered it too late, which made her take many detours on the way to refining medicine. I heard that the medicine she is using now is an ancient method that has been eliminated in the Qianyuan continent. It has a low success rate and a high risk. What medicine do you want to make? Otherwise, let me help you. It's so late, and she's still not leaving. Ning Zhuan guessed that she must be in urgent need. Instead of letting her continue to mess around, it's better to help. I don't know what to make, it's still in the experimental stage. Although the healers all despise her high furnace explosion rate, Li Xing knows that in the world of immortality, her furnace explosion rate is lower than that of the great alchemy master. If her father knew about it, he would definitely be happy to help Li Xing. Li Xing dusted off his school uniform and pressed the clean button on the wall. There was no place to stand in the pharmaceutical room. The cleaning light turned on, and the door automatically turned on today. Close it, activate the cleaning talisman, and start cleaning the battlefield. Let's stop here today. I'll give you a few pills to play with while I prepare this batch of medicine. Waving to Ning Juan, Li Xing left gracefully. Looking at Li Xing's slender back, Ning Juan was speechless. From what she said, she was inventing potions, but this is not easy. A talented healer must at least study hard. It takes more than 10 years to create a new drug. Can she do it? Seeing Li Xing, Ning Juan couldn't help but think of his stubborn son again, sighed, and went back to continue doing his own business. In the dormitory, Li Xing found Yi Qingting, Cui Tianxiao, and Ximing discussing in the living room, making her blush and neck thick. When the three of them saw her tattered and charred appearance, they all exclaimed, axing, "Why are you doing this to yourself again? Exploded like this?" Yi Qingting has long heard that Li Xing's pharmaceutical methods are different from those of ordinary healers, but he only recently learned that her pharmaceuticals are so dangerous. She often comes back disgraced, just like the Thunder Beast fighting Sanlili. Li Xing was very embarrassed and muttered she said it was okay and rushed into the room to take a shower and change clothes. When she came out, the three of them were still noisy. "Xing, we're discussing what to name our team." Cui Tianxiao rested his chin on his hands, lay on the back of the sofa, and said to Li Xing, "Why don't you decide?" "Okay, this is the fairest." Yi Qingting also agreed to this proposal. "Sister Xing, I propose to call the 4 Elites team." Cui Tian smiled and said, "Team 4 Elites? 46 outstanding people. We don't have that many people. You are so annoying."
Qiming punched Cui Tianxiao.
"A little bit." Cui Tian made a face at Qiming and said with a smile, "I said it's called Boys Over Flowers team because the 4 of us are all handsome men and beauties. It's not like they debuted in an idol group. Why are they called Boys Over Flowers? I think it's more appropriate to call it the Ace team. We are the Ace team of Hulsus. As far as I know, in the All-Military Academy Alliance, there are not only 1,000 but also 800 teams called Aces. For Elite Team, Boys Over Flowers.
Ace."
The three of them were arguing so hard that Li Xing's head was spinning. To be honest, she didn't like any of these names. "Let's do this. Let's each write down our names and put them together to draw lots. Whichever one is drawn will be used." "What a great idea." Cui Tianxiao quickly found paper and pen. Cui Tianxiao, "Well, among the 4 of us, only Xinger has no mental power and can't do any tricks. It is most fair for her to draw lots. Come on, Star, take out the Boys Over Flowers team for me." Li Xing calmly took out a paper ball from the bowl and handed it to Yi Qingting. Yi Qingting opened it. His face froze for a moment. "What is it?" "Let me see." Cui Tianxiao and Qiming leaned their heads together and saw what was written on the paper. "Specialize in governance, but not in the team." No need to guess, this must be the name of the team that Li Xing thought of. Specialize in governance, but not in the team? Cui Tianxiao murmured it several times, then suddenly burst out laughing and said, "This is good. It's called special treatment without obeying the team. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished."
"Is it
too crazy?" Qiming was a little worried that this name would arouse hatred for them. "We formed a team to fight and strive for the first place. We are not crazy or arrogant. Should we invite our opponents to have tea and socialize? Since you have been drawn, it is God's will. Let's call it special treatment and disobedience to the team." Yi Qingting made the final decision. The long dining table was covered with dark red velvet table curtains and filled with exquisite and delicious food. 3 people were dining. They were far apart from each other, and no one was talking. There was only the sound of the knife rubbing the plate and the servants. There were rustling footsteps and a slight clinking of cups as they walked back and forth to pour wine. At the end of the meal, the servant removed the dishes and replaced them with hot tea. The man sitting at the head table said in a casual tone, "Yunki, yours. How's the injury?" Chuyuni took a sip of tea and replied, "It's better." Chuyu folded his fingers and put them on his lap. He looked at his son, who looked exactly like him, and said, "Well, after recuperating for so long, it shouldn't be bad anymore." Chuyuni lowered his head and said nothing. "Now that you're fine, starting from tomorrow, you can walk around more with the heirs of each family to keep in touch with each other. These are your future connections and allies, so don't neglect them. The most important thing is that during the time you were recovering from your injuries, rumors spread that your state had declined, your mental strength was exhausted, and you could no longer be a rune master. The more you don't show up, the more arrogant the rumors will be, and even affect the Chu family's business and stock price. The Chu family will suffer huge losses. The fastest and best way to turn the situation around is for you to show up in public, and the rumors will be dispelled." Chuyuni lowered his eyes, with no emotion on his face. "Brother, look at Yunyi's face. Does he look well? What he needs now is to rest, not to bond with the juniors, nor to perform in public." Chu slapped the table so hard that it made the teacup jump. She really didn't understand why her eldest brother always put the interests of the family more important than his own son. What do you know? He is a member of the Chu family. Since he enjoys the family's support, he must pay the price for the family's interests, even his life. Chu family, all you think about is the Chu family. Have you ever thought that he is your son, not a servant and not a tool? Shut up. Chuyu is furious. Without the Chu family, would you be able to be the commander of the First Army? Chewing ended. She wanted to refute, but this was an indisputable fact. The 4 major legions had huge expenses, including military supplies, materials and weapons, grain and grass equipment, etc. Government funds alone were far from enough to cover the turnover. Behind each legion is the financial support of the family. The aristocratic family invested in the legion, and the legion used the spoils to feed the aristocratic family. This was an open secret in Qianyuan continent. In addition to having excellent military quality and strategic vision, the commanders of the 4 major legions must also look at whether the family behind him has huge financial strength and can afford the expenses of the legion. Chuing admitted that her qualifications were not the best in the army. Without the strong financial resources of the Chu family to back her up, she might not be able to take the position of commander of the First Army. "Father, second aunt, it's rare for you to come back, so don't say a few words, so as not to hurt the harmony of the family."
Chuyuni Posuda.
"Father, I was just about to tell you about this. Jiang Yuesheng invited me to participate in the Red Hall auction, and I agreed."
"Yes."
"That's good." Chuyu's face softened slightly, but he finally said, "When you meet the right person, feel free to buy whatever is useful to you." "Thank you, father." Chuyu stood up and left, adding another sentence before leaving. "Chuing, I know why you came back this time. That brat once publicly rejected you. Even if you are willing to betray the Chu family, I will never allow you to be with him. You'd better be more reserved and calm, and don't drag the Chu family into embarrassing yourself." Looking at Chuyu's back, Chu said. Ing snorted coldly and gave her brother a hard look. "Second aunt, my father is doing this for your own good. He and his mother are living examples of this. I really don't want you to follow their old path. I know better." Chuyuni lowered his head, eyes full of helplessness. Everyone in the Chu family has the character of never looking back even after hitting a wall. It is a waste of words to persuade her. I hope she can wake up to it soon. Yun-yi, the military academy competition is about to begin. Are you still participating this year? Chuyuni smiled. Do you think my father will agree to my absence? Chu Ying's eyebrows immediately stood up. Why are you like that? Just listen to your dad and do whatever he says. Are his words an edict? Chu Ying simply couldn't understand. If she were half as good as him at Chu Yuni's age, she would have been so crazy that her tail would be raised to the sky. But my nephew's temper is as soft as dough, and anyone can control it. The eldest brother and sister-in-law are all people who don't rub dirt in their eyes, and I don't know who Yun-yi is following his temper. This is my last year at the Reserve Military Academy. Even if my father doesn't tell me, I still want to bring my military academy career to a successful conclusion. Winning the championship in the military academy competition is undoubtedly the best achievement. Xing sighed. Okay, take a good rest during this period, adjust slowly, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you feel unwell, don't force yourself. You still have a long way to go. The championship in the military academy competition is just one of the many honors in your life. The most inconspicuous one. I don't want to see you rush for quick success because of this small honor, leaving hidden dangers and affecting your promising future. Chuyuni showed a faint smile. Today is the weekend. Xing originally planned to go to the alchemy room for another day, but unexpectedly she was coerced by Cui Tianxiao and the others early in the morning, saying that they would take her to see the world. The Red Hall is the largest auction house in the entire Qianyuan continent, with branches all over the Middle City and Upper City. What they want to go to today is the main hall in Tianyi City. From the outside, the Hong Kong Coliseum looks like an ordinary tea house, but once inside it is a completely different world. The dome simulates weather conditions in real time. When you are indoors, you can watch frost, rain, and sunshine, but you won't really be exposed to wind or rain. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious, and the waiters are all handsome men and beautiful women, and their Yuanling qualifications are not bad. A young waiter respectfully brought 4 cloaks, and Yi Qingting took the initiative to explain Xing's doubts. In order to ensure the safety and privacy of guests, the Red House provides anonymity to hide the figure and face of every guest who enters the venue. Cloak. Xing nodded, put the cloak on her body, and looked at Cui Tianxiao, Yi Qingting, and Qi Ming. Although they were close at hand, she couldn't see their faces clearly. They took a small scooter and drove for 5 minutes from the door to the auction venue. The walls were covered with calligraphy, and paintings, all of which were fine works by famous artists from the Qianyuan continent, none of which were worth less than 1 million star coins. Xing felt the fluctuations of the formation on the walls along the way. It could be seen that the entire internal building was built on a large space formation. He couldn't help but be impressed by the generosity of the Red Hall. The waiter introduced the 4 people into the VIP box on the 2nd floor and bowed out. Each box has an anti-peeping talisman array. The inside can clearly see the outside, but the outside can't see what's going on inside. Cui Tianxiao lifted his hood, stretched out on the sofa, and flicked on the light screen a few times. 3 glasses of champagne and a glass of berry milk were immediately delivered to the coffee table. Xing, how are you? Is the environment okay? As far as Cui Tianxiao knows, there is no auction house in Dayton. Xing must have never seen this kind of scene. He just happened to be bidding in the Red Hall and robbed him of 3 auction houses. Brother's invitation. Bring your friends to join in the fun. If there's anything you like, just shoot it, and I'll get you money. Xing smiled. If there was something you really liked, she wouldn't be polite. If she didn't have enough money, she would borrow it from a few wealthy young masters. She could use pills to pay off the debt, but she couldn't lose to them anyway. Yi Qingting took in Xing's calm and composed performance and asked curiously, "Axing, have you been to the Coliseum before?"
No.
She had never been to the Coliseum, but Xing was at Blue Stars during the auction. There is no shortage of opportunities to participate. This place is just new wine in old bottles, nothing unusual. Yi Qingting and Qi Ming looked at each other, and both could see the other's surprise and confusion. Normal people will experience emotional changes when they come to such a magnificent place as the Coliseum, either excited or cautious. Xing's performance was too comfortable, as if he had seen similar scenes countless times, and it was impossible not to make people feel inconsistent. Xing was born as an orphan, his adoptive parents were commoners, and his family conditions were very ordinary. Although she often worried about money, she never looked depressed. Instead, she showed elegance beyond her status from time to time. Even when one's money is worth every penny, it's hard to dislike. Because of the Yuan meter incident, the Council of Elders conducted a detailed investigation into Xing's life experience and determined that she was a commoner from the lower city. Otherwise, Yi Qingting would really suspect that she was a secret child specially trained by some family. There was an undercurrent surging between Yi Qingting and Qi Ming, but Cui Tianxiao, who was very nervous, didn't notice it at all. Qingting, do you think God Chu will come today? I don't know. Cui Tianxiao, it would be great if God Chu could come. Today's finale is the healing holy medicine Guishan drink, which is best for injuries to the spiritual sea. If someone takes it and Chu Shun takes it back, he won't have to take the spirit fruit anymore. Yi Qingding took a sip of champagne and said, based on my understanding of my cousin, even if he comes, he won't bid for the Guishan drink.
Gui Xiao, why?
Stupid, stupid. Doesn't taking a picture mean to tell others that he is mentally injured? Qi Ming didn't speak fluently, but he was very thoughtful and saw the problem more comprehensively than Cui Tianxiao. Cui Tianxiao pouted. Anonymous bidding, who would know that it was Chu Shun who bought it? Yi Qingting, there is no airtight wall in the world. You can also find clues in anonymous bidding. If you want to check it out, you will definitely find it. Not only can my cousin not bid, me, and you can't do it either. They filmed the in-law relationship that is known to the world, and it is no different from Chu Yunyi's film. You guys have so many twists and turns in your heart. Cui Tianxiao angrily picked up the berry milk that Li Xing disliked and drank it in one gulp. It tastes pretty good. How about another drink? At this moment, a private room not far from them was also discussing the Guishan drink. A dark girl with bright appearance and hot body picked up a strand of wavy hair with her fingers, stared at the last line of the auction catalog, and said, Guishan drink is the patented medicine of Ningyu, the heaven-level healer. It has been in existence for a long time. After Master Ningyu retired, Guishan drink disappeared. Could this be a fake? There is absolutely no fake in the auction at the Red Hall. The handsome young man with red phoenix eyes gently shook the red wine glass. He replied nonchalantly. Internal news said that the client was a small nobleman in the middle city. He spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of Guishan drink for his son, who was injured in the spirit sea. Unfortunately, his son was unlucky and ran away before the medicine came. He died, so he kept this bottle of Guishan drink. Recently, the little noble's business had a problem and he was in urgent need of a large amount of funds, so he decided to send the Guishan drink to the Red Hall for auction. This may be the only remaining bottle in the world. A bottle of Guishan drink. Another double black boy sitting in the corner sighed. Things are really rare and precious. If Master Ningyu hadn't fallen into the realm and couldn't refine the potion, how would he be qualified to make this Guishan drink? The finale. Brother Yun, do you want it? Lin Kaier turned to ask Chu Yunyi, who said nothing, her eyes full of tenderness. Chu Yunyi, who doesn't want a potion that can repair mental power? Then I'll take a photo of it and give it to you? Chu Yunyi smiled and said, if a girl gives me such an expensive gift, my self-esteem will be compromised. Injured. Kaier should keep the money to buy things she likes. I want to be able to take pictures myself. Lin Kaier looked a little disappointed. Yun-yi, there have been rumors recently that your spiritual sea was seriously injured due to the backlash of the Tianfeng ultimate formation, and your mental power is only half of what it used to be. Is it true? The young man with red and phoenix eyes asked in a low voice. Lin Kaier and Qing also looked here, waiting for Chu Yunyi's reply. Yuesheng, others don't know whether I was injured or not. Don't you know either? Jiang Yuesheng's face felt awkward for a moment. He was present during the whole process of Chu Yunyi's Tianfeng killing formation that day. Afterwards, he observed that Chu Yunyi's mental strength had indeed declined a lot, but he could still stay awake and move freely. The next day, he visited Chu Yunyi in person, and everything was still as usual. According to his speculation, Chu Yunyi used Yuanling to such an extent that a false downgrade was entirely possible, but it was not as serious as the rumors said. Jiang Yuesheng didn't plan to ask at first, but before leaving, his father specifically told him to find out the matter, so he decided to ask Chu Yunyi directly and honestly. But looking at Chu Yunyi's clear eyes, a feeling of guilt arose in my heart for no reason. If he hadn't had impure motives and forced Yunyi to go to the second fortress, Yunyi wouldn't have had to suffer this unnecessary disaster. Jiang Yuesheng, Yunyi, there are no outsiders here. If you really need it and it's not convenient for you to come forward in person, we can all do it for you. Chu Yuni had a gentle smile that never changed for thousands of years and replied, "To the spirit, the sea has healing potions, and all Yuanling practitioners with spiritual power in Qianyuan continent will save some for themselves as long as conditions permit, in case of need for healing." Back then, when Master Ningyu was still able to continuously refine it, he returned. It's hard to find a magic drink, and it's priceless. Nowadays, there's only one left in the world. Naturally, everyone is competing for it. I can't help it. Why should I secretly find someone else to take the shot? Jiang Yuesheng nodded. The grand finale must be a good thing that everyone wants, but there are too many rumors about Chu Yuni outside. Regardless of whether it is true or not, his participation in the bidding will inevitably cause a lot of rumors. But since Chu Yuni didn't care, there was no need for him to pay attention. None of the four people spoke, and the atmosphere in the box was a bit dull. Fortunately, the auction officially started soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite all distinguished guests to the Red House auction. I am the auctioneer in charge of this auction, Dai Wei. Dai Wei's personal profile appeared on the big screen in the auction room. There are many lots to be auctioned today. In order to save the valuable time of all distinguished guests, we will start now. Now, let's take out today's first auction item, Lingji's Star Blue. A transparent glass container appeared on the stage in front of Dai Wei. Inside, there is a spiritual plant that is completely blue and resembles a sorrel. It is slowly rotating and displayed for the distinguished guests. This is a mature star blue plant. The whole plant is intact and of high quality. The most precious thing is that it also contains 7 mature seeds. If Mu Yuanling's master fully communicates the plant's attributes, it may be possible to artificially cultivate live seedlings. Dai Wei was eloquent and captured the selling point in just a few words, arousing the buyer's interest immediately. Li Xing leaned forward. Star Blue is an important component of an advanced antidote. She had seen holographic images in the library. Star Blue is a rare spiritual plant that grows in extremely cold areas. It usually survives in a dormant root state. Only in ice and snowstorms will it sprout branches quickly, bloom, pollinate, sow, and die within an hour. Li Xing wanted to use her consciousness to take a closer look, but before she could take action, dozens of spiritual powers rushed out from each box and unabashedly explored Xingchen Lan. The auctioneer was accustomed to exploring mental powers, but Li Xing was shocked because among these mental powers, there were many strong ones who could compete with her divine consciousness. It seemed that the auction attracted many experts. Li Xing did not dare to take the risk of being exposed, so he could only drag the display screen in frustration and zoom in to observe the spiritual grass. After all the mental energy had been seen, Dai Wei cleared his throat and said, "Star Blue with 7 mature seeds. The starting price is 1 million star coins, and each time the price is increased by 100,000 star coins, the bidding begins. 1 million star coins. 100 and 100,000. 102. Star Blue is very popular, and the price is soaring. It is easy to see from Dai Wei's increasingly bright eyes that the current bidding price has exceeded the value of Star Blue. 3,300,000 once, 3,300,000 twice, 3,300,000 a deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest on the 19th for winning the treasure." Dai Wei was very excited when he sold a good price at the beginning. Yi Qingting, Cui Tianxiao, and Qi Ming also participated in the bidding for the next few lots, but Li Xing could tell that they were just joining in the fun and didn't really want it. A new item appeared on the table, but the smile on Dai Wei's face froze for a moment after seeing this item. Clearing his throat, Dai Wei said loudly, "The next treasure, the Liuli 18 Sun Bracelet, comes from an ancient tomb in the Xianli period. It is a personal burial object of an ancient noblewoman." Although he did not hear it. What a sound! But Dai Wei could feel that the guests were not happy with the auction, but it was also understandable that the things in the coffin of the dead, which were very particular about the aristocrats and wealthy businessmen, would like it. According to research, the identity of the tomb owner is a direct descendant of a certain immortal. Her personal burial objects may be the magic weapon gifted by the immortal. Hearing what Dai Wei said, Several people were tempted, and their sparse mental energy swept toward there was a dark glass bracelet on the table, but upon inspection, nothing special was found, and no one noticed it soon. Li Xing boredly zoomed in on the image and looked carefully, and found words engraved on the beads of the bracelet. Li Xing's eyes instantly became extremely fiery. On the other side, Chu Yuni withdrew his mental power, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. He felt an extremely weak breath fluctuation on the glass bracelet, but it disappeared in an instant, as if it was just his illusion. Starting price, 500,000 star coins. Li Xing increased the price on the display screen without hesitation. 600,000. 1 million. 1 million and 1 million. 2 million. Dai Wei originally thought that this auction would be quiet, but he didn't know that 2 guests actually came up. Raising the price to 5 million was an unexpected surprise. VIP number 18 bids 5 million. Is there anything higher? Who is this number 18? Li Xing stared at the screen, gritting her teeth with hatred. She could have picked up the slack, but in the end, a rich and powerful villain came and added 1 million to 1 million, and there was no extra funds in her account. Xing, do you really want this bracelet? Cui Tianxiao couldn't tell that this bracelet was made of colored glaze. But even if it was made of colored glaze, it wasn't a rare gemstone. I really don't know if Li Xing liked it. What does it? But when he thought of that extremely ugly flower, Cui Tianxiao suddenly understood that Li Xing's aesthetics had always been unique and unpredictable. How about forget it? I'll take you to Wonton department store to pick out a Saras crystal bracelet. It's much prettier than this. I want this. You guys transfer some more money to me, and I'll use the magenta and blue medicine. It's worth it. The auction at the Colosseum is not random. You must deposit money into the designated associated account. Once the system determines that you have insufficient assets, you will not be eligible to bid. Li Xing's high-grade red and blue medicine is a good thing, but it is not well known now. Otherwise, there would be no place to buy it with the money, so the 3 best friends transferred the money without thinking. After 3 clangs, Li Xing's account had 15 million more star coins. She quickly gave Dai Wei a new offer before the hammer dropped. 5.1 million. 5.1 million. Dai Wei's cheeks turned red with excitement. VIP number 6 offered 5.1 million. Is there anything higher? 10 million. 10 million. Dai Wei almost fainted. Who would have thought that the origin of this thing, which could only be guessed, would actually be more expensive than the fairy feather soft armor? Where did you come from? Although Cui Tianxiao didn't like the glass bracelet, since Li Xing liked it, he was very unhappy that someone was trying to steal it from her. 1,001 million. Li Xing's eyes were on fire. On the other side, Lin Kair looked at the bracelet with disgust and said coquettishly, Brother Yun, why do you have to buy this thing? It must have been soaked in corpse water when it came out of the grave. It's so dirty. And Qing was also dissatisfied with Chu Yuni's behavior. I don't understand very much. The Red Hall is really below the standard today, and the underworld weapon is also on the table. Yun-yi, forget it, it's unlucky. Chu Yuni once again used his mental power to sweep the beads, and the black bracelet was quietly placed on the rotating table. There are a few beads with vaguely strange patterns on their surfaces. The entire bracelet was covered in stains, as if it had been soaked in corpse water. The strange fluctuation just now has not appeared again. Is it really because of the injury that the mental perception is wrong? Yun-yi, do you think there's something special about that bracelet? Jiang Yuesheng knew Chu Yunsheng well. He insisted on bidding like this. He definitely wasn't trying to make others angry or show off his young master's temper. He might have discovered something. But then again, the Council of Elders must have sent someone to check the ancient tombs from the immortal period. If it were really the items left by the immortal, they would have been put into the Tower of Babel, and would it be their turn to be auctioned off by the Red Hall? Chu Yuni calmly withdrew his mental power, smiled slightly, and said, No, I'm just a little curious about the antiques from the Xinli period. Kair and Qing are right, it's just a ghost weapon, so don't worry. Chu Yuni leaning back on the sofa gracefully, Jiang Yuesheng looked at his calm profile, His eyes flickered, and he said no more. Li Xing's anxious heart finally fell back into his stomach. He exhaled heavily, picked up the champagne on the coffee table, and drank it in one gulp. His throat, which was dry due to nervousness, was finally moisturized. After the auction hammer fell, the money in the account was transferred away, and then the teleportation talisman array on the surface of the coffee table glowed faintly. After the light went out, a beautiful jewelry box appeared, which contained the glass bracelet that Li Xing had just bought at a huge price. TSK, 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 I have to open my eyes for a bracelet worth more than 10 million yuan. Cui Tianxiao picked up the box and opened it unceremoniously. The dark, dirty bracelet was covered with a thick layer of old oil. Cui Tianxiao's stretched out hand quickly retracted, as if it was burned. Although he knew that the bracelet had been disinfected, Cui Tianxiao still couldn't touch it. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that the smell on the bracelet was strange. It couldn't be said to be smelly, but it just didn't make people like it. It's very, very good. Take it and clean it. It will be very beautiful. Qi Ming comforted. Indeed. Yi Qingting agreed against his will. In fact, Qi Ming and Yi Qingting felt similar to Cui Tianxiao. Everyone felt that Li Xing was blinded this time. But considering that Li Xing, who has always been frugal, spent so much money to buy it, Li Xing would definitely feel very uncomfortable if they disliked it too obviously. You've bought everything, but if you sell it again, it won't be the same price, so you have to accept it.
Right.
I think it's good, too. Li Xing happily took the bracelet from the box and stuffed it into the spirit pendant. Li Xing secretly rejoiced that the auction was worth it. The auction is still going on. The Dingshan Jade, Butterfly Beast Tooth, Tai Golden Knife. Each item is more precious and rarer than the last. The next auction item is a sky-level wind attribute crystal. Dai Wei's loud voice echoed in the venue. This wind crystal stone is taken from a 13th level peak wind raccoon beast. It contains extremely pure wind elements. The starting price is 5 million star coins. The heavenly crystal stone does not contain the power of chaos at all. It is a naturally formed energy stone, and the energy in it has elemental attributes. The market price of a top-quality 13th level crystal is usually around 3 million. The reason why this crystal can be auctioned is entirely because it has special attributes other than metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind-attributed star beasts are rare, and most of them have violent personalities. It is difficult to remove the crystal without self-explosion. Therefore, the market quantity of wind crystal is very low, so the price is higher than that of other attributes of the same grade.
Spa.
This heaven-level wind crystal stone seemed to be tailor-made for Chu Yuni. He had no reason to give up and directly raised the price to 10 million. Unlike other auction items, heavenly crystals can be used by anyone who buys them, but they must be compatible with the Yuanling. Chu Yuni originally thought that he was bound to get this crystal stone, but he didn't know that the same situation would happen again. As if someone was deliberately targeting him, he always paid 100,000 yuan more than his bid, and sold the best wind crystal stone to a sky-high price of 35.1 million yuan. In the whole auction till now, Chu Yuni has bid twice in total, but every time someone confronts him, even if he is well-educated, he still feels a little angry. Chu Yuni clicked the call button, directly connected to the venue's broadcast, and shouted to the other party. Friend number 23, I am Chu Yuni. This heaven-level crystal is in harmony with my Yuanling. I wonder if you can give it to me? Chu Yuni's voice caused a commotion in the auction house, and almost everyone showed great shock and excitement at his appearance.
Chu Yuni?
The young master of the Chu family is here too? Oh my god. My idol. I really want to see him. I don't know which box he is in.
Dad.
I want Master Chu's autograph. Please help me ask if the Red House sells it and how much it costs. The four people in the box did not show much surprise at Chu Yuni's appearance. Only Cui Tianxiao shrank his neck, glanced at Yi Qingting guiltily. He just scolded number 18 for being such an idiot, but I don't know if Qingting heard him. Li Xing's eyes darkened, and she finally knew who was bidding on the glass bracelet with her. Humph, if he hadn't been messing around, Wouldn't he have spent so many more star coins? Wouldn't it be nice to keep them for cultivation? Since Chu Yuni is so rich, it seems it is time to increase the price of coffee. Another voice also sounded through the venue broadcast. Sorry, I am also a Feng Yuanling. I am going to use this heaven-level crystal to improve my realm. I can't let it go. Mr. Chu will forgive me. With Chu Yuni's clear voice in comparison, this voice was 3 parts sarcastic, 3 parts sinister, and 3 parts arrogant, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Where did this stupid young man come from? In the private room, and Qing was very unhappy. Yuni didn't even give her face. This number 23 was too crazy. Brother Yun, why are you so polite to that rascal? If you let me know who he is, I have to show him some color. Jiang Yuesheng tapped his fingers on the coffee table without saying a word, thinking about Feng Yuan, one of the best in Qianyuan continent. Who are the spiritual masters, and what is the purpose of bidding for this wind crystal on the 23rd? Chu Yuni's fame is almost unknown in the entire Qianyuan continent. Not to mention his outstanding talents and formation attainments, his handsome appearance alone has gained a large number of fans. The idols have condescended to speak. If number 23 dares not to give face, then he is a black fan, and the black fan must die. For a moment, the loudspeakers in the venue made a harsh sizzling sound, which was a sign that multiple people were connected to the broadcast system at the same time. If Daiwei had not cancelled the free connection function in time, the auction at the Hong Kong Coliseum would probably have witnessed the largest VIP quarrel in history. Fans who couldn't connect to the broadcast sent inquiries and complaints to the backstage of the Coliseum one after another. They jumped in the box and shouted in support of their idols. Unfortunately, there was a shielding formation, which was of no use. Seeing that the man didn't flinch, Chu Yuni said calmly, "Oh, what a coincidence. Since you and I won't give in, let the one with the highest price get it. According to the rules of the Coliseum, it is impossible for the other party to raise a price randomly, and the most important thing the Chu family lacks is money. If they really have to fight for financial resources, Chu Yuni will definitely win. The one with the highest price will get it? Ha, interesting." The evil voice sounded like a cold, poisonous snake, making people feel goosebumps all over. Master Chu's family has a big business, and there are many crystal stones. Unlike us little people, we can never encounter one in our life. It's a heaven-level one. If you encounter a Yuanling one day, you'll be even more lucky than winning the jackpot. No matter how expensive it is, you'll have to grit your teeth to get it. But then again, Master Chu is obsessed with this wind crystal stone. He is so persistent that he doesn't care even if the price is 10 times higher than the market price. Are the recent rumors true? With Chu Yuni here, the Chu family will definitely pay attention to the wind attribute crystals on the market, even if the heaven-level wind crystals are rare. But for long-term acquisitions, the Chu family's inventory is sufficient for his daily needs. The 13th level wind crystal stone is a rarity in the eyes of others, but it is nothing to the Chu family. Even if Chu Yuni is willing to buy it and hoard it, the price of more than 35 million is obviously a loss-making deal. The money is enough for him to buy 6 or 7 of similar quality, so why insist on holding on to this one? Is it possible that it is true, as has been rumored outside, that he was seriously injured in the battle at the 2nd Legion Fortress, and his Yuanling level dropped so much that even the wind crystals prepared by the Chu family were used up and did not recover in a short period of time? You can't find a wind attribute crystal stone, so you want to get it at all costs? Who the Hades is this number 23? He's here to set the pace. Cui Tianxiao was so angry that he cursed. Even if the Chu family has 1 million wind crystals, aren't they allowed to buy more? Yi Qingding, he didn't speak, but his expression was extremely ugly. Number 23's analysis is logically rigorous and will cause reasonable doubt in most people present. I really don't know how my cousin is going to break this situation. Chu Yuni gave the most effective answer with actions. Whoosh! Complex golden runes loomed, and countless wind blades flew out from the runes, forming a fine knife network and covering a private room in the corner of the 2nd floor. The wind blade destroyed the Red Hall's heavily invested defense array in an instant. The private room door was as vulnerable as tofu in front of the wind blade net. It was cut into fingernail-sized pieces and piled thickly on the floor.
Tianfeng qui information.
Qi Ming, who is also a rune master, shouted the name of the formation when the wind blade first appeared. Being able to see this famous domineering talisman array with his own eyes, Qi Ming was so excited that he could no longer stutter when he spoke. God Chu is so powerful.
Kui Tiangxiao shouted excitedly.
The private room under attack belonged to number 23. Chu Yunyi's mental acuity was terrifying to be able to accurately find the opponent's location under the shield of the Red Hall's formation. But number 23 seemed to have been prepared for it. He also wore a concealment cloak in the private room, completely covering his body and appearance, making it difficult for people to see his face. Hey, Master Chu, show mercy. Dai Wei's mental strength is not weak, and he sensed it when Chu Yunyi formed the formation. Unfortunately, it was a step too late, and he could not keep the box. He only had time to show up on the 23rd. A mental barrier was erected in front of him. Everyone here is a guest of the Colosseum. No matter who is injured or killed, it will affect the reputation and credibility of the Colosseum. If he doesn't stop him, his job will not be saved. The Tianfeng killing formation stopped approaching, and the dense wind blades rotated in place like a tornado. Dai Wei's mental barrier was affected by the murderous aura remaining in the formation, and ripples appeared like water waves, giving him a splitting headache. Everyone held their breath, terrified by this sudden change. This is the Tianfeng killing formation. The attack power of the small-scale talisman formation is already so high. It is really hard to imagine how shocking the scene of the overwhelming wind blades strangling the beast tide in the 2nd Legion fortress was. After more than 10 seconds, Dai Wei's spirit suddenly shook, his mind returned to clarity, and Tianfeng's decisive formation withdrew. Dai Wei exhaled heavily, put away his mental barrier, and bowed to the box where Chu Yunyi was sitting to express his thanks. If Chu Yunyi insists on killing No. 23, Dai Wei's mental barrier will definitely be a mantis in front of Tianfeng's killing array, and even he may be seriously injured. If young Master Chu can stop, it will definitely give the Red House face. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen again, and a vast ocean-like spiritual force would envelope the entire auction venue? Dai Wei happened to be lowering his head and bending over, and his back was suddenly pressured. His knees went weak, and he knelt on the stage. Others in the venue were no better off than Dai Wei. The oppression of this mental force was so strong that it made people unable to move. It was as oppressive and terrifying as if they were in the deep sea. Li Xing endured the discomfort silently, his consciousness huddled inside his body, and did not dare to move. Even the 3,000 lotuses closed their petals obediently and sank to the bottom of his dantian, not daring to flicker. Chu Yunyi's mental power was stronger than that of the 9 elders. Being suppressed by his mental power made Li Xing feel as if he was facing the old monster nascent soul. Chu Yunyi is indeed amazing. Although Chu Yunyi had been merciful, number 23, as the target of the attack, had endured more pressure than others. At this moment, blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, and he was imprisoned on the sofa and unable to move. You openly spread rumors, leading the public to question me, and are suspected of slander. Today is a lesson for you. There will be a next time, huh? Chu Yunyi did not say what will happen next time, but everyone understands that voice what a contemptuous snort means. Go away. Everyone felt a lightness around their bodies, and the mental pressure suddenly disappeared. Number 23 spat out a stream of blood mist, and turned around and left in a hurry without even daring to say a harsh word. The auction venue was silent, and Dai Wei knelt on the stage in a daze. He did not stand up awkwardly until the nearest waiter reminded him. In Chu Yunyi's box, Lin Kaier's eyes were full of emotion. "Brother Yun, you are so awesome." Chu Yunyi smiled as warmly as jade, and raised his red wine glass to Lin Kaier like a gentleman. This simple action made Lin Kaier's heart skip a beat. He jumped for a beat, and his face turned red. "Yun-yi, you're indeed fine. I just said the rumors couldn't be trusted." Jiang Yuesheng leaned over, touched Chu Yunyi's gently with his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Those who are pure will be cleansed themselves, congratulations. Jiang Yuesheng has completely let go of his doubts at this moment. The terrifying mental power just now is enough to prove that Yunyi's mental sea is fine. I really don't know where his father heard the rumor that he is not good. Chu Yunyi gently shook the red wine in the glass and thanked him lightly. Jiang Yuesheng, Yunyi, did you see the face of number 23 clearly?
No.
There is something else under his cloak. I can't see his appearance, but I can only tell that he is about the same age as us. And Qing frowned, said, Is it so easy to upgrade Yuanling? Strength, financial resources, and opportunity are all indispensable. If it is as he said, using heaven-level crystals to upgrade, then his Yuanling qualifications should not be inferior to ours. But ours there are only a handful of Feng Yuanlings of this generation, and except for Yin Yi, the others are not outstanding. Is that kid a liar? Chu Yunyi put down his wine glass without comment. Because the bidder left the auction item went to the second highest bidder. Chu Yunyi got what he wanted and bought the heaven-level crystal. Chu Yunyi gave a big red envelope as compensation for his failure to overwhelm Dai Wei, which caused Dai Wei's affection for Master Chu to skyrocket. Having personally experienced the terrifying spiritual power, no one dares to question Chu Yunyi's strength. Any fall in realm or injury to the spiritual sea are all nonsense. Chu Yunyi is the eternal god. After a brief period of loss of control, the auction was back on track. With a proof of his strength just now, there was no doubt that Chu Yunyi would bid for Gui Shinin and finally won the final lot, becoming the largest financial backer in this Red Hall auction. After the auction ended, the distinguished guests left directly from the small teleportation array in their respective boxes. After coming out of the Hong Kong Coliseum, Chu Yunyi was dragged to a high-end club by Jiang Yuesheng and others, where they drank, ate, played cards, and chatted until late at night before returning to Chu's house. Waving away the servant who came to help him change, Chu Yunyi went straight into his bedroom. The moment the door closed, his face, which was originally slightly rosy due to alcohol, instantly turned pale. Chu Yunyi could no longer hold on due to the severe headache, so he leaned against the door and slowly slid to the ground.
Cough.
He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but before the blood stains could hit the ground, the wind blade stirred it into a ball of blood mist, which flew out of the window and dissipated under the cold moonlight without leaving a trace.
Huh.
Chu Yunyi took a few deep breaths until the nausea subsided, then took out the Guatian drink from the space button and poured it into his mouth. After the potion entered his stomach, a feeling of coolness arose in his mind. Chu Yunyi closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment of relief brought by the Guatian drink. Because he forcibly mobilized his mental power at the auction, his injuries were getting worse, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, his mental power was like a wave in the sea, rolling and raging uncontrollably, causing Chu Yunyi to suffer a lot. Fortunately, the heaven-level medicine took effect very quickly. After drinking the medicine, Chu Yunyi's breathing gradually stabilized. In the dark room, the handsome young man sat leaning against the door, as if he had fallen asleep. The moonlight shone on his face through the window, adding a sense of fragmentation. Time passed bit by bit, until the moon rose to the zenith. Chu Yunyi slowly opened his eyes, and there was finally a trace of life in his eyes. Looking at the empty medicine bottle in his hand, Chu Yunyi sighed softly. After the first spiritual sea riot in his childhood, he had taken Master Ningyu's Guatian drink regularly, but the effect was getting worse and worse. It's not a problem with the medicine, but that his mental power will increase explosively every once in a while without any warning. The spiritual sea restored by Guatian drink will be burst by the burst of mental power, and then restored by drinking medicine, and the cycle starts again. The reason why his mental strength is stronger than others is entirely based on the pain of constantly breaking and then rising again. The day he visited the Second Legion's fortress happened to coincide with his period of rapid increase in mental power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to construct a super-large killing array. Although the surge of spiritual power was consumed, the spiritual sea was still counterattacked by the killing array, and cracks appeared. During this period of time, The mental power that was replenished by taking spiritual fruits has most likely disappeared through the cracks in the spiritual sea. The consequence of continuous drug intervention is that the mental power becomes more and more violent and uncontrollable. If he hadn't gotten the Guatian drink in time, Chu-Yuni would have gone completely crazy soon due to the restlessness of his mental power. The interval between mental power surges is getting shorter and shorter, and Chu-Yuni estimates that the next surge period will not exceed 2 years. Ningyu can no longer refine the heaven-level Guatian drink, and he just drank the only one left in the world. If he couldn't find a substitute for Guatian drink within 2 years, he would rather commit suicide than become a lunatic who lost his mind. Chu-Yuni raised his hand and threw the potion bottle out, using the wind blade to smash it into powder before it hit the ground, with a decisive sneer on his lips. If life can't be saved, just freeze it at its most glorious and glorious moment. After using his spiritual sense to confirm that Yi Qingting, Cui Tianxiao, and Qi Ming were all asleep, Li Xing quickly set up a double shielding array in the room and took out the glass bracelet. 18 pearl-sized beads lay in the girl's white palm, looking even more dirty and ugly. Each bead exudes a rich energy of chaos, and Li Xing's world first-grade spirit pendant also emits a response, buzzing softly. It seems that the materials and refining methods of the two are similar. Li Xing boldly guessed that this bracelet was a magic weapon from the world of immortality at the same time as the Tianyi Lingpei. For unknown reasons, it wandered to the Qianyuan continent and was acquired by her, a person who also lived here. With the example of the world's first-class spirit pendant in front of him, Li Xing tentatively released a little chaotic energy to wrap the bracelet. A vision occurred. The bracelet suddenly jumped up and floated in the air. The 18 beads trembled together and made a buzzing sound. The gold wire binding the beads is broken first, and then the old stains attached to the beads are quickly peeled off under high-speed vibration, revealing the original appearance of the bracelet. 18 green translucent glass beads emit a bright light. Without the restraints of the gold wire, the beads did not scatter. Instead, they condensed into a ring shape more compactly. The shape looked much more natural than before. It seems that the original appearance of this bracelet is to aggregate on its own, rather than being forcibly bound with external objects. After revealing his true face, the bracelet fell back into Li Xing's hand. Li Xing turned the beads and murmured a few simple characters on them: Qianya search and kill formation beads. It was with these words unique to the world of immortality that Li Xing was able to make a conclusion without the need for spiritual detection. This is the treasure left behind by the immortal cultivators, and they should take the string back at all costs. As the name suggests, these 18 glazed beads are an array called the Qianya search and kill array. One of the glass beads was engraved with 2 particularly vague small characters, and Li Xing had to rely on his spiritual sense to recognize them.
Dying?
In the Qianyuan history class that Li Xing had studied, there was never any information about Yayin. Is this the name of the producer, an organization, or a sect? The bracelet was unearthed from an ancient tomb in the Xianli period. It has a history of more than 9,000 years. I don't know if there are any historical records left. Carefully, he used his spiritual sense to explore the glass bead. Unexpectedly, as soon as the divine sense came into contact, a terrifying suction force was generated in the bead. He grabbed Li Xing and dragged it into the glass bead. Li Xing only had time to think of a bad word before his eyesight turned dark. When she regained consciousness, she found that the surroundings were filled with fog, and she could not distinguish between east, west, north, and south, and could not see the sun, moon, and stars, but there was a strange glimmer of light that allowed her to see things clearly. Suddenly, a shrill beast roar came from behind. Li Xing turned her head sharply, but was horrified to find a huge giant horned rhinoceros emerging from the mist half a foot behind her. Its horn instantly penetrated her chest. Li Xing closed his eyes in despair, but the pain he imagined did not appear. Li Xing realized at this moment that her body was just like the rhinoceros beast, both illusory. Countless star beasts emerged from the mist, running forward like rhino beasts. Li Xing was curious about what was in front of him, So he followed closely behind the rumbling beasts, spreading his legs and running forward as hard as he could. I don't know how long I ran, but the fog in front of me suddenly dispersed, revealing the vast grassland. Countless mist star beasts let out terrifying roars and launched a desperate attack on an open space. Li Xing had good eyesight and found a woman in white clothes in the center surrounded by star beasts. Compared with the huge star beasts, the woman was as small as an ant. Despite the huge difference in size, the woman faced the impact of the beast tide without fear. 18 green beads were suspended in front of her, spinning like a whirlwind, protecting the woman and blocking the star beasts from 100 meters away. As the number of star beasts continues to increase, the size of the star beasts gradually increases, and the attack power of Liuli Zhu gradually becomes insufficient. The woman in white raised her bare hand and pinched it quickly with her fingers. 18 glass beads immediately spread out, and the position of each bead had its own meaning. Li Xing was like a bystander, standing among the beasts and watching how the women formed the formation. After the 18 glass beads occupied their respective positions, the woman's hand changed again. The glass beads suddenly turned into a spindle shape with a green color, and they looked like leaves. Each blade instantly changed from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to millions. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by a rain of leaves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like chopping melons and vegetables, countless star beasts died under the rain of leaves. The star beasts born from the mist came one after another endlessly. The woman was tired of killing, and her skills changed again. The glass beads suddenly fell to the ground and disappeared into the soil. The glass leaf rain disappeared, and the star beasts had no way to stop them. They rushed in front of the woman with red eyes, but they didn't know that they happened to break into the large formation made of glass beads. The woman who was in front of him just now disappeared in an instant. The star beast entering the formation was blinded by the formation. It thought it had run hundreds of miles, but in fact it was spinning in circles. Finally, a high-level star beast with high intelligence discovered that something was fishy and launched an elemental attack angrily, but in the end, the hidden reflection array was triggered. All attacks were reflected by the formation. After the attack power doubled, they hit the star beasts in the formation. It was equivalent to the star beasts killing themselves. Soon there was a layer of star beast corpses in the formation. When all the star beasts in the formation were killed by their own elemental attacks, the glass bead shone slightly, the formation changed, and the bodies of the star beasts were removed. The formation door opened, and another group of star beasts were released into the formation, and the killing was carried out again. Li Xing stared at the woman in white, watching how she operated the glass beads. He felt that the formations were ever-changing and mysterious, and he was not aware of the passage of time. After the woman demonstrated all the changes in the Chiba search and kill formation 3 times, the mist star beasts and the plain battlefield disappeared. The woman shrunk to the ground and came to Li Xing in one step, looking her up and down curiously. Li Xing was horrified. He didn't expect that the woman turned out to be a ray of spiritual thought that had not yet dissipated. He quickly knelt down and bowed down. Junior Li Xing, pay homage to Senior.
Huh, you
Are not from the Qianyuan world? Li Xing replied respectfully. Senior has a keen eye.
Yes.
The woman nodded, her eyes becoming more alert. Do you know what the outside world is like now? Are the Qianyuan people thriving? Back in the past, the Qianyuan people used the power of the elements to practice. Although they were disturbed by monsters, their population has reached tens of billions. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and the government is harmonious. The woman breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally a smile appeared on her face. That's good. Our efforts have not been in vain. Li Xing felt something in his heart, and suddenly asked, Senior, is he one of the 36 sages? The woman chuckled lightly, with a nostalgic look on her face. I haven't heard that for a long time.
Someone called me that.
My name is Mo Hui, and I am a monk from the Yunmeng realm in the 3,000 worlds. Li Xing, why are you here, Senior? Mo Hui spoke slowly and told Li Xing a story from the Qianyuan dynasty. 10,000 years ago, This was the Qianyuan realm among the 3,000 worlds. At that time, demons and monsters from outside the territory crossed the border to cause chaos, trying to use the Qianyuan realm as a stepping stone to get involved in the world of human cultivation. Monks from all the great thousand worlds were ordered by the immortal world. The order came to the Qianyuan realm to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. My Yayin sect is the #1 sect in the Yunmeng realm, so it is naturally our responsibility. The order came suddenly, and we were sent to the Qianyuan realm without much preparation. Only then did we realize that our nightmare has just begun. Although they are both one of the worlds, the Qianyuan world is very different from our Yunmeng world. The energy of chaos and spiritual energy coexisted in the Yunmeng world. Chaos transforms into spirits, and monks have long been accustomed to using spiritual energy to practice. We, the monks in the Yunmeng realm, can't even move around in the Qianyuan realm, let alone fight, and the casualties are heavy. The woman sighed slightly, with a sad expression on her face. Fortunately, the monks from other worlds who came here to support us were not troubled by the energy of chaos like us. After a hard battle, the monsters outside the territory were defeated and fled. However, the boundary wall of the Qianyuan realm was damaged due to the war, and the entire world collapsed into pieces. I and 35 other monks from the Yunmeng realm were disturbed by the energy of chaos, and our strength was greatly reduced. We were unable to escape before the realm teleportation array was destroyed, and we were trapped here. The largest piece of Qianyuan fragment, the remaining boundary wall, can still withstand the cosmic wind, and has stabilized after the early stage of collapse. After the collapse of the Qianyuan world, the way of heaven is incomplete, and the chaotic energy and spiritual energy become increasingly mixed. It is difficult for us to improve our cultivation. We have lost contact with the fairy world and the Yunmeng world, and we can't find a way to leave. Everyone is discouraged, and even has the intention to die. At the moment of despair, we discovered this. There are humans on the fragments of the Qianyuan realm, but they are too weak compared to the spiritual plants and monsters. Seeing these primitive people struggling to survive, I can't help but feel sorry for them, and just to kill time, I plan to stretch out. So 36 of us joined forces to carve out a pure land for them and teach them how to protect themselves. In dealing with the Qianyuan people, we found that although most of them have incomplete upper, middle, and lower dantian, but he is born with a strong physical body. In addition to being more resistant to the erosion of the energy of chaos than monks like us, he can also sense the power of the 5 elements from the mixed spiritual energy for his own use. So we designed it based on the physical characteristics of the Qianyuan people. A set of exercises suitable for their cultivation is taught. With the help of the exercises, although the Qianyuan people cannot fly to the sky and escape from the earth like monks, they can still protect themselves when facing monsters. Qianyuan people respectfully called us the 36 sages. It turns out that the identity of the 36 sages is indeed a monk in the world of immortality. Senior, after you left Qianyuan continent, did you find a way to go back? The woman shook her head, with a relieved smile on her face. We did not leave, but we ran out of life and passed away. The Qianyuan people regard us as gods, and if we die in front of them, it may affect the mentality of the Qianyuan people. So when the time comes, I will find a deserted place in the deep mountains and forests and sit in it.
Look.
Lai Sanliakshan really devoted all his efforts and affection to the Qianyuan people. Even if Mo Hui only had a trace of his soul left, the first thing he did when he saw her was to ask how the Qianyuan people were doing. Mo Hui, Li Xing, this glazed bracelet was made by the founder of the Yayin sect. Although it was written with the words Xinju and other words, no one could control it in Yunmeng realm, so it was only used as a sect token and was given by the head disciple. Wear it. When I was living in this place, the glass beads turned into a great formation to protect my safety. Although I am dead and my soul cannot return to my hometown, I still hope that someone can bring this thing back to the Yayin sect. Oh my God, let me meet you before my thoughts dissipate. I have demonstrated to you the manipulation method of Qianya searching formation without any reservation. If you have the opportunity to leave here in the future, I hope you will return the bracelet to its original owner. Yes, I will definitely live up to my trust. The woman nodded, with a relieved expression on her face.
Dissipate.
Li Xing suddenly remembered something and asked loudly, Senior, you have been in the Qianyuan world for so long. Do you know where the energy of chaos is the strongest? The woman's face was blurred, but she still answered with her last bit of soul power. Said, that kind of place is a dead end for us Yunmeng realm monks. I'm afraid that I can't avoid it. Why would I deliberately look for it? However, since the Qianyuan realm has chaotic energy and spiritual energy coexisting, its world origin must contain a lot of chaos. I just don't know if the Source Stone can fall into this fragment. Mo Hui's voice and figure completely disappeared. Li Xing's consciousness was shaken, and he was driven out of the illusion. The sun was rising outside the window, and only a few hours had passed. To Li Xing, it seemed like several days had passed. Qiming knocked on the door outside. Xing, Sister Xing, get up quickly, you're going to be late. Oh, here we come.